Release that villain and let me step in. It is said that the blood of Ye Peitian possesses miraculous effects, capable of reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones. Under the guise of justice, human warriors swarm like ants, driven by their own insidious motives. As Ye Peitian mercilessly crushes these covetous souls beneath the yellow sands, allowing his battered body to soak in a pool of blood, a woman approaches quietly from the edge oft. He struggles to lift the corners of his mouth, managing a sardonic smile as he contemplates the audacity of a lowly saint daring to seize his flesh. Ye Peitian closes his eyes, devoid of any desire for life. However, the woman bends down and drapes her warm coat over him. Ye Peitian? In her near-death state, Chu Qianxun glimpses everything unfolding in another parallel world. In that realm, the terrifying Dark Lord, who sends shivers down the spine of the world, has not succumbed to darkness instead. He smiles at her, soft and shy. For the sake of that smile, she traverses mountains of corpses and seas of blood, cautiously approaching the brutal and bloodthirsty Dark Lord. Yet, she hears him say, "Leave now. If you take one more step closer, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant." As she truly turns to depart, her garment is caught by someone. "Even if the whole world scorns you, I will still hold your hand. If everyone fears you, then let me be the one to love you." Chu Qianxun awakens, supporting her head, uncertain of how long she has been in slumber. She has just experienced an extensive and vivid dream. The dream was so vividly intricate that she felt as though she were a mere observer in a parallel world, witnessing another soul. However, Chu Qianxun had no time to ponder such unrealistic matters. Her body was engulfed in an excruciatingly uncomfortable state. Her throat was parched and painful, her entire being felt utterly drained, and she was dizzy, barely able to rise from the disheveled bed. "What has happened to me?" Chu Qianxun pressed her forehead and reached out to grasp the enamel cup resting on the small bedside table. Her arm felt soft and weak. She barely managed to grasp the handle of the cup, but with a tremor of her fingertips, the entire vessel tumbled from the table with a clatter, rolling. Twice upon the floor, a small insect scurried out of the dry cup in a frantic panic, hastily escaping. The cup had evidently been dry for an extended period, devoid of even a single drop of water. This was the year 1225 in the interstellar realm on Planet X. Once, humanity reigned supreme on this planet, basking in a highly advanced civilization replete with resources. That glorious era is now referred to as the Golden Age by future generations. 5 years prior, a colossal green moon had abruptly appeared in the sky, only to vanish moments later. From the heavens descended countless demonic entities capable of residing within the human body. Thus began the downfall of civilization, plunging the world into chaos filled with malevolent creatures. Human society had descended into utter disarray, and Chu Qianxun's life had become equally tumultuous. She was an exceedingly ordinary fourth-tier wind saint, compelled to take immense risks by joining a hunting team to slay demons for her livelihood, but had recently sustained grave injuries during a demon-hunting expedition. She was not abandoned in the wilderness, destined to become a meal for those monstrous creatures. Chu Qianxun wanted to scream, yet her throat felt like a rusted saw, only able to emit a hoarse and unpleasant whisper. She understood that she could no longer remain in this position. Even if she lay there in this cramped room like a desiccated corpse, it was unlikely that anyone would glance her way. With great effort, Chu Qianxun propped herself up, gritting her teeth, and tumbled from the bed onto the floor. She leaned against the wall, her steps unsteady, crawling through the cluttered and narrow confines until she reached the door. The brief distance felt interminable, and finally, she grasped the round doorknob, hanging onto it with all her strength to twist it open, rolling out into the corridor. "Ouch! Are you trying to scare me to death?" A woman with a curvaceous figure and flamboyant attire, named Gao Yan, was startled by Chu Qianxun's sudden emergence. Gao Yan lived next door to Chu Qianxun and was a fellow member of the same battle team, a somewhat superficial friend due to their shared connections. "Water. I need water," Chu Qianxun pleaded, grasping her hand and nearly collapsing against her. "Hey, what are you doing? Let go, you're about to rip my clothes." Gao Yan scolded her, but in the end, she helped Chu Qianxun, dragging her into her own room. She cleared the items off a low square table and unceremoniously placed Chu Qianxun on the edge of it, handing her half a glass of clear water. Her room was even more chaotic than Chu Qianxun's, with various old and broken items haphazardly piled in the corners, a bicycle in disarray, a thoroughly rusted electric fan, tatter, plastic sheets, and an assortment of peculiar biological husks. Years have passed since the emergence of the demonic species, and those striving to survive in this desolate wasteland have largely developed a habit of collecting. In an era marked by extreme scarcity of resources, few can bear to discard anything that might be repurposed, however marginally. Nevertheless, the remnants of the Golden Age have become increasingly rare. In this world rife with formidable magical creatures, humanity no longer occupies the pinnacle of the food chain. Instead, they have become prey for these powerful species that have suddenly appeared on Earth. Simultaneously, a number of humans have awakened unique abilities. On this planet, governed by religious doctrine, those endowed with such powers are referred to as saints. Gao Yan was a mid-level 4-tier gravity ability saint. Chu Qianxun and she were of equal standing in this era dominated by the strong. Both could merely be considered minor figures within the social hierarchy, struggling daily to scrap. Ebai, managing to survive without resorting to selling their bodies or succumbing to starvation. She rested her head on the table, reaching out to place her empty cup before Gao Yan. "I'm so hungry, please give me something to eat." "How unreasonable! Why should I feed you? Am I indebted to you?" Gao Yan was a woman who was both stingy and acerbic. "Should I not eat, I shall soon perish," murmured Chu Qianxun, her forehead resting against the table, gazing at her companion with a mix of strength and fatigue. Prior to this day, her relationship with Gao Yan had been rather mundane, even tinged with a sense of wariness towards her neighbor, whose disposition was less than amiable. Yet, in that parallel realm, Gao Yan had not yet been weathered by time into the acerbic figure she had become. She was gentle and considerate, meticulously attending to each member of their team, serving as the closest confidant to Chu Qianxun in that world. Gao Yan, her incessant chatter filling the air, eventually rose to unlock the secured cabinet, retrieving a half-cup of an indeterminate concoction, which she unceremoniously thrust before Chu Qianxun with a clatter. "After languishing for so long, you awaken only to trouble me further. I shall remember every morsel of my food you consume, and you must repay me in kind." With gratitude, Chu Qianxun cradled the cup, savoring the warmth of the unfamiliar brew as it coursed through her, invigorating her very pores. Setting the cup down, she exhaled a contented sigh, leaning against Gao Yan, who was seated on the ground beside her. "What are you doing? Have you been bewitched by some malevolent creature?" Gao Yan exclaimed, a shiver coursing down her spine as she nudged Chu Qianxun, though her efforts proved for Chu Qianxun leaned almost entirely into her. Gao Yan's temperament was notoriously brusque, leaving her with few female acquaintances. Chu Qianxun, the girl from next door and a fellow member of their mercenary group, was perhaps the only one with whom she could exchange a few words. However, the previously aloof and taciturn Chu Qianxun had maintained a relationship with her that was neither too distant nor too close, and never before had she exhibited such imacky as she did today, which left Gao Yan feeling somewhat disconcerted. Chu Qianxun slowly closed her eyes, having caught her breath, and once again recalled the parallel world from her dreams, where every detail, every individual and object, along with their tranquil days together, played vividly before her mind's eye. This led her to a state where even upon opening her eyes, she found it difficult to distinguish between dreams and reality. In that realm, some who had long since departed from this world were still alive, while others who were living had already passed away. The infamous demon appeared as a gentle and caring fool, while the esteemed priest turned out to be a devil in human guise. Many individuals she knew were leading entirely different lives in that world. "Yan Jia, you are truly a good person," Chu Qianxun murmured with her eyes still closed, sensing the slight stiffness in the arm that had not pushed her away, an unfamiliarity that lingered. "Who wants to be a good person? You are the good one. Your entire family is composed of good people," Gao Yan retorted. In this desolate era, rife with violence and plunder, the term good person hardly served as a compliment. A person who is excessively soft-hearted often bears the mark of vulnerability, rendering them susceptible to deceit and theft, and almost considered an object of disdain. Chu Qianxun chuckled softly at the thought of another individual. That man is a terrifying figure in this world, a legendary being known for his ruthless and bloodthirsty nature. Tac. ING lives with alarming ease. Where is Ye Peitian? Where has he been recently? Gao Yin was startled, swiftly covering Chu Qianxun's mouth. What are you doing, mentioning that demon? She glanced around, ensuring there was no one else in the room, then leaned closer to Chu Qianxun, lowering her voice. Haven't you heard? The Divine Love Research Center in East City has been obliterated. The entire base was buried beneath the sands by that fearsome man. Once again, she hushed her tone, whispering quietly beside Chu Qianxun. During the days you were unconscious, rumors circulated throughout the city. It said that Ye Peitian has come to our vicinity. Everyone has been huddled in the city, too frightened to move, and even the demon hunting expeditions have significantly decreased. Lest they inadvertently cross paths with that great demon. Chu Qianxun fell silent. Why Ye Peitian is a reaper who dwells in darkness, rumored to reside within a castle made of yellow sands. Wherever he treads, life withers, and human presence vanishes. With a mere gesture, he can effortlessly bury an entire city's life beneath the sands. He is an extraordinarily rare dual elemental ability user, possessing both sand manipulation and formidable regenerative powers. No one can truly kill him. People fear him, dread him, and even hesitate to speak his name. They believe the threat he poses far surpasses that of the monsters that roam the wilderness, thus bestowing upon the moniker of Demon Man. Yet, Chu Qianxun encountered another Ye Peitian. Though he possessed formidable supernatural abilities, he was gentle and kind, a bashful man prone to blue. Xing, recalling his soft smile and gentle words, she felt a pang in her heart at the thought of his inability to escape the harrowing experiences of this life, leading him to become such a near monstrous figure. The author wishes to commemorate. The narrative commenced on July 8, 2019. This tale unfolds in a parallel world of the descent of the demon seed and can be comprehended independently, without the need to reference the original text. Chu Qianxun resides in a round-shaped tenement building. The building is densely populated with numerous households, each floor divided into 20 or 30 tiny rooms, accommodating over 100 individuals. The sound insulation is dismal. One can hear the activities of eating, drinking, and conflict from above and below with crystal clarity. With one hand holding a double-handled earthen pot and the other bearing firewood, Chu Qianxun ducked down, weaving her way through the vibrant array of garments hanging in the soror, and entered the communal kitchen set up in the courtyard. Inside, the kitchen walls were stained black from smoke, encircled by a ring of earthen stoves. In this era, electricity has become a precious commodity, and to enjoy a warm meal, one must resort to the age-old method of cooking over fire. Chu Qianxun discovered an empty stove and skillfully brought a small pot of water to a boil. She broke apart a piece of a yellowish-brown bean cake and tossed it into the pot. This bean cake, derived from the residue left after extracting juice from yellow soybeans, was hard and dry, difficult to swallow without soaking, and lacking in nutritional value. Once dismissed as mere pig feed during the Golden Age, it had now transformed into the staple food for the majority. As Chu Qianxun stirred the pot of brown bean porridge, she contemplated how much magic essence she had left. In the current era, the universal currency among humans was a green crystal known as magic essence. By vanquishing magical creatures in the wild, one could obtain this essence from their remains. All individuals endowed with supernatural abilities, referred to as saints, required magic essence to enhance their powers, thus rendering it the only form of currency aside from FOD. The brown bean paste began to bubble, and Chu Qianxun retrieved a half-green, half-red tomato from her pocket. She had planted a few tomato seedlings in a pot on her windowsill, and, despite neglecting to water them for several days, they had not only survived but also borne half-ripe fruit, much to her delight. Across from her, two women at the stove watched enviously as she skillfully chopped the precious, vitamin-rich fruit, discarding every bit, skin and stem included, into the pot. "We must be more frugal with our food lately, and stock up on provisions," one woman advised her companion. It is indeed the case that the infamous demon Ye Peitian is currently lurking merely a few dozen kilometers away in Beijing. Divine love has summoned numerous skilled warriors from the vicinity to encircle him for several days. Who knows how this confrontation will unfold or whether it will extend its reach to Spring City. As ordinary citizens, we ought to prepare ourselves accordingly. I have heard that Ye Peitian is a remorseless fiend that I sincerely hope that the formidable leaders will rise to the occasion and truly eradicate this menace, allowing us to Venturio. UT in peace to hunt demons. As the name Ye Peitian echoed in her mind, Chu Qianxun's thoughts conjured the visage of a mana figure adorned with a pristine smile, who often grasped her hand in the dreamlike Ri. His countenance tinged with a gentle blush. Chu Qianxun shook her head, striving to dispel such unrealistic notions from her thoughts. Stop dwelling on it. It was merely a dream that it is wiser to keep a low profile and lead my simple life, avoiding any entanglements with those terrifying figures. She poured out a cauldron of haphazardly concocted dark cuisine and carried the earthenware vessel towards her dwelling. Just as she reached the threshold, several saints parted the crowd, bearing a blood-soaked individual into the adjacent room. Gao Yan lay upon the bed, pallid and stricken, her delicate brows knitted tightly together. Her abdomen bore the marks of what seemed to be a monstrous bite, leaving a significant portion of her body grievously injured. Crimson blood seeped through the hastily applied bandages, instantly staining the entire bedspread. She still clings to life, yet death is not far off. Even the saints, endowed with restorative abilities far surpassing those of ordinary mortals, find it impossible to endure such grave injuries. Wang Daji and the others exchanged glances at the bed where Gao Yan lay, shaking their heads. He had no intention of taking further action. Previously, when you were in a coma, Yanzi did her utmost to care for you. Just keep an eye on her once the others depart. Summon us to lend a hand. With a gentle pat on Chu Qianxun's shoulder, Wang Daji prepared to lead the group away. Wait a moment, Chu Qianxun interjected, halting them. Could you please summon a healer? Captain, I kindly request your assistance in bringing one. Wang Daji was somewhat taken aback. He had not perceived the depth of the relationship between Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan until now. Those with healing abilities, referred to as healers, are highly esteemed in this era, and enlisting their services comes at a considerable cost. Few would willingly squander such resources on someone already teetering on the brink of death. The summoned healer was a tall, slender, middle-aged woman. After casting a cursory glance at Gao Yan sprawled in a pool of blood, she turned to leave. Why summon me when she's already dead? Please, do all that you can, Chu Qianxun implored, grasping her arm. If you can merely staunch the bleeding and prolong her life for a few days, it would suffice. She reverently offered a pouch of magical seeds. The female saint weighed the bag in her hands, snorted dismissively, and then her hands glimmered with a white light, illuminating. A grievous wound on Gao Yan's waist. The occupants of the room withdrew. Chu Qianxun replaced the bedsheet for Gao Yan, silently sitting by her bedside, lost in thought as she gazed at her pallid face. Gao Yan appeared ghostly pale, drenched in cold sweat. Yet her senses remained relatively intact. She turned her face away, avoiding the sight of Chu Qianxun beside her. The fan. Gao Yan's voice emanated from the back of her head. Chu Qianxun momentarily failed to comprehend. What did you say? The base of the fan, open it, Gao Yan reiterated in a subdued tone. Chu Qianxun retrieved the rusted small fan that had been carelessly discarded in the corner of her room. Upon opening the base, she discovered a bag, meticulously wrapped in layers. When she unwrapped it, she was met with a glimmering green mass, entirely composed of demonic seeds. Consider it a boon. Take it, Gao Yan remarked. Sooner or later, this day would come. In such a world, I have grown weary of living. Chu Qianxun stared at the bag for a long while, then carefully closed it, saying, "No, wait for me. There is still hope. I will journey to Beijing to procure the medicine that will save you." In this world dominated by various religious sects, a formidable organization known as Divine Love existed. It had once produced a potion capable of resurrecting the dead, said to be a divine gift bestowed upon humanity to save them, thus named Holy Blood. However, Chu Qianxun was acutely aware of the sordid and brutal reality concealed beneath this seemingly pristine myth. If the visions in her dreams bore any truth, then the so-called Holy Blood was merely the flesh and blood of the demon Ye Peitian. In the early days of the demonic descent, a small pharmaceutical consortium known as the Divine Love Organization, stumbled upon the gravely injured Ye Peitian within a sealed warehouse. They inadvertently discovered that Ye Peitian, as an immortal being, possessed an extraordinary regenerative capability in his flesh and blood. These ostensibly benevolent church officials cruelly imprisoned the then weak Ye Peitian, exploiting his immortality to repeatedly extract his flesh and blood, thereby concocting a divine elixir known as sacred blood. They proclaim it a gift from the heavens, using it to attract a multitude of followers and to significantly expand their influence.
In the present day, sacred blood is no longer available for purchase in the market. However, in the northern town, home to a research institution of divine love, there remains the possibility of acquiring 1 or 2 vials of sacred blood at exorbitant prices on the black market. Chu Qianxun is determined to make a trial for Gao Yan. A cold, indifferent moon hangs in the sky, casting its pale light upon a battlefield shrouded in yellow sand. Regret now fills the hearts of nearly all the saints on this battlefield. After 3 arduous days of combat, countless comrades have perished, and their supernatural powers are nearly exhausted. Yet, amidst the swirling yellow sand stands a man drenched in blood, seemingly invincible, eternally unyielding. Blood-red grains of sand swirl around him as he advances step by step, a specter of malevolence under the moonlight, a shura from hell, instilling a deep sense of dread. An almost imperceptible, transparent spider silk clings to the advancing demon's hand, prompting a fleeting movement in his lifeless eyes as he halts his steps. In that instant, countless silver chains emerge, following the delicate, seemingly fragile thread, binding Ye Peitian's hands tightly and suspending him in midair. "I've got him! I've captured him!" the elated saint exclaims, having successfully unleashed a special supernatural ability in a surprise attack. "Quick, everyone, let us sever his legs first." Ye Peitian raises his long brows slightly. The man ensnared appears to glimpse something amusing, eliciting a wild laugh that echoes through the swirling sand. The yellow dust flows tumultuously in the air, entwining around his arms and brutally shattering them. The liberated demon emerges from the tempest of sand, charging towards the enemies surrounding him. In the distance, the assailant turned and fled, crimson sand particles scattering through the air, coalescing into a pair of enormous hands that pursued him relentlessly, clutching him tightly. Accompanied by piercing screams, torrents of blood flowed from the crevices of the sand. Demon, the resolve of the holy warriors, tasked with vanquishing the fiends, finally crumbled, and they began to flee in disarray. The battlefield, having endured 3 days and nights of bloodshed, returned to a hushed stillness. The dunes, stretching for miles, became the graves of those insatiable for power. Under the cold, silvery moonlight, the night breeze caressed the desolate dunes, where corpses lay strewn about, rivers of blood flowing freely. The half-broken fiend, nestled amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, lay with eyes wide open, quietly gazing at the full moon in the sky. His arms were shattered, his powers exhausted, his body covered in wounds, rendering him utterly incapacitated. At that moment, even a mere child wielding a knife could easily sever his head from his shoulders. Yet he cared not. Living was a torment to him, while death was a long-sought desire, forever elusive. How utterly tedious, yet I remain alive. Is this the divine retribution for me, a being of chaos? He cracked a smile, silently laughing. Look around. The ground is soaked with his blood and his broken form. This is what those swarming like locusts sought to seize. Though Ye Peitian found existence devoid of meaning, he was determined to bury what those wretches coveted deep beneath the yellow sands, unwilling to grant any advantage to those hypocritical scoundrels. As the full moon in the night sky gradually became shrouded by clouds, Ye Peitian's expression dimmed. He was a notorious murderer, feared and infamous, his name evoking dread in all who heard it. No one is aware of his ludicrous weakness. This formidable and fearsome Dark Lord harbors an intense dread of darkness. During the early days of the demonic incursion, he was confined in boundless obscurity for 3 interminable months. Since that harrowing experience, no matter how powerful he has become, he remains shackled by an overwhelming fear of the dark. In fact, he has grown accustomed to confronting his terror, for countless experiences have taught him that the sole remedy for suffering is endurance, irrespective of whether he can withstand it. The final glimmers of the moonlight are on the verge of vanishing, as darkness manifests like a frigid hand, beginning its ascent along his skin, soon to cover his mouth and nose, clutching his heart and dragging him into an asphyxiating abyss. A faint rustling emerges from the jungle at the edge of the dune. Ye Peitian's eyes dart about, and at the fringe of the shadowy woods, a small flame flickers to life, casting an orange-yellow glow that illuminates a tiny face, peering curiously in this direction. The author has something to express. My heartfelt gratitude to the little angels who have generously supported me with their votes and nourishing fluids. I extend my thanks to the angel who cast a rocket vote, Xiao Chuan Chuan, to the angels who contributed grenades, Orange Cat and Guan Mei, to the angels who offered landmines, Undersea 20,000 leagues. As I type, a gentle breeze flows in. I appreciate the support from Chen E Swallow, 35406401. A spoon of ice watermelon, Qing Song Yo wildflowers and fractured bones, 321433934. Cutting paper with a knife, Shinjunxian sweet and sour ribs, Lily, and the live performance of a leopard's smile, Lu, Yenjun, and Guan Mei. I am immensely grateful for the nourishing fluids provided by the following little angels. Bei Bei with 49 bottles. Yo with 45 bottles. Mi Lu with 40 bottles. Guan Mei with 23 bottles. Qing Song with 22 bottles. Little Fish who dislikes eating with 20 bottles. 27103260 with 19 bottles. Gingerbread Man who loves meat with 13 bottles. Solon 7291. Qing Mengju. Zi Luo Yao Rao with 10 bottles. By Yuan Chong. Lian Shang with 9 bottles. Chuan with 6 bottles. Little Rong Zi R. Mo Shi Mayamax. Yu Chun Yu and Yu Chao Ching with 5 bottles. Hu Hua Hua who is always blooming with 4 bottles. Undersea 20,000 leagues with 3 bottles. Lin and Fei Fei with 2 bottles. Feng Xiao Xiao Shi, who wishes to sever the mundane world with a single thought, and Orange with 1 bottle. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support, and I shall continue to strive diligently. The flames draw nearer, revealing a woman of slender build, her short braids reflecting her agility. Yet she appears to be a rather feeble low-tier saint. The figure approached cautiously, their translucent eyes reflecting the glow of the flames in the night, scrutinizing the battered and bloodied Ye Peitian with a mixture of trepidation and curiosity. Ye Peitian felt a profound sense of humiliation. He turned his face away, realizing that his formidable reputation was not as invincible as he had believed, for even such a feeble insect dared to covet his flesh during his moment of vulnerability. The woman seemed to waver for a moment, planting the torch firmly into the ground before rummaging through her pack to retrieve a vial, crouching beside him. I apologize. I searched for a long time in Northtown and could not procure the elixir. My friend is on the brink of death. I am truly sorry, she murmured, carefully drawing a vial of his blood from the wound that oozed crimson. Yet another hypocrite, cloaked in the guise of righteousness while committing despicable acts. Once he regained his strength, he would ensure her demise. Ye Peitian scoffed inwardly. Chu Qianxun capped the vial and rose, her expression a complex tapestry as she regarded the figure marooned in a pool of congealed blood. She had scoured Northtown for the sacred remedy she sought, ultimately daring to venture onto this battlefield in search of fortune. Fortune favored her, yet inexplicably, an agonizing ache tightened around her heart, rendering her breathless. The man lying in the sanguine pool had tousled, slightly curled hair stained with crimson, obscuring his brow and eyes. The gaze that pierced through the disheveled locks was lifeless, frigid and sharp as a blade. In another realm, Ye Peitian's eyes were pure and gentle, always shimmering with the glimmer of distant stars. Though they bore identical features, they were unequivocally two entirely distinct souls. Chu Qianxun understood that the man before her harbored a profound loathing for the world, for all its inhabitants, including himself. In her pursuit of Gao Yan, she had committed acts that he detested above all else. After 5 years of struggling through this merciless era, her heart had been tempered into a cold, unyielding fortress. She was certain she could, like others who survived in this age, commit any cruelty necessary for her own needs. Gritting her teeth, she bent down to retrieve the torch from the ground, prepared to depart. The man's gaze was almost glued to the flame she held. Ah yes, Ye Peitian feared the darkness. The thought struck her. At the onset of the demonic plague, He had been confined by his parents in a pitch-black warehouse, dwelling amidst monstrous beings for 3 long months before being discovered. His fear of the dark was likely more profound than it had been in another world. In that moment, he uttered not a word, his eyes fixated intently on the torch in Chu Qianxun's grasp. Her heart, as unyielding as ice, was pierced by that gaze, and molten lava surged forth from the fissure, rolling across the frozen expanse of her heart, leaving her with a bittersweet ache. Ye Peitian gazed longingly at the flicker of light in the night. As the woman's hand reached down to grasp the torch, he realized she was about to leave, taking with her the sole glimmer of hope that illuminated his existence, plunging him back into darkness. He found himself wishing that she would take a little more of his flesh and blood, linger a while longer. He would offer anything, as long as she could leave that precious light for him. He did not wish to remain ensconced in the shadows. Yet his thoughts were inconsequential. Throughout this world, no one had ever cared for his musings. In the darkness, as his hand grasped the torch, it seemed to resonate with the whispers of his heart, abruptly halting. That hand clenched and released several times. The sound of rustling garments filled the air as a substantial coat, imbued with warmth, was draped over him. The late autumn night was frigid. Ye Peitian's blood had nearly drained away, leaving him teetering on the brink of numbness. The searing warmth offered him no chance of resistance, swiftly enveloping his frozen form, penetrating every inch of exposed skin, from his shoulders to his neck, spine, and abdomen, suddenly invading the hollow of his heart, swirling with abandon. Astonishingly, the woman persisted, reaching around his shoulder, carefully avoiding his severed arm, and lifting him from the pool of blood. When Chu Qianxun lifted Ye Peitian, she was taken aback by his emaciation. This was her foremost impression. She could hardly perceive the weight that should be expected of an adult man. The waist cradled in her arms was excessively slender, the shoulder blades pressing against her arm, while the pale neck resting on her shoulder pulsed with bluish veins, the prominent collarbone starkly evident beneath. The formidable Ye Peitian, renowned for his prowess, should not have lacked sustenance. Why had he allowed himself to wither to such a state? With the advancement of a saint, as levels ascended, all bodily functions were comprehensively enhanced, whether in speed or strength. Chu Qianxun, at the 4th tier, found no impediment in lifting Ye Peitian. She swiftly departed from the scene, turning to delve into the jungle at the edge of the battlefield. The sound of the howling wind filled Ye Peitian's ears. The woman embracing him was a wind apostle, albeit of a low rank. Nevertheless, she harnessed the power of the wind to accelerate her movements, soaring gracefully through the air as she ran, experiencing the exhilarating sensation of gliding with the breeze. Perhaps she was unwilling to settle for merely a fragment of him, determined instead to carry him away entirely. Unlike those who had come before her, who had bound themselves and dragged their burdens along, she approached with caution, skillfully avoiding his serious wounds, enveloping him in her warm cloak, cradling him tenderly in her arms. Ye Peitian had grown up in a fractured, reconstituted family. His father had shown little interest in him, and his stepmother had been exceedingly indifferent. In his childhood memories, he could hardly recall being held in such an embarrassing manner. The jungle was a thick, impenetrable darkness, and he felt ensnared by the shadows, akin to a drowning soul sinking into the abyss, his body rigid and breath nearly escaping him. He exerted all his strength to suppress his tremors, fearful that this woman cradling him might perceive his vulnerability. Ye Peitian could withstand the pursuit and scorn of the world, yet he was resolute in not revealing his frailty, shunning the mockery and pity of others. Fortunately, as she rested her head upon his shoulder, the warmth of her body seeped through their skin's contact, and he could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of her heart, intensified by their flight. This brought him a measure of comfort, for he realized he was not the only living soul amidst the encroaching darkness. A sense of anxiety enveloped her as she lingered too long in Beijing, unable to procure the fabled elixir. Ultimately, she was compelled to take a risk and confront Ye Peitian himself, disregarding his wishes to acquire a precious healing potion directly from him. Outside the base, Chu Qianxun stumbled upon an abandoned small building, now cloaked in the vibrant embrace of verdant vines. Following the arrival of the demon seed, the flora of earth appeared to flourish under the nurturing influence of these creatures, growing with an extraordinary vitality that nearly obscured the remnants of humanity's golden age. The small structure had been thoroughly enveloped by the green tendrils. With determination, Chu Qianxun parted the foliage and stepped inside, gently laying Ye Peitian on the ground. The man in her arms remained utterly rigid, silent and motionless. "Wait a moment," she murmured, rummaging through her backpack until she retrieved a diminutive nightlight, flicking the switch on its base. Soft, gentle illumination flooded the space, dispelling the darkness that lingered within. This was merely a modest plastic creation, slightly larger than a ping-pong ball, its monotonous exterior showing signs of age. During the Golden Age, such lamps were sold for a mere yuan at street stalls, though they had become rare. Their practicality and longevity made them cherished possessions, and Chu Qianxun treated hers with utmost care. At this moment, she placed it before Ye Peitian, and as if awakening from a near-drowning state, the man lying on the ground gasped for air, his once stiff body visibly relaxing. Chu Qianxun retrieved her water bottle and the solitary provisions she had brought along, unfastening the lid and packaging, placing them before Ye Peitian alongside the softly glowing night lamp. "I am sorry, but I must take my leave," she uttered. The figure lay motionless on the ground, eyes wide open, fixated on the faintly luminous lamp. The light danced within his eyes, rendering them less lifeless, reminiscent of the visage that lingered in Chu Qianxun's memories. Upon her journey back to Spring City, Chu Qianxun burst into Gao Yan's room, hastily pulling the ailing Gao Yan from her bed, and, with urgency, poured the contents of her vial into her mouth. After consuming half of the liquid, Gao Yan seemed to regain a modicum of strength, halting Chu Qianxun's hand as she coughed a few times. "WH. What is this?" "The taste," she murmured. "Finish it. Do not waste a drop," Chu Qianxun insisted. Gao Yan lowered her gaze and, at last, discerned the nature of the liquid contained within the jar. She furrowed her brows tightly, remaining silent for a while, before finally lifting her head and consuming it all. Chu Qianxun sat by her bedside, lost in thought concerning her own troubles. Gao Yan's ashen face gradually regained a semblance of color, and she even found the strength to prop herself up slightly. "So you know as well." "Know what?" Chu Qianxun responded, momentarily taken aback. "You are aware that what has long been lauded as a divine gift, the holy blood, is merely human blood." Gao Yan regarded Chu Qianxun, revealing that few were privy to this truth. "I stumbled upon it by chance and have been too afraid to speak of it." Gao Yan, when in need, proved to be quite resourceful. Unlike Chu Qianxun, she was acquainted with numerous high-ranking figures within the base, harboring a wealth of insider information. This was also the reason she often faced exclusion from certain women in the building. Her gaze fell upon the empty bottle, its mouth stained with a hint of red. It was laughable to consider that those who championed the cause of exorcising evil were merely fulfilling their own hidden desires. Ironically, the very demon they sought to eradicate was, in fact, the true provider of the miraculous remedy. Following Gao Yan's words, a chilling realization washed over Chu Qianxun. Once upon a time, the streets of this base were rife with the miraculous holy blood available for purchase. While people extolled the virtues of the divine love group that produced the elixir, they remained blissfully ignorant of the fact that it was Ye Peitian who had supplied the flesh and blood that saved them. Chu Qianxun murmured, "No wonder so many people rush to hunt down Ye Peitian. It is understandable that he has become so deranged." Gao Yan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "But what difference does it make? When faced with a life-or-death crisis, who wouldn't yearn for such a miraculous elixir?" "Thank you, Qianxun." Gao Yan's hand emerged from beneath the covers, clasping Chu Qianxun's. "In the past, I always perceived you as rather aloof. I was mistaken. I never anticipated you would assist me in such a profound manner." Gao Yan had always been bold and assertive, and Chu Qianxun had never realized she possessed such delicate hands. At times, they donned impenetrable exteriors, accustomed to guarding against everyone, maintaining distance from all, unwilling to take even a single step closer. Even after long periods of acquaintance, they might never have the opportunity to truly understand one another. "By the way, where did you acquire this?" Gao Yan inquired, picking up the empty vial. "How did you manage to obtain something so fresh and untreated?" "I searched for quite some time without finding a finished product. I went directly to Ye Peitian and fortunately he was injured. The vial clattered to the ground, rolling slightly and leaving a faint crimson trace. "Your audacity knows no bounds," Gao Yan gasped, covering her mouth. Chu Qianxun herself was bewildered by her own boldness. Perhaps deep down, she did not perceive that ruthless killer as so fearsome. A shard of a broken mirror lay upon the table. The woman in the mirror appeared disheveled, her face worn with fatigue, not yet 25, yet her eyes seemed to reflect a lifetime of hardships, devoid of vitality and spirit. She was a soul long bent beneath the weight of existence, too timid to take action or assert herself, merely subsisting day by day, her head held low. Chu Qianxun silently regarded her reflection for a protracted moment before reclining upon her bed. This ritual repeated itself several times, until finally, Chu Qianxun sprang up, peering out from a windowsill adorned with an array of vegetables, calling down below, "Crazy woman, I need to buy something." The window below was abruptly flung open, revealing a freckled woman who, toothbrush in mouth, poked her head out, mumbling indistinctly, "What do you want?" "Bring me a bag of cereal." "Do you have any eggs?" "I need to." "Where did you strike gold to afford such delicacies?" The crazy woman spat out the toothpaste foam. "Just wait." "Hey," Chu Qianxun called after her, adding, "Do you have any rock sugar? Bring a little." In this era, eggs and rock sugar were cherished commodities, not easily come by. Chu Qianxun lowered a basket from the window, containing 5 shimmering first-tier magical seeds, and soon after, it was replaced with a small bag of provisions. In her memory, these were the favored foods of that person. Moments later, she placed a bowl of cooked cereal porridge at Gao Yan's bedside, the golden yolk of an egg floating atop, imbued with a hint of sweetness. Gao Yan gazed at it, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Chu Qianxun stored the remaining porridge in a thermos, packed her bag, and departed the city. The small building outside the city appeared unchanged since Chu Qianxun's departure. She pushed aside the layers of entwined vines and slipped inside. Although the sky outside had brightened, the interior remained shrouded in gloom. Thick layers of dust covered the room, with remnants of broken furniture faintly visible in the corners. In the center of the floor lay an open bottle of water and a portion of dried provisions, evidently untouched by any hand. Beside the food was a large pool of shocking blood. Following the trail of crimson, Chu Qianxun discovered Ye Peitian curled up in a narrow corner. His face was ashen, his head resting against the wall, utterly unconscious, with blood pooling beneath him and trailing down the wall. On the floor before him, a small cluster of yellow sand gathered, at its center cradling a softly glowing nightlight. Despite having lost a hand and sustaining such grievous injuries, he had still managed to summon this faint light to his side using his extraordinary abilities. Chu Qianxun gently prodded Ye Peitian, and his body slumped against the wall, collapsing into her embrace. She caught the cold form with one arm while using the other to peel back his blood-soaked coat, revealing his battered body. Ye Peitian bore numerous penetrating wounds, and the grotesque gashes occasionally emitted faint black arcs of electricity. Each time the wounds began to heal, those arcs flickered, cruelly tearing the injuries open anew from within. As an immortal, yet the peculiar wounds upon him continued to fissure incessantly, leaving him in a perpetual state of hemorrhage. Chu Qianxun furrowed her brow tightly. Such injuries must have been inflicted by a sacred weapon imbued with a bleeding effect. These sacred weapons are crafted from the bodies of slain monsters, a testament to human conquest over the arcane. When designed with ingenuity and skill, they can retain vestiges of the creature's extraordinary abilities, thus earning the designation of sacred weapon. The rarity of sacred weapons with bleeding effects renders them the most coveted armaments among melee saints, as wounds inflicted by such weapons bleed continuously, refusing to mend on their own. The injuries adorning Ye Peitian were a result of such a high-tier sacred weapon. Healing these wounds necessitates the application of a liquid extracted from the monster's body, complemented by the healer's unique abilities to facilitate a gradual recovery. However, most victims succumb to excessive blood loss during the treatment. While Ye Peitian would not perish from this affliction, could prove to be a different form of torment for him. Chu Qianxun unsealed the thermos she had brought, gently prying open Ye Peitian's pallid lips to feed him a spoonful of warm oatmeal porridge. His famished body responded to the sustenance, even in a state of unconsciousness. His throat convulsed, and his colorless lips quivered open, as his faint tongue stirred within his mouth, Expressing an in, she scooped up the porridge, enriched with eggs and sugar, and fed it to the unconscious man one spoonful at a time. Ye Peitian's long eyelashes fluttered slightly before suddenly opening. His cold, piercing gaze resembled an ancient glacier, embodying the essence of a dying beast, filled with bloodlust, hatred, and a thirst for violence. It took him a moment to awaken from that ferocious state, gradually coming into focus on the figure before him. Ye Peitian was in desperate need of sustenance. The more grievously he was injured, the more ravenous he became. Hunger seared through his stomach and every vein in his body, inflicting unbearable agony. Yet, the severity of his wounds often meant he had even fewer opportunities to replenish his energy. He was accustomed to enduring this torturous hunger, waiting for his injuries to heal, biding time until he could extricate himself from the mire. He found himself laughable, living such a wretched existence yet stubbornly clinging to a shred of pitiful pride. When that woman departed, she left food behind on the ground. However, deprived of the use of his hands, he refused to stoop like a dog to consume what others had abandoned. He could only retreat from that spot and curl himself into a corner. As the spoon holding the food was raised before him, Ye Peitian turned his face away. The aroma of the food infiltrated his senses, and he realized that the taste lingering in his mouth and throat was one he desperately yearned to experience again. Eat, it beckoned, it is sweet. Amidst that tantalizing voice, the steaming food was brought to his lips, and before his consciousness could fully register, his body shamefully opened his mouth, swallowing the morsel that was offered to him. Warm oatmeal enveloped in rich, creamy eggs cascaded down his throat, soothing his ravenous stomach, leaving behind a delicate sweetness upon his lips. As that woman had remarked, it was indeed sweet. It was merely a coincidence, Ye Peitian reassured himself. Prior to the arrival of the demonic seed, his favored dish had always been oatmeal with a hint of sweetness, yet even during those bountiful times, his father and stepmother seldom considered his palate. The notion that anyone would specially prepare a meal he cherished during such a time seemed utterly far-fetched. Ye Peitian felt a tempest of anxiety and unrest, at a loss for direction. Though his hands were broken, his abilities had begun to resurface, and dispatching such a feeble low-tier saint was a trivial matter. Chu Qianxun retrieved a thin blanket from her backpack, wrapping Ye Peitian's body and head together. Endure a little longer. I will help you infiltrate the base for treatment, she said as she knelt beside him. In that moment, as she cradled him, Ye Peitian sorrowfully realized that he harbored a faint yearning to be held by this woman. Apart from fleeing and killing, he had not experienced such a tranquil and normal interaction with another of his kind in years, leading him to a state of bewilderment, panic, and a trace of anticipation. Despite knowing that disappointment awaited him, he could not help but fantasize that this person, tenderly wrapping him in the blanket and cautiously lifting him, harbored a modicum of kindness and sought more than merely to extract his flesh and blood. She guided him out of the darkened room and into a realm of light. His head rested upon the shoulder of that woman, once again hearing the familiar rhythm of her heartbeat. Sighing, Ye Peitian closed his eyes against the blinding sunlight. Regardless of her intentions towards me thereafter, I shall spare her life. The author wishes to convey, due to certain reasons, this narrative has transitioned from an apocalyptic theme to an interstellar motif, occurring in a parallel world on another planet, while maintaining the other backgrounds unchanged. This is the overarching context. It suffices for everyone to be aware, and there is no need for further discussion in the comments section. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the kind souls who have generously cast their votes and nourished my endeavors. A special thank you to the celestial being who contributed a rocket launcher, Yu Wei Zhu, to the angel who offered a grenade, Kai Kai, and to the benevolent spirit who provided landmines, Ning Jun with 2. I also wish to acknowledge warm-hearted supporters, Nico Ni, Hai Diliang Wan Li, Lukiki CCCC, the devoted fans of Gong Dida, Yu, A Xiao Wei, Chun Zhou Zhujiu, Ai Meng Wu's Dui Lian, Liang Yi Gu Hun, and the performer of a leopard's smile. Furthermore, I am immensely grateful to those who have showered me with nourishing liquid. Xiao Na In Zi with 172 bottles, A Yuzu with 57 bottles, Hisoka's Little Apple with 50 bottles, the beautifully depicted squash, Ing Xiao He with a grand visage with 39 bottles, Patrick Starr with 36 bottles, Hai Di Liang Wan Li and Huashu Yin Hua, each with 30 bottles. The unnamed vegetable enthusiast with 25 bottles. Dun Chang with 20 bottles. Carrie, Lechon Miao Zhao. Enjoy My Life, a Lei Lei, the eccentric overlord of the genre, minimalist, a cat, Lien, ZZZZZ, Mu Li and Shinju, each with 10 bottles. I Am Du Xiao Bai Bai with 7 bottles. Qing Xian Danya, Wang Jiangchun, Lukiki, Jia Jia Jiang, Ni and Mayamax each with 5 bottles. CG and Yushui Jiqing with 3 bottles. Sun Yuan and an infrequent WeChat user with 2 bottles. And the rest, Yujun Cheng Shuang, the ever-updating Yang Wan Wan, Miao, Lucky Baby, MCR, Shimmer, Milk and Zijing with 1 bottle each. I am profoundly thankful for everyone's support, and I shall persist in my endeavors with unwavering dedication. In the Golden Era, every city was adorned with numerous hotels, each a haven for weary travelers, often exquisitely decorated and meticulously arranged, providing attentive and thoughtful service. Even in this desolate age, such establishments endure. Tucked away in a corner of Spring City lies a humble inn that offers refuge from the elements for passing visitors. The dimly lit corridor stretches long, flanked on either side by closely placed wooden doors. Residents, burdened with water basins or miscellaneous items, must sidestep to avoid colliding with neighbors emerging from the opposite direction. At the entrance stands a long table, its paint chipped, behind which a corpulent man lounges, idly picking at his feet. As the curtain at the door is lifted, a woman enters, casually tossing a green first-tier magic seed onto the table. A room, please. The portly man, without lifting his gaze, retrieves a key from beneath the table and slaps it onto the surface, gruffly stating, 1 magic seed for 3 days. Room 9 on the right. A first-tier magic seed grants a 3-day stay at a modest price. Here, apart from a room and a bed, nothing else is offered. Moreover, as long as one can afford the magic seed, the innkeeper remains indifferent to the identity or intentions of the guests. The woman adjusted the figure cradled in her arms, took the key without a word, and silently turned to leave. Only then did the man raise his head, casting a cursory glance at the woman's retreating silhouette. Clad in ordinary attire and wielding commonplace weaponry, she appeared to be of no particular significance. She cradled a figure swathed in a blanket, the person's head and face thoroughly enveloped. From the exposed, bare legs, it was evident that he was a relatively young man. The sight of a man escorting a woman to a hotel room or vice versa was hardly a rarity. Chu Qianxun pushed open the door. The room was exceedingly small, with the floor and walls smeared with unseemly stains of a dubious brown hue. A modest iron-framed bed, positioned against the right wall, occupied the greater part of the space, while a diminutive table sat on the left. The remaining area barely afforded enough room for a single person to walk. A small window, high on the wall beside the table, let in a sliver of sunlight that filtered through the mottled glass, casting its glow onto the unkempt bed. Within the rays, countless specks of dust floated serenely in the air. The thin wooden boards separating these cramped quarters provided little sound insulation, allowing the varied sounds from neighboring rooms to permeate clearly. Chu Qianxun gently lowered Ye Peitian onto the bed, which creaked in protest. The man remained silent, devoid of sound, movement, or any semblance of resistance. Chu Qianxun was aware that he was awake. Facing the wall, his disheveled hair obscured the vacant gaze of his eyes, which remained wide open, lacking focus, exuding a sense of bleak indifference. It seemed as though no matter where he was taken, or how others treated him, he remained unfazed and apathetic. Chu Qianxun retrieved a bucket from the service counter, filled it with water, and seated herself at the edge of the bed. She retrieved a relatively clean towel from her backpack, dampened it, and gently brushed aside Ye Peitian's disheveled hair from his forehead, beginning to cleanse his blood-soaked visage. The clotted blood had dried and congealed on his skin, and Chu Qianxun proceeded with utmost care, peeling away the dark, rust-colored remnants as the damp towel gradually revealed his delicate brows and eyes. His features were somewhat faint, perfectly illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, allowing the fine down on his face to come into view. His long eyelashes glistened with moisture, while his irises shimmered with an amber translucence under the light's reflection. The slight droop of his eyelids, combined with his unexpressive gaze, lent him an air of melancholic beauty that was both despondent and alluring. A sudden pang of sorrow gripped Chu Qianxun's heart. This face was hauntingly familiar to her. In that interminable dreamscape, she had seen another version of herself nestled closely against him, sharing the passage of time. In those moments, this face was always adorned with laughter, radiating warmth. In contrast to her memories, the visage before her appeared gaunt, the taut lines of his jaw and pronounced nose conveying an unsettling severity, like a blade poised for a desperate fight. His skin was pale, shadowed by pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes. Chu Qianxun surmised that he must have scarcely slept, his remarkable recuperative abilities unable to keep pace with the persistent darkness settling beneath his eyes. How had he allowed himself to deteriorate in such a manner when he had once thrived so effortlessly in that other world? A yearning surged within her to witness once more that pure, bashful smile. Ye Peitian had been salvaged from the blood-soaked pit by her hands. The mud and blood that clung to him were overwhelming, turning an entire bucket of clear water a deep crimson in mere moments. Chu Qianxun set down the towel and retrieved a small ceramic jar from her backpack. This was a special potion she had just purchased from an apothecary on the road, designed to alleviate the bleeding state caused by the holy relic. As she unscrewed the lid, a translucent, semi-liquid salve emerged, exuding a uniquely captivating fragrance. Dipping her fingers into the ointment, she cautiously applied it to Ye Peitian's wound. The crimson gash occasionally flickered with thin, black arcs of electricity, sending a sharp sting through her fingertips. Within that deep, bloody gash, dense black arcs of electricity intertwined and illuminated, and Chu Qianxun could hardly fathom the pain it must cause. With the salve on her fingers, she gently spread it over his wound, and the searing pain felt as if it were being soothed by cool ice, gradually calming down. This remedy could only tend to superficial wounds and could not address the underlying issues. Nonetheless, it offered him a modicum of relief amidst his endless torment. The pads of her fingers, calloused from years of wielding a blade, provided a prickly sensation against his skin. This delicate, tingling touch penetrated through his pores, burrowing deep into his body, reaching his heart, where it elicited a faint sting. This person was treating his wounds. The very notion of healing had nearly slipped from his memory. Ever since the emergence of the demonic seed and the revelation of his immortal regenerative ability, it seemed that everyone believed he no longer required rescue, even in the face of injury. Despite the agonizing nature of his wounds, which mirrored their own, he found himself unable to seek solace in death. Such was the unbearable torment he endured. Considering the severity of Xiao Ye's injuries, should we perhaps tend to them? Let it be, his father remarked. He is unlikely to perish, and our medicinal supplies are far too valuable to squander. We must conserve them for Pei Yuan. He had been discovered by the nefarious figures of the Divine Grace Corporation, confined within a laboratory and shackled to an operating table. Those malevolent entities, heedless of his anguished pleas, heartlessly pilfered various components from his very being. Even amidst such an abundance of medical remedies, no one extended a hand to alleviate his suffering, not even once. At times, with his eyes obscured, he would overhear voices nearby. This is quite unsightly, wouldn't you agree? Should we perhaps suture it? It hardly seems worth the effort. He is not going to die after all. From that moment forward, the notion that he would not die and required no treatment became firmly established. No longer was he regarded as a living, breathing being, not even for a fleeting moment of respite from his torment. As anticipated, he did not succumb to his injuries but rather persevered through the excruciating ordeal. The woman before him, with her gaze lowered, meticulously applied medicinal ointment to each of his wounds, occasionally leaning in to gently exhale upon them. Ye Peitian averted his face, unwilling to behold the woman's countenance, lest that rare tenderness swiftly transform, revealing a visage of grotesque cruelty. Chu Qianxun's fingers were fractured by electrical arcs, an injury she deemed insignificant. She shook her wounded hand and stood by the table, employing her uninjured hand to rummage through her backpack. Ye Peitian lay upon the bed, his gaze fixated on the hand that dangled beside him. Residual ointment clung to the fingers, marred by several gaping wounds from which droplets of blood gently oozed. As the hand stirred slightly, a bead of blood flicked onto the pillowcase before swiftly seeping into the fabric, leaving a conspicuous crimson mark upon the yellowed surface. Ye Peitian's eyes remained glued to that vivid spot of red, unmoving. I shall step out briefly to fetch a healer. When they arrive, refrain from speaking or making any sudden movements. This is the Black Street. Physicians here are typically concerned only with remuneration, indifferent to your identity. Chu Qianxun produced a mask and affixed it to Ye Peitian's face, smoothing his slightly curled hair before placing a cotton cap atop his head, pulling the brim low to obscure most of his brow and eyes. She then carefully draped a blanket over him. In these times, individuals adorned in an array of eccentric attire were commonplace. Ye Peitian's appearance was hardly exceptional. The author has something to express. My heartfelt gratitude to the angels who have cast their votes and offered their nourishing support. Special thanks to the angel who contributed a rocket, Dear Little One, and to the angels who provided landmines, Orange Kitty, 3 in total, along with the audience, Qingya, and the live performers, 1 each from Leopard Smile, Black Sky, and Fire of the Dark. I extend my gratitude to the angels who have offered nourishing liquid. 50 bottles from Yoli State, 30 bottles from After School, 20 bottles from Handsome Rabbit, 16 bottles from Mayoka, 10 bottles from Listening Book Person, Line Up, Cute Moore, Mr. Orange, Tina, Kai Kai, and Mo Bai, 9 bottles from Snail, 5 bottles from Confucius Said, 185735333, and Lien, 3 bottles from Yuchoyo and Sun Yuan, 2 bottles from Yeningning, Lucky Baby, Lin, and Fishtail, and 1 bottle from MCR and Dududu. I am profoundly grateful for everyone's support, and I shall continue striving forward. The door clicked shut, leaving Ye Peitian alone in the narrow room. The soundproofing here is quite poor, allowing him to hear a myriad of sounds. A baby is crying, softly comforted by its mother. Someone is washing dishes, the metallic utensils clattering against each other, creating a symphony of clinks and clatters. A couple is engaged in their intimate affairs, the creaking of the bed mingling with the sultry sounds of passion. Upstairs, a child runs barefoot across the floor with a thump, marbles cascading down and producing a series of clear, rhythmic sounds. A woman is berating her man, while he responds in hushed tones, pleading and explaining. In another realm, a man assails a woman, her cries and wails resonating with the vibrancy of life. The cacophony envelopes Ye Peitian, drowning him in a tempest of memories. Once, such lively days lingered in the deepest recesses of his mind, now abruptly resurrected from the abyss of silence, leaving him feeling estranged and unaccustomed. It has been ages since he found himself amidst such clamor. Was it 3 years, or perhaps 5? This is the essence of human existence, a domain inhospitable to a creature like him. The noise is overwhelming, too deafening for his liking. The vibrant sounds pierce through his hollow heart, igniting a surge of bitterness within him. Why is it that everyone else revels in such exuberance while he alone is sacrificed to the dark abyss? He endures, yet those cursed sounds grow ever louder, gnawing at his already frayed nerves. The castle, constructed of yellow sands, stands vast and imposing, filled with countless rooms. For miles around, the surrounding desert remains untouched, devoid of any sound or presence. There, silence reigns, terrifying in its depth. Each night, he illuminates every room, solitary within the expansive fortress. This is the life he is accustomed to, the sanctuary befitting a devil. Ye Peitian's hands lay broken, and with great effort, he propels himself upright, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. His body is cold and aching, the blood within him nearly drained, the fresh flow insufficient to sustain his movements. Yet, it matters not. He can move, albeit with great struggle, and he must depart. Lacking the use of his hands makes balance elusive, and as he attempts to rise from the bed, he falters, tumbling from the edge. He struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze drawn to a tiny bloodstain on the pillow. The ruthless Demon King, known for his countless slaughters, found his attention ensnared by that single crimson, which appeared more striking than the vast sea of blood that flowed endlessly. He stared vacantly for what felt like an eternity, unable to extend his hand, and instead, his eyes traced the red spot as if to touch it. After all these years, this was the first time someone had shed blood for him. The window creaked softly, and a small boy's head emerged from the high, narrow opening, designed for security with its barred frame. The boy leaned in eagerly, confirming the bed within was unoccupied. He reached through the gaps of the stainless steel bars with a slender arm, clutching a long iron hook, and began to probe along the wall towards the table beneath the window, tapping and testing to see if he could snag something of worth. His face pressed against the window, he strained his neck and squinted, attempting to discern if there was anything in the room that he could pilfer. Suddenly, he caught sight of a pair of eyes, cold and ferocious, reminiscent of a wounded beast in the jungle. The boy, accustomed to the shadows of the underworld, was startled, his skin prickling with goosebumps. It was only when he saw a young man with severed arms slowly rising from beside the bed that he cursed under his breath. Taken aback by the sight of a cripple, "Damn, a disabled man," he muttered, his heart racing. The young thief, barely 10, showed no fear despite being caught in the act. Recognizing the occupant posed no threat, he even dared to lean further into the window, cursing and grumbling. "What are you glaring at? Do you think I fear a useless person like you? Speak up, where have you concealed the items? Why is there nothing here? Surely, everything valuable has been taken by that woman who just left." His iron hook had scoured the room for an eternity, yet yielded nothing. How disappointing! All the treasures kept on one's person while leaving a mere crippled pretty face behind in this abode. Having failed to procure anything, he felt the frustration of having scaled the high wall for naught, and he mocked Ye Peitian from the window with unrestrained derision, oblivious to the fine grains of yellow sand coalescing behind him, where a sharp earthen thorn was poised menacingly at his neck. With hands rendered useless, that woman still chooses to sustain you. Is it merely for your good looks? A chilling gaze flickered momentarily, and the murderous intent dissipated. The boy found himself surrounded by a cascade of yellow sand at his feet. The smug thief remained blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death, continuing his boastful banter. "I do not find you particularly handsome, just a bit too pale. Perhaps women are drawn to delicate features." He touched his own sallow face, pondering if, upon growing up, any woman would be inclined to care for him in such a manner. Initially, the boy perceived the man in the room as fearsome, his icy, menacing glare akin to the countless gazes of disdain he received on the street. Yet, he felt an irresistible urge to provoke him, reasoning that he was merely a cripple and could not retaliate. As their conversation unfolded, he suddenly realized that this man was not so dreadful after all. Regardless of what he said, the man simply stood there, listening intently, lending him a sense of being genuinely acknowledged. Few have the privilege to listen to him speak, and feeling a sense of pride, he unwittingly rambles on. Lisan's wife from East Street absconded with a man, taking their wealth and a young paramour with her, while Wang Ermatzi from West Street ingratiated himself with the cousin of the Lord of Spring City, thus embarking on a new chapter. The men in the room remained silent, passively absorbing his incessant chatter. The boy felt a surge of sympathy for him. A man, bereft of both hands, pallid in complexion, confined within these four walls. It is indeed a pitiable state. One can surmise that apart from that woman, he rarely engages in conversation with anyone else. "Pray tell, what is your name? How long do you intend to stay? You appear so forlorn. I imagine you find it exceedingly dull here. Allow me the honor of calling you my little brother. When time permits, I shall come to converse with you." At times, when no adversaries seek him out for an extended period, he even finds himself wishing for their presence. Though they may hurl unpleasant words, they are still living beings, not the cold, unyielding sands. In this era, the fiends of the world grow increasingly formidable. Should a prolonged absence of foes continue, he fears the day he steps out of the castle only to discover that humanity has vanished, leaving him alone with the monsters and his half-human, half-demonic self. Suddenly, footsteps and voices drift through the door. The handle turns and the door swings open, revealing a woman's face, which brightens into a smile upon seeing him. The cacophony surrounding them seems to cease in an instant, leaving only the sound of her laughter in the world. "Please, come in, sir," Chu Qianxun says, stepping aside to allow another individual to enter. He was a man over 50, with squinting eyes and eyebrows shaped like the letter M, gaunt and emaciated, bearing a countenance that was both acerbic and caustic. Indeed, it was he. Chu Qianxun lifted the blanket that covered Ye Peitian, artfully arranging the bedding so that it concealed his face, revealing only his chest. The old man gazed at the grotesque wounds, his facial muscles twitching. He was merely a lowly healer eking out a living in the dark streets of society, and he had never encountered such severe injuries. He understood that the woman's magical essence was essentially a lost cause. He could not heal such grievous wounds. Nevertheless, he would not forego the opportunity of claiming the magical essence that was nearly within his grasp. Regardless of his ability to heal, protocol dictated that once a healer intervened, a fee was mandatory. It was merely the woman's folly to invite him to treat such a serious condition. This injury is rather severe. I cannot guarantee a complete recovery, he feigned concern. It's all right. I only ask that you do your utmost, Chu Qianxun replied. For her, as long as Ye Peitian's wounds could be alleviated even slightly, there remained hope for his self-recovery. She dared not enlist a higher-tier healer, nor could she afford one. In her endeavor to treat Ye Peitian, she had nearly depleted her savings, having spent most of the magical essence bestowed upon her by Gao Yen. The old man cleared his throat and, with an air of pretense, extended his skeletal fingers, hovering them over Ye Peitian. A white light enveloped the grotesque wounds, and suddenly, black arcs of electricity erupted from the injuries, surging violently and intertwining with the white glow above. The elderly man was taken aback, gripping his trembling wrist with all his strength to steady himself, laboriously lifting the white light in his hand, the bottom tainted by countless terrifying black lines. He staggered back 2 steps, collapsing against the wall, cold sweat pouring down his brow. This, with trembling hands, he understood that the person before him was likely beyond salvation. His eyes darted around, and he extended a bony, darkened hand towards Chu Qianxun. This was not what had been agreed upon. The injury was far too severe, nearly rendering his frail body in pieces. The rest was left to the whims of fate. Chu Qianxun produced a pouch of demon seeds and respectfully placed it in his hand. The old man opened the pouch and his expression soured upon seeing its contents. So little, though it was the agreed amount, these demon seeds were of low grade. The vast amount of abilities I expended could have healed several offenders. This was an egregious loss. At the very least, there should be an increase. Chu Qianxun offered her apologies, negotiating fervently. Yet ultimately, no additional demon seeds were added, sending the exceedingly dissatisfied healer on his way. She could forego her dignity, but the demon seeds could not be squandered. The old man muttered complaints as he exited the inn. On a flat road, something unexpectedly tugged at his calf, causing him to stumble and fall unceremoniously to the ground. The surroundings were desolate, with only a thin layer of yellow sand shifting gently in the breeze. The author has something to express. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the benevolent souls who have cast their votes or showered me with nourishing fluids. I am particularly thankful to the angel who launched a rocket, a Xiao Wei and Ning Jia, 1 each, to those who bestowed grenades, Kai Kai and Nini, 1 each, and to the angels who laid mines, Ju Cat, Cherry, Lukiki, the performer of the leopard's laughter, you undersea 20,000 miles, Bei Bei Ain R. Mo Shi, and Qing Xian Danya, 1 each. I am also grateful to the angel who watered with nourishing liquid. Qinyu Chuan Huakong, 33 bottles. 1 pink cabbage, 21 bottles. Wooden man and Lu Chi Wei, 20 bottles. Lemon is sweet, 13 bottles. 300497114, 11 bottles. I feel my current efforts could use a touch more prominence. Fan Tuan, Shui Wu Yulan, Xiao Hong, Ju Tu, Cao La Baby, Zhang Yuqiong, Moon and Qian Shu, 10 bottles each. Renamed Qian Yi and Huang Tang Ku, 6 bottles each. Dong Dong and Lukiki, 5 bottles each. Tao Tiao, 3 bottles. Wei Yusan Hang Shi and Bao Bao, 2 bottles. Ji Chuan, R. Mo Shi, Zi Jing, MCR and Qin Yi, 1 bottle each. I am immensely grateful for everyone's support. I will continue to strive diligently. Chu Qianxun bid farewell to the healer, purchasing a modest meal at the entrance of the inn. The bean dregs were boiled into a pale brown porridge, symbolically mingled with a few strands of green vegetable leaves, which was, at present, the finest sustenance Chu Qianxun could afford. This porridge was bland and tasteless, particularly difficult to swallow, with the coarse grains scraping painfully against the throat. However, Ye Peitian appeared to have no objections. He ate whatever was offered without the previous awkwardness. Whenever a spoon was presented before him, His delicate, pale lips would part in response. After Chu Qianxun fed him the kanji, she cradled the jar and consumed the remaining dregs. She then retrieved a small paper pouch from her pocket, unfurling it on the bedside table, revealing a few morsels of rock sugar within. After surreptitiously tasting one piece herself, she casually slipped another into Ye Peitian's mouth. An inexplicable flutter quickened in her heart as she stole a glance at him, relieved to find that the man before her seemed oblivious to her actions. He remained dazed and silent, his thin lips merely pressing together slightly as he savored the sweetness that had unexpectedly graced his tongue. With a sigh of relief, Chu Qianxun set down the jar and left to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Ye Peitian lay on the bed, staring at the mottled patterns on the ceiling, repeatedly pursing his lips. The sweetness lingered, an unfamiliar sensation that left him both astonished and bewildered. Suddenly, the window creaked open, and the little boy's head peeked in again. He craned his neck, observing for a while before his eyes landed on the small pouch of rock sugar on the table. Is that candy? Is it really candy?" he exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he stretched his hand through the window's bars, attempting to snag a piece of sweetness with his iron clip. "Quick, give me one." The tiny bedside table wobbled slightly, as if dragged across the floor, shifting to a place just out of the boy's reach. "Share one with me. Please, I just want one." He swallowed hard. It had been years since he had tasted such a delicacy. The last time he craved a morsel of sweetness, he had been chased 3 streets down by Lai Laosan from the East Street. The table shifted slightly, indicating his intentions. The boy felt a pang of disappointment but remained resolute, his gaze fixated on the tantalizing candies just out of reach. He extended his tongue to lick his lips. "Is this what she left for you? It seemed that woman treated you quite well. Such treasures are rare, unattainable for the ordinary folk." She hardly appeared affluent. Moments ago, he had seen her outside gnawing on a hard black cake. She had brought porridge for you while she herself nibbled on that tough morsel. "TSK, TSK, you certainly play the role of a kept man well." As evening fell, Chu Qianxun returned with the porridge, but before she could feed him half a bowl, Ye Peitian shook his head, signaling that he no longer wished to eat. Chu Qianxun, oblivious to any underlying issues, helped him lie down and gently touched his slightly feverish forehead. "What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" After a long pause, she noticed his pale lips moving ever so slightly, producing a faint whisper, "Thank you." This was the first phrase she had ever heard from Ye Peitian. The sound diverged from her expectations. It was both deep and hoarse, as though he had carefully pondered before uttering those 2 words. A wave of joy surged within Chu Qianxun. After all her efforts, she had received but a couple of words. Had Gao Yan known, she would undoubtedly have scolded her for her foolishness, her extravagance, for throwing herself at a man. However, as she observed Ye Peitian's grievous injuries visibly healing at an astonishing pace, witnessing this broken man gradually regain his humanity, she could not suppress her joy. "What does it matter to spend a little for my own happiness?" Chu Qianxun reassured herself, entirely forgetting her usual penchant for meticulous budgeting. With a heart full of delight, she finished the remaining porridge, and as the twilight deepened, she retrieved a small night lamp and flicked the switch. The soft glow of the lamp illuminated Ye Peitian's profile, casting shadows that accentuated his chiseled features, now appearing frail and pallid. Beneath his eyes lay dark circles, a testament to his sleep deprivation, yet those eyes remained slightly open, occasionally shimmering with a glimmer of moisture. Save for the brief period of unconsciousness, Chu Qianxun had never truly seen him close his eyes. Ye Peitian's forehead felt warm, indicating a slight fever, yet he seemed stubbornly determined to keep his eyes open. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Qianxun reached out to touch his soft hair, fully aware of the source of this man's fear of darkness. Even in another parallel world, it took a considerable time for this affliction to ease. "You should rest. I don't believe I've ever seen you truly sleep," she said. Ye Peitian harbored an aversion to slumber, for in his dreams lay an abyss of darkness and ceaseless nightmares. In his everyday existence, he would only briefly close his eyes when utterly exhausted. Years of sleep deprivation had rendered his temperament increasingly irritable and volatile. The act of killing was his singular solace. His patience waned, and he ceased to show leniency to those who offended him, Thus his notorious reputation as a slayer of men and demons spread far and wide. In such unfamiliar surroundings, amidst unfamiliar faces, he could ill afford to succumb to slumber. A delicate hand reached down, gently caressing his head. "There is light here," a voice spoke. "It will remain illuminated throughout the night. I am here with you. You are safe. Rest peacefully." He recalled a time when he was but a child, similarly afflicted with fever and chills, lying upon a folding bed in the living room. The room was dim, devoid of light, save for the rectangular beam cast upon the floor from the brightly lit bedroom. Within that radiant chamber, his stepmother sat beside his younger brother's bed, tenderly stroking his head, patiently comforting him as he, too, suffered from a feverish cold. The small boy, huddled in the darkness, gazed upon the warm, luminous bedroom, a profound longing welling within him. He yearned for someone to extend a comforting hand to him, to soothe his pain and discomfort. Yet, it was not until the boy had become a man, weathered by the trials of the world, that the humble wish, buried deep within his childhood, was unexpectedly fulfilled. At this very moment, someone sat upon the edge of the bed, offering him a warm and comforting hand. His eyes gradually closed, his long lashes ceased their trembling, and his breathing grew even as he finally drifted into a tranquil slumber. In his daze, he seemed to hear a gentle voice whispering, "Sleep now, rest easy, I am here with you." In the depths of slumber, he could not recall the identity of that person, yet for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of peace, allowing himself to sink into a tranquil sleep. Ye Peitian fell into a profound and undisturbed slumber, unusually devoid of dreams, and did not awaken midway. As dawn broke, he emerged from his deep reverie, his heart racing, glancing around in a state of confusion, uncertain of the time or place. He found himself lying in a narrow and unfamiliar room, with someone seated beside him on the edge of the bed. That person leaned against the wall at the head of the bed, her head drooping as she slept soundly. The faint morning light streamed through the window, carrying the coolness of dawn, casting a gentle glow upon her figure. She was strikingly beautiful, her lips slightly parted, resting in serene relaxation. She was a girl who had friends and companions, living in the warmth of sunlight. Young and innocent, she was completely unguarded even in the presence of someone like him. They existed in entirely different worlds. Ye Peitian gently extended his arm from under the covers. He finally had a usable limb, the newly formed skin pale and translucent, with faint blue veins clearly visible. When Chu Qianxun awakened, she found the bed beside her empty. Upon reaching out, she felt the quilt had already grown cold. That person must have been gone for quite some time. On the bedside table lay a partially used vial of medication and a bag of rock sugar, the only absence being the small nightlight. She had been exceedingly weary these past few days, inadvertently succumbing to an undisturbed slumber. Ye Peitian's status far surpassed her own. If he so desired, he could leave without rousing her from her sleep. Chu Qianxun found it somewhat perplexing how she could so easily let down her guard and fall asleep in the presence of a merciless killer. Nevertheless, having taken a vial of his blood, she considered it a fair exchange, leaving them both with no debts to each other. While his background was undeniably tragic, she remained an ordinary person, frail and powerless. Ultimately, they belonged to different realms. Life continued in its monotonous rhythm, and as long as there was action, she would accompany the team on their demon-hunting expeditions. Should she falter and fail, such a simple existence would vanish, as she would become prey for those monstrous beings. "Yanjie, are you feeling completely well now?" Chu Qianxun inquired, observing Gao Yan, who appeared to radiate vitality. "Indeed, I am nearly recovered. It is quite miraculous. Were it not for the fear of arousing suspicion, I would have already ventured out to frolic," Gao Yan replied cautiously, glancing around before closing the door. "In 3 days, there will be a demon-hunting operation, led personally by the city lord, in collaboration with several mercenary groups. I intend to participate. Will you join me?" "Yes, I must go," Chu Qianxun affirmed, having returned the remaining magical essence to Gao Yan. At this moment, her finances were quite meager, and engaging in the demon hunt was her sole avenue for earning money. The demons are 9th-tier sleepers. Remember, we should only assist the team in dealing with lower-tier demons from the periphery. We must avoid direct confrontation at all costs. Sleepers are formidable adversaries capable of controlling numerous lower-tier demons. In any base, the presence of a sleeper prompts the city lord to swiftly organize a team to eliminate the threat, preventing it from gaining strength and ultimately leading an army of monsters to besiege the city. Such demon-hunting endeavors typically offer relatively substantial remuneration. Chu Qianxun patted Gao Yan's hand, indicating that she had taken note. A peculiar individual? Gao Yan began, listen to me and try to remain composed. I myself am somewhat anxious. Today, in your absence, and as it was inconvenient for me to venture out, I found myself idly peering through the crack in the door. Suddenly, I beheld a man standing before your apartment door. Chu Qianxun was taken aback, a vague premonition forming in her mind as to the person's identity. The man was quite tall and slender, adorned with a mask and hat, and further concealed by a hooded sweatshirt, obscuring his features meticulously. Gao Yan gestured to indicate the man's height. He stood there, before your door, gazing at it for what seemed like an eternity. It was only when the eccentric woman from downstairs passed by that he abruptly vanished. Judging by his velocity, he is an influential figure we cannot afford to antagonize. Qianxun, do you have any idea as to his identity? Upon the windowsill, another tomato had ripened, its crimson hue a delightful sight. Before the potted plant sat a pristine little cloth bag. Chu Qianxun opened the bag, and a profusion of verdant light from the multitude of demon seeds within nearly dazzled her eyes. 4 units of purpur, and 2 units of glistening fish. A spontaneous burst of laughter during a live performance, a figure in white, Ling Wangxian, and the number 321433934. Gratitude to the little angels who irrigated with nutrient solution. Camellia by the path with 39 bottles. Purpur with 23 bottles. Su Qixiao, let's review the journey with 20 bottles. Gray with 12 bottles. Roaring Mountain Forest and a Meow with 10 bottles each. Yugong, Monster in the 8th Plane, MCR, and Zen Zen with 1 bottle each. I am deeply grateful for everyone's support, and I will continue to strive forward. Chu Qianxun's location, Spring City, is situated in the northwestern region of the continental plate. It is said that the earliest city lord was a prominent figure in botany, so the town is full of vegetation with flowers blooming from time to time. It is a rare oasis in this arid region, hence the name Spring. Further north from here, vegetation gradually thins out, the land becomes severely desertified, and large areas of gobi and desert appear. At this moment, in the lush Spring City, inside a messy residential building, Chu Qianxun was fiddling with a bag of emerald green magic seeds on the table. Ye Peitian's move almost scared her to death. This seemingly small bag of magic seeds is so valuable that it could drive any saint in this city mad. For a 4th-order saint like Chu Qianxun, in order to improve her abilities, in addition to constantly honing herself in battle, she also needs to rely on taking 4th-order magic seeds of the same level. If she needs to upgrade from the 4th order to the 5th order, she must take a higher-level 5th-order magic seed when her abilities reach a critical state. Thus, in the current market, the majority of circulating currencies consist of low-tier magical seeds, predominantly of the 1st and 2nd ranks, while higher-tier magical seeds are exceedingly rare and valuable. As essential commodities for enhancing combat abilities, these magical seeds are highly sought after by numerous saints, with high-tier seeds often being available yet unattainable. The appearance of the 9th-tier magical creature, the Sleepless One, near Spring City has garnered significant attention from the city lord, Huan Shengjie, who has expended substantial resources to enlist the aid of nearby mercenary groups, primarily in pursuit of that elusive 9th-tier magical seed. Huan Shengjie, being the highest-ranking saint within Spring City, stands at the precarious threshold of 8th rank and urgently requires a 9th-tier magical seed to elevate his status. Yet, even for such a city lord, acquiring a 9th-tier magical seed necessitates immense effort. However, Ye Peitian has presented her with a bag of magical seeds, among which are 3 9th-tier seeds, with the remainder being no lower than 7th tier. Any single one of these seeds, if taken out in Spring City, would incite a frenzy among the affluent. For someone like Chu Qianxun, a mere 4th-tier saint, to present such seeds in the marketplace would not only yield no resources but would also attract deadly peril. Chu Qianxun surmised that Ye Peitian's intention in gifting her these magical seeds was perhaps a recognition of her financial distress. Yet, at this moment, she found herself in a perplexing situation, uncertain whether to regard this person as considerate or simply naive to the ways of the world. She experienced the bittersweet irony of possessing immense wealth that she could not utilize, and with utmost caution, she secured these high-tier magical seeds, concealing them in the most secretive corner of her dwelling. Reclining on the bed, clutching a pillow, Chu Qianxun felt a tinge of melancholy. Despite possessing boundless wealth, she found herself subsisting on meager rations, still impoverished to the core. This Ye Peitian, she pondered, what manner of individual could he truly be? Embracing her pillow, she gazed out at the waning moon. She wondered where he might be at this very moment and what activities occupied his thoughts. Traveling northwest from Spring City, the vegetation dwindled, the earth parched. Coarse sands and gravel blanketed the terrain, giving rise to an unbroken expanse of desert. In the desolate heart of this barren wilderness stood a grand castle, constructed from mounds of yellow sand. The castle was vast, housing countless chambers and lengthy corridors. By night, the flickering candlelight illuminated the fortress, casting a warm glow throughout its halls. A delicate crescent moon hung in the inky sky, rendering the solitary, glowing sand castle diminutive amidst the boundless desert. The faint moonlight spilled onto the castle's balcony, where the only living soul within its walls stood. Leaning against the railing, he bowed his head, staring at a shabby, inexpensive night lamp cradled in his hands. Amidst the dancing candlelight, the lamp emitted a mere whisper of illumination, a flicker that seemed almost inconsequential. The man's gaze remained fixed for an extended period, his gentle eyes seemingly focused solely on the faint glow of the lamp. Under the vast, star-studded sky and the endless sea of yellow sand, he appeared a solitary figure, a man intertwined with the dim light of his lone lamp. As the long night wore on, the horizon began to pale, and the night lamp flickered, its glow gradually fading. After enduring the darkness for an entire night, the man shifted his stiff limbs, furrowing his brow at the thought of this powerless little lamp. On the fringes of a desolate Gobi desert lies a diminutive human settlement known as the Barren Base. This secluded enclave, situated near the barren expanse, finds itself flanked to the east by the formidable northern town, teeming with powerful individuals, and to the south by the bustling Spring City. The Barren Base, due to its remote location and sparse population, possesses a certain tranquility, seemingly detached from the tumult of the outside world. The sole source of concern for the local inhabitants is the elusive yellow sand castle that intermittently emerges in the heart of the arid wasteland. This edifice serves as the abode of the demon Ye Peitian. To the insular townsfolk, Ye Peitian is merely a name that occasionally graces the pages of newspapers. There was a moment of panic within the small base when they spotted the yellow sand castle materializing in the desert. However, as days turned into weeks, they realized that the fabled demon had not drastically altered their lives. In fact, since his arrival, the surrounding monsters and bandits had all but vanished, rendering their existence within this wasteland significantly more manageable. On this particular day, shortly after dawn, the morning market in the town began to stir. A figure appeared at the entrance of the market. Tall and slender, with slightly curled hair cascading over pale skin, his demeanor was indifferent as he strode through the cool morning mist. The hawkers, busily peddling their wares, were momentarily struck dumb upon catching sight of his face, resembling a chicken with its neck grasped tightly. Their once resonant voices fell silent, and they instinctively crouched behind their stalls in sheer terror. The burly vegetable vendor, flustered, dropped the leafy greens in his hands and hastily retreated into the narrow alley behind him. Passers-by scattered in disarray, desperately seeking refuge from the young man who nonchalantly strolled into the town. His seemingly listless visage had graced the front pages of countless newspapers, and his monumental deeds could even quell the cries of restless children. Old Hu, the proprietor of the grocery store, trembled behind the counter, his body quaking with fear. On display before him was a glass jar brimming with colorful candies, an extravagant collection he had meticulously arranged to attract customers. Now, he wished fervently to conceal this ostentatious jar, fearing it would draw the attention of the dreaded figure. A soft click resonated on the counter, causing Old Hu to flinch as he cautiously lifted his gaze. A silhouette stood before him, backlit and imposing. The face was pallid, marked by dark shadows beneath the eyes, and disheveled curls partially obscured his brow, emanating a chilling, fearsome gaze. Old Hu's legs weakened. His heart raced as if it might burst. It was over, he thought in terror. Another rap echoed on the counter. This, the batteries, a low, gravelly voice intoned. The devil was speaking to him. Driven by an instinct for survival, he stifled his horror and tremblingly raised his head. A pale, slender finger held a cheap, worn-out nightlight, now resting on his weathered counter. Finally, old who comprehended, the infamous fiend was requesting the batteries for this trivial toy. Please wait a moment. This lamp operates on a small, round battery, akin to the size of a button, which is not available in his shop. To avoid inciting the wrath of the merciless Sand King, his mind raced as he rummaged through the heaps of discarded items in the store, uncovering several relics of the Golden Age, children's toys. Clumsily, he tore open the packaging of those toys, removed the battery insulation, and extracted the batteries within. He placed several confirmed functional batteries onto a small tray, trembling as he raised it overhead and cautiously set it on the counter. He remained huddled behind the counter, stealing glances at the terrifying presence before him. From his vantage point, he could only see the long, pale fingers delicately opening the back cover of the small nightlight, treating it as if it were a precious artifact, and replacing the electromagnetic component. Once the component was replaced, the lamp illuminated, resonating with Lao Hu's anxious heart. The faintly colored lips of the being seemed to curl slightly at the corners. All those hidden in the shadows watching felt an unspoken sigh of relief. Suddenly, a clattering sound emerged from Lao Hu's tray, as if a gentle breeze had stirred it. After a moment, he cautiously lifted his head, only to find the man who stood at the counter had vanished. An open glass jar on the counter suggested that a bag of candies was missing. Resting on the now empty tray was a rolling, emerald green magic seed, a 6th-tier magic seed. Trembling, Lao Hu reached out in disbelief to grasp the jewel-like green seed, glanced at it in the sunlight, and swiftly concealed it within his bosom. In his modest little shop, the entirety of its contents could scarcely rival the considerable value of this high-tier magical seed. The Yellow Sand Emperor, astonishingly, had paid such a steep price for merely a handful of batteries and a packet of candy that old who could hardly believe his own eyes. Overjoyed, he fondled the magical seed nestled within his clothing. He picked up a cloth and wiped the glass jar filled with candies that sat upon the counter. Fortuitously, he had displayed this conspicuous jar prominently. Otherwise, amidst the numerous grocery stores in town, such a stroke of luck would hardly have befallen him. As shadows gathered around him, whispers erupted. My heavens, a 6th-tier magical seed. This patron is indeed generous. Old who, you've struck it rich. One remarked, what did I say? The last time this individual graced our town, he casually took provisions from my stall and generously rewarded himself with a high-tier magical seed. Another chimed in, if only he would visit more often and patronize my shop as well. Don't be foolish, cautioned a voice. Have you considered who he is? If we fail to serve him well and he turns against us, our entire town could be in peril. Peril? In this day and age, where is there not danger? Does Spring City appear prosperous to you? Recently, a 9th-tier magical creature has emerged. Indeed, a 9th-tier fallen. The city lord, along with all the holy warriors, ventured forth to confront it, battling for days on end. We cannot fathom how many lives may be lost. Is that not perilous? A blend of excitement, nostalgia, and caution filled the air as the townsfolk engaged in fervent discussion. Ye Peitian walked slowly across the vast expanse of the desert, accompanied by swirling yellow sands, as the gravelly ground crunched beneath his feet. He unwrapped a beautifully packaged bag of candies, their vibrant colors and intricate designs adorned with a dusting of white sugar, presenting an air of elegance and allure. It appeared far more delectable compared to the dull, yellowish rock candy he had tasted previously. Placing one in his mouth, he savored it slowly, yet found the flavor somewhat lacking. The thrilling sweetness he had anticipated seemed elusive. He pressed his thin lips together, feeling a faint sensation linger, as if a gentle brush of his fingers had bestowed upon him an unparalleled sweetness. As the foremost powerhouse on this planet, his hearing was extraordinary, and as he departed, the fragmented whispers of the townsfolk reached his ears. High-tier magical beasts near Spring City. Most of the city's saints have mobilized. The author wishes to convey, it is rare to have a forced holiday, and I did not expect so many of you to miss me. I miss you all as well. I will finish the descent of the demon seed first, as this one continues with daily updates. Otherwise, there may be no material left for Demon Seed. My loyal readers might know that this was originally conceived as a spontaneous side story to Demon Seed, intending to casually write a few thousand words for entertainment. Since Demon Seed did not allow me to write to my heart's content, I shall extend this one a bit more, lest I feel constrained. Additionally, I would like to promote my new upcoming work. For those who adore this genre, I invite you to take note of the Demon King's Gratitude, tentative title, a whimsical tale of an aloof demon king who finds himself in a predicament. Cast away by his kin, the Demon King is brought to the lair of humans, filled with humiliation and resentment. How dare these despicable humans make a servant of one as grand as I, he thinks. These shameless beings have the audacity to touch my tail. Once I regain my powers, I shall tear you to shreds. Yuan Xiang'er, having just completed her training, ventures into the demon forest with the intent of capturing a small demon to bind as her servant. From that moment on, upon returning home each day, she joyfully discovers an array of peculiar gifts awaiting her at the doorstep. Hidden away, the Demon King seethes with jealousy. That woman has formed a pact with yet another cat demon. What use is it, aside from its pretty face? How dare she touch that fox's tail? It pales in comparison to my own. Mine is truly the finest. The Black Street is considered one of the most dismal and chaotic areas within the Spring City. Little Jouet has lived on this street since childhood. He scarcely remembers his parents or even possesses a name. Having developed a penchant for petty theft, he often finds himself pursued and beaten by irate passers-by, leading to the moniker Little Jouet. At the tender age of 7 or 8, the boy squats opposite old Lai San's grocery store, drooling as he gazes longingly at a glass jar filled with colorful candies stationed at the entrance. The thick glass jar is bound with iron wire and secured with a hefty brass lock, signifying that its contents are precious delicacies not to be easily accessed. This sweet confectionery is something he has scarcely tasted throughout his life. At this moment, little Jouet cannot help but recall a friend he recently met, a person who, having lost both hands, lay alone in a dim, cramped room, appearing rather pitiable. Yet there were those who would buy him candy. How he wished someone would do the same for him, he swallowed hard. That friend was rather stingy, unwilling to share even a single piece. However, he was still a commendable companion, as he could listen quietly to little Jouet, unlike others who either beat him or looked down upon him with disdain. Unfortunately, upon his last visit, he discovered that his friend had vanished, leaving no trace of where he might have gone. 5 years prior, an inexplicable green moon had appeared in the sky, showering the world with emerald-hued seeds of magic. Since the arrival of these seeds, the planet's ecological balance has been drastically altered. Over 2/3 of humanity has been transformed into grotesque beings, and the civilization built over millennia was dismantled in an instant, plunging society into an age of desolation. As time passes, the remnants of the Golden Age have gradually become scarce, prompting humanity to learn how to extract essential materials from the new ecological environment. The sturdy bodies of numerous magical creatures, or those with unique properties, have been fully utilized in various aspects of combat and daily life. Despite the vast number of magical beings and the presence of numerous professional monster hunters frequently engaged in battles, the precious resources obtained through bloodshed remain elusive in places like the black market. It is unclear where the young chasing managed to pilfer such an abundance of discarded magical carcasses, but he has remarkably assembled them into a relatively sturdy dwelling. In the Golden Age, children of his age might still rely on their parents to fund their participation in building block classes. Yet, in just 5 short years, the remarkable adaptability of humanity is evident in this child. Not only has he survived in such harsh conditions, but he has also endeavored to improve his living environment. Chasing slipped into his space, lifting the makeshift curtain crafted from tattered cloth. Within the cramped confines, aside from a small area where he piled shabby blankets for sleeping, the rest was a chaotic assemblage of the discarded items he had collected, hardly a place to set foot. The remnants of various modified low-tier magical bodies reveal the child's impressive craftsmanship and his unique ability to manipulate these magical forms. An entirely rusted and dilapidated refrigerator serves as his table, adorned with an array of treasures he has gathered, such as boxes filled with marbles and a toy robot missing 2 legs. Today, beside the rusted remote-controlled car, lay a transparent plastic bag, its opening gaping wide, from which tumbled several vividly colored candies. The young boy, in disbelief, seized the exquisitely wrapped bag. Each candy within glimmered with clarity and vibrancy, resembling meticulously carved gemstones. He pinched one between his fingers and cautiously extended his tongue to taste it. A wave of sweetness cascaded across his palate, enveloping his senses. Puzzled, he pushed open the door and peered outside. The view revealed a dimly lit street littered with refuse and swarming with mosquitoes. His neighbor, the rotund Zhang, emerged with a toilet in hand, carelessly dumping a bucket of waste into the nearby drainage, spitting a thick glob of phlegm in the boy's direction while muttering insults. The boy could not fathom the origin of this pocket of enchanting sweetness. On the filthy street, a wisp of yellow sand was swept into the flowing muck, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, beyond the city of Spring, within the dense thicket, a fierce battle raged between humans and monstrous beings. A wave of scorching heat swept towards Chu Qianxun, knocking her from her perch. Without a moment's hesitation, she rolled away, narrowly avoiding the enormous creature barreling towards her. This beast, towering and clad in a formidable shell, blazed with fierce flames as it rampaged forward, leaving little room for evasion. Wiping her face, Chu Qianxun felt the searing pain of burns on her back and shoulders, while the fracture in her leg sent jolts of agony with each step. The creature her team was tasked to confront was known as the Dull Walker, a fifth-tier fire element monster. Defensive and robust like a fortress, within its formidable shell flows a molten crimson magma, leaving in its wake a trail of roaring flames that turn foliage to ash, proving to be quite a formidable adversary. Yet it is merely a trifling pawn in this demon-hunting endeavor. Not far above them, hovering in the dense forest, is a smaller entity adorned with wings, a creature of exquisite beauty and delicate form, resembling a human female in visage yet possessing a half-insectoid physique. At this moment, it suspends in the air, its wings humming, while its eyes swirl with concentric circles of black and yellow. Its elegantly shaped body is adorned with intricate yellow patterns, and its limbs, reminiscent of insects, are slender and elongated, tipped with sharp barbs. This is a ninth-tier demon known as the Sleepless One, seemingly diminutive, yet it is the primary target of this hunt. The true challenge posed by this creature lies not in its combat prowess, but in its unique ability to control a multitude of lower-tier demons, commanding them to assault humanity. The quantity of lesser demons it can control correlates with its own level. The ninth-tier Sleepless One is terrifying, having summoned a veritable horde of demons. The Lord of Spring City, Huan Shangjia, has expended vast resources to gather elite warriors from renowned mercenary organizations to unite against this threat. Meanwhile, a small team of holy warriors, including the likes of Chu Qianxun, is tasked with isolating and blocking the low-tier demons summoned by the Sleepless One, thereby facilitating the efforts of the more formidable fighters. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of flames surged towards the very spot where she had just lingered. The flames clashed with a fierce gale, altering their trajectory, allowing the saints who stood there a fleeting moment to retreat. Had they hesitated even for an instant, despite their robust physiques, they would have certainly found themselves singed by the inferno spewed forth from the maw of that monstrous entity. It was Lin Sheng, a fellow saint of the strength class, who pulled her away. Having fought together in the same squad numerous times, their synergy was impeccable, effectively averting a potential disaster. However, two younger saints from another squad, lacking in experience, were not quick enough to escape the redirected flames and were knocked to the ground. The hulking figure of the beast of burden crouched slightly, eliciting a collective gasp from the seasoned demon hunters. Indeed, in the next moment, the creature unleashed its signature lethal technique, surging forward with explosive speed towards the two fallen youths who had not yet regained their footing. Above the beast, the rectangular, columnar space warped, resembling colossal boulders pressing down upon its form, bending its fiery body capable of incinerating all. Yet it could not halt the creature's frenzied charge. Hai Yan exerted her spatial gravity powers with all her might, striving to restrain the rampaging beast and rescue the young warriors caught off guard. Meanwhile, Chu Qianxun deftly twirled a pair of silver-white short daggers in her hands. With a swift motion, she unleashed dozens of wind blades in a butterfly wing pattern, slicing through the flames and striking the creature's form. The interwoven wind blades cleaved through the beast's rocky exterior. Amidst Gao Yan's exclamations, the wind-bound Saint Chu Qianxun deftly maneuvered, her agile form spinning in the air and conjuring a tempest. The compressed white wind blades relentlessly slashed towards the abdomen of the monstrous being, the location of the Dullwalker's demonic core, its Achilles heel. A gaping wound was carved into the creature's belly, revealing a glimpse of the verdant demonic seed within. Filled with elation, Chu Qianxun disregarded the searing flames and extended her hand to seize the core. At that precise moment, however, the sleepless one above the forest emitted a prolonged and resonant cry, a unique form of sonic assault. Despite the considerable distance and the precaution of earplugs employed by all, Chu Qianxun, whose power was vastly inferior, felt an overwhelming heaviness in her chest the instant the cry resonated. A wave of dizziness overcame her, causing her to plummet from the sky. She was perilously close to the monster, the ground ablaze with crimson flames, a massive hand of fire reaching from the heavens towards her. Qianxun, she even heard Gao Yan's voice filled with concern. In that fleeting moment, the sky darkened, and a torrent of ice and snow descended, the hail-like icicles relentlessly striking the monstrous form. The Dullwalker let forth a thunderous roar as its fiery exterior was extinguished by the deluge of frost, thick black smoke billowing upwards. The flames that had engulfed the ground abruptly vanished, replaced instantaneously by a layer of frost, as colossal icicles radiated from the creature, extending outward and solidifying into a vast structure of ice. From the ground, countless hexagonal ice pillars radiated outward, forming a colossal ice spike that completely encased the terrifying creature that had just moments ago been engulfed in flames. The heart of winter. The heart of winter. It was the ultimate move of the Snowstorm Brigade's captain Zhang Xiaojie. Countless low-level saints standing on the ground were awestruck by this astonishing spectacle, their gazes filled with admiration as they looked up at the man who had mysteriously appeared atop a towering tree. This young man, still in the bloom of youth, exuded a hint of reckless bravado, letting out a disdainful snort from his nose. In this world, where strength defines heroes, no one dared to underestimate him, despite being merely a boy under 20 standing atop the tree. This was Zhang Xiaojie, the leader of the strongest team in Spring City, the Snowstorm Mercenary Corps. While all eyes were drawn to the figure atop the tree, Chu Qianxun was perplexedly feeling the ground beneath her. As she fell from the sky, the attention of the crowd was captivated by the descending blizzard. Only she clearly observed a surge of yellow sand erupting from the earth below. Her heavy fall was cushioned by a soft force. This yellow sand not only caught her but also prevented her from plummeting into the fire below, shielding her from the torrential rain of fire and frost. Rising from the dissipating mound of sand, Chu Qianxun surveyed her surroundings, failing to spot the figure she had envisioned among the crowd. The author has something to express. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the little angels who cast their votes and nourished me with their support. A special thank you to the angel who contributed a landmine vote, Yuan Yi Zhoujian, and the Snowman of Summer, 1 vote each. My sincere appreciation goes to the angels who provided nourishment, Yuan Yi, Xia Qi, Shao Li, and the listener with 20 bottles. Qi Jianchong Zhoujian with 10 bottles, Tang Yusei with 7 bottles, Ju Chu Hui and Mayamax with 5 bottles, Ku Bin and Yu Ling with 3 bottles, Fei Fei with 2 bottles, and Ai Yao Xiao Nu with 1 bottle. I am immensely grateful for everyone's support, and I shall continue to strive for excellence. Zhang Xiaojie leaped down from the treetop, raising his hand to shatter the icicles, retrieving the magic seed, and casually tossing the precious green 5th-level magic seed in his palm. The 2 young saints, whose lives were saved by Chu Qianxun and others, were members of Zhang Xiaojie's Blizzard Mercenary Corps. They hurriedly rushed to their leader, bowing their heads and calling out "Boss." The Blizzard is a mercenary team established by Zhang Xiaojie, an exceptional ice-type ability user. Most of its members, like their leader, are young and formidable, with several even being mere children. Though this leader is quite youthful, his temperament is far from amiable. Bloodthirsty and irascible, he unconditionally protects his own, making him a figure not to be trifled with within the base. Growing up in the wasteland era, these youths learned the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest, before their sense of right and wrong had fully formed. Compared to adults, they have more thoroughly discarded the moral standards of the Golden Age, embracing a philosophy that prioritizes the strong and resolves all issues through brute force. He berated them without restraint, leaving the two young team members silent, heads bowed in acquiescence as they endured his reprimand. Zhang Shaojie turned his face, casting a sidelong glance at Chu Qianxun, and with a scoff, tossed the magic seed in his hand to her. "This is for you. We at Blizzard owe no one any favors." To Zhang Shaojie, this woman, her form tarnished by smoke and soot, was of such a low rank as to be inconsequential. Yet, he was slightly taken aback by the fierce tenacity she had just displayed in battle and her precise timing with the blade. In his mind, notions of right and wrong held no significance. Only the strong and the ruthless warranted his attention. Just before he turned to leave, he considered inquiring about her name but quickly dismissed the thought. Such a person, as long as she survived, would inevitably rise to power again and cross his path. He could ask her name then. All present cast envious glances towards Chu Qianxun. That was a fifth-tier magic seed, which ought to be distributed among all team members who had contributed to the battle. However, with the leader of Blizzard intervening and speaking, none dared to utter another word. Chu Qianxun, a fourth-tier warrior, desperately needed the fifth-tier magic seed to elevate her rank, yet she found herself momentarily dazed. Before her stood Zhang Shaojie, brimming with arrogance and vivacity, his demeanor wild and untamed. This boy, living so unabashedly, had perished early in her memories from another world, during the onset of the magic seed's arrival. She had witnessed Zhang Shaojie's death with her own eyes, and now he stood vividly before her, alive. Those who have persevered until the end, even forging friendships with themselves, have become mere whispers in this world, their names lost to time. In a realm where Ye Peitian found redemption, he remains ensnared in the abyss of despair. The prolonged conflict has finally reached its conclusion. After a harrowing battle, Huan Shengjie, the Lord of Chunqing, severely wounded in the eradication of the ninth-tier creature, struggles to maintain his composure as he extracts the demon seed from the creature's cervical spine. With the fall of the Sleepless One, the legion of summoned demons lost their command, descending into chaos, and were swiftly vanquished by the high-ranking saints who were freed to engage in battle. The weary comrades erupted in cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. However, Huan Shengjie furrowed his brow. During the fiercest moments of combat, the Sleepless One unleashed a formidable sonic assault. As a melee saint, he bore the brunt of the attack, his head throbbing painfully and blood streaming from his ears. Yet, in that fleeting instant, he caught a glimpse of a hand formed from swirling sands in the air, grasping the throat of the demon. Seizing that ephemeral opportunity, Huan Shengjie dealt a devastating blow to the creature. At such a level, he could nearly rival the Sand Emperor, Ye Peitian himself. Huan Shengjie had reached the critical threshold of the 8th tier, and to acquire the demon seed of this 9th-tier Sleepless One, he expended every ounce of his strength and considerable resources, enlisting the renowned leader of the Blizzard Mercenary Corps, Zhang Xiaojie, along with several formidable mercenary teams to partake in the battle. Yet, had it not been for the intervention of this mysterious powerhouse, the outcome of the conflict would have remained uncertain. Chu Qianxun and several members of her squad gathered together, while their captain, Wang Daji, distributed the rewards and provisions he had received, handing them out one by one. "Qianxun, what troubles you lately? That was quite perilous just now." Gao Yan expressed her lingering trepidation regarding the recent skirmish. She retrieved her emergency medical supplies to tend to Chu Qianxun's injuries. Chu Qianxun grimaced in pain. Her shoulder and arm were marred by severe burns, large blisters forming, while patches of skin began to slough off, causing her immense agony. "Be gentle, you wretched woman. You're killing me with pain. Now you cry out. What was it like moments ago? You were reckless, risking your life." "I wanted to break through to the 5th tier. Chu Qianxun replied. "The 5th tier? It is not so easily attained," Gao Yan remarked, a hint of astonishment in her voice. The Chu Qianxun of the past lacked such ambition, often cowering at the rear during demon-hunting missions, living a life of mere survival. "You must think carefully. Many perished at the threshold of the 4th tier attempting to ascend to the 5th. Do you remember how Su Ying from next door transformed into a demon? I was the one who severed her head. The 4th tier represents a significant hurdle for all saints. Surpassing it can lead to a qualitative leap in power. However, many saints have succumbed to the corruption of the 5th tier demon essence during their ascension, ultimately transforming into cannibalistic monsters. Over time, numerous saints have opted to remain at the fourth tier, forsaking the pursuit of greater strength. Yanjie, I refuse to remain so weak. I truly wish to be stronger. Chu Qianxun lowered her gaze, clenching her teeth, silencing her cries of pain. She once glimpsed an alternate version of herself in another realm, where she stood atop all the formidable beings. The vista from that pinnacle was utterly distinct from the one before her. Strangely, after witnessing such splendor, this usually complacent individual found herself discontent with her feeble state. She yearned for greater strength, to seize control of her own destiny, and to share her days with cherished friends in the manner she desired. She longed to behold the world through the eyes of the mighty, rather than merely existing day by day, struggling for a meager sustenance, living like a mere specter. Nevertheless, the battle concluded more swiftly than anticipated. Not only did they emerge victorious, but there were also no significant casualties. The flames of the monsters had been completely extinguished, yet the ice shards on the ground had not fully melted, and the snow was rising in thick plumes of smoke from the subterranean warmth that had yet to dissipate. The surrounding saints murmured quietly about the young leader of the Blizzard Mercenary Corps. How astonishingly youthful he appeared, seemingly not yet 20. It was said that he was particularly protective. No one could bully a member of the Blizzard. How wonderful it would be to join their ranks. He had rushed from the main battlefield solely to rescue 2 inexperienced young men under his command. However, do not be deceived by his youth. His temper was notoriously fierce, and he killed without a moment's hesitation. Those in his company rarely dared to utter a word in his presence, for punishment was swift, either a beating or a scolding. You might not withstand such treatment yourself. Unfazed, she thought to herself that as long as the treatment was good, her stomach was full, and there were companions to protect her during the hunt for demons, what did it matter if she faced scolding or reprimands? The young leader, who was both formidable and proud, piqued the interest of the girls, who chattered incessantly about him. Chu Qianxun's gaze lingered on a patch of yellow sand on the ground. Amidst the mingled melted snow and dark smoke, that thin layer of gravel seemed almost inconspicuous, leading her to question whether it was merely an illusion born of the fierce battle. After a prolonged gaze, the delicate grains of sand appeared to shy away, suddenly burrowing into the earth and vanishing from sight. Startled, Chu Qianxun sprang to her feet, unable to locate the figure she yearned to see. Just then, Lin Shang, the powerful apostle of the strength system who had propelled her high into the air on the battlefield, approached. Lin Shang was robust, with thick brows and bright eyes. His smile bore a hint of endearing innocence that instilled a sense of reliability and safety. Among the residents of their dormitory, he was a single gentleman who had already advanced to the 4th tier of the strength system, making him quite popular with the ladies. "Qianxun, you have a burn. I have ointment for it," he said, a touch of shyness in his voice as he offered her a jar of salve. "Thank you, Brother Lin, but Sister Yen has already tended to it. It's nothing serious, so there's no need to waste it," Chu Qianxun replied with a smile, though her words were a polite refusal. Not receiving his offering, she subtly declined, leaving Lin Shang feeling disheartened as he muttered a few words before leaving, his face flushed. In this era filled with a sense of urgency, the romantic gestures between men and women have become increasingly scarce. Adults, upon finding mutual attraction, can swiftly form a couple. After all, each person lives for today, uncertain if they will see tomorrow. For these individuals, life is unpredictable, and thus they believe in seizing the moment. "I don't care," Gao Yan remarked nonchalantly, as she rarely intervenes in others' romantic affairs nowadays. Although the man seemed decent enough, she understood that, in these uncertain times, easily investing one's emotions could lead to inevitable heartache. Perhaps it is better to remain solitary, enjoying freedom. "Have you ever contemplated the future?" Chu Qianxun asked, a straw dangling from her mouth, as she reclined on the grass to rest. "Contemplated the future?" Gao Yan chuckled softly, sitting beside her. "Yes, once, 5 years ago. I had numerous dreams. I wanted to earn money and then pursue a university education, or perhaps open a small shop, or marry a wealthy and devoted husband. Do you not think of those dreams anymore?" Chu Qianxun's gaze fell, reminiscent of a time when she was a girl brimming with fantasies. The dark years had dulled all the colors of her life, and now, like many here, her face was marked by dust. her eyes devoid of the light they once held. As for now, Gao Yan chose not to continue, softly humming an unknown melody. Once, life was imbued with hope, where dreams set sail towards the horizon. Yet, the devil has now come forth in the darkness of night. In the nearby dense forest, Ye Peitian peered through the gaps in the foliage, quietly observing Chu Qianxun amidst the crowd. At that moment, he remained somewhat bewildered as to why he found himself standing there. Over the years, despite becoming nearly the enemy of all humanity, he never concealed his visage, traversing wherever he pleased, even if it meant inciting widespread panic or drawing the ire of pursuers. However, now he donned a hat and mask, clad in oversized, hooded attire, enveloping himself within a thick outer garment, wandering among a crowd that felt utterly alien to him for 2 days. He yearned to catch another glimpse of that face that once smiled at him. Even a distant glance seemed to satisfy a longing deep within, though he was uncertain of its significance. He vaguely followed Chu Qianxun's group to this place. In a realm beyond his reach, he beheld that small figure charging towards the flames, scorched by those damned tongues of fire, only to fall and rise once more, re-entering the fray. A surge of resentment welled within Ye Peitian. This wretched creature, akin to a crawling insect, could have been easily crushed. His feet stirred slightly, yet he ultimately remained rooted in the shadowy gloom. When the battle finally drew to a close, he watched as a group of survivors sat amidst the grass, resting. These individuals, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death, joyfully shared the provisions allocated to them, engaging in lively conversation as they savored the fruits of their hard-won victory. Ye Peitian found it difficult to comprehend how a mere 9th-tier magical creature could evoke such enthusiasm among so many individuals. Within the confines of his castle, a chaotic assortment of magical seeds cluttered the floor, yet he had never derived any joy from them. Nearby, a woman sat with her companions, grimacing in pain as they urged her to apply medicine. A man approached her, blushing as he leaned in to whisper something, eliciting a bright smile from her. After he departed, she and her friends softly hummed a tune, embodying sheer happiness and liveliness. A stark contrast to his own existence, a world into which he felt he could not possibly integrate. The author wishes to express gratitude to those who have supported with their contributions. Special thanks to the kind souls who have cast their votes or nurtured the story, and to those who have provided nourishment. WYX with 109 bottles, Little Monk with 50 bottles, and others who have contributed. Your support is immensely appreciated, and I shall continue to strive forward. Qianxun, are you coming? Gao Yan called out to Chu Qianxun as she was leaving. I'm coming. The fierce battle among the exalted saints outside the city seemingly bore little impact on the lives of the lower-class residents within Spring City. Ye Peitian's shoes sank into the mud at the street corner, halting his steps. The cacophony of voices and the throngs of people stirred an unsettling feeling within him. He tugged at the black mask covering his face, uncertain whether the tumult of emotions within him was irritation or fear. As he ventured into the bustling crowd, vibrant figures brushed past him, causing his breath to quicken. The air was thick with a noxious blend of aromas, an amalgamation of the savory scent of steamed buns, the acrid stench of coal stoves, and the pungent odor of human sweat. The great demon king, having distanced himself from human existence for so long, took measured steps, sensing that he was gradually reclaiming a semblance of life. Yet, he recalled those days when he would often crouch on the streets, immersed in such sounds and scents. At that time, the demonic taint had not yet descended. The monsters were not omnipresent, and the humans around him still resembled mere mortals, devoid of the grotesque savagery that would drag him into the abyss of darkness. His hands had not yet been stained with the blood that now marked them. Steering clear of the crowded thoroughfares, Ye Peitian veered into a narrow alleyway, taking a circuitous route that led him, almost unconsciously, back to the base of that cylindrical building. He lifted his gaze, fixating on a window in the distance. A few pots of verdant plants adorned the sill, and amidst the green foliage, a single tomato had ripened, its delightful crimson hue peeking shyly through the leaves. He stood there for quite a while when suddenly the window was pushed open. Ye Peitian felt his heart racing. A figure leaned out, half of her body exposed, one hand clutching a piece of dark brown flatbread, while the other wielded a watering can to nourish the flowers. Her shoulder-length hair, freshly washed, hung damply behind her ears, and her face, scrubbed clean, bore an aura distinctly different from her usual self. Chu Qianxun playfully touched the plump, crimson tomatoes, pondering that they were ripe enough to be enjoyed today. At that moment, she keenly sensed something, lifting her gaze to glance at the distance where, beneath a verdant phoenix tree, a gentle breeze stirred a wisp of yellow sand, leaving the area desolate. It must be an illusion, she thought, questioning her recent tendency to be overly suspicious. Chu Qianxun smiled faintly. In the chaotic and disorderly heart of Spring City lies a district known as Black Street. This labyrinthine area is intersected by a narrow town river. Though referred to as a river, it is little more than a slightly wider drainage ditch. This inner waterway meanders through a construction zone devoid of planning, flowing from west to east, carrying downstream an assortment of discarded refuse, transforming the water's surface into an impenetrable black murk. Thus, the surrounding neighborhoods acquired the name Black Street due to the presence of this foul river. A dilapidated wooden chair bobbed on the surface, lazily drifting with the current. A black crow alighted on the backrest, observing for a moment before emitting a harsh caw and flapping its wings to take flight. On the riverbank, a solitary man clad in a hooded t-shirt sat, his slender frame and long legs slightly hunched, silently gazing at the flowing black waters. The setting sun slowly descends, resembling a miserly merchant finally willing to bestow a few fleeting glimmers of light upon the dim waters before the night falls. Shadows dance and the river flows, yet the young man seated on the riverbank remains utterly still, unaware of how long he has lingered in this spot. He appears to be a person idling away his time to the point of inertia. "Stop, you little rascal, don't run," bellowed an elderly man. "Today, I refuse to believe I can't catch you, you little thief." The raucous cries shattered the tranquility of the scene as a small figure darted down the nearby slope like a cannonball, pursued relentlessly by 3 or 4 irate men. The men, propelled by their momentum, stumbled and rolled several times before they could regain their footing. The boy turned back, pointing at the fallen men and laughing heartily. "Your father merely took a piece of your black cake, and you chased me through several streets like rabid dogs. Now you understand your father's prowess, don't you?" As he reveled in his triumph, he failed to notice an one-eyed man lying on the ground, stealthily inserting his fingers into the earth. A slender vine sprouted from the grass by the boy's feet, stealthily climbing up to ensnare his ankles, binding him in a moment of unawareness. This one-eyed man was a low-tier saint with botanical abilities. The boy's expression changed as he attempted to flee, only to collapse to the ground. The bruised men, now rising to the one-eyed man glanced at him, spat on the ground, and snarled, "Brat, what are you gawking at? Mind your own business, or you'll get a beating too." The little boy writhed on the ground, a deluge of fists raining down on his frail body. He didn't beg for mercy but instead spewed curses. Having spent his life hustling on this street, beatings were commonplace. The little whelp still dares to be insolent. "I'll kill you today." The one-eyed man drew a short knife from his waist, plunging it downwards with malice. A hand reached out from the side, grasping his wrist. The hand possessed balanced bones and pallid skin, not particularly robust. Yet, upon gripping, the one-eyed man felt as if his wrist were clamped in an unyielding iron vice, unable to move even a fraction. Release me now. Big brother, my hand is breaking, spare me." Initially, the one-eyed man wanted to curse, but as the hand slightly tightened, an unbearable pain surged through his wrist. This low-ranking saint, who had been so arrogant moments before, instantly cowered. He was a low-ranking saint who had retired from the battlefield, having glimpsed the grandeur of those high-ranking experts on the demon-hunting battlefield. The young man before him, his face concealed, hadn't used his supernatural abilities. Still, the icy gaze that scrutinized him as if he were a corpse and the formidable physical prowess that could shatter his wrist in a single move quickly made him realize that this was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. The few sensible men scurried away in disarray. Before long, a small figure sat down beside him. "Thanks, mate. I'm called Xiao Zhui. What's your name?" Wiping his face with his sleeve, Xiao Zhui spat a mouthful of tainted blood onto the ground. He was indifferent to the other's aloofness. He had encountered many cold individuals, but few who would extend a helping hand. He retrieved a misshapen, dark brown, coarse cake from his bosom, broke it in two, and offered half to Ye Peitian beside him. Care for a bite? Brother, I'm in luck today. I took a beating but get a full meal out of it. The cake was dark, coarse, and even mixed with dirt, clearly unappetizing, yet it was the staple food for most people in the base. Some, struggling on the brink of starvation, couldn't even afford such meager sustenance. Ye Peitian hesitated before reaching out and accepting half of the dark cake. With his fair fingers, he broke off a small piece of the coarse bread and slowly savored it. So this was the flavor. He had once seen that person eating this food. That person fed him fragrant, sweet oatmeal porridge while standing outside the door, consuming this unpalatable fare. Ye Peitian's heart suddenly softened. Perhaps it had been too long since he had received kindness from others. This slight sense of being cared for was tightly clutched in his heart, repeatedly caressed and savored. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Xiao Zhui led his seemingly homeless new friend to his dwelling. Don't stand on ceremony. Come in. Xiao Zhui squeezed into the small hut constructed of demon bones, kicked aside the debris on the ground, and made room for Ye Peitian. The room was so small that the space felt cramped with both of them inside. Yet, Xiao Zhui remained utterly unconcerned. He discovered a switch in the corner and pulled it, illuminating several star-shaped lights that hung upon the wall. He was uncertain as to where he had acquired these quaint little lights from the Golden Era, typically used to adorn trees, yet he had repaired them and affixed them to his own wall for illumination. In truth, he usually refrained from using such battery-consuming lights that offered little brightness. How about that? Quite splendid, isn't it? Xiao Zhui felt a surge of joy as he could proudly showcase his prized creation before his friend. This newly acquainted companion graciously focused his gaze upon the warm, inviting glow of the lights, remaining transfixed for a considerable time. Xiao Zhui tidied up the abandoned refrigerator that lay overturned on the floor, draping an old quilt over it, intending to sleep there that night. He generously offered the disheveled bedding on the floor to Ye Peitian. While organizing, he could not help but display the various trinkets he had crafted to his friend. What do you think? Am I quite remarkable? Although his friend remained silent, it did not deter him from excitedly recounting his dreams. Once I grow a bit older, I shall join a mercenary group, where I will encounter the formidable bodies of high-level magical beasts, and then I shall surely become a great forger. Look at this. Xiao Zhui unearthed a bag containing his most treasured possessions, carefully opening it just a crack, swiftly showcasing its contents before Ye Peitian. Have you ever seen such a sight? So many candies, these are high-grade confections. He gingerly extracted 2 candies, placing one into Ye Peitian's hand while consuming the other himself, savoring the lingering sweetness on his fingers with a touch of reluctance. It was a rare occasion to have a friend visit, and he intended to act as a generous host, sharing this extravagant treat. A dear comrade bestowed this upon me, Xiao Zhui remarked. He's a peculiar fellow, indeed. Despite his maimed hand and seemingly moribund state, a woman willingly provides for him. Not only does she care for him, but she also indulges him with confectionery. He was gratified to observe that Ye Peitian was captivated by his anecdote, his gaze lifting, a glimmer of intrigue seemingly igniting within his usually placid eyes. Alas, I have been unable to locate him of late. Come to think of it, he bears a certain resemblance to you. The author has something to express. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the kind souls who have cast their votes and nurtured my endeavors. A special thanks to the angels who contributed rocket launchers, Qingyan Ruyun, 2, and Golden Carp, 1. I am also thankful to those who offered grenades, sweet and sour ribs, 1. My appreciation goes to the angels who provided landmines, a little dragon pig, 2. Alongside the following supporters, 32143934, Ciliagi 2016, Xuanxin, Qingzong, a little bit, Mint Candy, Qijiang, Teresa Kelia, Chisa, Bilishu, Song Xiaohu, and the exuberant salty fish, 1 each. Moreover, I am profoundly grateful to the angels who nourished with nutrient solution, Atang 104 bottles, Xuanxin 82 bottles, A Leaf Obscures the Eye 74 bottles, Xin Yi 60 bottles, Young Girl Aya 50 bottles, Several Times Flowing Light 37 bottles, Orange Cat 30 bottles, 7 Laws 29 bottles, Composite Structure 20 bottles, Sweet and Sour Ribs 18 bottles, Affection of Fish and Water 15 bottles, Bluefield Smoke 14 bottles, Fish, Condensing Stars, Picking Light 1998, Four Seasons, I Am a Great Wave, Evening Vine, Initial Escape X, A Chu, Plato is Singing, 10 bottles each. Zibuyu, Ivy, 9 bottles. Daily Desire to Lose Weight, 8 bottles. Jiwei Xian, 7 bottles. Weno Station No. 45, 6 bottles. Duck Pair is Quite Tough, Jiangnan Little 7. This Moment is Long, Miamex. Only remaining 3 lines of poetry. Nini, Little Broken Quilt, Qingzong. Half Moon Mooing, 5 bottles each. Ji, 4 bottles. Dream of Flowing Light, Wong Wong, 3 bottles. 333174003. Lucky Baby, Awaken, Qianyu, 2 bottles each. The time has not yet come. Meow, Ha Ha Ha, Huan Huan, Zhang Jing, Evening Intent Melts Wind, and a Li 1 bottle each. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support, and I shall continue to strive with unwavering dedication. The residents near the Black Street are well aware of the arrival of a rather enigmatic young man. This individual perpetually dons a black hat and mask, shrouded in a hooded sweatshirt, concealing himself completely. He is taciturn, refraining from engaging in conversation with others, and spends his days idly alongside a petty thief known as Xiao Zhuai, who survives by nefarious means. His favorite pastime is to sit in a stupor on the banks of the Blackwater River, often remaining in that state for the entirety of the day. However, since his arrival, the local delinquents have grown increasingly wary of troubling Xiao Zhuai, as they have come to realize that this young man, while reticent, is a formidable fighter, unrelenting when provoked. Within a mere few days, he has managed to subdue the local ruffians both inside and out. Across the Blackwater River stands a row of 2-story low houses, home to a budget inn run by the rotund Ayuan. Xiao Zhuai, perched atop the tall outer wall, peered through a narrow window for quite some time, only to eventually descend in disappointment. He traversed a makeshift wooden bridge, hastily fashioned from several iron chains, to rejoin his friend, who remained lost in contemplation, gazing blankly at the very window from which he had just leaped. A recent downpour had rendered the already muddy street even more squalid. The two companions, one tall and the other short, navigated the puddles on the ground as they meandered through the dimly lit alleyway. In a shadowy corner by the roadside, a ragged woman unfastened her garment to nurse her child. Beside her, 2 frail and emaciated youngsters busied themselves with gathering the tattered cotton batting that had been drenched by the rain. As they noticed Xiao Zhuai and Ye Peitian splashing through the water, the 2 scrawny boys attempted to latch onto Ye Peitian's legs, one on each side. "Brother, I'm hungry. Please give us something to eat." Their efforts proved futile. Ye Peitian made no move, merely lifting his hand to grasp their collars and ruthlessly shoving them into the muddy ground. Xiao Zhuai spat out curses, waving his hands in dismissal. "Get lost. Just because newcomers arrive, you think you can bully us? We can barely feed ourselves, let alone provide for you 2 little brats. If you can't afford to raise them, then don't have so many. Once they're born, even if abandoned on the street, no one will care for them." This street often witnessed women who, out of sheer desperation, bore children, yet most of these women were unable to care for offspring whose fathers were unknown. Xiao Zhuai was among those forsaken children, one of the fortunate few who survived abandonment. The long legs that strode past them showed no sign of pause, yet a golden bun was tossed their way, rolling gently into the mother's embrace, gleaming brilliantly and untouched by mud or water. "Alas, I must say, you truly are something else. How many times must I tell you not to be so soft-hearted? They see your compassion and always take advantage of it. I suspect that had you not encountered me, you would have starved long ago." Despite his tender age, the youthful chasing was surprisingly mature as he chided his companion. From his pocket, he retrieved a diminutive steamed bun, which he broke in half and offered to Ye Peitian. Without a word, Ye Peitian accepted it, gently tearing it apart and slowly savoring each bite. The proprietor of a nearby baozi shop lifted the cloth covering a freshly steamed batch, releasing the enticing aroma of white buns into the street. Chasing inhaled deeply a couple of times, stealthily patting his stomach. Having consumed only half a bun throughout the day, he found himself quite hungry. While the bun was delectable, its portion was rather meager. He mused that a hearty black cake would be far more satisfying. Tomorrow he decided he would opt for black cakes instead. Ye Peitian paused, turning to glance at him, and with a flick of his fingers, produced a glimmering green magic seed, extending it towards the Baozi shop. Chasing instinctively grasped his hand, looking around in alarm and urgently whispering, "What are you doing?" "That SA third-tier magic seed. It's incredibly useful, whether embedded in machinery for energy or exchanged for rare substances. You intend to trade it for buns?" Ye Peitian appeared momentarily taken aback. Having lived these past few days, he had gained a semblance of understanding regarding the market. This was the only low-tier magic seed he could muster. Yet, the young lad before him seemed persistently opposed to its use. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, struggled to drag a dilapidated flatbed cart, laden with discarded items far exceeding her own weight, inching forward along the road. With his hands nestled deep within his pockets, Xiao Zhui ambled past the refuse heap. Abruptly, he reached out, plucking a shattered, palm-sized piece of a demonic carcass from the pile, and bolted away. "Granny Wu," he called out, laughter punctuating his words, "this broken carcass is worthless to you. Allow me to have it for amusement." Granny Wu ceased her actions, rapping the ground with her bamboo cane, and erupted in a torrent of invective. Her frail and withered appearance belied the explosive vigor of her reprimands. In the halcyon days of yore, the elderly and the young were met with societal reverence and succor. Yet, in this desolate epoch, these vulnerable demographics find themselves among the first to be forsaken. Those elders or children who subsist independently in this era are far from feeble. The bundled refuse, succumbing to her percussive blows, gradually listed to one side. An arm ascended, staunchly supporting the teetering mass. Ye Peitian's sleeves were rolled to his elbows, revealing arms that were somewhat gaunt and pale, yet they bore the weight of the mountainous load with remarkable steadfastness. "Young man, lend an old woman a hand," she implored. "Alas, these aged bones are nearing their dissolution into the earth." Granny Wu, seasoned by age, was an astute judge of character. In the past few days, she had discerned the disposition of the newly arrived youth. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, he was remarkably amenable and possessed considerable strength. As expected, she observed Ye Peitian pause momentarily before acquiescing to take hold of the cart's rope. Silently, he began to pull the cart towards the depths of the alleyway where she resided. Upon reaching his residence, he took the initiative to unload the heavy cargo and transport it into the warehouse where Granny Wu accumulated her discarded items. Granny Wu stopped Ye Peitian, who was about to leave, and pressed a homemade potato pancake into his hands. "Thank you, young man. I hope you will come to help again next time." When Xiao Zhui found Ye Peitian, he stood by the roadside, gazing in a daze at the golden potato pancake in his hand. Wow, that stingy old woman was surprisingly generous today. Xiao Zhui tiptoed, licking his lips as he eyed the slightly glistening pancake. "Share half with me, would you?" Within the Lord's manor of Dongcheng, the Lord Huan Shengjie suddenly rose to his feet. "What did you say? Are you sure it was him?" "Cutesy, come forte," he murmured to the empty space. A massive rodent-like summoned beast emerged partially from the ground. "Master," it spoke with a deep, resonant voice. "Tell the Lord what you witnessed." "Yes, master." The man emerged from the forest shortly after, wearing a mask and a hat, dressed peculiarly, and slowly followed the procession into Dongcheng. "Today, I spotted him again in the city's black market. It appears he has been living there for several days." Huan Shengjie paced the room twice. Ye Peitian, how could he possibly be here?" The limping man stepped forward from the shadows, speaking cautiously. "I once faced this demon, and on that occasion all perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. That day on the battlefield, I noticed the peculiar sand swirling in the air, and something felt amiss." Huan Shengjie slowly took a seat. "I wondered where such a high-level sand-controlling saint could come from, striking without revealing themselves, and offering us the demon spawn for free. It is because he is Ye Peitian. How could he dare to appear before us?" Huan Shengjie's eyes darted, and he rubbed his hands together. "If what you say is true, we must be on high alert. My lord, are you not aware of Ye Peitian's secret? This is an extraordinary opportunity that comes once in a millennium." The man moved closer. Are you implying? How can you be so audacious?" "No, that is the demon man, Ye Peitian. We cannot provoke him." Lila, Tu, Yunqing, Wang Xian, performing live a leopard smile, Little rich woman, Anqing Qingdan Mayamax, I love eating thick omelets. Hu Hua Hua always blooming. 1. Heartfelt gratitude to the little angels who nourished me with nutritional solution. Lechon with 20 bottles. Chenyu with 19 bottles. Annie 087 with 14 bottles. Passerby A with 10 bottles. Gegbu Ru, 1684739. Chan Xiaolu with 5 bottles. Su Su from Lijiang, Orange with 2 bottles. Bai Xiao with 1 bottle. I am immensely grateful for everyone's support, and I shall continue to strive. The Blizzard Mercenary Corps is the most formidable mercenary team within Spring City. Although their numbers are few, the audacious nature of their leader, Jiang Shaojie, has allowed them to seize a substantial territory in the bustling Spring City as their base. The Lord of Spring City, Huan Shangjie, stormed out from the door adorned with the Blizzard insignia. His expression darkened as he recalled the brash demeanor of the young leader Jiang Shaojie, who showed him no respect. His face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. To encircle Ye Peitian, the Lord truly possesses remarkable courage. While sacred blood is undoubtedly potent, one must also consider whether they have the life to claim it. Such a magnificent endeavor, I shall refrain from participating. Just moments ago, Jiang Xiaojie lounged in his opulently decorated reception room, resembling a nouveau riche's lavish abode, with utter disregard for decorum, casually resting his legs upon the expansive desk before him. He uttered this remark with a tone of derision, while the attendant accompanying Huan Shangjie softly urged, Lord, there is no need to stoop to the level of Captain Jiang. He is merely a foolish individual who clings stubbornly to his opinions. At present, you wield the power of a 9th-tier demon seed, and once you transcend to higher realms, you shall become the foremost expert in Spring City. Should you also acquire the holy blood, you will no longer need to heed this young upstart's whims. However, if the blizzard did not intervene. Huan Shangjie hesitated, pausing in his tracks. That entity was a demon, a being far more formidable than any 9th-tier monster. He feared that a mere misstep could lead to a fate akin to that of Goose City, where the entire region had been transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any remnants of its former glory. Divine love, too, had succumbed to the relentless grip of this demon, transforming from a once mighty conglomerate into its current state of ruin. His subordinate's flattery was music to his ears, yet deep down, he understood the truth. Despite both he and Jiang Xiaojie being 8th-tier saints, Jiang Xiaojie's formidable offensive capabilities had been honed through genuine battlefield experience. In contrast, he had merely leveraged his position as Lord, accumulating power and wealth to artificially inflate his rank. A hollow achievement. Should it come to a contest of individual combat prowess, even if he successfully ascended to the 9th tier, he would still find himself no match for Jiang Xiaojie. Devoid of Blizzard's assistance, even summoning all the forces at his disposal, he remained deeply apprehensive about confronting the renowned king of Yellow Sand. However, it is precisely due to the formidable presence of the Blizzard Mercenary Corps within the Spring City that the Lord of the city is perpetually beset by a sense of impending crisis, akin to a thorn in his back. This feeling compelled him, with but a single utterance, to resolve to apprehend Ye Peitian. If Blizzard is unwilling to act, we may seek the assistance of another individual. A limping man approached. Huan Shangjie shifted his gaze. It was rumored that the leader of the Qilin Mercenary Corps had recently arrived in the nearby southern city. He is a master of the 9th tier in the realm of mental prowess. The Lord could extend an invitation to him. Would Xian Ziming be amenable? I possess some insight into that leader. He is a man solely motivated by profit. As long as the price is right, he will engage in any venture. Fear not, for from my discreet observations over the past few days, that Ye Peitian had spent several days residing in the Black Street and had gradually begun to adapt to the lifestyle here. He took on various laborious tasks at the shops lining the streets, earnestly earning a few meager first-tier magic seeds that he would typically disdain. As the evening sun cast its slanting rays, the young man, infused with the essence of the mundane world, donned his signature mask, cradling a steaming bag of buns in his hands, and ambled through the muddy alley. The child huddled in the corner brightened at the sight and swiftly emerged from the darkened shelter, gazing at him with eager eyes. The tall, slender man walked past them without a sideways glance. 3 plump, white buns landed on the soiled dress of the child's mother. Thank you, truly, Thank you. May the divine bless you. A woman's choked voice of gratitude echoed behind Ye Peitian. Thank you. Granny Wu's loud voice carried far. He pulled out one of the remaining buns from the paper bag and handed it to the young boy, who was usually incessantly chatterbox but today appeared pale. His gaze evasive, an unusual silence enveloping him. The fingers receiving the bun trembled slightly. What's the matter? Ye Peitian's deep voice resonated, yet at that moment, he lowered his head, stammering, and nothing. I have something to attend to today. Let's take the back road. The two strolled side by side through the sparsely populated alley. Beneath their boots lay murky puddles, and the path was littered with heaps of refuse. Countless mosquitoes buzzed in the air, and suddenly, a rat scurried past their feet. The once golden era of streetlights had faded into oblivion. In the dim shadows, numerous makeshift shanties constructed from discarded materials stood, with vague silhouettes of eyes peering out at the world. A man appeared at the far end of the alley, his frail physique lacking any semblance of strength. Clad in a white shirt and sporting glasses, he exuded an air of genteel sophistication, the slightly parted collar revealing a neck adorned with a patch of black scales. Xiao Zhui cast his eyes downward at the muddy ground, his clenched fists trembling violently at his sides. Suddenly, he seized Ye Peitian's clothing, urging, "Don't look, just go, hurry." The man at the alley's entrance adjusted his glasses, the lenses glinting faintly in the dim light. A massive silver eye totem hovered eerily above his head. The air in the alley seemed to shimmer slightly. Suddenly, the scene before Ye Peitian transformed entirely. The dimly lit street, the terrified expression of Xiao Zhui, and the bespectacled man vanished. Before him lay a realm of brightness, a clean and tidy thoroughfare, vehicles traversing back and forth, the cacophony of car horns, the splashing sound of a faucet, and the distant hum of television sets, all merging into a symphony of urban life. To his left stood a familiar edifice, the factory dormitory where he had spent his childhood. A neighbor, an elderly man clad in a tattered white tank top, emerged, his hands tucked into the pockets of his loose shorts, grumbling as he descended the stairs. He glanced at Ye Peitian and spat a glob of phlegm onto the ground. A plump woman carrying groceries passed by, smiling as she greeted him. "Peitian, school us out, is it?" A small boy dashed past, tugging at his shirt. "Brother, carry me." It was his younger brother, Ye Peitian. Ye Peitian stood there, watching his younger self shift the backpack to his chest, hoisting his brother up as they ascended the stairs. Inside the room, there was no one present. He flicked on the light, setting down his backpack along with his rambunctious sibling. He fetched a small stool to elevate himself and began washing rice and preparing dinner at the stove. His stomach grumbled with hunger, prompting him to hasten his movements, eager to have the meal ready before his parents returned from work. His younger brother, still in kindergarten, clambered around his feet, and in a moment of carelessness, he tumbled from the stool, scattering the contents on the stove all over the floor, while his little brother erupted into laughter. The door swung open, and a woman entered, seemingly oblivious to his presence. She gracefully moved past him, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she lifted her younger brother, who sat on the floor. A tall man, drenched in sweat, followed closely behind, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the disarrayed kitchen. The little boy was scolded and ushered out, remaining silent, neither crying nor uttering a word, as he stood in the corner of the street below, gazing up at the lights above. Ye Peitian stood alongside his younger self, both transfixed by the warm, yellow glow emanating from the upstairs window. In that light, their mother cradled the younger brother, while the towering silhouette of their father was cast against the windowpane. The window opened in response to their hopeful gazes, and together, their mother, father, and brother reached out towards him. "Come in, Peitian. Dinner is ready. Let us eat together with Mom and Dad." The family beamed with a radiant smile, revealing a warmth he had never witnessed yet always yearned for, extending their hands towards him. Ye Peitian raised his pale hand, his fingers reaching down without a hint of hesitation. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, the neighborhood fractured, and the familiar houses swayed before his eyes. A torrent of yellow sand erupted from the earth, obscuring the sky in a suffocating blanket. "Don't, Peitian. Brother, please don't." The faces of his family contorted before him, But Ye Peitian remained unmoved, tightening his grip as the vibrant streets vanished. Before him lay only a dim, filthy street, with sewage flowing freely. Shadows of countless figures lurking by the roadside flickered rapidly. Little Jouet sat on the ground, trembling in fear as he gazed up at him. You truly are the one. The demon they speak of. Ye Peitian cast a blank glance at him before shifting his gaze to the man standing at the street corner, clad in a white shirt. A psychic, indeed. He slowly lowered the black mask concealing his face, a chilling smile splitting his lips, as his icy words reverberated through the dimly lit street like a bloodthirsty demon emerging from the abyss. With her hand, she picked up a soft, fragrant bun. She meticulously inspected the table and windowsill, finding not a trace of lingering sand. The table that held the buns was spotless, nearly reflecting light to an extraordinary degree. The man skilled in controlling sand likely had no idea how chaotic this table usually was, shrouded in dust. Chu Qianxun chuckled, lifting a bun to her mouth and taking a bite. The savory aroma of the meat and vegetable filling filled her mouth and heart, stirring an emotion within her that had long lain dormant, a feeling she had not experienced in years, one known as happiness. Chu Qianxun perched herself on the windowsill, leisurely propping her feet up as she nibbled on the bun, her gaze falling upon a nearby phoenix tree below. The lush, tranquil tree seemed to gaze back at her, yet beneath it stood none of the figures she yearned for. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the distant street, causing the modest tenement building to tremble slightly. Brilliant flashes of psychic energy illuminated the sky above the urban landscape in a series of semi-spherical hues. People within the tenement leaned out, anxiously peering into the distance. The window below Chu Qianxun was abruptly flung open with a loud crash. A freckled madwoman leaned out, her head protruding. What is happening? That location must be the Black Street, right? To have reached such a state in the city, how many lives must have been lost? Chu Qianxun inquired, her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon where a cacophony of roaring sounds erupted. Various powers, each radiating distinct hues, repeatedly illuminated her face. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a subtle unease stirred within her heart. The author wishes to convey, this work is participating in the National Technological Advancement Essay Contest. Behold my formidable will to survive. I kindly ask those with nourishing elixirs to lend their support. Please consider recommending my friend S. novel, The Drama Queen Enters the Melodrama by Fu Hua. It is truly captivating, with increasing depth as the plot unfolds. I am immensely grateful to the angels who cast their votes or bestowed nourishing elixirs upon me. Special thanks to those who contributed landmines, performing a leopard's laugh on site, Purpur 1, and heartfelt appreciation to the angels who provided nourishing elixirs. Gon Mu, Lu Chi Wei, Yu Meng Rose with 10 bottles, This Long Affection with 5 bottles, Yu Chunyu with 3 bottles, Jia Jiachan and Bu Gao Xing 2 with 1 bottle each. Your support means the world to me, and I shall strive to continue my efforts. In the narrow, dim alley, countless warriors brandishing weapons appeared densely. Contemptuous and disdainful gazes shot forth from the rooftops, windows, and nooks of the surrounding buildings, converging upon the solitary figure standing in the heart of the street. Huan Shengjie, the lord of Winter City, emerged from the opposite end of the street, his square jaw and robust physique exuding an air of dignified authority, embodying the visage of a just and resolute leader. You, the embodiment of malevolence, dare to set foot in my city of spring. As the sovereign of this realm, I shall not permit a fiend of your nature to linger within my domain, endangering the lives of its inhabitants. Ye Peitian raised his gaze to meet him, icy eyes piercing through the shadows of his forelock. Without uttering a word, he flexed his wrist, and an ethereal haze of yellow sand began to swirl in the air. Tension gripped everyone present. Even Huan Shengjie's grandiloquent declarations faltered. Fear not. I shall ensure that you all retain your corporeal forms today. The demon's frigid voice resonated as though it emerged from the depths of hell. In the alley, a cloud of yellow sand enveloped the space, dimming the light further. Amidst the swirling dust stood the solitary demon, shrouded in a tempest of sand. The radiance of supernatural abilities flickered in tandem with the cacophony of anguished cries, mingling within the murky atmosphere. At the street's entrance stood a man clad in a white shirt, an external ally procured at great expense by Huan Shengjie. This commander of the Qilin Legion Xian Ziming, is the highest-ranking known human of the spiritual order. Surrounding him, both overtly and subtly, were many who shielded him, including a defensive saint who upheld a small protective barrier exclusively for him. Amidst the raging sandstorm, Qianxun remained steadfast, the winds and sands tousling his hair and collar. His eyes transformed into a shimmering silver, and a colossal silver eye, suspended in the air, slowly rotated, emanating an otherworldly glow that locked onto the demon amidst the yellow sand. The scene before Ye Peitian vanished once more. He found himself within a brightly lit laboratory, the stark room containing only a pale surgical table. Bound and gagged, his limbs restrained, the man was rendered as helpless as a live fish on a cutting board, secured to the sterile surface of the laboratory table. White-coated researchers surrounded him with detached indifference, reaching for him with an array of terrifying instruments. He writhed against his bonds, a strangled cry escaping his throat, the blindfold over his eyes damp with the torment he endured. No one acknowledged his suffering, nor regarded him as human. Ye Peitian observed the scene in silence, a cold sneer playing on his lips. "You think I'm still afraid to watch this?" With a spectral gesture of his pallid fingers, the space around him tore like canvas, only to swiftly reform into another tableau. Scenes flashed before his eyes, each a frame in the film reel of his life, as Ye Peitian impassively witnessed his own harrowing and bleak past. He was acutely aware that he had been forcibly drawn into a fabricated illusion, where time seemed to stretch endlessly, while in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed. As long as he did not succumb to any single memory, these were but ephemeral dreams, and upon their dissolution, time outside would have scarcely moved. He was an aloof traveler through time, observing the shifting scenes with detached serenity. Darkness reigned, devoid of light, punctuated by pallor, shadows, bloodshed, torment, and monstrous visages. Suddenly, a glimmer pierced the gloom, a faint beacon in the murk. Within the hazy luminescence, a smiling face turned towards him. Ye Peitian froze, his journey arrested in that instant. The figure turned in the brilliant light, extending a hand as pure and soft as snow, gently caressing his head. Ye Peitian understood that he must flee immediately, yet, for reasons unknown, he remained frozen in place. He was acutely aware that he should push that hand away, yet he found himself unable to do so. The hand glided over his face, as tender and gentle as he remembered, imbued with a slight warmth that sent shivers across his skin. The figure smiled at him. A sharp pain pierced through his abdomen. Even so, he felt a reluctance to awaken. Under the cloak of night, Qianxun felt a surge of joy as he witnessed Ye Peitian succumb to Qianxun's mental control. In an instant, Ye Peitian lost his senses, drifting into a stupor. Seizing this opportunity, Qianxun plunged a knife deep into Ye Peitian's abdomen. The blade, crafted from rare magical materials at great expense, was not only extraordinarily sharp but also possessed formidable corrosive properties. Any contact would result in the relentless decay of the enemy's flesh, rendering recovery nearly impossible. This weapon was Qianxun's most trusted tool in capturing Ye Peitian. Before he could revel in his triumph, he beheld the figure beneath the full moon suddenly opening those chilling eyes. The figure grasped the knife that had pierced his abdomen, crimson blood cascading from his palm along the blade's edge. With a grin, the figure's laughter echoed coldly beneath the pale moonlight, a sound both eerie and defiant. A chill gripped Qianxun's heart. He attempted to withdraw his knife but found himself unable. All around him, the luminous assaults of countless companions had ignited, converging densely towards Ye Peitian. Before him stood a blood-soaked man who seemed compelled to relinquish his weapon. Qianxun momentarily hesitated between the choices of abandoning his sword and continuing the fight. Ignoring the long blade protruding from his abdomen, the man stepped forward, seizing Qianxun's collar, lowering his head to bring his forehead close to his. "Shall we see who meets their demise first?" The lord of Chun City, Qianxun, widened his eyes as he beheld the dazzling display of extraordinary abilities igniting behind Ye Peitian, resembling a breathtaking fireworks display in slow motion. He even caught sight of the blood splattering from Ye Peitian. Surely this man must release his grip. As the thought crossed his mind, he felt his vision ascending. He gazed into Ye Peitian's eyes, which reflected the moonlight like ancient, unmelting ice. His perspective then began to descend, revealing the blade embedded in Ye Peitian's body, the bloodied legs, and the short boots that trod upon the yellow sand, culminating in the ground stained crimson with blood. Do you comprehend what acquiring Ye Peitian signifies? He thought. He is the key. With the elixir of immortality, eternal life is within reach. You shall ultimately become the most formidable being on this continent, a godlike entity. As Huan Shangjie's face pressed against the ground in its final moment, he witnessed his own decapitated body slowly collapsing before him. Lightning and thunder roared across the yellow sand, revealing a myriad of intertwining extraordinary powers. Amidst the mountain of corpses stood a tall, emaciated man, his abdomen gaping with a large wound, his face and hair drenched in blood, yet he appeared utterly indifferent. In the darkness, the remnants of defeated soldiers retreated in terror. Ye Peitian stepped upon a heap of corpses, dragging a man kneeling before him to his feet. It was none other than Xian Ziming, the illustrious leader of the Qilin mercenary corps, his glasses shattered and his face smeared with blood, half kneeling on the ground. What is this? Ye Peitian reached forth to sever the pendant from Xian Ziming's neck, coldly spinning it on his finger. Suddenly, the silent Xian Ziming lifted his head, his bloodied fingers grasping Ye Peitian's wrist, pleading, "No, please do not damage it." His voice was exceedingly hoarse. Ye Peitian's hand twitched slightly, the hardened scale bending under his grip. With but a modicum of force, he could easily snap it. "Please return it to me. It is the sole relic of my friend. You may kill me, but do not destroy this." A relic? An object imbued with cherished memories? Why should I return it to you? Ye Peitian hoisted the enemy up, exclaiming, "All you have given me is torment. Do you still wish for me to return something beautiful to you?" He recalled the anguish this man had inflicted upon him, a series of painful images flashing through his mind, all culminating in the visage of that very individual. Ye Peitian suddenly paused, his grip loosening, and he cast the half-dead Xian Ziming to the ground. A sense of emptiness washed over him as he discarded the black scale upon the bloodied enemy. Turning away, Ye Peitian slowly made his exit from the sanguine battlefield, the air thick with cries of despair and agonizing moans. He could have annihilated those individuals, crushing them beneath a torrent of yellow sand, all while they brandished weapons, unleashed their supernatural abilities, and clamored for his expulsion. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, such thoughts abruptly dissipated. Expulsion, indeed. He ought not to have ventured into such a bustling place. A collapsed stone shifted slightly, revealing the dust-covered figure of little Jue as he emerged from the rubble. His gaze met Ye Peitian's, and his lips trembled, betraying a visage of sheer terror. Ye Peitian chose to disregard him, lifting his foot from the pool of viscous blood, and stepped forward, gradually making his way towards the alley's exit. The shop where he typically purchased steamed buns and porridge lay in ruins, its jovial proprietor now cowering behind a toppled countertop, staring at him with the wide-eyed gaze of one who perceives a devil. The elderly Granny Wu, her hair as white as snow, was trapped beneath a fallen stone wall, groaning incessantly. Ye Peitian passed by her with an impassive demeanor, as a gust of yellow sand swirled behind him, momentarily lifting the massive stone slab. Granny Wu, dragging her injured leg, scurried away with utmost urgency into her makeshift shelter. Two gaunt little boys peeked out cautiously from the crevices of the building, casting furtive glances. "Don't go out. That man is a merciless killer," a woman's frail voice whispered from the gap. Ye Peitian, burdened by fatigue, gradually distanced himself from this blood-soaked hellscape. She gazed out at the sycamore tree, lost in thought, failing to catch the words spoken by Gao Yen. Gao Yen raised a finger to her lips, hushing, "Be quiet. This is insider information. Could you repeat that? Who are we encircling?" "Indeed, it is that person, the demon." Gao Yen lowered her voice and leaned closer to Chu Qianxun, whispering, "I do not understand why he has appeared in our spring city. The city lord has summoned all the top experts from the city and even invited the leader of the Qilin mercenary corps. A conflict has erupted in the Black Street." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Chu Qianxun turning to her in astonishment, staring for a moment before tossing the remaining half of her bun onto the table. With one hand propped against the windowsill, she leaped from the window and swiftly dashed into the distance with a few agile bounds. "Hey, where are you going? You haven't finished eating yet." If you don't eat, I might. Gao Yen called out, but it was too late. The not-so-tall figure had already vanished around the corner. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the benevolent souls who have cast their votes and nourished my endeavors. I express my appreciation to the angel who gifted the deep-water torpedo, Tang Tang, with 20 contributions, to the angel who provided the grenade Qing Yen Ru Tong, with 1 contribution, and to the angels who offered the landmine, Xiao De Wei Wan, a Qi, Renjian Guanzhong, Rong Sui, and a Xiao Wei, each with 1 contribution. Additionally, I thank the angels who have infused nutrient solution, a Xiao Wei with 161 bottles, Yu Huan with 50 bottles, Xiao Ye Squid with 47 bottles, He Jing and Yi Qing with 40 bottles, 185735333, Zhu Zi, Qing Xian Denya, Wan Mao Mao Mao, and Dan Qing Hui Lu Nian with 30 bottles, Yi Ji Xian Yu with 26 bottles, Xiao Yao Yao, Zhu Mao 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 SJ, 22663596, Chuan, Qing Mu, Bing Ji, Shu Fu Lei with 20 bottles, Qian Yu with 19 bottles, Qing Feng with 14 bottles, Darima Fasola with 13 bottles, Qi with 11 bottles, Kai Kai, Yexian Hao Yu YY Yu Luo Yangji, I am just here to take a look, Qian Shan Wan Shui Qian Shan, Meiko Yu Shur San, Fish,
Kilu, Ajin, 2715743, Mayak, Jihan, Bai Yu Wei Fen, Dian Che Chi Han, Xin Xin Ie, Bay 400 Zhang Chu, Fendi, Tao Yi Yun.
And ordinary people should study hard with 10 bottles each. Yi Chao Xian Yu Wei Delan Ma with 8 bottles, Yun Yen with 7 bottles, Miao 230233180, and Lu Do Sha Tian Tian with 6 bottles. Mei Shigan, Fei Fei Yu Chun Yu, Chen Jiang Yiting, Shu Yuan Sui Feng, Yi Xia Yu Chao Mu, an unnamed assassin, and Nini with 5 bottles. Wei Yu Fan Liang with 4 bottles. Xian Yang, Wan Yi Rong Feng, Xiao Hua, and Xia Mu with 3 bottles. Qian Qian, Ban Guyu Liang, Jia Jia Jiang, and Wei Yu Sen Hang Shi with 2 bottles. Xinjun Xian Miao Zhu Xia, Ci Jian Qing Chong, Liu Yu, Nan Shu Wu, walked swiftly, feeling akin to a ludicrous jester fleeing the bustling and vibrant spring city. The echoes of terrified curses still resonated in his ears. Demon, a murderous demon. Begone, leave our town. Fiend, monster, why have you come here? It felt as though an inexhaustible torrent of blood coursed through his veins, dripping incessantly onto the ground, leaving a long trail of crimson footprints in his hurried wake. In the distance, a few greedy onlookers lingered, mistakenly believing their stealth would allow them to quietly follow and even snatch up the blood he left behind. This place was rife with vexatious and abhorrent clamor, unlike the serene expanse that lay before him. As his feet touched the edge of the desert, those annoying voices gradually faded away. No one dared to provoke or pursue him, the sovereign of the yellow sands, amidst the vast desert. After a prolonged journey, he arrived at the desolate heart of the desert. The moonlight tonight was bright, casting a cold, silvery glow upon the undulating dunes. The grains of silver sand danced in the gentle breeze, creating delicate ripples across the undulating terrain. He extended his trembling arm. The earth began to tremble, and colossal sand dunes rose within the desert, grains cascading down from their summits as a castle, long buried beneath the ground, slowly emerged from the rubble. The magnificent edifice revealed itself in the moonlight, the sand that cloaked it flowing away like water, exposing a pristine sandcastle in its entirety. Throughout the protracted passage of time, Ye Peitian had endured solitary confinement within this prison constructed of yellow sand, a cage belonging to both demon and man, yet it was the very shell that brought him solace. He extended his hand, steadying himself against the threshold of the castle, his body swaying slightly as a faint, delicate sound of footsteps echoed behind him. There always existed those insatiable souls, foolishly delivering their lives into his grasp. Ye Peitian turned his face with a cold smirk. Thick blood flowed down from his crown, trickling past his eyes, and through the crimson veil. He suddenly beheld a familiar visage emerging at the desert's edge, a face that had appeared countless times in his memories. The individual seemed to share a hint of anxious recognition. The two of them, separated by a desolate expanse of gravel, gazed at one another from a distance. For reasons unknown, a sense of grievance surged within Ye Peitian. At moments when he was cast out by his kin, when countless beings plundered his flesh and blood, His numb heart had never once felt such a sense of injustice. Yet, at this instant it overwhelmed him with intensity. The voice did not recede. It cautiously approached, inching closer to where he lay. His heart was a tumultuous storm, uncertain whether to rejoice or to decline, yet the tension within him loosened, his body teetered, and he ultimately succumbed to the ground. Behind him, a swift gust of wind stirred, and a gentle hand deftly caught him in time. The individual caught his body, which had lost too much blood, and lifted him tenderly. In the midst of chaos, he sensed the familiar embrace that once brought him solace, surrendering to the dissolution of his consciousness, relinquishing any thoughts of resistance. This castle resembled a colossal and unyielding shell, a sanctuary for his fragile and battered form. It was a refuge where he had licked his wounds in solitude countless times. He had never permitted any creature, save himself, to enter this sacred space. At this moment, someone breached the formidable exterior, carelessly extracting his scarred self, exposing his frail and pitiable visage to that gentle gaze. Ye Peitian felt a surge of shame and discomfort, yet there lingered a yearning deep within his heart. He closed his eyes, allowing the person to carry him upstairs and place him upon a bed of stone and sand. Ye Peitian could not recall such a thing existing within his castle. Turning his face toward the wall, he caught a glimpse of a figure seated on a chair by the bedside, who had discovered stored water and some linen, deftly tending to his wounds. "Are there any medicines?" the voice inquired. "What potions does a devil require? There have never been any medicines here." After a gentle sigh, the soft and warm palm made contact with his ice-cold forehead. It was for the sake of this fleeting warmth that he lingered in the realm of humanity. Ye Peitian closed his eyes, as faces danced chaotically before him. Friends, the shopkeeper, the children who have benefited from his kindness, the elderly with silver hair. Those faces, once adorned with smiles and gratitude, transformed into expressions of disdain and fear upon learning of his identity. The murderer, the devil. Do not approach him. What nefarious intentions does this fiend harbor in our spring city? The countenances of those supposed saints twisted grotesquely, their eyes gleaming with avarice yet betraying a profound terror towards him. He despised such gazes. In an effort to eradicate that look from their visages, he had willingly become a demon. To remain forever ensconced in this sepulchral silence of his prison was the penance befitting a creature of his ilk. He should never have foolishly ventured into the realm of humanity. Ye Peitian turned his face towards the wall, urging the visitor to depart. "This is not a place for you." The individual merely responded with a soft acknowledgement. "Leave, I require nothing. Allow me my solitude." After uttering these words, Ye Peitian coughed up a thick stream of blood, his body racked with pain, his heart seemingly aflame with agony, every part of him afflicted. He closed his eyes, succumbing to a genuine unconsciousness. When he eventually roused from his slumber, daylight had already broken. Brilliant sunlight streamed through the grand windows, illuminating every chamber of the castle. A chair stood empty at the foot of his bed. The person had departed. It was he who had commanded her to leave. Ye Peitian tumbled from the bed, bracing himself against the wall, struggling to uphold his frail physique as he slowly made his way downstairs. Faint sounds emanated from the living room, stirring an inexplicable sense of trepidation and anxiety within him. He yearned to hasten his pace, yet his blood-depleted legs felt weak and unsteady, nearly causing him to tumble down the stairs. This was an open-concept kitchen, where Chu Qianxun stood before a neatly arranged cabinet, with a spacious dining area behind her. The kitchen was replete with every imaginable appliance, pots and pans meticulously organized, and even a rare canister of liquefied gas tucked beneath the stove. The pristine condition of these immaculate, seemingly unused devices suggested a destiny of perpetual neglect. It resembled a sample home from a gilded era, where every orderly detail served merely to impart a semblance of life to the space. Chu Qianxun's culinary skills were rather dismal. She could typically only manage to boil a pot of ingredients in rapidly boiling water, striving to preserve the nutrients of the food as much as possible within the constraints of convenience. In this precarious era of scarcity and urgent living conditions, most people were akin to her, with few able to indulge in the luxury of culinary finesse. The rare completeness of her cooking apparatus offered little assistance. She selected a delicate stainless steel pot, peeled off the label, washed it clean, and set it on the stove to bring a pot of water to a boil, tossing in a few pieces of flatbread that had evidently been sitting for quite some time. Although she had not found other ingredients, the prospect of enjoying finely cooked noodles was, all things considered, a rather commendable meal. As she hummed a gentle tune, waiting for the white flour to cook, she casually surveyed the grand hall of this castle. The yellow sand had been compressed into rammed earth, forming smooth walls and floors, as well as tables and chairs. The life of the castle's master appeared undeniably dull and monotonous, with not a speck of dust in sight. The immaculate tabletops and surfaces were almost devoid of any superfluous decorations, enveloped in a solemn pale yellow hue. In fact, when Chu Qianxun brought Ye Peitian in last night, she struggled to locate his usual sleeping quarters. Every room she opened revealed nothing but stark, unadorned beds made of hard-packed earth, lacking any bedding, compelling her to dismantle a curtain in one room for makeshift use. Apart from the kitchen and the second-floor study, which were overrun with books, the castle bore little evidence of life. What sort of existence was Ye Peitian leading? Chu Qianxun pondered while stirring the bubbling noodles in the pot. He could effortlessly summon an astonishing number of high-tier magical beings, yet it seemed he deliberately tormented himself, residing in this desolate and lifeless castle, living a life akin to that of an ascetic. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the staircase. A figure stumbled into view near the dining area, first grasping the doorframe with pale fingers, followed by a bloodless face obscured by disheveled hair. He gasped, staring intently at Chu Qianxun for a moment, as if finally exhaling a sigh of relief, before collapsing against the doorframe and sliding down to the steps. "What's the matter? Why did you come running down?" Chu Qianxun approached and reached out to assist Ye Peitian. His body was icy cold, trembling slightly from an inability to support itself. "You're so severely injured. Why would you come down?" Chu Qianxun softened her tone and repeated the question. Ye Peitian lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Chu Qianxun recalled that he had asked her to leave before he fell unconscious yesterday. Perhaps he was unaccustomed to having strangers reside in his home. However, due to his severe injuries, she had inadvertently lingered until dawn while tending to his wounds. In this harsh and unforgiving wasteland era, everyone had developed a thick skin and generally did not mind the trivial comments of others. Yet Chu Qianxun still felt a twinge of embarrassment. She helped Ye Peitian into a chair in the dining room, extinguished the fire on the stove, and served a bowl of noodles before him. "Can you eat this?" she inquired, placing a pair of chopsticks in his hand. His hands were so cold, and she wondered how much blood he had lost. "Eat a little while it's warm. Don't worry, I will leave soon." Ye Peitian remained silent for a moment, then gently pushed the bowl of noodles away. Chu Qianxun's expression turned to one of confusion. It dawned on her that he was not dismissing her but rather being courteous. "Also, let us eat together." Ye Peitian's long fingers curled on the table, hesitating for a moment before finally unfolding to grasp the chopsticks. Slowly, he began to pick up the noodles from the bowl. The broth was quite bland, lacking flavor, as it had not been pre-soaked in hot water. It even carried a hint of stale odor. Yet, Chu Qianxun did not mind. She savored every bite, for in these times, it was a rarity to enjoy noodles made from such fine wheat. Suddenly, she remembered that, in her recollections, Ye Peitian was a man of exceptional culinary skill, one who not only could prepare but also delighted in creating various delicacies. Surely, he must find this plain broth and noodles quite unpalatable. Chu Qianxun discreetly lifted her gaze to steal a glance at Ye Peitian. Ye Peitian lowered his head, consuming his meal in serene silence. His dark chopsticks grasped strands of white noodles, which he devoured as though they were a rare delicacy of the human realm. The castle was illuminated beautifully, with light permeating every corner. The autumn morning sun streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Ye Peitian's soft hair. A glimmer of moisture danced in the sunlight before falling into the steaming bowl before him. This article was first published on Xinjiang Literature Network. For those who appreciate it, your support of the original work is cherished. The author wishes to express, "I am continuously seeking a wave of nourishment. For those who possess nourishment, please continue to bestow it without hesitation. I cherish each and every one of you. Tomorrow night, shortly after midnight, there will be a triple update. You can simply enjoy it when you rise the following morning. Please do not follow my example of staying up late. Gratitude is extended to the kind souls who cast their votes or provide nourishment. Thank you to the angels who contributed deep water torpedo. Yi Yuan, 3. Thank you to the angels who contributed grenade. Liangqing, Tongzu Paigu, and 1 shell. Thank you to the angels who contributed landmine. Tongyin Yuguangs, 2. Liangqing. Dear esteemed President, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the kind souls who have nurtured my journey, to the angelic benefactors who have provided sustenance. Hiyu Qing Fei with 152 bottles, Zimi Shui with 144 bottles, Maoka with 119 bottles, 13287-836 with 94 bottles, 551,727 with 82 bottles, 678-1137 with 78 bottles, Zhang Qi Ling with 74 bottles, 604-3350 with 70 bottles, 991026, Zhang Hao with 68 bottles, Mian No Yang with 62 bottles, Yang Tsong with 61 bottles, 402,855 with 59 bottles, Jiandan Fuza with 49 bottles, Zhu Xiaoyao Yao with 42 bottles, 180-1389 with 40 bottles, Kai Kai with 39 bottles, Wawa with 37 bottles, 320-1312 with 36 bottles, Tai Yugu with 35 bottles, Lexu, 502,709 with 34 bottles, 623-8896 with 31 bottles, Fu Bao Bao, Yuan Siwei, HXNDHT with 30 bottles, Jiu Din Jing with 28 bottles, 309-3539, 15160-278, 704,033 with 27 bottles, Misu with 26 bottles, 449-1819, Lulu, 17734-176 with 25 bottles, Fengqing Yun Dan 1976, Dubai 2, Babu with 23 bottles, for 181226, a live performance of A Leopard's Smile with 21 bottles. The Final Chapter of Love, Chui Ken, Lu with 20 bottles, 406-6585, Fein Yao, Buju Xiao with 19 bottles, Pian Pian Nu Wang with 18 bottles, Tian Tian with 17 bottles, Susan, 3930978, 4459362, Feng Yu with 16 bottles, 3529161, MOMOGG with 15 bottles, 5229917, Xiushan Xian, Luo Bodaren with 14 bottles, 4266307, Lzingyu 78 with 13 bottles, 1059734, Jun with 12 bottles, 1278689, Our Wounds with 11 bottles. Meiko Yu San, There is a patch of wild grass in the sky, 5043339, Wu, Scar, Tong Mo Bai, Qingsong, Maya, Lunyan, Alan, Qiu Yen Buyu. The world is so quiet, 919,357. The clouds in the sky, the listener, Ban Yen. The most adorable by Yu Yu with 10 bottles. Defu Qiao Qiao, Sky, Chan E0106, Gushang, Wang Xian with 9 bottles. 10527-839, 420-4583 with 8 bottles. Lisalia with 7 bottles. Walk of Life with 6 bottles. TCA, Liao Liao Musher E, CZDL 29, 235-4888 with 5 bottles. Gue Xian, Gray. Deeply immersed in ONN, O Chen Chen with 4 bottles. Beiming Yu, its name is Xian, 376-13938. Qingping Gua Lulu Run, Ningxing, Lemon, Tinchi, 289 for 955 with 3 bottles. Alice's Kingdom 2, 143-7893. Yeyado Guai Guai, Rui Shui with 2 bottles. Kite, The Pain of Pursuing Books. The Embrace of Fleeting Flowers and Waves, 128-67519. Fuyao Hua, Wan Wan, Tian Feng Wu, 922-2880, for 777789. How much joy you. Shelly, this place is filled with deep affection. Chen and with 1 bottle. I am immensely grateful for everyone's support, and I shall continue to strive diligently. Chu Qianxun blinked in disbelief, questioning her own vision. Yet, the tear that flickered in the sunlight had mysteriously found its way into her heart, lightly tapping upon the long-guarded gate of her emotions, creating a narrow opening in the heavy door. Ye Peitian, however, swiftly turned his head away, leaning against the table as he rose to his feet. It seemed he wished to utter something to mask the moment, yet ultimately, he remained silent, hurriedly supporting himself against the wall as he made his way towards the staircase. He stumbled as he ascended the stairs, his hand, which had been pressed against his abdomen, awkwardly grasping the handrail to prevent himself from falling. A crimson stain marked the handrail, a testament to the blood that continued to seep from the wound on his abdomen. Yet he cared not for such injuries. At that moment, all he desired was to escape to the sanctuary of his room, to conceal his pitiful and frail appearance at the swiftest pace. Chu Qianxun observed the figure of the man, flustered and distressed. Regardless of his past experiences, deep within, he remained bashful, tender, and soft-hearted. She watched helplessly as he struggled alone in the mire of his anguish, not even extending a hand to assist him. Stepping forward, she reached out to steady Ye Peitian's arm, her touch warm and firm, providing unwavering support to his weakened body and frantic spirit. In that instant, Ye Peitian's frame stiffened momentarily, yet he lowered his head, lips pressed together, remaining silent and no longer exhibiting any signs of rejection. Together, they ascended the staircase in tranquil silence. Pale and slender fingers flexed in the air, and a soft rustling sound echoed throughout the castle, the sound of countless grains of sand swiftly flowing. Within this castle, there existed innumerable rooms, the doors of most sealed by yellow sand. At that moment, all the doors constructed of sand crumbled in an instant, transforming into a stream of sand that vanished from sight. Chu Qianxun gazed along the lengthy corridor, observing the open doors of each room, grasping the unspoken invitation conveyed by this taciturn man. These rooms offered her the liberty to enter freely and utilize the objects within at her discretion. Chu Qianxun interpreted this as a gesture of invitation and retention. One particular room was remarkably long and narrow, featuring a large window on its wall. The excessively confined space contained only a bed and a small cabinet beside it. The bed, pressed against 3 walls, nearly occupied the entirety of the room, while the cabinet held a few worn and somewhat tattered books, along with an oil lamp. The hard bed, constructed of gravel, was devoid of any bedding. Not even a pillow could be found. Yet Ye Peitian habitually sat upon that cold, empty bed, lying down in the corner, curling his body slightly, and remaining motionless. The man, who fell asleep in the corner, resided in an expansive castle, yet chose to rest in such a cramped space, enduring the harshness of both winter and summer upon a bed of sand, often sustaining severe injuries without ever preparing any medicinal supplies. Chu Qianxun shook her head, perplexed by his self-imposed torment and the reasons behind his apparent self-punishment. Since Ye Peitian indicated that she could roam freely here, Chu Qianxun began to search through the castle for bedding and potions suitable for rest. She traversed the lengthy corridors, exploring numerous chambers, only to find that most of them contained nothing but beds or tables constructed from yellow sand, devoid of any furnishings or belongings. The entire villa, with the exception of the kitchen, which was relatively well-equipped, appeared desolate. Adjacent to Ye Peitian's sleeping quarters, there lay a vast study filled with an assortment of books. Beyond that, the castle was impeccably clean and orderly, resembling a place untouched by human presence. Aside from the excessively abundant oil lamps gracing the walls and corners, there were no daily necessities, no trinkets, and not a single decorative item. The repetitive rooms and their stark emptiness set the predominant tone of this structure. The owner seemed akin to a prisoner, confining himself within this vast, desolate prison. In one particular room, Chu Qianxun stumbled upon a plethora of discarded magical seeds strewn haphazardly across the floor. These coveted treasures, capable of compelling countless individuals to risk their lives, lay chaotically mingled together. The sheer sight of such wealth nearly overwhelmed her. She believed that the riches possessed by most local magnates could scarcely compare to the quantity of magical seeds within this chamber. All of this belonged solely to Ye Peitian, who seemed utterly indifferent as he carelessly tossed them into this unguarded, empty room. After rummaging through the immense pile of gems for quite some time, Chu Qianxun finally managed to retrieve a few of the lowest-grade magical seeds before departing the castle. Ye Peitian's remarkable recuperative ability was far beyond that of an ordinary person. As the sun began its descent, he awakened from a deep slumber. The ghastly wounds that had appeared so gruesome in the morning had largely healed, save for a substantial penetrating injury in his abdomen, which, due to the weapon's peculiar corrosive properties, oscillated incessantly between healing and decay. He sat up in bed, the twilight sky now casting its hues of dusk, revealing the vast expanse of desert beyond the window, where a crimson sun languidly sank beneath the horizon. The orange-tinged sunlight streamed obliquely into the room, creating elongated shadows that danced across the floor. Ye Peitian ran his fingers through his hair, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart within his chest. He found himself at a loss to articulate the emotions swirling within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that his inner state diverged starkly from the usual placid waters of his soul. Within the castle lingered another presence, a living essence that neither feared him nor bore any semblance of disdain. She spoke to him in gentle tones, her smile a beacon of warmth. She tended to his wounds and prepared steaming meals for him. Ye Peitian felt his heart pulsating with vigor, a sensation of exuberance bubbling just beneath the surface. He opened the door, descending the stairs with a mixture of joy and anticipation. The living room was shrouded in dimness, devoid of any light. The dying rays of the sun filtered through the windows, casting shadows that danced upon the walls. The elongated silhouettes, intertwined with the cooling remnants of the sunset, painted a tapestry of mottled black and crimson across the expansive, empty hall. Ye Peitian stood in the silent hall, lost in contemplation, attentively listening for an extended duration, unwilling to overlook even the faintest sound. Yet, apart from the mournful wind of the desert and the subtle rustling of fine sand, the surroundings remained enveloped in profound silence. Eventually, he took a step forward, slowly traversing the expansive living room. Typically, at this hour, he would ignite the oil lamps, illuminating every corner of the castle, filling it with a warm glow. However, at this moment, he found himself devoid of interest even in this daily ritual. Whether consumed by darkness or buried beneath silence, he felt an overwhelming lethargy, merely wandering through the empty castle, passing through alternating shadows of light and dark, moving through the kitchen, ascending the spiral staircase, and traversing the lengthy corridors. The doors of the rooms lining either side stood ajar, revealing their emptiness. That person had departed. This was, after all, a foregone conclusion. No one would linger in such a silent castle in the company of a devil. It felt as if a void had opened in his heart, which had only just begun to warm, now plummeting into an abyss. As night descended, the castle succumbed to a world of darkness. Ye Peitian retrieved a small night lamp from his pocket, his fingers hesitatingly flicking the switch twice before the soft white glow illuminated the limited space, enveloping him in a gentle circle of light, offering a slight reprieve to his suffocating senses. He pressed his hand against the still bleeding wound on his abdomen. The pain that had once been a familiar companion now gnawed at him like a relentless torment, unbearable yet inescapable. Though he had long grown accustomed to a solitary existence, the mere presence of that individual for a fleeting night had rendered his solitude and loneliness profoundly acute, an anguish he could scarcely endure, yet had no choice but to bear. Ye Peitian sat for a long time in the embrace of the night, his dim gaze fixed upon the small lamp on the table. The pale light flickered, wavering as if it too was about to abandon him amidst the darkness. Suddenly, a gust of wind accompanied by lively footsteps echoed outside the castle door. Ye Peitian's eyes brightened instantly as he raised his head. Chu Qianxun, burdened with bags of various goods, pushed open the castle door with a flourish. "Why is it so dark? Why haven't you lit the lamps?" "Aha! I bought a plethora of food. I'm going to prepare a nice dinner for you tonight. I also brought blankets and medicine." "How can you not have even a blanket here? Don't you get cold while sleeping?" The hall remained shrouded in dimness, yet Ye Peitian felt as though his heart had been filled with light, illuminated by her cheerful chatter. Chu Qianxun lit several oil lamps in the hall, their scattered flames reflecting upon her flushed cheeks from her hurried journey, sparkling in her beaming eyes. Outside, the sky grew darker, and a multitude of stars emerged. "What shall we cook for dinner?" she chattered as she slipped into the kitchen. The kitchen soon illuminated with a warm, golden glow, casting flickering light that filled the vacant dining hall. Ye Peitian sat within the gentle embrace of this light. Typically, during the evenings, he preferred to illuminate the entire castle, ensuring every corner was awash in brilliance. Yet, despite being enveloped in such dazzling radiance, He often felt an inexplicable hollowness within his heart. However, with the arrival of that person, as she lit a few modest oil lamps, he sensed an unfamiliar warmth beginning to fill the void, almost to the point of overflowing. The woman, with her back to him, busied herself in the kitchen, the dancing flames casting shadows around her. Occasionally, she would turn to him, gracing him with a smile. "It will be ready soon, just a little longer," she assured. A distinctive aroma wafted through the air, a fragrance reminiscent of the simple joys of life. Ye Peitian found himself content to wait there, regardless of how long it took. Yet, Chu Qianxun did not keep him waiting for long. She soon presented 2 steaming bowls of dumplings. This dish was simple to prepare. Mixing flour into a batter, incorporating diced meat, shiitake mushrooms, and minced greens, seasoned with salt and chicken essence. When the water in the pot reached a boil, spoonfuls of the batter were dropped in, transforming into delightful, chewy morsels. Chu Qianxun had witnessed Ye Peitian prepare this dish countless times in her memory, knowing it to be one of his favorites. Given its straightforward preparation, she decided to give it a try herself. Were it not for the evident wealth of Ye Peitian, she would never have dared to indulge in such luxuries as white flour, fresh vegetables, and meat. "Come and have a taste," Chu Qianxun said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Ye Peitian. She took a sip herself, finding the broth rather overly salty and the dough insufficiently cooked. Yet, this did not diminish her enjoyment of what she deemed a rare culinary delight. She merely wondered how Ye Peitian would perceive it. Ye Peitian held the spoon that Chu Qianxun had offered him, pausing for a moment as the pristine utensil rested on the porcelain bowl. He lowered his head and began to eat slowly, quietly, without making a sound. Unable to resist, Chu Qianxun glanced at his hands resting on the table. "Would you like some more?" she inquired tentatively. The man across from her hesitated for a brief moment before silently nodding. A smile crept onto Chu Qianxun's lips. Every chef relishes praise for their culinary creations. She promptly stood up to refill both of their bowls generously. "How wonderful! I am not much of a cook, and I feared you might find it unpalatable," she remarked. Before Ye Peitian lay a bowl filled with plump, white dumplings floating in the broth, adorned with vibrant green scallions and glistening droplets of sesame oil. The steaming vapors rose, moistening his brow and eyes. The last time she prepared a sweet porridge, it had been her personal favorite, a delightful coincidence. This time, however, the cooking method and ingredients were familiar to him, reminiscent of the dishes he had often prepared since he was a child, standing on a chair countless times to recreate such meals. He found it hard to believe this was merely a coincidence, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, his fingers subtly tracing patterns beneath the table. It had been far too long since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner, shared a meal with him, accompanied him through the night, and smiled at him. Regardless of her desires, it mattered not, Ye Peitian mused within his heart, as long as she was genuine. A tender girl, aimlessly lingering in the demon's castle, by the side of a creature that was neither man nor ghost, instilled in him a disquieting sensation of existing within a mirage, causing him to fear that he had merely fallen into the illusion of an adversary and had yet to awaken. A slight pang of unease pricked at his heart as he silently finished his meal and rose to ascend the stairs. Upon returning to his bed, he listened intently, as faint noises and footsteps echoed through the once silent castle. Before long, those footsteps gradually approached, lightly tapping twice at his door. "I have procured the elixirs. Their anti-corrosive properties are exceptional." Chu Qianxun, carrying a large bag of remedies, ranging from treatments for external wounds and burns to internal uses, hemorrhage control, and anti-corrosive solutions, gently placed them upon the bedside table. Ye Peitian lifted his gaze to meet hers, his dark eyes reflecting a hint of an expectation that Chu Qianxun could not decipher. "Do you require my assistance?" she inquired, presuming that this man, who seemed so at ease, would decline her offer. However, after a brief moment of anticipation, he softly responded in the affirmative. A smile graced Chu Qianxun's lips, as she felt a flicker of joy at Ye Peitian's willingness to accept her help, oblivious to the inner turmoil he wrestled with. She swiftly drew her small knife, preparing to disinfect and tend to the wound, a requisite skill for any warrior surviving in this era. A fighter like her, accustomed to the ravages of battle, no longer hesitated at the sight of grotesque injuries. Before her sat a figure, slightly hunched, emaciated and pallid, yet as resilient as steel. The sharp blade sliced through the necrotic flesh, and despite the agony, he uttered not a sound, his tranquil visage betraying no sign of distress. Chu Qianxun wielded her knife with unwavering determination. The youthful body beneath her hands remained steadfast, not betraying even a tremor. "Does it hurt?" The man's thin lips parted slightly. "I am an immortal," he replied. "I know you will not perish. My inquiry pertains to whether you feel pain." Chu Qianxun responded, and Ye Peitian merely tightened his lips. "If it hurts, do say so. I shall endeavor to be gentler." Swiftly, Chu Qianxun cleansed the wound, applying antiseptic before meticulously, had it not been for her formidable regenerative capabilities. The abdominal wound inflicted by that blade would have surely led to her demise, rather than merely hindering her gait and appetite. Indeed, she would have likely succumbed to complete disintegration. Flicked her wrist, casually applying a dab of ointment to the affected area, and prepared to depart. Her hand was then gently restrained. Reached out, procuring the small knife from her grasp. He then deliberately sliced his palm, and taking her hand in his, smeared his blood onto the corroded skin on her hand. He sat on the edge of the bed, his torso bare, adorned with coils of pristine white bandages. Soft, curling black hair cascaded over his pallid face, obscuring most of his brow and eyes, concealing his expression. "Ah, thank you," murmured, belatedly realizing that her hand was now imbued with his blood, instantly mending her wound. The previously deep gash was now completely healed, leaving only the lingering sensation of his touch. She adorned the unyielding, frigid bed with a plush mattress and fluffy pillows, then nestled comfortably beneath the warm covers. Closed her eyes, recalling's cramped chamber, the bare, icy cot, and his emaciated form huddled in the corner, swathed in bandages. The following morning was roused by an enticing aroma emanating from downstairs, awakening her appetite. She descended the stairs barefoot to find a man standing before the stove in the kitchen, his somewhat gaunt frame draped in a loose-fitting coat. Facing the stove with meticulous diligence, he heard Chu Qianxun descending the stairs. He merely turned his head for a fleeting glance and fell silent thereafter. Chu Qianxun hurriedly completed her morning routine and plopped down at the dining table, brimming with anticipation. She was aware of Ye Peitian's exceptional culinary skills, but had not anticipated the fortune of savoring his creations herself. As she took a sip of the congee followed by a bite of the side dish, a wave of comfort cascaded through her entire being, as if her very pores were rejoicing. This man's cooking had instantaneously captivated her palate. Even during the golden era before the emergence of the demon seed, she could not recall having indulged in a breakfast so delectable. It was exquisite, truly a marvel of the earthly realm. "Your culinary prowess is simply remarkable," she extolled without reservation. Ye Peitian lifted his gaze to meet hers momentarily before bowing his head to silently partake of the congee. His words were indeed sparse, yet this did not detract from Chu Qianxun's buoyant mood. "You can't eat so elegantly. In our team, with your manner of eating, the dishes would vanish the moment you picked up your chopsticks. However, it's fortunate that I am dining with you. I don't eat quickly either," she remarked with a playful glint in her eyes. Had they not been acquainted for long and required to maintain a semblance of decorum, she could have effortlessly polished off the entire spread in an instant, ensuring no one dared to contest her for it. Chu Qianxun gulped down 3 bowls of congee in one breath before reluctantly setting her chopsticks down. As she uttered the statement, she noticed the hand opposite her, which held the chopsticks, suddenly freeze. After a considerable pause, the fingers stirred slightly, and the chopsticks were gently placed down. Though he uttered not a single word, today, a pang of guilt struck Chu Qianxun, as if she had committed an act of uncharacteristic cruelty. Uncertain of the reason, she felt that as soon as she departed from this place, this individual would revert to a life of profound solitude, never igniting a fire to cook, never engaging in conversation, curling up in that tiny room, sleepless through the night. "Perhaps I should stay another day. You see, you have nothing here. It must be inconvenient for you to venture out to purchase supplies. Would you like me to assist you in acquiring something?" Chu Qianxun concocted a rationale for herself, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Yes, there are many, a myriad of colors, exceedingly intricate, nearly leading Chu Qianxun to suspect that this seemingly impassive man had devoted the entire morning to preparing this meal. His perpetually cold visage revealed no discernible expression. Yet Chu Qianxun discerned from that inscrutable countenance his intention to retain her company. Having indulged excessively during the day, Chu Qianxun, for the first time, found herself awakened in the middle of the night, her stomach protesting against its overload. She rose to visit the restroom. The corridor was illuminated, the staircase aglow with warm yellow light. Ye Peitian's bedroom was particularly bright. Rubbing her eyes, Chu Qianxun approached. Ye Peitian was wrapped in white bandages, draped in a jacket, leaning against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Glancing at her wristwatch, she noted it was 4 in the morning. It seemed that the man had no inclination to sleep. Why is he still awake? Chu Qianxun gently tapped on the door. The man lifted his head to gaze at her. His face now devoid of any scars, his features clean and refreshing. The dark circles that typically lingered beneath his eyes had vanished after 2 days of ample sleep. Possessing remarkable recuperative abilities, he had endured late nights with injuries, yet still appeared remarkably vibrant. Chu Qianxun was perplexed as to how he managed to stay awake each night, resulting in such pronounced dark circles. She was aware that Ye Peitian harbored a profound fear of darkness, having been locked in a dim warehouse for 3 harrowing months, compelled to coexist with ferocious beasts, which had instilled in him a severe phobia of the dark. He dreaded being alone in the shadows and feared drifting into slumber under the veil of night. Yet, she had not anticipated that this individual spent each night awake, grappling with the darkness. Ye Peitian closed the book without uttering a word. "You are still injured. You should rest more," she said, settling beside his bed and picking up the book he had just set down. "Sleep now. I shall keep you company for a while." 100 Years of Solitude, a tome of profound loneliness and solitude. She raised her hand, and a gentle breeze swept through, extinguishing several lights within the room and corridor. Outside the immense window, the sky stretched high, adorned with a myriad of brilliant stars, eternally gazing down upon the world. The deep night in the desert was eerily silent, and Chu Qianxun's soft recitation mingled with the whispers of the winds in the desert, drifting away into the vastness. Ye Peitian slowly nestled into the warm embrace of the blankets, which were both soft and comforting, enveloping him in a sense of blissful care. He was unaware of when he gradually relaxed his mind and sank into slumber. In his dream, he found himself standing in an endless expanse of desert, where an infinite darkness surged from the horizon, swiftly tainting the silvery grains of sand as it encroached upon his feet. He retreated step by step, until he stood at the edge of a steep cliff. Across the chasm, a profusion of delicate white flowers bloomed, their luminous petals swaying gently in the breeze. There, amidst the blossoms, sat a figure engrossed in a scroll, her voice resonating like a winter spring or a gentle brook, captivating and enchanting. A profound longing surged within Ye Peitian, an insatiable desire to approach her. Yet, between them lay a vast, unfathomable abyss. He could only stand at the very brink of the cliff, gazing longingly at her lowered brow and eyes. "If only she would glance my way," he mused in his dream, "I would willingly leap from this precipice." The brilliance once experienced in life, it seemed, ultimately demanded a toll of solitude. She, however, remained with her head bowed in a soft smile, slowly articulating the words from her book. The darkness crept towards Ye Peitian's feet, inexorably climbing his legs, enveloping his form and shrouding his face. Ye Peitian awoke from his dream. The dawn had arrived, and Chu Qianxun lay asleep by his bedside, her head tilted against the nightstand, lost in a peaceful slumber, the book still open upon her lap. His gaze lingered on her serene visage, then fell upon her hand resting on the pages, revealing a line of text. Only by cleansing the fog upon one's heart with water can the radiance illuminate the original dream. Ye Peitian gazed intently at that delicate hand and the words preceding it. The fingers, slender and well-proportioned, were marred by an array of old and new scars that should not have been there. Ye Peitian extended his own hand, cautiously encircling that petite palm, drawing near enough to almost feel the warmth radiating from the other's skin. Yet, he hesitated to close the distance entirely. Did I truly deserve to hold such a hand? Not far from the castle, there lay a small oasis, a clear spring surrounded by sparse shrubs. Early in the morning, Chu Qianxun carried 2 buckets to the lake to fetch water. Unbeknownst to her, she had been residing there for several days. Ye Peitian's injuries had long since healed, but the culinary prowess of this man was simply exquisite, crafting dishes daily that left Chu Qianxun utterly captivated. After 5 years of subsisting on meager rations during the wasteland era, she found it impossible to resist such temptation, surrendering to the comforts of each passing day. However, such indulgence could not continue indefinitely. Gazing at her reflection in the lake, she splashed her face with the cool water. This was the only water source within dozens of miles, attracting numerous wild animals from the desert at dawn. There were inquisitive foxes, towering camels, and even a few wild wolves. She stayed in Ye Peitian's castle ostensibly to care for her severely injured friend, yet Ye Peitian was remarkably diligent, not only managing all meals but also effortlessly employing his abilities to keep the entire castle clean. This left Chu Qianxun feeling somewhat awkward, relegated to performing minor tasks such as fetching water and buying groceries. After the arrival of the demonic seeds, the human population on the planet drastically diminished, leading to the abrupt demise of a highly industrialized civilization. Yet, the planet itself has undergone a remarkable restoration. Wildlife that was once rarely seen now thrives in the wild. Were it not for the terrifying demons that lurk everywhere, the current population, relying on gathering and hunting for survival, would not find life excessively arduous. From across the lake, a faint sound of footsteps emerged, as a young man clad in armor and wielding a longbow parted the underbrush and stepped forth. Chu Qianxun and he exchanged wary glances, each revealing a guarded expression. Not far away on a rise stood the Yellow Sand Emperor, who had stealthily followed. Upon witnessing the unexpected appearance of an unfamiliar foe before Chu Qianxun, his countenance darkened, and his hand clenched in the air. What business does a woman have in a place like this? Are you not the woman of that demon? Inquired the youthful warrior. The yellow sand that was poised to charge at the young soldier suddenly swirled to the ground, dissipating into the earth at the sound of those words. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? I am a villager from the Balong base, here merely to hunt and gather water, Chu Qianxun retorted. Having navigated the wasteland for 5 years, she had honed her skill in spinning tales with ease. Yet you I have never seen before. Where exactly do you hail from? Do villagers from Balong dare to venture into the desert? The young man was evidently swayed by Chu Qianxun's words, beginning to follow her line of thought. This is the dwelling of the demon Ye Peitian. Do you not fear incurring the wrath of the Yellow Sand Emperor? We are not afraid of him. You may not know, since you do not reside here, that although Ye Peitian is reputed to be a demon, he does not indiscriminately slay ordinary people. Chu Qianxun seemed to lower her guard and began to converse more freely, yet her arm discreetly gripped the hilt of her knife. He frequently visits our town to purchase goods, and each time he pays with more magic seeds than others. Those of us who live in the town have grown accustomed to him. Oh, is that truly the case? I have heard that he is a merciless killer, remarked the young warrior, scratching his head. If so, do you know where Ye Peitian's castle is located? The abode of a demon is fraught with peril. I dare not venture there. It is said that the location of that castle frequently shifts, making it difficult for ordinary folk to find. With a cheerful demeanor, Chu Qianxun replied, What would you seek at the demon's castle in the desert all alone? Bending down to fetch water, she brought 2 buckets, each about a meter tall, prepared to drag them along on a sled. The young warrior approached along the lakeside, extending his hand to assist her in filling the buckets. You seem to be of a low rank, unable to even lift water. I am of the wind element merely at the 2nd tier. What about you? Chu Qianxun inquired with a smile, as she preferred to downplay her abilities in front of outsiders. The less others perceived her as a threat, the better. I am a fire element saint, just recently having ascended to the 8th tier, the young warrior declared proudly, puffing out his chest, unable to resist boasting about having entered the ranks of recognized human powerhouses. Indeed, the girl before him revealed an expression of admiration. Ah, you truly are remarkable. Our entire base lacks an 8th tier saint. I have heard that even the Lord of Spring City is merely of the 8th tier. Chu Qianxun scrutinized the young man standing before her. He exuded vitality and enthusiasm, not someone of profound depth, his emotions readily discernible at a glance. His armor, boots, and gloves were crafted from the remains of the same type of magical creature, adorned with magical gems and intricately engraved patterns, alongside symbols unfamiliar to Chu Qianxun. It was likely that he was a warrior meticulously cultivated by a prominent guild or church organization. Rarely venturing out, he seemed somewhat lacking in social experience. Without requiring much prompting from Chu Qianxun, he began to divulge his background and purpose. I am Kong Haobua, hailing from the Genesis Guild in the north. The girl, of a similar age, wore simple attire and possessed a gentle disposition. Despite being only at the second tier, she independently ventured out to hunt.
Living a favorable impression en Kong Haobua.
Divine love had waned in the wake of the war against the demon race, retreating further north, where they conducted extensive human experimentation in secret around North Town and Demon City. Many of these research facilities could not be relocated in time, leading to the escape of numerous monsters that now wreaked havoc upon the world. Many sought the aid of our Genesis Guild, prompting us to investigate this matter. It would be wise for you to refrain from venturing outside the base alone for the time being. The two departed from the lakeside together. Thank you for sharing this information. I shall be cautious. But what relevance does this have to the demon Ye Peitian? Ye Peitian was once secretly detained by the divine love for a year of intensive study. This time, they sought to investigate the research facility left behind by the divine love, uncovering numerous bizarre incidents. Thus, despite his team's reluctance, he resolved to venture into this desert to behold the very source that heralded both the rise and fall of the divine love. Arriving at the base of a towering sand dune, Chu Qianxun and Kong Haobua parted ways. Before departing, Chu Qianxun offered a piece of advice. Do not venture further. Not long ago, the Lord of Spring City and the leader of the Qilin Mercenary Corps both fell at the hands of Ye Peitian. There may be no chance for your return. She bore no ill will towards this young man, yet she held no compassion for one so determined to seek the demise of Ye Peitian. As Chu Qianxun's figure faded from view, Kong Haobua suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A tall, slender young man had inexplicably appeared behind him. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, he retreated several meters, hand instinctively grasping the hilt of his knife. You are the demon? He stammered. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath him cracked open, swallowing his entire being. An immense pressure surged from all directions, squeezing with such force that it nearly shattered his internal organs. Ye Peitian, forged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, unleashed in the realm of masters, the competition often hinges upon the minutiae of a fleeting moment. A single misstep could cost one their life, leaving no opportunity for redemption. In the heart of the desert, pillars of fire surged into the sky, the crimson flames unfurling like an enormous lotus blossoming amidst the sands. Yet, this fervent blaze could not endure for long. It quickly dimmed, and the smoke curled above the dunes, revealing the unscathed Ye Peitian as the protective sandy barrier dispersed. With a casual gesture, Ye Peitian extracted the shattered-boned Kong Haobua from the dune, discarding him onto the ground. Many sought to end his life, but whether he chose to eradicate them entirely depended solely on his whims of that day. Observing the unconscious foe at his feet, Ye Peitian mused that the young man was fortunate. Today, he had no desire to soil his hands. He let out a soft hum, turning towards the castle, his thoughts drifting to the culinary delights of lunch. The infernal red lotus? Regrettably, that friend was no longer present in this world, though the techniques he had crafted lingered on. Back then, he had stood shoulder to shoulder with these formidable beings, never falling behind. Yet now, he found himself distanced from their battleground, wholly unqualified to partake. During lunch, Chu Qianxun formally bid farewell to Ye Peitian. He prepared a delightful dish of chestnut chicken. The sweet and crispy chestnuts simmered to perfection in a clay pot, rolling amidst tender, juicy pieces of chicken. The broth was rich and savory, a dish that was Chu Qianxun's absolute favorite. Despite his taciturn nature, Ye Peitian was a man of considerable attentiveness. In a mere matter of days, he had become adept at discerning Chu Qianxun's preferences. Yet, even a dish that would typically have her salivating seemed to lose its appeal, given their impending separation. A pair of ebony chopsticks hovered in the air, clasping a succulent piece of chicken imbued with a rich, savory sauce. After a moment of hesitation, it was placed into Chu Qianxun's bowl. She devoured her meal with gusto, while the man across from her silently and ceaselessly served her. Ye Peitian, who had been quiet all along, suddenly raised his head, his eyes shimmering with a subtle light. His lips parted slightly as he softly inquired. Truly? Though his words were uttered with the utmost gentleness, Chu Qianxun felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She couldn't remain in the castle indefinitely, and Ye Peitian likely wouldn't wish to venture to Spring City. Even if they could maintain a friendship, frequent visits would be impractical. Over the past 5 years, Chu Qianxun had cultivated selfishness and indifference, but now she was willing to relearn empathy and consider the well-being of others, especially this man who had endured so much hardship. Truly, I promise, she affirmed, as long as I'm not out hunting demons, I will come and find you. Chu Qianxun reached out and gently clasped Ye Peitian's hand, which lay on the table. His hand was perpetually cold and clammy, yet as it rested in her warm palm, his icy fingers twitched ever so slightly, offering no further response. In the vast, boundless desert, the massive castle appeared both forlorn and insignificant. Its doors remained open, but it was now too far away to know if the person within still stood in the distance, gazing at her departing figure. Returning to the vibrant Spring City, the cacophony of life enveloped Chu Qianxun, almost overwhelming her senses. After spending several days in a serene and tranquil place, she felt as if she might be suffocated by the overwhelming aroma of bustling street life. An elderly man selling bean cakes pedaled his rickety tricycle past the entrance of a residential building, striking a metal object in his hand as he loudly proclaimed in his distinctive singing tone, "Bean cakes, freshly baked bean cakes. 1 magical seed for a bag." Meanwhile, a woman known for her eccentricities was downstairs, demanding payment from a household, knocking on their door with such fervor that it echoed through the air. Chu Qianxun navigated through the corridor, dodging the damp clothes that hung densely, a few drops of water splashing onto her neck, sending a chill down her spine. A man with shoulder-length hair sauntered past her in shorts and a tank top, hands tucked into his pockets, swaggering with a carefree demeanor. He spat out the toothpick he had been chewing and, with a flirtatious tone, remarked, "Hey there, where did this beauty come from? Care for 3 magical seeds?" Before he could utter another word, Gao Yan swiftly kicked him, causing him to stumble. She scolded him sharply, "You impertinent fool. Qianxun is a 4th-tier saint. You ought to take a good look at yourself first." The man, confronted by 2 4th-tier saints, dared not retaliate and muttered as he walked away. Gao Yan seized Chu Qianxun's hand and led her upstairs. "Where have you been, Qianxun? You vanished suddenly that day, and we haven't seen you for days." Intrigued, Chu Qianxun lifted her hand, her gaze lingering upon it, bearing the indelible marks of countless battles. Her hands were once a tapestry of scars, both old and new, yet, miraculously, these imperfections had vanished, leaving behind skin of flawless smoothness, radiant and delicate. It was then that the realization dawned upon her. Ye Peitian had subtly altered her diet, retrieving a 5th-order demonic seed, a spoil of war. Chu Qianxun cradled it in her palm. After a moment of contemplation, she looked up at Gao Yan and uttered, "Sister Yan, I am poised to transcend my current level. I require your vigil. For all ascendants, the act of leveling up presents a binary fate, either to ascend to a higher echelon of power or to succumb to failure, transforming into a ravenous monstrosity, a target for their former comrades. Given the considerable risk of demonic transformation during this process, most individuals enlist the aid of their most trusted confidant. Should the ascension fail, this friend is tasked with the grim duty of severing their head, granting them a final, humane demise." Gao Yan watched over Chu Qianxun, who lay prostrate upon the bed. Her sweat-soaked, shoulder-length hair clung to her face, her body contorted in agony. In Gao Yan's memory, Chu Qianxun had always been a figure of cool detachment, her actions decisive, her demeanor exuding unwavering fortitude. Yet, at this moment, she perceived a different aspect of her friend. A woman of modest stature, her limbs possessing a delicate slenderness reminiscent of youth. In essence, she is a soft and fragile woman, much like herself. Yet, due to the tumultuous times she inhabits, she has had to encase herself in layer upon layer of armor, allowing her to stand firm against the tempests and to resist the talons of those monstrous beings. How many have perished at the hands of these creatures, and how many skulls have been severed by her own hand? The memories elude her grasp. The deeper the bond, the greater the anguish felt in moments of parting. Thus, she gradually learned to keep others at bay, shielding herself from further pain. Upon Chu Qianxun's fair neck, terrifying and grotesque green patterns emerge, reminiscent of blood vessels, pulsating beneath the skin, intertwining and spreading towards her cheeks. Delicate membranes, akin to butterfly wings, sprout from her shoulder blades, glistening and trembling in the air, poised to unfurl into a magnificent pair of wings. This heralds the onset of her transformation into a monster. Should she falter, her friend, who had only moments ago shared laughter with her, would irrevocably become a ravenous beast. Gao Yan instinctively grasped the hilt of her sword, her palms slick with sweat, rendering her grip nearly impossible. In a frenzy, she wiped her hands on her garments, feeling tears welling in her eyes. She had endured solitude for far too long. This was her sole companion, a friendship hard won. With a swift motion, she drew her slender, elongated sword, its blade shimmering with a cerulean glow. The vista before her blurred with an indiscernible mixture of tears and perspiration. Gao Yan wiped her face. "Did you hear me, you stubborn woman? I told you to wake up." The alabaster nape beneath her blade remained motionless. Alabaster? Gao Yan blinked, a surge of elation coursing through her as she noticed the verdant tracery that had been etched upon Chu Qianxun's neck was beginning to recede, the once taut membrane protruding from her back now shriveled and flaccid. Chu Qianxun's eyes fluttered open, meeting Gao Yan's gaze, noisy. So noisy. Gao Yan enveloped the struggling Chu Qianxun in a fierce embrace. "You obstinate woman. I knew you would overcome this." Chu Qianxun rested her chin upon Gao Yan's shoulder. Her senses and cognizance, recently elevated, were preternaturally acute, yet her body still felt somewhat enervated. "Yanjia, were you crying? Nonsense, don't flatter yourself. Who would weep over such a trivial matter? Without you, I still have a plethora of friends." The sensation of camaraderie was truly delightful. Solitude was profoundly tedious. Chu Qianxun closed her eyes. "I thought I heard you weeping, and another person. I truly detested seeing you both cry, and so I roused." The news of Chu Qianxun's ascension to the 5th tier diffused rapidly throughout the tenement building. After all, within such a modest structure, a 5th-tier ascendant was considered a personage of some consequence. In Spring City, ordinary citizens, or those auxiliary-type saints of meager rank and limited utility, predominantly dwelled in the chaotic, squalid districts akin to Black Street. However, individuals like Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan, who belong to the vast cohort of mid- to low-tier warriors, fare significantly better than their counterparts. Based on their respective abilities, they have the opportunity to secure a modest, private space within these brick and concrete edifices. The majority residing in this communal building are mid- to low-tier saints, ranging from levels 3 to 5. Although the differences in their ranks are minimal, it is widely acknowledged that level 4 represents a formidable threshold. Ascending to level 5 signifies boundless potential for the future. Thus, forging connections during this time is undoubtedly advantageous. Consequently, over the past few days, whether familiar or not, several individuals have approached to either extend their congratulations or cultivate closer ties. Even the notoriously frugal lunatic residing on the lower floor made an effort, appearing with a small bag of cookies as a symbolic gesture of camaraderie. "Qianxun, should you find success in the future, do not forget us sisters who have endured together," the freckled lunatic declared, unilaterally elevating Chu Qianxun to the status of a sister and leaving the small, half-palm-sized bag of cookies on the table, which had long since expired. In contrast, Lin Shang's gift was considerably more lavish. If his previous demeanor towards Chu Qianxun had been somewhat ambiguous, the revelation of her own ascension to level 5 now compelled him to openly express his intentions with unmistakable fervor. Hailing from a rural background marked by economic hardship, Lin Shang had once been confined to laboring on construction sites in the city, relying solely on his physical strength to survive, due to a lack of education during the Golden Era. He possesses great strength, stands tall, and is exceedingly diligent, earning a salary among the highest in the construction team, comparable to that of the office-bound white-collar workers. Yet, deep within, he harbors a sense of inferiority, feeling out of place in this vibrant and bustling city. Each day, after descending from the construction site, he finds himself squeezed onto the bus, his figure covered in dust and grime, surrounded by the well-dressed urbanites whose glances seem laced with disdain and contempt, leaving him feeling embarrassed and awkward. Unexpectedly, calamity strikes. Those lofty city dwellers suddenly tumble from their high perches, finding themselves in the same predicament, rolling in the dust just like him, each one appearing disheveled and grimy. Their once valuable skills in English and computing are rendered futile in this new reality. They must adapt, as he once did, to an unfamiliar environment, while Lin Shang, endowed with physical prowess and practical skills, becomes highly sought after in this era. He even gains extraordinary abilities associated with strength, and the beautiful city girls, who once looked down upon him, now flock to him, calling out to him affectionately, shedding their haughty airs and vying for his attention. Undoubtedly, although these girls were once unattainable for him, he has transformed significantly and now intends to choose wisely. Such is the nature of humanity. What is readily available becomes undesirable, while the unattainable stirs an insatiable yearning. Downstairs, the charming Xiao Wan, with her alluring physique, has stealthily crept into his room countless times in the dead of night. Yet Lin Shang finds himself unable to shake off his fixation on Chu Qianxun, a teammate who remains indifferent to him. Perhaps it was the aura of a female university student that Chu Qianxun exuded, a semblance of the intellectual sophistication he had once yearned for, that stirred within him the notion that having such a woman as his wife would be the ultimate gratification. Furthermore, Qianxun, now a fifth-tier acolyte, earned no less in terms of demonic seeds than he did himself. Marrying her would not only provide him with personal care but also contribute a significant portion to the household income. Lin Shang resolved to win this woman over. To that end, he gritted his teeth and spent a considerable sum to acquire a sack of wheat flour and some chives, personally wrapping a plate of dumplings. Though their appearance left something to be desired, in these times wheat flour and vegetables were rare commodities, beyond the reach of ordinary people even during the new year. Moreover, the sight of a burly man like himself personally cooking something was bound to move any woman deeply. Wasn't it? Lin Shang presented this offering, confident of his success with Chu Qianxun, his gaze upon her burning with an ardor that scarcely needed concealing. Chu Qianxun, sensing Lin Shang's fervent enthusiasm, felt somewhat overwhelmed. Lin Shang was a man of imposing stature, robust and sturdy, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, outwardly possessing the rustic simplicity characteristic of rural folk. As a fifth-tier power-based acolyte, he was well received by many women in the building, but Chu Qianxun harbored no particular fondness for him and had explicitly expressed her rejection more than once. However, the man seemed oblivious to the subtle cues she had given him, and in recent days, he had become increasingly persistent. Chu Qianxun decided to dispense with any further pretense of consideration, blocking the doorway and preventing the eager Lin Shang from entering her abode. Qianxun, please do not be so polite. This is certainly not without reason. I am genuinely happy for you. Lin Shang continued to eagerly push his way inside. Chu Qianxun, however, did not budge from the doorframe, her expression now serious. Qianxun, what do you mean by that? Lin Shang exclaimed, growing anxious. Have you heard some idle gossip? There is nothing between Xiaojun and me. I am only interested in. Lin Shang, I believe I have made myself abundantly clear, Chu Qianxun interjected, her words forthright. I harbor no feelings for you, and your interests in others are of no concern to me. Lin Shang's face flushed crimson in an instant, caught in a dilemma with the bowl of dumplings he held, unable to advance or retreat. His sun-kissed skin was dark, his hair cropped short, and his broad white teeth revealed a somewhat naive smile. Yet, when his expression darkened, that glossy skin quivered, betraying a latent resentment simmering beneath the surface. Suddenly, he seized Chu Qianxun's wrist, thrusting her into the room and slamming the door shut behind them. As a practitioner of physical prowess, he was acutely aware that this woman was no match for him in strength. You wretched woman, if you have no interest in me, why do you always smile and converse with me, teasing my appetite, only to feign indifference and cast me aside? Many spectators, both within and outside the tenement, quietly observed this lively altercation. Some shook their heads and closed their doors, while others leaned in with keen interest to listen to the commotion inside. So, Lin Shang has managed to enter after all, they murmured. It appears he is quite fortunate today. Women, after all, must put on a show. To subdue a woman, one must resort to violence. A couple of slaps will render her submissive, reduced to tears. A group of lascivious men stood outside the frail wooden door, engaged in lewd speculation about the scene within. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the door was flung open by a powerful gust, splintering into shards that rained down upon the men, mingling with a few sticky dumplings. Lin Shang emerged from the room, his face ashen, retreating step by step. His forehead and arms bore multiple gashes, crimson rivulets staining half his visage. Chu Qianxun stood at the open doorway, one hand gripping a blade, the other manipulating delicate wisps of wind. At the fourth tier, her comprehension of wind had revolved around directing as much force as possible against her foes. However, upon breaking through to the fifth tier, her grasp of air currents deepened significantly. She began to control the flow with precision, compressing the air within a confined space to its utmost limit, thus creating countless fine and agile blades of wind that left her adversaries defenseless. Caught off guard by this technique for the first time, Lin Shang found himself at a disadvantage. Having recently ascended to the fifth tier, Chu Qianxun, sensing Lin Shang's desire for practice, calmly declared, "Since Brother Lin wishes to spar, let us do so here." Though her tone was unassuming, Lin Shang recognized the lethal intent behind it. Should he make any move, this woman, whose blade had already tasted blood, might indeed sever his head. When there exists a disparity in physical strength between men and women, men often display dominance, arrogance, or valiant bravado in the presence of women. However, under comparable circumstances, these individuals may not possess the bravery they imagine, exhibiting a disregard for life and death that surpasses that of women. The men who had just been discussing a woman's unwillingness to yield in conflict now cowered in silence, concealing their swollen heads within the confines of their homes. Lin Shang's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, ultimately lacking the courage to confront Chu Qianxun, and he left in a state of simmering anger and defeat. Given the escalating tension with Lin Shang, one must exercise caution during tomorrow's fieldwork, as the prospect of this petty individual scheming behind your back is a valid concern. Gao Yan assisted Chu Qianxun in supporting the door frame, acknowledging the situation without lifting her head as she meticulously installed screws. From the heavens descended a demonic force that obliterated millennia of human civilization, simultaneously transforming every facet of this planet. Gradually, people discerned that with the demise of each monstrous entity, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The area surrounding the colossal carcass became a nurturing epicenter, where flora and microorganisms within a radius of several kilometers exhibited a remarkable resurgence, flourishing with extraordinary vigor and rapidly proliferating. To this day, after years of relentless warfare between humans and demons, the monumental cities, roads, and edifices constructed during humanity's golden age lie largely buried beneath the vibrant overgrowth. Occasionally, one may glimpse a rusted fragment of the past amidst the dense foliage, a testament to humanity's former glory. However, the endeavor to cultivate and harvest from this fertile land is far from a simple task. Leaving the fortified base, the creatures roaming the wilderness are drawn to the scent of humanity. Cultivation and hunting have become exceedingly perilous. In the adjacent golden rice fields, countless farmers are diligently harvesting the bountiful crops. Due to the scarcity of gasoline, mechanized agricultural equipment has become inoperative. Nonetheless, the speed of the harvest remains swift, aided by several saints possessing plant-based abilities, who stand amidst the rice paddies, raising their arms to bring down vast swathes of golden ears of rice through their powers. Aside from ordinary individuals, numerous low-tier speed and strength saints have joined the frantic harvesting effort. The fields are patrolled by armored combat saints wielding weapons, ever vigilant against the monsters that may be lured by the presence of humans. Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan sit atop a low, rust-red roof at the edge of the field, as the autumn breeze caresses their cheeks, lifting their hair and sweeping through the boundless rice fields, creating ripples akin to waves. Beneath them lies a roof, rusted and weathered, with the building itself almost entirely buried in soil, leaving only the small, tarnished section visible. Half of a grimy yellow character remains on the roof, as if struggling to convey to the world that the land beneath their feet was once a service area on a highway before it faded into oblivion. As I gaze into the resplendent fields of golden rice, a number of structures stand starkly, reduced to mere rooftops. The once prominently displayed signposts, now half buried in the soil, still faintly reveal the names of cities from a bygone era, alongside the distances measured in kilometers. Chu Qianxun finds herself lost in contemplation before a blue road sign not far from her feet, which is caked in mud. To its right lies the name Beijing, and to its left, Balong. The mention of Balong stirs emotions within her, as her thoughts meander through the boundless rice fields, beyond the remote town of Balong, and into the vast, uncharted desert. At the heart of that desolation, within a solitary castle, resides an individual who is both lonely and feared by the world. This person sits in a cramped chamber, brow furrowed, accompanied solely by volumes of books. Chu Qianxun perceives a small, tender sprout unexpectedly emerging from the long-neglected soil of her heart, struggling against the chill of the autumn winds to blossom into a delicate pink flower. Qianxun, look over there. Gao Yan's voice breaks her reverie. Following her gaze, Chu Qianxun notices Lin Shang seated in a nearby corner, his face contorted, his eyes directed at her brimming with resentment. A man like him, who once wallowed in self-doubt yet suddenly found himself in the limelight, cannot endure setbacks. He has taken the public rejection by Chu Qianxun as a profound humiliation, clinging to it in his heart, unable to forget. Look at his eyes. It's as if he wishes to devour you whole. Such men possess a particularly fragile temperament. You must tread carefully. Gao Yan leaned closer to Chu Qianxun's ear, whispering that if he made any subtle movements during the fight, she would not hold back. She would assist him. Chu Qianxun let out a cold snort. In this era of legal order, young girls might find themselves at a loss when confronted with such harassment. However, in the present times, regardless of gender, everyone has grown accustomed to resolving issues through force. Should this individual harbor ill intentions, Chu Qianxun had no intention of showing mercy to someone who expressed such animosity towards her. Their team leader, Wang Daji, approached. He glanced at Chu Qianxun and Lin Shang, then pulled Lin Shang aside for a private conversation. Shangzi, are you not aware of the rules of the Red Wolf? Outside, you may pursue any woman without consequence, but within the team you must not lay a hand on the girls. Wang Daji's expression was grim. Lin Shang turned his face away, letting out a dismissive snort, clearly disregarding Wang Daji's admonition. The Red Wolf, based in Spring City, was considered a medium-sized mercenary group. Its leader, Han Ao, was a 7th-tier saint, and the team comprised 7 to 8 squads. Most squad leaders were 5th or 6th-tier saints. Wang Daji himself was in the latter stage of the 5th tier, struggling to maintain authority over the team members, particularly those like Lin Shang, who had already reached the early 5th tier. If you insist on this behavior, I will have no choice but to request your transfer to another team from the captain, Wang Daji said, his anger palpable. Hunting demons was inherently a perilous endeavor, and cooperation among teams was vital. A single misstep could cost more than just 1 or 2 lives. The discord between Lin Shang and Chu Qianxun had left him thoroughly exasperated. The busy farmers bent over in the fields, deftly tying the harvested rice ears together and stacking them onto the waiting carts at the edge of the field. Most of them were ordinary folk, often going hungry and appearing gaunt from lack of sustenance. Yet, after a long day's labor, none dared to slow their pace. They raced against time, for in the wilderness, terrifying monsters could emerge at any moment. Even with the protection of the saints as defenseless commoners, they remained vulnerable to the perils of battle, facing certain death with ease. Observing the nearing conclusion of the harvest, Gao Yan let out a slight sigh of relief, having already seen the other team leaders in the distance signaling for the gathering to commence. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from beyond the mountains, and several warning firework flares shot up, accompanied by the chilling screams of the watchmen, cutting through the evening sky's glow. A colossal visage emerged from behind the mountain wall, a strikingly beautiful and flawless female face, vast and expressionless, gazing down upon them from its lofty perch. The unnaturally exquisite visage tilted slightly, its crimson lips incessantly chewing. Beneath that head, there was no body. Instead, countless slender tendril-like strands of hair cascaded to the ground, their ends writhing upon the earth's surface with surprising swiftness. The leader of the Red Wolves, Han Ao, pulled down the visor of his helmet and charged forward. First and second teams, follow me. The rest, hold your positions. In an instant, a soldier unable to evade in time was impaled upon the iron-like black pipes, crimson blood cascading down the hillside, seeping into the golden fields below. The setting sun resembled blood, and the wind stirred the waves of wheat in the bountiful fields, where warriors were engaged in a life-and-death struggle against enormous monstrosities, stirring the grass and leaves into a frenzy. Ordinary farmers, caught off guard, were pierced by the monster's deadly weapons, and some perished tragically on the roadside due to the saint's extraordinary powers. The crowd erupted into chaos, yet soon regained its composure, swiftly retreating from the battlefield. Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan, along with others, anxiously shielded the convoy and non-combatants as they retreated to the rear. The masses, urging their horses and pushing their vehicles, ran desperately alongside the carts, clinging to the winter provisions, which were deemed irreplaceable unless absolutely necessary. In the thicket by the roadside, the vegetation rustled ominously. Through the dim gaps in the trees, a blood-red visage slowly emerged. A crimson monstrosity crawled forth from the forest, devoid of skin, with a long, sharp horn protruding from its forehead. This was a well-known wraith among the myriad of beasts. Though not formidable in size, its speed was terrifying. With horns atop its head, it was a fifth-tier creature, remarkably swift. The warning rang out, "Everyone, retreat!" Yet before the captain's command could fully resonate, the wraith's figure flickered, leaving an afterimage in its wake, while its true form materialized before Lin Shang. With a mighty roar, Lin Shang raised his shield just as the tremendous force collided with it with a resounding crash. He is a wielder of power-based abilities. Although the impact seems immense due to the Wanderer's speed, he manages to hold his ground with great effort. At that moment, his peripheral vision catches sight of Chu Qianxun, and a malevolent thought surges from the depths of his mind. He slightly adjusts his hand, and under the tremendous force, the Wanderer's sharp horn glides along the shield, charging toward the not-so-distant Chu Qianxun behind Lin Shang. Despite both being fifth-tier, Chu Qianxun's speed is no match for the renowned swiftness of the Wanderer. In such a brief span of distance and time, all she can do is awkwardly shift her body to evade the impending attack. However, behind her is Gao Yan. If she dodges, the fourth-tier Gao Yan will inevitably be unable to escape. For a fleeting moment, Chu Qianxun hesitates, and that instant proves too late. She watches helplessly as the blood-red horn pierces her skin, penetrating her abdomen, and, amidst Gao Yan's horrified cries, sends her soaring through the air. Chu Qianxun crashes to the ground, clutching her abdomen with one hand, desperately trying to steady herself. She has exerted every ounce of strength to avoid a fatal blow at the last moment, yet an excruciating pain surges within her, as she distinctly feels a searing liquid flowing profusely between her fingers. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she furrows her brow and raises her arm, summoning a whirlwind that lifts the elusive Wanderer, still evading the concentrated attacks of her teammates, and flings it to the ground. Gao Yan's gravitational abilities combine with a timely suppression, pinning the monster that could not rise in time firmly to the earth. The whirlwind and gravity work in concert to restrain the downed creature, rendering it unable to rise despite its desperate struggles. A slender blade of wind emitted a sharp sound, slicing through the air to precisely sever the neck of the monstrous creature, revealing a glimmer of verdant hue, the location of the demonic seed. Excellent. Suppress it. I shall retrieve the seed. Lin Shang, nearby, was elated. According to the rules of demon hunting, the obtained demonic seed and the monster's body would be allocated to the team members who contributed in battle. The one who ultimately secured the seed would not only receive a substantial share but also gain the privilege of selection. For Lin Shang, a fifth-tier hunter, acquiring a fifth-tier demonic seed was of utmost importance, and this dying creature had fortuitously fallen at his feet. Truly a divine opportunity. Lin Shang eagerly extended his hand toward the creature's neck. Just as his fingers were about to make contact and a smile began to grace his lips, the gravitational field that had been suppressing the monster suddenly dissipated. The blood-red beast leapt into the air. As the onlookers blinked in astonishment and regained their focus, they witnessed the creature's long horn piercing through Lin Shang's heart, pinning him against a sturdy tree trunk. Lin Shang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the terrifying monster before him. He lifted his gaze to see Chu Qianxun, supported by Gao Yan, rising in the distance. Fear and panic filled his heart. In that fleeting moment before death, scenes from his life flashed before his eyes. Working at the construction site, though it was dirty and exhausting, The days were fulfilling and stable. The daughter of a fellow worker, Xiaozue, had treated him kindly. Her rosy cheeks and admiring gaze brought him joy, unlike the frigid stare of the woman before him, devoid of warmth. As the two monstrous beings crashed to the ground, the lives of numerous warriors and ordinary individuals were forever intertwined with this place. Lin Shang was deceased, and Chu Qianxun bore grave injuries. Even after receiving treatment, she languished in bed for more than half a month. During times of overwhelming busyness, people often lack the inclination to mourn the fleeting nature of life. However, once leisure ensues, particularly after lying in bed for an extended period, one's thoughts inevitably wander. On certain nights, gazing at the luminous moon hanging in the sky, Chu Qianxun would reminisce about the moonlit nights witnessed in the desert. Perhaps it was due to Ye Peitian's fear of darkness that every window in the castle was exceptionally large, allowing her to see the myriad stars scattered across the night sky of the vast desert while lying in her room. She often found herself pondering what that individual might be doing at this very moment. Was he still awake, seated in that cramped chamber, reading by the flickering light? She regretted not fulfilling her promise to visit him. Did that cause him any displeasure? As days passed, Chu Qianxun became increasingly convinced that the world she had dreamt of undeniably existed somewhere. Beneath Gao Yan's harsh and indifferent exterior lay a hidden tenderness. Jiang Xiaojia's ice-cold techniques were truly formidable, and Ye Peitian, despite his notorious reputation, possessed an unexpected gentleness, particularly evident in his nearly identical culinary skills. Could not merely be a coincidence within the realm of dreams. Yet, regardless of how intimately connected the dream version of Chu Qianxun and Ye Peitian appeared, in reality, they remained nothing more than strangers. He was a formidable ninth-tier figure, residing alone in a desolate castle. Should she attempt to draw near to him, she would inevitably become nothing more than a vine, sheltered within the confines of his castle. Chu Qianxun came to terms with reality, letting out a sigh within her heart. She reached out to pluck the tender sprout that had just begun to grow in her heart, cherishing it for a moment before allowing it to scatter with the wind. As the morning light filtered through the window, Gao Yan entered, carrying a food box. "Look what I have brought you today," she exclaimed, unveiling the contents with a flourish. Two small plates of dishes emerged, accompanied by 2 bowls of thin, translucent porridge that reflected shadows. One plate contained cucumbers seasoned with salt, while the other held a charred omelet. "Isn't this a rare treat? Porridge, cucumbers, and eggs. Eat while it's hot." Gao Yan presented a pair of chopsticks to Chu Qianxun before taking a seat opposite her. Indeed, these offerings were a rarity. Chu Qianxun felt a surge of enthusiasm, sitting up straight and picking up a piece of the salted cucumber to taste. "Ah, it's too salty," she complained, finding it excessively seasoned. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, she swallowed it hastily, taking several large gulps of plain porridge. After taking a bite herself, she nearly spat it out. It was undeniably salty. "I thought that since vegetables are scarce, making them a bit saltier would allow for more servings," she explained. Chu Qianxun leisurely sipped her porridge, occasionally pairing it with the excessively salty cucumbers and the overcooked omelet. Her mind wandered back to that table crafted from yellow sand, where the dishes served were always fragrant and delectable, seasoned just right with salt and spice, as if perfectly tailored to her taste. The fingers that brought the dishes were fair and beautiful, and the server was equally striking. As he stood before the stove, his back turned to her, his long, straight legs were elegantly poised, his head slightly bowed, and his delicate, curly hair swayed gently, revealing the smooth and lovely nape of his neck. In the heart of Chu Qianxun, where despair had recently taken root, tender shoots unexpectedly broke through, defiantly swaying in the wind. When Gao Yan returned at noon, Chu Qianxun had vanished, leaving behind a note on the table which simply stated, "Gone for a few days, do not worry." Chu Qianxun's injuries had yet to fully heal, and she dared not take any chances. She joined the caravan departing from Spring City, making her way to Balong, and subsequently ventured into the desert. Upon reaching the castle of Yellow Sands, it was just the twilight hour. The orange-red sun slowly descended on the horizon of the barren landscape, casting a warm glow that seemed to envelop the very air. Chu Qianxun knocked on the castle door, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Holding her breath, she listened intently, but silence reigned within. She knocked again and pushed against the door, which, unlatched, creaked open slowly. The hall was dimly lit, with fine dust dancing in the beams of slanting light. Ye Peitian sat in that faint sunlight, gazing at her, startling Chu Qianxun. When she had left, he occupied the very same spot. Nearly a month had passed since then, and had it not been for his change of attire, she might have doubted he had moved from that position at all. Ye Peitian appeared haggard, dark circles under his eyes betraying a depth of unspoken emotion as he fixed his gaze upon Chu Qianxun. Chu Qianxun stepped inside, poised to speak, when Ye Peitian abruptly averted his gaze, fixating intently on the ground in the lower left corner. A hoarse and dry voice then pierced the silence, commanding, "You should leave. Depart from this place." "What is the matter?" Chu Qianxun was momentarily taken aback. Ye Peitian averted his eyes from her, his brow furrowed as he closed them. A pang of discomfort washed over Chu Qianxun. However, she was no longer the impulsive and emotionally charged girl of her youth. She did not wish to sow discord between them, who had previously enjoyed a harmonious rapport, simply out of stubbornness or miscommunication. "Please calm down. Is there something you have misunderstood? I could not meet you as agreed because I was injured in battle and required 2 weeks of recuperation," she explained, striving to maintain a gentle tone. Upon hearing this, Ye Peitian abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fluctuating with emotion. He raised a hand slightly, as if to articulate something, but then slowly lowered his lashes and hand, declaring, "Go. Leave immediately, and do not return here." Chu Qianxun took a couple of steps forward, bewildered by his demeanor. Ye Peitian raised his eyes, revealing a glimmer of crimson within them. In that instant, the gentle boy transformed into a veritable bloodthirsty demon. "Depart from here. Advance not another step or I." He spoke through gritted teeth, a palpable aura of murderous intent saturating the gradually dimming hall. Though Chu Qianxun could not comprehend the reasons behind his fervent insistence, she clearly understood his desire for her departure. After a lengthy silence, she finally turned and left the premises. Step by step, she treaded upon the frigid grains of sand. Chu Qianxun touched her chest, feeling a pang of discomfort that was both bitter and sorrowful. When the wanderer had pierced her abdomen, her body had not felt such distress. It was uncalled for. He was merely a man. Having endured myriad hardships, could she truly be troubled by such trivial matters? She chided herself. On the horizon, the sun's brilliance was gradually fading, giving rise to an unusual haze as a multitude of figures approached from all directions, stirring up such a commotion. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind her. She turned to find Ye Peitian racing out from the castle, seizing her arm with urgency. "There is no time. Come with me." His expression was a blend of frustration and sorrow. Inside the castle, the sand shifted ominously, and walls of yellow dust rose simultaneously at every door and window. As all vents were sealed, darkness swiftly enveloped the hall. The ground began to tremble gently, and the entire castle seemed to sink. The earth quaked and the heavens turned as Ye Peitian's gaze remained fixed intently upon Chu Qianxun. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended the reluctance and sorrow reflected in his eyes. "Is an enemy approaching? What must you do?" She grasped his arm tightly. The last sliver of light from the tall windows was about to vanish. Ye Peitian retrieved a small lantern from his bosom and ignited it. He gently lowered her hand, placing the lantern carefully within her grasp. His gaze lingered momentarily on the inexpensive plastic lamp. Then he raised his hand, and the wall of gravel parted, allowing him to slip through. Chu Qianxun took a few steps forward, but the gap in the wall swiftly closed before her eyes. The ground beneath her trembled increasingly violently, even inducing a sensation of weightlessness. Chu Qianxun understood that she was being drawn deeper into the foundation of the castle. Time passed uncertainly, and silence enveloped everything. The only sound she could discern was a faint rumble emanating from the earth above her. There, a fierce and desperate battle was unfolding. Yet, the entire castle where she found herself remained tranquil and stable, shrouded in darkness, with all doors and windows sealed by yellow sand. This was the depths of the earth, where the air could not sustain life for long. Holding the dimly glowing lamp in her hand, Chu Qianxun felt along the wall as she moved forward. Before her, a small circular hole appeared, gradually expanding until it formed a tunnel barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, stretching into the endless darkness ahead. Chu Qianxun realized this was the intent of Ye Peitian, urging her to traverse this passage. He was engaged in battle with numerous foes above, yet still managed to send her away for her safety. Beneath the moonlit night, Ye Peitian stood alone on the vast desert. A cold wind swept across, stirring a delicate layer of silver sand that undulated like waves, resonating with a unique sound characteristic of the desert. Countless armored saints, armed with weapons, surrounded him in a colossal circle. The meticulously crafted weapons of those high-ranking magical bodies glimmered subtly under the moonlight, reflecting an array of colors, powerful and frigid. Yet at this moment, their masters were far from calm and composed. The numerous assailants had to acknowledge the turmoil and trepidation swelling within them as they faced this singular adversary. Ye Peitian had long resided in the heart of this desert, but his fortress, constructed of yellow sands, appeared intermittently amidst the boundless dunes, its location ever-shifting and elusive, making it arduous to orchestrate an effective siege. However, on this occasion, for reasons unknown, not only did the fortress remain immobile in the same spot for a whole month, but even Ye Peitian himself had not fled during their onslaught, leaving them to catch him red-handed and sparing them the trouble of casting a wide net in search of him. A burly man with a thick beard stepped forward, declaring, "Ye Peitian, you merciless devil, today I, Wang Wei, shall seek justice for Lord Huan of Spring City and the many brothers who have perished at your hands." Wang Wei, the leader of the Spring City Cheetah Mercenary Corps, had his ambitions stirred following the demise of Huan Shengjie, yearning to contend for the position of lord. Thus, under pressure, he was the first to confront the demon Ye Peitian, his words resonating with righteous indignation and commanding presence, prompting his comrades to cheer in support. With chest puffed out, Wang Wei appeared brave and unyielding even in the face of the terrifying fiend. In truth, once he finished speaking, he tensed his body, fully prepared for any imminent assault, his palm gripping the enormous shield beginning to perspire. He swallowed hard, ready to face Ye Peitian's impending attack. In the center of the encircled space stood Ye Peitian, seemingly unperturbed. His expression bore no trace of fear or anger. Rather, he tilted his head slightly, fixating his gaze upon the barren sand beneath him, as if engrossed in profound contemplation, utterly indifferent to his current predicament. Meanwhile, Chu Qianxun crawled through a narrow, dark tunnel deep within the earth. A faint light illuminated a small area around her, while the path behind was shrouded in darkness, and the way ahead was obstructed. Her palm brushed against the earthen wall before her, which felt slightly damp and cool to the touch. As she continued her advance, the wall receded, unveiling a path before her. Chu Qianxun moved swiftly, yearning to reach the surface and glimpse the world above. Yet, the tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly forward, and after what felt like an eternity, it finally began to incline upwards. As the stifling air within the tunnel grew increasingly oppressive, the surrounding sandy walls finally softened. Ahead, a glimmer of light appeared, signaling the tunnel's end. Chu Qianxun emerged from the sand hole, greeted by an expanse of endless dunes beneath a canopy of stars. There was no one in sight, nor any castle to be found. She realized she had ventured far from Ye Peitian's location. Behind her, the sky erupted with flashes of light, accompanied by a resounding, thunderous roar from extraordinary powers. Quickly, Chu Qianxun ascended the nearest dune, gazing out to comprehend just how far Ye Peitian had sent her. Not long ago, dark thunderclouds roiled above the site of the castle, while silver serpentine lightning occasionally struck down from the heavens. On the ground, pillars of fire erupted, connecting earth and sky, their flames casting a crimson glow over the entire expanse of sand dunes. Interwoven flashes of countless forms of supernatural light danced amidst the chaos, accompanied by a colossal totem of a silver eye, suspended at the periphery of the battlefield. Chu Qianxun lay atop the dune, silently observing the tumultuous scene below, remaining utterly still. She could do nothing, only endure, waiting for the battle's conclusion and an outcome beyond her control. For the first time, a sense of resentment toward her own frailty and impotence began to take root within her heart. Ye Peitian finally collapsed upon the sand dune, and the enemies who had besieged him were momentarily struck with disbelief. They had fought to the brink of numbness, and heaven knows the price they had paid for this moment. The countless lives lost and the many who bore grave wounds amidst the merciless yellow sands. In truth, before Ye Peitian fell, a sense of dread had gripped nearly everyone, a fear that this formidable adversary might never be vanquished. His battered form stood resolute amidst the swirling sands, as if forged from steel. No amount of bloodshed seemed capable of inflicting pain or weakness upon him. Wang Wei forcefully drove the half-shield he held into the sand, a high-grade defensive weapon he had poured his heart into crafting, now rendered useless in this battle. Half of the brothers in his squad had been killed or wounded, and he himself bore significant injuries. Wang Wei was consumed by intense hatred as he strode forward, forcefully pressing Ye Peitian's head into the sandy ground. Leaning down, he gazed at the man beneath his foot, the flesh on his face quivering uncontrollably. To capture you, I have sacrificed so many of my brothers. Now that you have fallen into my grasp, I assure you, my grandfather will find a way to make you regret ever being born a human. Lift your foot, came a chilling voice. The speaker was a man of slender and delicate appearance, in stark contrast to Wang Wei's imposing physique. Adorned with spectacles, he was flanked by two formidable warriors, who approached from the rear, causing the crowd to part respectfully. This individual was none other than Xian Ziming, the leader of the Qilan Mercenary Corps and a 9th-tier spiritual saint. Leader Xian, I am merely expressing my indignation. Just look at the number of brothers we have lost over this wretched creature. Had it not been for your intervention, I shudder to think whether we would have succeeded today, Wang Wei exclaimed. You can injure such a powerful man, but you must not humiliate him. Xian Ziming responded coldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei internally scoffed, for he knew Xian Ziming to be a man devoid of principles, notorious for his ruthlessness in tormenting his adversaries. It was surprising that he dared to feign such nobility with his grandiloquent words. A warning bell rang in Wang Wei's mind. He suspected Xian Ziming was merely posturing to usurp Ye Peitian. Xian Ziming then regarded the wounded beast lying in the sand. The grievously injured man lay half buried in the yellow sand, his eyes slightly open as they fixated on the grains before him, motionless and devoid of expression, seemingly indifferent to the fate that awaited him. Beneath his body, a copious amount of blood seeped out, staining the sandy expanse a deep crimson. A member of the Qilan organization emerged from behind Xian Ziming, holding a black collar crafted from an unknown material, and respectfully inquired, Deputy Commander? The members of Qilan consistently referred to Xian Ziming as the Deputy Commander, leading to widespread speculation that within their ranks resided a leader who never graced the world with his presence. Yet, none had ever witnessed the true visage of this commander. Xian Ziming nodded, secure him. The man knelt beside Ye Peitian, fastening the matte black collar around his neck. With a series of subtle mechanical sounds, the unpolished black collar adjusted its size, seamlessly locking around Ye Peitian's throat. The man on the ground offered no resistance, almost surrendering himself to the whims of others, allowing shackles to be placed upon his vulnerable points. Xian Ziming remained silent for a moment, then crouched down, stating, You once showed mercy to my subordinates, but I cannot permit you to escape. As long as you cease to resist, I assure you, I will not allow you to suffer, nor will I permit others to humiliate you. Ye Peitian displayed no reaction, seemingly unaware of whether he had heard the words spoken to him. Xian Ziming chose not to engage further, standing up and gesturing for his men to tend to the injured and take him away. Two healing saints approached, swiftly tending to Ye Peitian's wounds before bringing forth a stretcher to lift him. Captain Xian, this is not what we agreed upon, Wang Wei interjected, halting their actions. Xian Ziming, who was preparing to depart, paused momentarily. Captain Xian, this seems rather unscrupulous of you, Wang Wei remarked, narrowing his eyes and wearing a smile that was neither fully cheerful nor entirely mocking. Before we set off, we had agreed that the benefits would be shared equally. Are you suggesting that you intend to claim it all for yourself? Around him, the leaders of other mercenary groups began to nod in agreement, emboldened by the allure of substantial gain, even at the risk of offending the Qilan group's leader. Xian Ziming adjusted his glasses, a cold smile forming on his lips. Indeed, I intend to take it all. Do you wish to challenge us Qilan once more? Wang Wei's expression darkened. During the recent fierce battle, Xian Ziming, being a psychic saint, had remained at a distance with the team, while Qianxun's members had sustained minimal injuries. In contrast, their own Spring City mercenary group had suffered grievously, with significant losses and substantial depletion of their abilities. Xianziming's pervasive mental control was truly fearsome, leaving Wang Wei uncertain even when rallying their combined strength. Moreover, among these individuals, who was not secretly harboring their own ulterior motives? Wang Wei fixed his gaze intently on the prone Ye Peitian, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. Abandoning Ye Peitian was out of the question, yet engaging in a confrontation with Qianxun seemed an exercise in futility. At that juncture, he observed Ye Peitian's lips subtly moving, and he faintly discerned the words, "There's no need to scramble. There's enough for everyone." Subsequently, the sinister collar encircling the formidable man's neck abruptly activated, its sharp barbs piercing his neck, causing a torrent of blood to gush forth from his pallid flesh. The earth commenced a violent tremor, as if the entire dune was being inverted and overturned, resulting in a chaotic scene of swirling sand and obscured skies. The dune beneath them fissured, revealing a bottomless abyss that swallowed all those who lingered upon it. Wang Wei employed his abilities, desperately attempting to extricate himself from the sinking sands, but he discovered, to his dismay, that his legs were firmly ensnared by a congealing quicksand. The once yielding sand behaved like iron shackles, tightly clamping onto his legs and dragging him into the chasm. Around him, a cacophony of wails and lamentations arose as countless companions cried out, reaching their arms towards the heavens in a futile attempt to escape their impending doom, as they, too, were submerged into the sandy inferno. Before being completely engulfed by the sand, he beheld Ye Peitian not far from him, the terrifying demon who had orchestrated this calamity, gazing at the luminous moon with an expression of serene resignation, accompanied by the countless souls he had captured, joining him in the abyss of hell. Amidst the swirling sand and airborne debris, one of Xianziming's team members, with a pair of eagle wings unfurled from his back, swiftly seized Xianziming and another of their comrades, exerting every ounce of strength to ascend into the sky. Meanwhile, their other companion raised his hand, conjuring a transparent spherical barrier to shield them from the overwhelming cascade of sand. After an indeterminate period, this nightmarish spectacle gradually came to an end. The desert has once again restored its tranquility, with the smooth, gleaming dunes of silvery sand gently flowing beneath the moonlight. It seems as though it has not just recently devoured numerous lives. Xianziming, accompanied by his comrades, descended slowly from the sky. At the edge of the dune, some survivors, having narrowly escaped death, cautiously gathered. Team leader, Xianziming's companion stammered, his legs trembling, as he nervously counted the number of people around them. Fortunately, our people were far enough away. Most managed to escape. Should we dig down? Ye Peitian is buried beneath. Xianziming removed his glasses, which were coated in dust. It's not merely luck. They showed restraint. After cleaning his glasses, he cast a glance at the desolate dunes before decisively turning away. Let us go. From now on, the matter of Ye Peitian is no longer our concern. Chu Qianxun had been hiding in the distance for a long time. Suddenly, the sky in the desert turned dark. Even from such a distance, the swirling yellow sand was fierce enough to prevent her from opening her eyes. She endured the anxiety in her heart, waiting until the tumultuous chaos subsided before quietly approaching the edge of the battlefield. On the dune, which had been utterly transformed by the battle, a group of people had gathered, desperately digging for something. They unearthed body after body from the sand, only to abandon them after identification. Chu Qianxun understood that the only thing capable of driving these individuals to such madness was a singular object, yet it was evident that they had not yet found it. What was Ye Peitian's true condition? Chu Qianxun concealed herself in the shadows, yearning to ascertain Ye Peitian's condition, yet fearful that he might be discovered by these avaricious and unscrupulous individuals. The number of people arriving from beyond the desert was steadily increasing. Each sought to claim his body and uncover the castle he had buried beneath the earth. They spread out like a net, digging relentlessly, almost overturning the entire sand dune, yet none succeeded in their desires. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Qianxun. She cautiously withdrew from her hiding place and turned to run in a specific direction. The grains of sand beneath her feet emitted a rhythmic sound as she sprinted, and her heart began to race with exhilaration. She ran faster, eventually reaching the spot from which she had emerged from the depths. The entrance of the tunnel was long buried beneath the yellow sand. Exercising her control over the winds, she began to excavate the sand, delving deeper. A swirling mini-tornado continuously lifted the yellow sand, revealing a hand as the pit deepened. It was Ye Peitian's hand. Chu Qianxun cleared away the sand, unearthing Ye Peitian entirely from the depths. His body was encrusted with yellow sand and blood, cold and devoid of any vital signs. Chu Qianxun reached out, gently touching him. His head slumped weakly to one side, his lips stained with dried blood. She grasped his hand, shaking it gently. The once fair and beautiful palm was now grimy, the crevices beneath his nails filled with blood and sand, hanging limply in her grasp, unresponsive. Chu Qianxun found herself at a loss for words to describe her current emotions. Over the years, she had witnessed countless corpses, transitioning from an initial state of sheer terror and inconsolable weeping to a profound numbness and indifference. Yet, at this moment, gazing upon the cold, lifeless body before her, she felt as if her heart, which she believed to be desensitized, was gripped by an unseen force, engulfed in a suffocating pain. Ye Peitian experienced a surge of agony as a rush of fresh air flooded into his lungs, sharpening his senses. The pain coursing through his limbs and body became increasingly acute. He realized he had once again returned from the brink of death. It appeared he was lying on a stretcher, the vehicle swaying incessantly as the wheels clattered against the ground. With great effort, Ye Peitian forced his heavy eyelids open, revealing a retreating canopy of green, a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, and radiant sunshine filtering through the leaves, casting glimmers of gold upon him. Beside him sat another person. As he became aware of this presence, his heart, which had just begun to stabilize, tightened once more. Cautiously, he turned his head, and to his relief, he beheld the figure he had envisioned. The individual sat at the front of the cart, one hand gripping the reins, the other resting casually on the side, a slender blade of grass held between their lips, intently guiding the mule pulling the cart. Chu Qianxun turned her head and, upon seeing Ye Peitian awake, her face lit up with genuine joy. "You finally woke up," she exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight. She reached out a hand to check the temperature of his forehead, then adjusted the blanket covering him, ensuring he was snugly wrapped. "It is of no concern. We have ventured far from the desert. The throngs of people approaching from the south are overwhelming, so let us head north first, circumventing this crowd." Chu Qianxun was genuinely elated. Although she had heard tales of Ye Peitian's immortality, witnessing the frigid form gradually regain warmth and eventually open his eyes allowed her to truly exhale in relief. "Do you require anything? Would you like some water? Are you hungry? Shall we find something to eat?" "Forgive me," came a hoarse and parched voice beside her. Chu Qianxun, steering the newly acquired mule cart, glanced at the person beside her, assuming he referred to the events at the castle. "You need not apologize to me. I understand that you sensed the impending threat and, fearing for my safety, hurried to send me away." She sighed softly, adding, however, "In the future, if such a situation arises again, could you please strive to convey the truth to me?" Inwardly, Ye Peitian thought with a pang of bitterness that he ought to maintain a distance from her henceforth. A being like him, a devil, could only bring peril to those around him. In truth, as he had narrowly facilitated Chu Qianxun's escape, he resolved to never approach the one person who had shown him kindness again. Yet, at that moment, a lump of arid cotton seemed lodged in his throat, preventing him from uttering the words, "You should leave," no matter how many times he attempted to speak. The newly reborn Ye Peitian felt utterly fatigued and frail. He yearned for the warmth of companionship and longed to linger by this person's side for just a while longer. He was simultaneously consumed by a profound guilt for his selfishness and enveloped in an inexplicable joy. His heart oscillated between these two entirely contrasting emotions, remorse and delight. Chu Qianxun observed the clear eyes beside her repeatedly glance in her direction. Eventually, the sandy head tilted slightly towards her, its soft, slightly curled hair cautiously leaning closer. When she first beheld those eyes, they were cold and fierce, brimming with hatred for the world. Yet now, in this woodland path, under the dappling sunlight, those eyes, which continually sought hers, no longer held the lifeless grayness. Instead, They seemed to brim with unvoiced grievances yearning to be shared. A softness enveloped Chu Qianxun's heart, compelling her to raise her hand and gently ruffle that fuzzy head. Previously, Ye Peitian had been merely a stranger who evoked a sense of guilt within her. Her sense of duty towards the afflicted had rendered her indifferent to physical contact. However, at this moment, a subtle shift in her mindset made her feel that such gestures were somewhat inappropriate. Ye Peitian softly murmured, "It's all right," as if this were merely a trivial matter. Due to his increasingly formidable regenerative capabilities, those who sought to capture him resorted to severing his limbs or inflicting severe injuries with weapons designed for prolonged harm. They even fashioned such peculiar shackles. However, for him, this was hardly a significant matter. As long as he endured a few near-fatal attempts, he could eventually remove this contraption from around his neck. It was not a matter to be solved through brute force, for I have no desire to witness your demise once more. Chu Qianxun seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of his thoughts, interrupting his reverie. I have encountered similar low-grade shackles before. They can be quite troublesome. Yet, let us ponder a solution together. We shall surely unravel it. She extended her finger, gently caressing the slender black collar, inadvertently brushing against Ye Peitian's carotid artery, leaving behind a faint sensation. By the way, have I mentioned my name to you yet? She leaned down, and, in response to Ye Peitian's silent anticipation, revealed the answer that had lingered in his mind unvoiced. My name is Chu Qianxun. Ye Peitian closed his eyes and pressed his lips together. Qianxun. He cradled this name within his heart, repeating it several times with reverence, etching it into his memory. Chu Qianxun drove the mule cart, her senses acutely attuned to the surrounding sounds. She was determined to reach the next human settlement before dusk fell. In her haste, she had no time to pause for sustenance. She retrieved her provisions from her backpack, consuming them as she walked. Among her supplies was a type of coarse, baked ration known as millet cake, roughly the size of a finger, elongated for ease of consumption. While its rough texture and lackluster flavor left much to be desired, it was a favored staple among demon hunters for their journeys. At this moment, Chu Qianxun was feeding Ye Peitian, who lay in the carriage, with a piece of millet cake. Having just emerged from a state of death, Ye Peitian required a substantial amount of energy to restore his body. He was quite accommodating, eating whatever was offered to him, his thin lips delicately closing around the morsels brought to his mouth, chewing them one by one. Since his awakening, Chu Qianxun had heard him utter no more than 10 words, yet for reasons unknown, she felt an undeniable sense of intimacy emanating from him. She often sensed a subtle blush beneath the hair that framed his ears. Regardless of whether this was mere misinterpretation, her heart fluttered with joy. In the autumn wilderness, under a cerulean sky, the shrubs offered shade, and the oriole sang sweetly through the leaves, creating an atmosphere both relaxed and pleasant, yet devoid of human activity. The wild had become the dominion of monsters. Suddenly, a pale creature emerged from behind a tree trunk. Chu Qianxun restrained Ye Peitian, who was about to rise, and drew her knife to confront the beast. This creature was imposing, its skin a sickly yellow-green due to a lack of pigment, with 2 grotesquely gaping heads perched upon its shoulders and layers of flabby flesh adorning its abdomen, rendering Chu Qianxun's petite frame all the more delicate in contrast. The beast struck her down with its massive hand, sending her crashing to the ground and breaking a nearby tree branch. The mighty tree fell with a thunderous crash, yet she sprang up without hesitation, wiping the blood from her mouth with the back of her hand that gripped the silver knife, her eyes betraying no intention of retreat. With a powerful push, she flipped herself over to re-engage in the battle. Ye Peitian propped himself up, observing the figure of the woman fighting valiantly in midair. Ever since she had departed from the castle, it seemed his life could never return to its former state. Time flowed with excruciating slowness as he dwelled alone in the vast castle, where the monotony he had long since grown accustomed to suddenly became unbearable. Each day, he would sit for extended periods in a chair within the grand hall, quietly listening to the sounds from beyond the door. He suppressed the anxious turmoil within, yearning for that great door to be thrust open, for that person to burst in, laden with packages, smiling and engaging him in conversation. He remained there, the passage of time unknown, as the sun's rays streamed in through the eastern window and departed through the western one. It felt as though a century had passed before a gentle knock at the door finally broke the silence. At that moment, his ability to sense the shifting sands alerted him to the arrival of a considerable force advancing across the desert. For a fleeting instant, Ye Peitian was engulfed in despair, gazing at the beaming face peering through the door, overwhelmed by a longing to seize her hand and flee together, heedless of the consequences. Yet he understood the impossibility of this. The saint, imbued with the essence of life exploration, would soon trace their whereabouts. A devil like him could only endanger those around him. As he compelled her departure with frigid words, Ye Peitian felt as if his heart were being ruthlessly torn asunder. He despaired internally, knowing that such an expulsion would irrevocably sever any chance of her forgiveness. At that moment, Chu Qianxun fell to the ground, twin blades raised to deflect the monstrous fist descending upon her. According to widely accepted knowledge, humanity's combat prowess was generally inferior to that of even the most basic of magical creatures, and this particular beast was of a rank slightly superior to hers, its formidable strength overwhelming her and rendering her battle an arduous struggle. Chu Qianxun gritted her teeth, half kneeling on the ground, wrestling with the monstrous creature. A gust of wind swept by, and a long leg, clad in black boots, struck the creature's chest, sending it flying far away. A hand reached out, accepting a silver blade from Chu Qianxun. "Allow me." A figure brushed past her, leaving behind a deep voice. In Chu Qianxun's dreams, Ye Peitian's extraordinary ability belonged to the realm of control. During battles, he commanded the yellow sands to manipulate the creatures, safeguarding his comrades, making him an indispensable force within the team. However, he was not particularly adept at melee combat. At this moment, as he engaged in fierce combat with the creature before her, although he refrained from using his powers, his movements were as graceful as the moon and as swift as the wind. Each strike was both precise and fierce, an inevitable lethal maneuver. It was evident that in this world, he had endured countless battles, honing himself into a master of combat through relentless trials. Chu Qianxun raised her blade, unleashing a fierce wind blade that clashed against the creature's aggressive strikes, providing Ye Peitian with a crucial opportunity. With a swift thrust, he plunged the knife deep into the creature's chest, extracting the vibrant green magic core. Breathing heavily, he leaned on his blade for support. As Chu Qianxun approached, he extended his arm, opening his palm to present the exquisite magic core resting in his hand. Amidst the lush, tiered mountains, a massive cloud of dust erupted as a gigantic creature collapsed to the ground. A robust warrior severed the monster's tail vertebra, retrieving a fifth-tier magic core, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. A few of his companions emerged from the dense forest, brimming with excitement as they gathered to inspect their spoils. Although the battle had been perilous, their rewards were bountiful. Not only had they obtained a precious fifth-tier magic core, but the two formidable carapaces on the creature's back also served as excellent materials for crafting shields. If cut and brought back to the base, they could fetch a handsome price. The captain, Lu Chong, stroked his chin, pondering whether to keep a piece of the carapace for himself to replace his long-utilized fourth-tier shield. However, he was equally tempted to retain the fifth-tier magic core to elevate his own rank. This, however, might deplete his savings, potentially leaving his wife and children to go hungry for a few days. The team's healing saint, Ji Xiaoyu, had already hurried over, her voice sweet and melodic as she said, "Brother Chong, you're injured. Let me heal you." Ji Xiaoyu was strikingly beautiful with a captivating figure, and her delicate demeanor drew the attention of several male team members, who couldn't help but steal glances as she moved gracefully. The other two female teammates exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disdain. "Gather the items. Everyone, let's wrap this up. After this haul, we'll all share, and at least we won't have to worry about food and drink during the winter," Lu Chong directed, accepting Ji Xiaoyu's healing while overseeing the collection of the creature's remains. The others echoed in unison, fully aware that the captain's notion of enduring the winter referred to the meager rations that the distributed spoils could provide. However, beyond merely satisfying their hunger, if they wished to continue the fight, they needed to repair their equipment, replace their weapons, and most importantly, enhance their magical abilities. This life-and-death struggle demanded relentless perseverance. As they traversed the mountain path and rounded a slope, a resounding roar echoed from the other side of the mountain. Massive wings, resembling those of a giant moth, ascended from the forest, their membranous, semi-transparent surfaces blotting out the sun. Each wing bore a visage with drooping brows, faintly illuminated by a spectrum of colors, and as the wings fluttered gently, they stirred the sounds of the forest like a tempest. A sixth-tier magical creature. Lu Chang discerned the creature's rank, realizing that someone was engaged in combat with it. "Let us approach and observe," he urged. The group stealthily ascended to the summit, concealing themselves among the trees to gaze downward. Opposing the magical beast was a young man, unarmored and unshielded, who stood his ground against the creature's razor-sharp appendages without faltering. His movements were like a tempest, swift and forceful. In his grasp, a silver blade manifested dozens of shimmering silver arcs, dancing and flickering through the air like drifting snowflakes or shooting stars, a spectacle to behold. "By heavens, do we have such a master in Bema Town?" Lu Chang, the melee captain, gasped in astonishment. "Surely not. Our base is small and we have only a handful of high-tier saints. Someone this formidable would be well known." One of his comrades interjected. "Recently, the Divine Love Research Facility in nearby Shaozhou village was exposed, drawing various factions here. We've seen an influx of outsiders in our town. These two are likely newcomers. Two individuals challenging a sixth-tier magical creature. If they succeed, they would certainly gain fame. The woman is of the wind element, approximately at the 5th tier, displaying commendable skills. Yet what kind of saint is this man? I cannot discern his extraordinary abilities. Foolishness. He must belong to the speed element. His swiftness is astonishing, rendering my eyes unable to keep up. What else could he possibly be? Can a speed element practitioner serve as a frontline combatant? Aren't their defenses typically quite weak? Nevertheless, he possesses excellent swordsmanship and a courageous spirit. What could he possibly lack? The male members of the team, captivated by Ye Peitian's fierce techniques, whispered in admiration among themselves. The creature with wings and a human face opened its mouth, releasing countless silver threads. These delicate strands, seemingly soft and harmless, danced gracefully in the air. Yet, akin to vigilant eyes, they converged upon Ye Peitian, who was engaged in battle. Several crescent-shaped wind blades crisscrossed and rushed forth, slicing through the web of silver threads with a sharp, screeching sound. Chu Qianxun, positioned nearby, utilized her extraordinary abilities to coordinate an attack. Seizing the opportunity created by the wind blades, Ye Peitian sprang into action, evading the encirclement of the silver threads and landing upon a thick tree branch. "Ah, he is so handsome. His agility is remarkable," exclaimed the observing female team members. "Indeed, he is striking, tall, and just looking at those legs is enough. What a pity he is masked. I wonder what he looks like beneath it." "Stop dreaming. He and that woman must be a couple. Their synergy is undeniable. Surely, he wouldn't so readily entrust his defenses to that wind element saintess unless they shared a profound bond. It would be tantamount to placing one's life in another's hands. I find it hard to believe they are not married." Amidst the escalating confrontation between the fiend and Ye Peitian, Chu Qianxun materialized behind the creature, incisively severing its nape and extracting the verdant demon seed. The expiring monster's slender limbs quivered in the air as both visages ejected copious strands of filament, ensnaring Ye Peitian's appendages and felling him to the ground. The colossal entity descended from the firmament, its alabaster wings rent by a protracted blade, from which Chu Qianxun emerged, hauling Ye Peitian several paces to narrowly evade obliteration beneath the fiend's immense form. "Are you unharmed?" Chu Qianxun inquired, severing the silken bonds constricting him. "Your injuries are yet to mend. I implored you to cede the vanguard, but you remained obstinate." The argent filaments possessed considerable tensile strength, proving arduous to sever. Chu Qianxun, wary of inflicting further harm, employed a dagger, meticulously employing her abilities to unravel each strand. Ye Peitian responded with a gentle affirmation, though he scarcely apprehended her words. Within his purview, Chu Qianxun's cheeks retained a rosy hue from the recent skirmish, her eyes shimmering with autumnal radiance, her entire countenance radiant, almost incandescent in the sunlight. Her proximity and unwavering focus upon him stirred an irresistible impulse within him. "Remain still, lest I exacerbate your injuries." Her mellifluous voice resonated beside him, infiltrating his senses and instigating a subtle yet profound agitation within his heart, engendering gentle undulations across his very being. Severing the argent threads, Chu Qianxun gathered the filaments expelled by the dying fiend, an exceptional material for crafting protective gear. A company of figures descended the hillside in the distance, bearing freshly hewn chunks of demonic flesh, evidently fellow demon hunters. Lower echelon hunters tend to operate near established bases, suggesting a human settlement in the vicinity. The captain at the fore, effusive in his greeting, applauded their feat remarkable. Truly, to fell a 6-tier demon with but 2 souls is an accomplishment worthy of admiration. This squad, stationed in the nearby township of White Steed, comprised hunters of the 4th and 5th tiers, representing the most populous stratum of the sanctified.
Captain Le Chang.
A man of considerable loquacity, found Chu Qianxun amenable, as she sought a nearby base to replenish her supplies. Through their parley, a rapport was established, and Lu Chang led Chu Qianxun and Ye Peitian toward the White Steed outpost. "You appear to be injured," she observed, her voice laced with concern. "I am of the healing arts. Allow me to mend your wounds." Her countenance, a study in delicate purity, belied a figure of striking allure, an irresistible magnetism to the masculine gaze. Few men had ever spurned her advances. Yet, the man who strode in silence, his face concealed by a sable mask, merely glanced in her direction, uttering a terse, "Thank you, but it is unnecessary." His voice, a crystalline timbre, resonant and tinged with an aloofness that bordered on frigidity, only served to pique Ji Xiaoyu's curiosity further. "Observe," a female acolyte within the ranks remarked to her companion, inclining her chin. "She is at it again. Pay her no mind. She delights in luring men already bound in matrimony. A true vixen." Her companions rolled their eyes in unison. Those acquainted with Ji Xiaoyu are well aware of her peculiar inclination towards entangling herself with men who are already taken. It seems that the thrill of seizing what belongs to another is the only source of her triumph. As Ji Xiaoyu strolled alongside Ye Peitian, a soft glow of white light emanated from her hand, illuminating a minor wound on his arm. After witnessing such a profusion of blood, one would have assumed the injury to be grave, yet it appeared to be merely a trifling cut, swiftly healed. Her voice carried a tone of genuine concern, imbued with a uniquely feminine tenderness. "Is that your wife?" she inquired. "She possesses such a generous spirit, effortlessly mingling with our captain. I truly admire such an extroverted disposition, though I find myself incapable of emulating it. She can be rather oblivious too. You've been injured, and yet she seems to have forgotten to check on you." Engrossed in conversation with our captain, the man, who had remained silent beside her, suddenly halted. Tall in stature, the brim of his hat cast a deep shadow across his face, obscuring his features. His cold, piercing gaze emerged from the darkness, scrutinizing Ji Xiaoyu from above. In that instant, it felt as though she were being observed by a menacing presence. A shiver ran down her spine, and she instinctively shrank back, retreating behind the veteran. "Oh, what is this? Our Team S Flower has her off days too?" A female teammate, who had often been at odds with her, taunted. "Humph. As if everyone would fall for your charms, vixen." Jixieu paid no heed to her companion's derision. Having encountered countless men, she was acutely aware that the gaze of the man just now was imbued with not only disdain but also a palpable intent to kill. For reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling premonition that should their conversation persist, this man might indeed take her life in the next heartbeat. Meanwhile, Chu Qianxun, leading the group, remained oblivious to the incident, engaging in conversation with Lu Chang about the news within the base. "If you seek a forger, our base is rather small and lacks high-level craftsmen. I usually have old Gua from the West Alley forge my armor and weapons. You might want to pay him a visit," Lu Chang suggested. As the group arrived at the Bema base, the last rays of the setting sun lingered, and the base was aglow with lights. In this era, electric lamps had lost their function due to a scarcity of power, and glass oil lamps hung along the streets, their warm yellow flames flickering in the evening air. The lights welcomed the returning demon hunters, marking the most vibrant moment of the day. Vendors set up stalls along the sidewalks, selling or trading the fruits of their arduous hunts. The sounds of haggling and cries of sales blended into a lively cacophony, while the crowd surged and flowed like a river. Ye Peitian observed the bustling throng, coming to a halt at the street corner, quietly clenching his fists.
The person ahet,
Seemingly attuned to his thoughts, turned around amidst the dimming lights and smiled at him. What's the matter? Let us go in together, Chu Qianxun said, gently taking his hand and drawing him into the lively crowd. As Chu Qianxun accompanied Lu Chang and the others into the bustling street, she cast a glance back. Ye Peitian had not followed. He stood still, alone in the shadow of the arcade. Before him lay a world ablaze with lights and a cacophony of voices, yet he chose to remain in the dimmest corner, his gaunt and solitary figure resembling a specter long accustomed to darkness, shying away from the vibrant chaos of the mortal realm. A surge of impulse welled within Chu Qianxun as she turned around, extending her hand to draw him out. The crowd was somewhat dense. She walked ahead while Ye Peitian trailed slowly behind. The road was flanked by warm yellow lights, and people brushed past her shoulders incessantly. Children, like playful fish, darted through the throngs of adults, giggling as they disappeared into the distance. A couple strolled ahead of them, their heads nestled together, hands entwined, immersed in affection beneath the luminous night market. Realizing she had held Ye Peitian's hand for too long, a hint of embarrassment washed over Chu Qianxun as she prepared to release her grip. Suddenly, Ye Peitian's fingers tightened around hers. Startled, she turned to glimpse his face, marked by a flurry of alarm as though confronting a formidable adversary. Yet the grip he maintained was unyielding, causing her a twinge of discomfort. Reminded of the inhumane torment he had endured and the days he spent sequestered in the desert, her heart softened. Perhaps he found this place overwhelmingly unfamiliar. If he desired to hold on, then let it be so. They arrived at the west alley introduced by Lu Chang, where the crowd thinned and the lights dimmed further. In those shadowy alleyways, one might occasionally glimpse individuals who resort to selling themselves for survival. Among them are both women and men, their gazes sweeping over Chu Qianxun and Ye Peitian as they stroll into the narrow passage. Upon noticing their interlocked hands, they lose interest and turn their eyes away. The elongated alley remains eerily quiet, with most unwilling to light a lamp. Only a disordered blacksmith's shop, aglow with light, emits the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal. Within, a stout man in his 50s, bare-chested, diligently forges a long sword. This is Old Gua, the master smith introduced by Lu Chang, possessing the rare third-tier forging abilities. Upon the arrival of customers, he does not lift his head, remaining engrossed in suspending a molten mass of azure magical essence in the air, meticulously infusing it into the obsidian blade in his grasp, repeatedly hammering it until the dark surface is adorned with evenly distributed azure patterns, before reluctantly pausing his labor. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a grimy towel, he casually gathers a few pieces of discarded magical essence from the counter and inquires, "What would you like forged?" "I would like you to temper these twin blades and craft a single-handed sword," Chu Qianxun replies, placing her twin silver daggers upon the counter. These blades have accompanied her through numerous battles, their surfaces marred by countless minute chips, rendering them less effective. The proficiency of a smith is not solely reflected in their rank. Even high-ranking smiths produced by grand guilds, formed through an abundance of magical materials, may not possess the skill to create true artifacts. A single remark from Old Gua assures Chu Qianxun that she stands before a true craftsman of weaponry. She extracted a substantial bundle of dark silver threads from her backpack, the very strands expelled by a sixth-tier soul devourer in a state of frenzy. "Haha, splendid! I have longed to refine such threads of this caliber. Pray tell, what should I forge?" "I wish to create a visage-obscuring mask and a set of light armor." Chu Qianxun gently nudged Ye Peitian forward, intending to base the designs on his physique. The young girl possessed a modicum of insight. These silver threads from the soul devourer were most suitable for crafting a mask, while employing them for light armor would be somewhat wasteful. Old Gua, having acquired his desired magical essence, became exceedingly amiable, though refining materials from a sixth-tier magical beast was no trivial endeavor and would require several days. "If you harbor any reservations about these materials, you may take lodging here for a few days." The so-called visage-obscuring mask is a protective gear fashioned from a unique magical essence, designed to be worn over the eyes. Those who don this magical artifact will find their upper face concealed from the gaze of others, while the wearer retains a clear view of the world beyond. Besides safeguarding the face and eyes in combat, Its primary function is to defend against or mitigate the assaults of spiritual practitioners. Of course, Chu Qianxun's principal aim was to craft an armor for Ye Peitian that would obscure his visage while remaining resilient in battle. Blacksmith Guo resided in a courtyard behind his forge, where a diverse array of individuals dwelled, representing various trades and backgrounds. He tidied up the cluttered storage room next door, arranged 2 long benches against the wall, laid out a few planks for beds, and tossed in a set of bedding, feeling quite hospitable. The kitchen was communal and situated within the courtyard. If you require water, turn left upon exiting and walk 500 meters to find a well where you can queue for water. You may utilize the vessels within the house at your leisure. 2 young men have brought a rare 6-tiered magical physique, and they have generously covered the forging fees. Consequently, his typically irritable demeanor has softened, albeit begrudgingly. Young lad, you have chosen a remarkable wife. She is nimble and attentive, old Guo remarked, patting Ye Peitian's shoulder with his large hand resembling a fan. In my opinion, a woman should embody the qualities of someone like Shao Chu, ensuring that her man is well taken care of wherever they go. Unlike those modern women who, upon acquiring a modicum of extraordinary abilities, dismiss their men entirely and cannot even cook a meal. As he spoke, he noticed the usually aloof young man digging through his backpack, retrieving a piece of old cloth which he tied around his waist. He then produced a bag of flour, placing it into a basin before heading outside. Just as he reached the door, he seemed to recall something and turned to old Guo, asking, "Do we have any seasonings?" As evening approached, a distinctive aroma of noodles wafted through the courtyard, enticing the returning residents to glance curiously at old Guo's door. It was a delightful surprise that such appetizing scents could emanate from the usually disheveled blacksmith's home. Old Guo, squatting on the threshold with a bowl of mixed noodles, was moved to tears. "Ah, young lad, you are quite talented. If you prepare these noodles for me 3 times a day for the next few days, I shall waive your forging fees. Uncle Guo, please don't be so formal with us. Tomorrow, I shall procure some fine ingredients and let Lin Fei showcase his skills," Chu Qianxun said with a smile. Given the sensitive nature of Ye Peitian's name, when Chu Qianxun suggested he adopt a pseudonym, he ingeniously combined halves of their surnames, creating the name Lin Fei. Fortunately, Chu Qianxun did not delve further, allowing him to carry a secret joy in this appellation. As night descended, Chu Qianxun resolutely prohibited Ye Peitian from moving about. She prepared warm water to assist him with his ablutions and tended to the wounds on his body. Since the chaotic skirmish in the desert, they had been on the run for several days, and this marked their first moment of respite. Although their surroundings were modest, they had finally reached a secure base, sheltered from the elements in a small abode, free from the need to camp amidst the wilderness, perpetually on guard against the lurking monsters. With a lamp in hand, Chu Qianxun examined Ye Peitian's injuries. It was astonishing how such grave wounds had nearly healed in just a few days. However, the matter of the injury on his neck remained troubling. Ye Peitian lay on the wooden bed, gazing at the flickering candlelight casting shadows on the wall, where a figure bent low, merging with his own shadow. His fingers discreetly clenched the bedding in response. Chu Qianxun scrutinized the shackles that encircled Ye Peitian's neck. This seemingly innocuous band, crafted by the ingenious weapon designer Xian Ziming, possessed lethal potential and was exceedingly difficult to unlock. She lowered herself, gazing intently at the perplexing conundrum before her. A layer of rosy hue emerged from beneath the black collar, illuminating her pale skin, extending upwards in her line of sight, even causing the ear that faced away from her to flush a deep crimson. Chu Qianxun cleared her throat, retracting her gaze that had lingered a moment too long. She arranged 2 stools together and leaped up, preparing to make do for the night. Ye Peitian propped himself up halfway on the bed. You sleep, he murmured. Chu Qianxun swiftly waved her hand, interrupting his impending words. "I can sleep anywhere." Ye Peitian realized he had succumbed to a dream. He found himself once again ensnared on the operating table that haunted his nightmares. Surrounding him was an endless void, illuminated by an eerie pale light that seemed to materialize from nowhere, casting its glow upon him. A figure clad in a white coat emerged from the darkness, brandishing terrifying instruments as they approached the operating table. The shadows obscured their face, rendering their identity indiscernible. Ye Peitian shut his eyes, awaiting his release from the torment of the nightmare. A pair of warm, familiar hands gently caressed his hair. Ye Peitian suddenly opened his eyes to find someone standing at the bedside, holding a sharp instrument, their gaze cold and unfeeling as the chilling blade sliced through his clothing, making contact with his skin. Qianxun? A surge of fear gripped his heart. No, Qianxun, please do not treat me this way. Whatever you desire, I am willing to give. Those hands traced his cheek, gliding down his neck. The figure leaned closer, their face nearly touching his as they whispered softly in his ear. I want to possess all of you. Awakened by the commotion caused by Ye Peitian, Chu Qianxun stirred from her slumber, half awake, as she reached out to rouse him. Wake up, Peitian. Are you having nightmares again? She murmured groggily, gently patting his shoulder before drifting back into sleep. During their several nights spent camping outdoors, she and Ye Peitian took turns keeping watch, well aware that this man was plagued by nightmares throughout the night. Thus, she had grown accustomed to interrupting his dreams during such moments to bring him back to consciousness. Ye Peitian suddenly opened his eyes, pressing his hand against his chest, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. In a state of panic, he glanced around and realized he was in the dimly lit storage room of Gua the blacksmith. A small oil lamp had been lit on the table just for him, while Chu Qianxun rested on the chair beside his bed. The girl had sacrificed her comfort to care for him, sleeping on a makeshift bed formed from two chairs, one hand cradling her head and the other dangling down. The soft glow of the lamp illuminated her serene sleeping face, which bore an innocent beauty that had once bestowed upon him immeasurable warmth. How could he have dared to indulge in such dreams? Ye Peitian quietly sat up, the haunting images from his dreams lingering in his mind. The figure in his dreams had lips like blooming flowers and eyes full of life, while he covered his flushed face with his hand. Had it not been for the fear of waking Qianxun, he would have gladly slapped himself in frustration, wishing to sink into the earth and be buried beneath the sands. The stark, sterile operating table, the confinement of his own being, and that person who wielded power over him. Initially, the sheer terror intertwined with later waves of profound joy, an ineffable experience that almost led him to the brink of despair. When Chu Qianxun awoke, she found Ye Peitian's bed already vacant. She tidied herself up and stepped outside, where she beheld Ye Peitian sitting alone on the railing of the courtyard, his back turned towards her. His hair was damp, indicating he had bathed early in the morning. With his face obscured and brows lowered, he appeared lost in thought. As Chu Qianxun greeted him, she noticed the sudden flush of his ears. He did not turn around but instead pushed himself off the courtyard wall and vanished from sight. Old Gu emerged from the house and called out to Chu Qianxun, "Qianxun, you arrived just in time. Lin Fei has prepared breakfast and mentioned he has already eaten, inviting us both to join him." The breakfast was refreshing, featuring crispy fried dough sticks and warm steamed buns. Although these items seemed simple, they required considerable preparation time. Chu Qianxun suspected Ye Peitian had risen in the middle of the night to prepare them. What was the matter with him today? Taking a bite of the fried dough stick, she exclaimed, "Wow, this is exquisite. Uncle Gu, take it easy, leave some for me. It's been years since I tasted anything like this." Old Gu, with his mouth full of oil, struggled to articulate his words. Lin Fei is a good lad. His culinary skills are remarkable, and he is quite diligent. He rose early to tidy up the place, even filling the water tank. He and Chu Qianxun divided the last 2 steamed buns, ensuring that the empty plate held no food left to contest. Only then could they speak freely. "You must have saved the world in your past life, or else how could you be so fortunate? A man like Lin Fei, who is willing to cook for his wife, is a rarity in my hometown." As their friendship deepened, Chu Qianxun discovered that this seemingly irascible old Gua actually possessed the inquisitive heart of a middle-aged man, particularly fond of spinning tales. "Oh, what's your reaction?" Chu Qianxun played along. "Rest assured, he shows no tenderness towards the fairer sex," Old Gua remarked as Wu Lily attempted to draw near, only to be brusquely shoved away, nearly tumbling into a ditch. He waved the steamed bun in his hand, asserting, "This man is reliable. You should cherish your time with him." Chu Qianxun initially intended to clarify that she and Ye Peitian were neither husband and wife nor lovers. Yet for reasons unknown, the words evaporated before reaching her lips. Never mind, she thought, this also helps to conceal Ye Peitian's identity. She cheerfully crafted a rationale for herself. Suddenly, Old Gu's smile faded slightly. I once had a wife and a child. Alas, Chu Qianxun found herself at a loss for words. In this day and age, tragic memories are almost universal, and intact families have become exceedingly rare. Yet, it's not so dire. Life must continue regardless of the circumstances. Perhaps those two are living better lives in another world than I am. Bimazon is a modestly sized base, yet its geographical location at the intersection of several major trade routes results in a bustling flow of visitors and a lively marketplace. Chu Qianxun navigates through the crowd, procuring supplies necessary for her forthcoming journey. Among the throng, she notices a few individuals clad in peculiar attire. They starkly contrast with the town's residents, donning uniform long robes and masks adorned with prominent bird-like beaks, along with insignias indicative of a guild. These figures gather in small groups, either congregating by the roadside or moving about with purpose. Chu Qianxun catches snippets of fragmented conversations regarding divine love, research institutes, and human experimentation. Pay them no mind. They are merely followers of the Creator, remarks the vendor, an elderly woman packing vegetables for Chu Qianxun. Noticing her generous purchases, the woman engages in friendly banter. Have you heard about Shaozhou village? The one that was sealed off by divine love? Recently they departed, and upon investigation, one would be astonished to find that the entire village has been transformed into grotesque beings, neither fully human nor entirely monster. It is said that divine love established a research facility there, subjecting the villagers to inhumane experiments, altering them into creatures that retain human hearts and consciousness but possess monstrous forms. Such depravity is unfathomable. With divine love's withdrawal, the village's horrors have been unveiled, and the traffic through our town has increased day by day. To be frank, those who brandish the banner of eradicating harm to the people are, in truth, far from benevolent. The man's visage was strikingly handsome, with enchanting eyes that shimmered with a hint of allure, naturally exuding a seductive air when he cast a sidelong glance. I only desire a seed of magic, he murmured in a tone only Chu Qianxun could perceive. In an instant, she grasped the nature of his dealings. In this era, many engaged in such enterprises, willing to commit acts of violence and arson to preserve lives, let alone relinquishing their own dignity. Chu Qianxun chose to ignore him, stepping aside to move inward. The man retreated a couple of paces, trailing beside her. I know you have a man. He is not here now. Don't you wish to indulge in a different flavor? He once more obstructed her path, his voice laced with temptation. I assure you, I am far superior. I possess a multitude of talents. He loosened the first two buttons of his shirt, attempting to draw closer to Chu Qianxun. A cold blade's sheath pressed against his chest, and as he watched her retreating figure, a woman cloaked in the shadows at the alley's entrance erupted into unabashed laughter. Ha ha ha, what do you know? Our West Alley's most handsome man, Xiao Mu, has met his match. The man named Xiao Mu spat derisively. Wu Lily, what nonsense are you laughing at? At least I managed to exchange a few words, while you didn't even get the chance before being pushed to the ground. Wu Lily huffed in displeasure, her face clouded with annoyance. She gazed at the perpetually discordant Xiao Mu, who, with his hands thrust into his pockets, began to meander down the street. Wu Lily understood that he was already on the prowl for his next victim. As she passed the mouth of a narrow alley, a tall figure, masked and slender, suddenly emerged before him, seizing him and dragging him inside. Almost immediately, Wu Lily was met with the sound of heavy blows and Xiao Mu's desperate pleas for mercy echoing from the alley. Serves him right, she muttered with a sense of vindication, entirely forgetting her own past transgressions of a similar nature. Within the Qilin base, Xian Ziming sat before a spacious workbench, engrossed in the documents spread across its surface. A subordinate stood before him, reporting the gathered intelligence. Without lifting his gaze, Xian Ziming acknowledged the subordinate's words when he mentioned that despite the surrounding factions excavating the desert to no avail, they had yet to locate Ye Peitian. He merely uttered a soft to indicate his awareness. Deputy Commander, shall we truly refrain from taking action? Ye Peitian is bound by the magic restriction, unable to unleash his abilities. Now, Chuangshi, Shanai, and Rongguang have all dispatched teams, and it is said the search area has expanded to encompass all nearby bases. Xian Ziming lifted his coffee cup to his lips, his attention drifting from the documents to his standing subordinate. Akai, I previously underestimated the situation. Have you considered that while we might capture Ye Peitian, we may not be able to retain him? The benefits he brings are excessively substantial. Fortune and misfortune are two sides of the same coin, and one misstep could spell disaster for Qilin. Xian Ziming set down his warm coffee cup. At that moment, they had just apprehended Ye Peitian. For the sake of this enormous temptation, those third- and fourth-rate guilds dared to take risks and launch slander against their Qilin. In that instant, he suddenly realized that he should not wade into these murky waters. If he were to openly imprison Ye Peitian, Qilin would undoubtedly become a target for all, living in perpetual turmoil. Akai was indignant. Vice leader, who do we, Qilin, fear? Xian Ziming interjected, waving his hand to silence him. Setting aside everything else, the very person of Ye Peitian is difficult to grasp. He is ruthless, not only towards his enemies but also towards himself. I doubt anyone can ever truly bind him. Moreover, Xian Ziming gently flicked the scales adorning his neck with 2 fingers, acknowledging that he owed him a favor, and decided to observe the situation for the time being. Akai had been by Xian Ziming's side since the inception of Qilin and understood well the nature of their vice leader. In his presence, the concept of right and wrong was nearly non-existent. When dealing with outsiders, as long as the interests were sufficient, he could readily tear up treaties and turn ruthless. Ever since the demise of their leader, Feng Qingyu, this was the first time he had heard the term favor from the vice leader. Vice leader, do you, perhaps, feel some sympathy for Ye Peitian? Akai scratched his head, recalling the terrifying man who had, amidst the yellow sands, chosen self-destruction to perish alongside them. Indeed, that man had been unfortunate. Falling into the hands of Shin AI would not bode well for him. It was rumored that Shin AI's early research facility in Shaozhou village had recently been exposed, resembling a veritable hell. Sympathy? A cold smile crept upon Xian Ziming's lips as he bowed his head, returning to his studies. Ever since the captain and his comrades were betrayed by those unworthy of compassion in Hulu town, the term had been irrevocably expunged from my lexicon. Within a dimly lit, heavily adorned sanctuary, a statue with wings drooped its brow, gazing sorrowfully at the devotees kneeling at its feet. The Holy Father, a female warrior clad in armor, approached him from behind. The man addressed as the Holy Father rose, turned, and said, Huiyu, you are the most loyal child of the divine. This time, I entrust everything to you. In Old Gua's 2 rooms, clutter overflowed, leaving no space for a dining arrangement. Thus, a small table was set up in the courtyard by the door, where 3 individuals gathered for dinner. Ye Peitian had prepared steamed rice and braised pork. The 3-layered meat, diced into small cubes, was caramelized to perfection and simmered in a clay pot for 2 hours, each piece glistening with an alluring sheen. Upon tasting, the pork was rich yet not greasy, perfectly salted, with a hint of unique spiciness in the sauce, complementing the fragrant white rice to the extent that one might wish to swallow their tongue alongside it. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of braised pork was completely devoured, leaving only a bit of oily gravy at the bottom of the pot. Old Gua and Chu Qianxun simultaneously reached for the pot's edge. Qianxun, you have this every day, while I can only indulge in it for a few days. Please let your uncle have a taste, Old Gua lamented with a furrowed brow. Chu Qianxun shot him a glance and finally relented, releasing her grip. Elatedly, Old Gua ladled a generous portion of steamed rice, integrating it into the earthenware pot, ensuring each plump grain was enveloped in the glistening meat gravy, and began to eat with gusto. A woman appeared at the courtyard entrance, seemingly in her 30s, yet exuding a pervasive sense of decay. Wordlessly, she traversed the yard, opened a door, and disappeared inside, shutting it with a resounding thud. For a long while, the room remained unlit and eerily silent. The woman had reached the 4th tier, but having lost her husband and child, she seemed to find little purpose in life, perpetually appearing half alive. Old Gua proceeded to introduce the residents of the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive, shifty-looking man entered, flanked by 2 stunningly beautiful women. With a somewhat indelicate gesture, he nudged one of the women toward Old Gua, boasting, "What do you think of this one, Old Gua? If she catches your eye, just say so. Don't stand on ceremony with your brother. Old Gua, less than enthusiastic, did not take the bait. The man ushered the two compliant beauties aside and leaned in, saying, Old Gua, have you heard? There's fresh gossip. What could be happening around here besides in Little Zhou village? Several groups have arrived in town, purportedly to search for. The man paused for effect, bringing a finger to his lips and whispering the man-demon Ye Peitian. Upon hearing this, Ye Peitian subtly glanced at Chu Qianxun. Without casting a glance his way, Chu Qianxun sat at the dining table, her chin resting on her hand, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. This elder brother, isn't Ye Peitian residing in the desert? How could he possibly come here? A newcomer, perhaps? The man glanced at Chu Qianxun, feeling little apprehension towards the cheerful young woman. Who knows? It is said that every base in this vicinity is in search of him. If anyone can provide information about that notorious villain, they could strike it rich. He rubbed his 3 fingers together, nodding towards Chu Qianxun. 5 6th grade magic seeds, you know. After saying this, he straightened up and took the 2 women inside. Pay him no mind. He is not of good character, Old Gua remarked once the man had entered the house. Chu Qianxun stood up, preparing to clear the table. Just then, a young man with a bruised face limped through the doorway, supporting himself against the wall as he moved inward. Upon catching sight of Chu Qianxun, he startled as if trodden upon, raising an arm to shield his face and hastily retreating along the wall into his room. This was the same young man, Xiao Mu, who had blocked Chu Qianxun's path that morning at the alley's entrance. His room soon illuminated, and the sound of conversation could be heard, a soft voice of a little girl calling out to her brother. Don't mind him. He is not a good sort either, Old Gua reiterated, his tone markedly different, showing a hint of leniency towards the man engaged in a peculiar profession. His parents passed away 2 years ago, leaving behind 2 children, the younger girl often falling ill. After the eldest came of age, he took on this line of work. He shook his head, acknowledging the difficulties that everyone faces in these times. That evening, the long-anticipated mask, crafted with care, was finally ready. With a joyful heart, Chu Qianxun accepted it from Old Gua and gracefully made her way inside, holding the delicate, soft dark silver veil. The weaponry and armor were yet to be completed, but Old Gua had prioritized this task. As Chu Qianxun stepped into the room, she found Ye Peitian seated silently at the edge of the bed, his gaze cast downward, lost in thought. The cluttered and confined space had been tidied, now accommodating a small bed. This new bed faced Ye Peitian's own, separated by merely the width of an arm. A well-washed, somewhat worn sheet adorned the bed, accompanied by a soft, plush pillow and a neatly folded, camel-colored blanket, reminiscent of a tofu block. As Chu Qianxun approached, she could not resist running her fingers across the flawlessly smooth surface of the sheet. Though Ye Peitian spoke little, often going an entire day without uttering a word, his thoughtfulness and attentiveness were ever present in his every gesture. Chu Qianxun felt her heart begin to race clandestinely within her chest. She suddenly recalled Old Gua's words. This man is dependable. Embrace the life you share with him. Go on, try it on, she encouraged, handing him the mask to conceal her emotions. Ye Peitian looked up, a hint of confusion crossing his features, his slightly furrowed brows illuminated by the candlelight. Upon seeing Chu Qianxun, he displayed a fleeting sense of disarray and anxiety. With gentle hands, Chu Qianxun removed the black mask from his face and adorned him with the intricately patterned veil. The entire expanse of dark silver fabric obscured his slightly soft brows and eyes, revealing only the defined shape of his nose, the faint hue of his lips, and a jawline marked by strength. His overall demeanor suddenly took on a resolute and angular quality. Ye Peitian possessed remarkably charming features, his captivating eyes inevitably drawing attention with their piercing clarity. At that moment, seated at the edge of the bed with his head held high and his eyes covered, Chu Qianxun found herself captivated by his lips, thin and slightly pressed together, their contours both sensual and alluring. Below them lay his pale neck, accentuated by the movement of his Adam's apple, while a black collar rested just above his collarbone. A subtle shift flickered in Chu Qianxun's gaze, rendering her unable to look away. Oh dear, she softly murmured to herself. For Ye Peitian, the unique material before him merely created a delicate veil of silver threads, allowing him to see everything outside with clarity. He raised his chin, emboldened by the certainty that Chu Qianxun could not perceive his expression, and for the first time, he mustered the courage to meet her gaze directly. To his quiet delight, he clearly discerned her looking down at him, her eyes glimmering, devoid of revulsion or fear, instead filled with a vague sense of affection and admiration. Ye Peitian fixed his gaze upon those eyes. "Qianxun," he softly inquired, "is there anything you desire?" Chu Qianxun did not grasp the meaning behind his words, yet Ye Peitian swiftly sealed his lips once more. Chu Qianxun lay on her side on the bed, resting her arm and gazing at Ye Peitian, who was sleeping in the adjacent bed. "Peitian, you seem a bit off these past few days. Are you not accustomed to this sudden change of environment?" Ye Peitian lowered his gaze, and in the dim light of the flickering candle, his deep voice resonated. "I feel a bit frightened, afraid that you are not real, that all of this is still a dream controlled by Xian Zimming." After a moment of silence, he added, "If this is merely a dream, please do not awaken me." Chu Qianxun reached out her hand, crossing the small gap between their beds to grasp his icy fingers. "This is certainly not a dream, I assure you." As dawn broke, Chu Qianxun emerged from the warmth of her cashmere blanket, rolling around with her fluffy pillow for a moment. The freshly sun-dried sheets still carried a hint of sunlight, providing such comfort that she almost wished to remain there indefinitely. The enticing aroma of food wafted in from outside the door. With a quick motion, she sprang from her bed. Upon opening the door, she found Ye Peitian seated at the dining table, who lifted his head to meet her gaze. Beneath the silver mask, the faintest curve of his thin lips suggested a subtle smile. The courtyard was alive with the sounds of various households preparing for the day, mingling with the delightful sense of diverse dishes. Morning light spilled over the courtyard walls, casting gentle beams upon the stone-paved ground. In the midst of this bustling scene, Ye Peitian sat, looking up at her, offering a hint of a smile that warmed the moment. At this moment, he seemed no longer the demon with crimson eyes beneath the moonlit sky, nor the restless spirit imprisoned in endless solitude within the desert. He too was capable of laughter, blushing at the slightest, inexplicable occurrences, and striving earnestly to embrace life. Since entering the town of Bema and mingling among the crowd, Chu Qianxun had sensed Ye Peitian's discomfort and unease, yet she also perceived his efforts and gentleness. Perhaps he longed to return to a life amidst the throng, just as he was now. Could he adapt? Would residing in such a place feel utterly alien to him? Chu Qianxun settled at the table, and in that moment, an unrecognized sense of anticipation welled up within her heart, yearning for him to desire to remain in this world, to stay by her side. Ye Peitian's brows and eyes were obscured by a silver veil, revealing only his pale lips, devoid of any discernible expression. He deftly picked up chopsticks, serving vegetables into Chu Qianxun's bowl. This was troubling. His naturally sparse words now left her utterly bewildered about his thoughts. A twinge of frustration stirred within her. Ye Peitian finally murmured softly, "I like it very much." Chu Qianxun could not fathom why she felt such joy. An overwhelming delight surged from the depths of her being, prompting her appetite to blossom, and she consumed an extra bowl of rice. The morning courtyard gradually began to bustle. In the northwest corner, the woman who resided there wept mournfully in her home at this hour, lamenting her tragic fate in soliloquy. Dwelling adjacent to her, Meng Laosan would emerge from his abode upon hearing her lamentations, accompanied by one or two alluring young women. These women, clutching their acquired sustenance, would exchange furtive glances, conveying unspoken understanding. Xiaomu entered from beyond the courtyard gate, his lips stained with blood, his wrist bearing a ghastly ligature mark, a vast expanse of livid bruising. Theatrics, so characteristic of him, were absent today as he ambled along the wall in silence. Upon noticing Chu Qianxun and Ye Peitian, he made no ostentatious display of surprise. Despite having been assaulted by Ye Peitian, who also resided in the courtyard, his years of experience had taught him to discern genuine malice from mere intimidation. "Brother," a young girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years of age, emerged tentatively from the house, her face marred by a scar that traversed her eyes. This disfigurement, reminiscent of a claw mark, had not only ruined her once comely features but also robbed her of her sight. "Brother, are you unwell?" the girl inquired, groping for her brother's garments. No, Xiaomu replied, his voice devoid of any perceptible emotion. He stroked his sister's hair and offered her a paper bag. Here, have this. As the day progressed and the sun ascended amidst the clamor, the autumnal warmth illuminated the myriad facets of existence within by Ma Town. Chu Qianxun deposited a massive, long horn upon old Guo's workbench. This horn, tapered and sharp, shimmered with a distinctive cerulean luster. What do you make of this, Uncle Guo? She rubbed her injured shoulder, leaning against the counter. Should she procure a fitting longsword for Lin Fei? Indeed, the horn of a fifth-tier magical beast possesses remarkable hardness and malleability, making it suitable for crafting a one-handed sword. Old Gu paused his work, scrutinizing the long, pointed horn several times. Yet here you are, a mere girl, darting around hunting monsters and gathering materials, while Lin Fei remains at home cooking and doing laundry. Old Gu shook his head and placed a jar of ointment for external wounds on the counter, clucking his tongue. Ah, the youth of today, what can one say? Please don't speak like that, Uncle Gu. It is because I feel inadequate compared to him that I must practice more, Chu Qianxun replied, propping her injured, bleeding arm on the counter to apply the ointment. In her heart, she believed that regardless of whether one is friends, lovers, or any other kind of relationship, a significant disparity in levels makes it challenging to maintain an equitable interaction. She had never been so proactive in her desire to enhance her abilities. The aspiration to grow stronger was becoming increasingly clear within her. This was not for Ye Peitian but for herself, to live as freely and gracefully as another version of herself, to take command of her own life, to lead the existence she yearned for, and to protect those she wished to safeguard. Qianxun? Ye Peitian's voice called from outside the room. Startled, Chu Qianxun quickly concealed her injured arm behind her back. She reflexively curled her fingers, but it was too late to catch the drop of blood that trickled from her arm and splattered onto the ground with a soft thud. Ye Peitian stepped into the room, reaching out to draw her arm from behind her back, casting a silent glance. Although his expression was obscured, with only his slightly pursed lips visible, Chu Qianxun inexplicably felt a surge of anger emanating from him. It was merely a superficial injury, nothing of consequence. It would heal shortly. Chu Qianxun hurriedly attempted to downplay the situation. I was merely taking a stroll near the base, and there are no formidable magical creatures in the vicinity. Since I had some idle time, I thought it prudent to practice a little. Such low-tier magical beings hold no significance for you, which is why I didn't specifically summon you. Ye Peitian remained silent as he guided her into the room, while Chu Qianxun continued to explain, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Upon entering, Ye Peitian gestured for Chu Qianxun to sit on the edge of the bed, while he took a seat opposite her, retrieving a short blade from his belongings. In a sudden reaction, Chu Qianxun grasped his wrist firmly, insisting, no. Ye Peitian turned his face towards her, the silver of his blindfold glinting. No, Chu Qianxun reiterated with resolute conviction, her tone leaving no room for refusal. My injury is not severe. Why should you inflict harm upon yourself to tend to me? She understood that Ye Peitian's healing capabilities were extraordinarily potent. To draw sufficient blood, he would need to deeply cut his palm akin to the last time. Look, it's truly just a minor scrape. I merely grazed the skin, and there's no damage to the bone. After all, I am a fifth-tier saint and will heal swiftly. Perhaps sensing her earlier seriousness, she softened her tone, suggesting, or perhaps you could simply apply some ointment for me. Ye Peitian hesitated for a moment before ultimately conceding. He rummaged through his backpack, gently grasped Chu Qianxun's injured arm, cleaned the wound, and meticulously applied the ointment, wrapping pristine white bandages around her arm in delicate layers. If you desire the demonic seed, he remarked. It is not the demonic seed that I seek. I wish to grow stronger, Chu Qianxun gestured, stronger still, until one day I can fight alongside you, no longer relying solely on your protection. Ye Peitian fell silent, his hands steady, fingers slightly cool, moving with such meticulous care as if he feared causing her pain. To Chu Qianxun, such a wound was merely a trivial injury. On the battlefield, she would have scarcely bothered to tend to a wound of this magnitude. Yet, when someone treated it with such concern, she suddenly found the injury becoming somewhat exaggerated. That pain, which she could easily overlook, transformed into something acutely sensitive and palpable under Ye Peitian's gentle touch. Peitian, there is something I have longed to express to you, Chu Qianxun said, her gaze fixed on the lowered head, which was focused on her wound. When we first met, I took your blood without your consent. Although it was to save one of my dearest friends, it was still wrong. I owe you an apology. Ye Peitian's fingers, which held the white bandage, came to an abrupt halt. After a brief pause, he softly replied, there is no need for such an apology. No, I should apologize to you. Everyone who has committed such acts ought to express their regret. Ye Peitian's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his thin lips parted ever so slightly. Although he swiftly turned his face away, his usually steady hands betrayed a subtle tremor, revealing his tumultuous emotions. Despite gaining insight into Ye Peitian's past, Chu Qianxun understood that she could never truly grasp the profound scars that such infernal torment had etched upon his heart. She clasped his hand in hers, drawing him closer, and enveloped him in an embrace. It was only when she felt the tense muscles of his back gradually relax that she heard a low voice emanating from the head resting upon her shoulder. For a devil like me, isn't this what I deserve? The voice was soft, tinged with an unrestrained sadness and indignation. Chu Qianxun gently stroked his back, whispering, even if no one else understands now, I do. You are not at fault. The blame lies with those who have lost their humanity, driven by greed and malice. Suddenly, a cacophony of arguments erupted from the courtyard, prompting the two to part ways with a hint of embarrassment. Ye Peitian awkwardly rose to his feet, saying, I will step outside for a moment. In his haste to leave, he stumbled at the foot of the bed, nearly falling to the ground. Outside the yard stood a tall, slender woman adorned with heavy makeup, wielding a slender metallic pipe that had recently regained popularity. She directed several burly men to drag the young Mu out from the opposite house. Struggling against their grasp, he exclaimed, Sister Lin, I have repaid you in full, principal and interest. What more do you desire? Is it as simple as declaring it repaid? Sister Lin raised the pipe, took a drag, and released delicate rings of smoke. What you owe is a lamb's debt. The principal must be returned at double the rate. You, young Mu, filled with indignation, surged forward but was restrained by two imposing figures who pinned his arms to the ground. Brother, a blind little girl groped her way out, her face etched with anxiety as she called for him. She trembled slightly, biting her lip tightly and slowly retreating a few steps. Seeing his sightless sister, young Mu relented, bowing his head. Sister Lin, grant me a chance. Well, aren't you quite accommodating? Sister Lin extended her bony finger to lift his chin, exhaling a puff of smoke into his face. Work for a month for me without pay, and we shall consider this matter settled. I refuse. Young Mu turned his face away, his expression one of fury. The people you associate with are all perverse. No one lasts a month. Sister Lin, grant me a little more time. I assure you I will make good on my debts. Sister Lin raised an eyebrow, her eyes, stark and unyielding, looked down upon the young man before her. You still do not grasp the reality, do you? In this world, the likes of you, the weak, possess no power of choice. She straightened up, took a drag from her cigarette, and ordered me to beat him until he submitted. The yard echoed with the dull thuds of fists and feet, as the young man crumpled to the ground, curling his frail body and clutching his head, suppressing any sound of plea. The doors of the surrounding houses creaked open slightly, while passers-by lingered at a distance outside the courtyard, numbly observing the unfolding brutality without a thought of intervention. One should leave a shred of dignity. Is such ruthlessness truly necessary? A woman's voice floated from the dim alley opposite. Lin Jie glanced up with disdain and spat on the ground. Wu Lily, do you wish to abandon this line of work? The voice from the alley fell silent as if throttled, and when the anticipated pleas for mercy did not materialize after a long pause, Lin Jie began to grow impatient. Just as she was about to utter a phrase that could irrevocably seal his fate, a man suddenly appeared beside her without warning. Beneath his dark hair, a mask obscured his features, rendering his expression unreadable. All Lin Jie could see was the intricately patterned dark silver mask turning towards her, and in the next instant, a searing pain shot through her body as she was kicked from the yard, crashing into the telephone pole across the street, collapsing to the ground in agony. The group of thugs who had accompanied her remained momentarily stunned, while the man extended his long leg, stepping out of the courtyard. The abandoned telephone pole, now precariously tilted, broke off at an angle, narrowly missing Lin Jie's scalp as it fell with a resounding crash. As the dust from the fallen utility pole dissipated, the figure of a man wielding a long blade became discernible. He stood resolutely at the threshold, tall and adorned with a silver mask that obscured his features, revealing only a determined jawline and tightly pressed lips, exuding an aura of cold detachment that discouraged any approach. His physique was not one of bulk. Rather, it was slender yet resilient, with a narrow waist that seemed to harbor the potential for explosive power. In his grasp was a knife, an ordinary piece of merchandise one might find at a street stall, not a weapon of legendary prowess, yet none present possessed the confidence to escape the swift, nearly imperceptible strikes of that blade. Sister Lin, suppressing her pain, managed to rise and struck one of them overhead, yet refrained from vocalizing her outrage, stifling her humiliation as she gestured to a few loyal subordinates to retreat quietly. Those who revel in bullying the weak often harbor a profound fear of authority. When confronted with a force more formidable than their own, they tend to shrink back even more swiftly than the average person. Yet, lingering on his shoulder was the unique warmth of a touch that seemed to beckon him back. A single utterance from Qianxun stirred a tumult of emotions long buried deep within him, causing a tumultuous wave to surge to the surface. Before the person he cherished most, he found himself exposed, revealing his vulnerability with a sense of discomfort. However, Qianxun offered him an embrace, a warmth-laden embrace. After years of submersion in despair, it was the first time someone enveloped his broken self, softly assuring him that he was not to blame. The depth of his yearning for that warmth was matched only by his fury towards those who dared to intrude upon their moment. Had he not restrained himself, he would have almost desired to dismember that arrogant woman. "Are you still angry?" Chu Qianxun inquired, glancing at him. From the taut lines of Ye Peitian's lips, she discerned his evident displeasure. Amused, she took the man's hand and said, "All right, I shall refrain from hunting demons today. Shall we stroll through the market instead?" Ye Peitian swiftly turned his face towards her. He was indeed looking forward to it. It seemed prudent to dedicate more time to help him acclimatize to his surroundings. Chu Qianxun mused inwardly. The evening glow gradually bathed the horizon, and the market began to bustle with life. Chu Qianxun walked ahead with keen interest, while Ye Peitian accompanied her closely. The dazzling lights and festive atmosphere flowed past them, yet they failed to capture his attention. All his focus was solely on the hand beside him. His gaze lingered through the veil of distraction, boldly resting on the delicate, pale hand that naturally hung by her side, gently swaying with each step. He was acutely aware of its warmth and softness. His heart raced, yearning to grasp that hand and hold it tightly within his own, never to let go. Yet, Ye Peitian was uncertain whether he possessed the right to such intimacy. Deep within his heart, there lingered a vague fear that his closeness might bring calamity to the one he cherished. As Chu Qianxun approached a barbecue stall, she called out, "Boss, I would like 10 skewers, please." In contemporary times, the ability to purchase 10 skewers is considered the hallmark of a significant patron. The proprietor, brimming with enthusiasm, readily acquiesced, placing 10 skewers of meat over the glowing charcoal. The rendered fat sizzled and dripped onto the coals, releasing an alluring aroma that captivated the envious gazes of passers-by. Despite her affluence, Chu Qianxun was typically reluctant to indulge in such extravagance. However, when in the company of Ye Peitian, she always aspired to offer him something superior, something more. "Half spicy, half not," she instructed the vendor. Chu Qianxun's palate leaned towards the bold, relishing a hint of spice. Ever since Ye Peitian discerned this preference, he had endeavored to tailor each dish to suit her tastes. Ironically, his own inclination was towards milder flavors, a fact that Chu Qianxun had also noticed unbeknownst to him. "Come, eat quickly," she urged, presenting half of the grilled skewers before Ye Peitian. For reasons unknown, despite only glimpsing a portion of his visage, she could sense that he was in high spirits, and witnessing his joy set her heart soaring. Not far from their location, a group of warriors clad in uniform armor stood at the roadside. Their vibrant armor and impressive weaponry bore the distinctive emblem of the Genesis Guild. One young warrior turned his head, recognizing Chu Qianxun. Qianxun? What a coincidence to encounter you here. It took her a moment to recall that this was the fire element saint Kong Haobua, who had boldly sought to challenge Ye Peitian during their desert encounter. At this moment, the young man approached her with a blend of excitement and familiarity, eager to engage in conversation. Ah, it is you? Chu Qianxun greeted with a smile. Her heart lightened at the sight of his well-being. I should have heeded your counsel. I am indeed far inferior to that desert monarch. The young warrior candidly acknowledged his own arrogance, relieved that, as you mentioned, the individual in question was not a remorseless fiend, granting him a narrow escape. Otherwise, we would not be here today. His two companions trailed behind, each clasping a shoulder. Haobua, is this the enchanting lady you met in the desert? One remarked. My dear, thanks to your kindness in warning this fool, he brazenly abandoned us to confront the demon Ye Peitian alone. Yet, fortune favors the foolish. He survived the desert's peril. Kong Haobua felt a flush of embarrassment, scratching his head. Qianxun, what brings you here? I came from Balong to attend to some matters. And you? Recently, a significant number of beings, transformed by the divine love, have appeared in the nearby village of Xiaozhou. The residents are in dire straits. We are here to investigate the situation and rescue those villagers. Kong Haobua spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Regardless of his guild's ultimate intentions, this man genuinely believed he was on a noble quest for salvation. The young and handsome warrior animatedly recounted his adventures, his cheeks tinged with excitement. The beautiful and gentle girl stood before him, her eyes sparkling with delight as she listened intently. In the vibrant night market, illuminated by fiery trees and shimmering flowers, this scene appeared warm and harmonious, yet it pierced Ye Peitian's heart with a poignant ache. He suddenly took 2 steps forward, grasping the hand he had hesitated to hold throughout their journey. In that moment, he felt an undeniable tension. A slight perspiration formed in his palm, as he feared that hand might display resistance and slip from his grasp. Yet, Qianxun merely glanced up at him, her fingertips delicately stirring, as she reciprocated his hold. Who might this be? It was only then that he recognized the presence of Ye Peitian, and Kong Haobua stuttered as he greeted him. This is my friend, Lin Fei, Qianxun briefly introduced, not wishing to elaborate further before taking her leave. Observing the 2 figures entwined, fading into the crowd, Kong Haobua felt an immediate despondency wash over him. How rare it is for our old Kong to feel a flutter of youthful affection, only to have it swiftly extinguished, truly pitiful. I told you, such a beautiful lady must surely be taken. Fear not, old Kong. Lift your chin, for greater fortunes await you ahead. His companions jested, playfully mocking his tender, easily stirred heart. Meanwhile, upon a vantage point outside Beima town, a group of cloaked and masked figures surveyed the twinkling human settlement below. Beneath their feet, a canine-like creature's half-formed head emerged, adorned with peculiar markings, revealing a high-level summoned beast renowned for its acute sense of smell, adept at tracking foes over great distances, typically lurking beneath the earth. The scent of blood had vanished in this vicinity. A voice with a distinct resonance emanated from the depths. Sister Huayu, what do you suggest? There seem to be quite a few people here. One among them spoke out. Do not take offense. For the divine's arrival, a modicum of sacrifice is essential. The leading woman extended her alabaster, delicate hand and waved gently. Instantly, a massive iron cage was brought forth, its 4 uniquely crafted barriers removed. From within the cage emerged a piercing and shrill sound, for it contained a high-ranking sleepless one, whose limbs and wings had been severed. As the cage opened, the mutilated form of the sleepless began to mend swiftly. The sleepless one's distinctive sound waves resonated far and wide, causing the distant forest to tremble violently, while the earth itself echoed with a low rumble. All manner of magical creatures in the vicinity were summoned by this enraged sleepless, converging upon the scene. A male saint, his back adorned with bat-like wings, took to the sky, circling the cage that imprisoned the sleepless before soaring above White Horse Town. The exploration team prepared themselves. Several members of the team simultaneously removed the hoods from the heads of the restrained prisoners beside them. These captives, products of the Institute of Divine Love, bore grotesque scars upon their faces, rendered deaf, mute and blind. Stripped of their 5 senses, they had been deliberately trained to hone a peculiar ability to sense the fluctuations of supernatural forces within a limited range, known as the Houndmen. Grouped in threes, they ushered the Houndmen inside. Upon detecting an Earth-based supernatural being, they were to verify and report immediately. The leading female saint donned a walkie-talkie and began issuing commands. A chorus of affirmations echoed behind her as rows of robed figures hastened toward White Horse Town. In Bema Town, there are no high-ranking saints. The creature summoned by the Sleepless One we have unleashed should be sufficient to shake the entire town. If Ye Peitian is hiding within, he will undoubtedly have nowhere to escape. One of the accompanying subordinates spoke up, Sister Huayu, this time, we will certainly succeed in capturing him to present to the Holy Father. Fu Huayu gazed coldly at the brilliantly lit base before her. After a night of relentless assaults by a multitude of monsters, this place might transform into a desolate city. Yet, to her, this seemed like a trivial matter, hardly worthy of her concern. Ye Peitian, the cruel man who took my sister's life. I will personally capture him and make him taste a suffering 100-fold that of my sisters. As night fell, the throngs in the marketplace gradually dispersed, and the once bustling base succumbed to silence. Ye Peitian held Chu Qianxun's hand, strolling leisurely through the dimly lit western alley. The puddles on the ground reflected their intertwined hands in the moonlight. Ye Peitian felt his heart in disarray, entwined with both anxiety and a sweet bliss. He could not fathom what had compelled him to act so impulsively. However, once that hand was clasped, the warm sensation felt so tangible that he was reluctant to let go. Turning his face, he discovered that Chu Qianxun was also gazing at him. Her eyes sparkled under the autumn moonlight, radiating a friendship that filled him with immense joy. A strange sensation, which could only be described as happiness, bubbled up from the depths of his heart, swelling to fill every corner of his being. So be it. Perhaps I could live by her side in this manner. So be it. Perhaps I can walk alongside him just like this. Both individuals harbor these thoughts within their hearts. Somewhere within the base, a colossal roar suddenly erupted, and a piercing shriek surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire base and echoing into the distance. The ground began to tremble, and the night sky resonated with the buzzing sound of monstrous wings. The once tranquil base was abruptly awakened by the sudden onslaught of a horde of creatures. Most of the residents, roused from their slumber, gazed in terror at the approaching swarm of beasts, recalling the despair of that fateful day when the demonic spawn first descended. Throughout the base, terrified screams and the clamor of fierce combat echoed. After 5 years of relentless training and countless battles, the seasoned warriors donned their armor, some seizing their weapons and leaping onto the rooftops, while others rushed to the city gates to defend their homeland. On the high rooftop across the alley, bricks tumbled down as a massive claw gripped the wall. Subsequently, a grotesque and terrifying creature emerged, its body looming over the rooftop, nearly obscuring much of the narrow sky above the alley. Under the moonlight, it turned its head, its enormous golden pupils fixating on the 2 individuals clasping their hands tightly in the alley below. Behind them, at the entrance of the alley, a smaller, blood-red creature began to crawl forth. Its humanoid face flickered with a lizard-like tongue that swiftly darted through the air, excitedly scaling the vertical exterior of the building, charging toward the 2, 1 against 1. Upon uttering this phrase, Chu Qianxun unsheathed her twin blades and surged toward the advancing creature. Ye Peitian was oblivious to the number of monstrous beings he had slain. The blade in his grasp had become warped and slick with viscous fluid, rendering it nearly impossible to maintain his hold. A vague sense of anxiety gnawed at him. In days gone by, whether confronting beasts or humans, he had fought valiantly and unflinchingly, never once succumbing to fear. At times, the brutality of battle served as a stark reminder of his own existence. Yet now, as the tide of monsters surged around him, the air was filled with piercing screams and desperate cries for help. Countless structures crumbled beneath the onslaught of claws. The oil lamps that once hung from the eaves shattered to the ground, igniting into a crimson blaze. Mere moments ago, this quaint and cozy town, aglow with warmth, had devolved into a hellish nightmare, echoing with wails and engulfed in flames, as the fiends rampaged freely. In the northwestern corner of the courtyard, a thunderous crash reverberated, causing rooftops and walls to collapse in chaos. Wu Lily, disheveled and alarmed, tumbled out from the debris. Upon reaching the courtyard, she could not resist glancing back. Through the swirling dust, a monstrous figure emerged, its diminutive form clutching Meng Laosan in its maw. His muscular arms strained against the creature's toothy jaws, slick with drool. He cast a glance at Wu Lily, cursing, "What are you staring at? Get the hell away from here." Wu Lily's lips trembled as she turned and fled, tears streaming down her face in her haste. Among all her frequent patrons, she held the greatest disdain for Meng Laosan. The women of their trade along the street mocked him behind his back, deriding his diminutive stature and unappealing appearance, deeming him unworthy of the label man. Who could have anticipated that, in such a critical moment between life and death, this individual would willingly sacrifice himself to shield her from the sudden onslaught of a malevolent creature? Two silvery beams unfurled in the air like butterfly wings, darting past in an instant. The creature's neck was severed silently and effortlessly. Meng Laosan fell from the creature's grasp, tumbling to the ground, where he was swiftly dragged aside by the approaching Lao Gua. Chu Qianxun, wielding a silver blade, landed atop the fragmented rooftop, clutching a freshly acquired demon seed. "Help! Help me!" A voice pleading for salvation echoed from the ruins. Chu Qianxun began to clear away the collapsed stones, discovering a woman from the northwest corner trapped beneath the debris of a crumbled wall, with only half her body exposed. She reached out to Chu Qianxun, beseeching, "Save me. I do not wish to die." With one hand braced against the wall, Chu Qianxun pulled her to safety. The lower half of the woman's body was nowhere to be seen. She lay amidst a pool of blood, panic-stricken, clutching Chu Qianxun's leg. "I do not want to die. Please help me. I beg you." As tears streamed down her face, green fish-like fins began to sprout from the sides of her cheeks, while her once frantic grip transformed into sharp, scaly hands, an ominous sign of demonic transformation. "I do not want to die. I do not want to die." Oblivious to her own metamorphosis, she continued to frantically repeat the head, which had nearly transformed into a monstrous being, closed its eyes and softly murmured in its final moments, "This is for the best. At last I shall see them." The tolling of the alarm echoed throughout White Horse Town, summoning the saints who had withdrawn to take their positions upon the city walls, to thwart the encroachment of further monstrosities. Chu Qianxun drew her bloodied silver blade and straightened, gazing towards the threshold where Ye Peitian stood, who, in turn, met her gaze. Their eyes traversed the desolate courtyard, gently brushing against one another in the air. "Qianxun, Lin Fei, come exchange for a weapon." Old Gu dragged the unconscious Meng Laosan back into the house, hastily re-emerging with several weapons. As a blacksmith, Old Gu typically devoted himself to forging and possessed little combat experience. Yet he endeavored to assist in the fight as best he could. Noticing that the weapons in the hands of Chu Qianxun and Ye Peitian were rendered nearly useless, he urgently rummaged through his stockpile and sprinted towards Chu Qianxun, wearing the familiar smile that she had grown accustomed to. His words tumbling forth, "Fortunately, there's still the two of you. Otherwise, everyone in this courtyard would perish." However, upon facing him, Chu Qianxun revealed a look of terror. Without warning, a diminutive monstrosity emerged behind Old Gu, its insect-like wings flapping incessantly. Standing no taller than 50 centimeters, it bore none of the imposing presence of the larger beasts. Upon its beautiful visage lies a mouth that can stretch grotesquely to the ears, gaping wide to reveal a mouthful of sharp teeth, poised to sink into the nape of Lao Gua's neck. This seemingly diminutive and innocuous creature is, in fact, a chilling entity, endowed with the extraordinary ability to teleport short distances and adept at ambush, making it nearly impossible for anyone to catch sight of its fleeting form on the battlefield. A fine spray of yellow sand swiftly sealed its cavernous maw, sending it crashing to the ground, where a battered knife flew in from outside, piercing through the very essence of the creature, pinning it to the earth. Having relinquished the long knife, Ye Peitian clutched his neck with one hand and knelt upon one knee. Chu Qianxun rushed to his side, supporting him with concern etched upon her face. "Are you all right?" she inquired, worry lacing her voice. Ye Peitian waved his hand dismissively, slowly rising to his feet, signaling that he was unharmed. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to speak, "I am fine. I expended little of my powers, and it was swiftly contained, resulting in only a minor injury." His voice was rough and strained, crimson blood trickling between his fingers that gripped his neck. Startled and shaken, Lao Guo hurriedly emerged from the courtyard, grasping Ye Peitian's other arm. That was a close call. I was drenched in cold sweat, he exclaimed. What happened? How did Lin Fei get injured? A chilling exchange of voices, one male and one female, reverberated through the dimly lit alley. At last, we have found him. After searching for so many Earth-type abilities, who would have thought that the true Ye Peitian would be concealed here? Under the moonlit night, 3 silhouettes stood atop the rooftop at the entrance of the alley. 2 individuals were cloaked in garments adorned with an emblematic design of feathered wings, the insignia of the once mighty Divine Love group. Before them crouched a canine humanoid, its vision obscured, trained to possess unique abilities specifically for the purpose of seeking and tracking adversaries. Such subtle fluctuations in its powers might easily have gone unnoticed, had they not been fortuitously nearby. The canine, perched upon the rooftop, expressed its exhilaration at having accomplished a mission. It was astonishing to witness a notorious demon, known for its ferocity, resorting to anonymity and concealment, much like a tortoise retreating into its shell. A man clad in a robe spoke mockingly. Old Gu, with a face full of trepidation, relinquished his grip on Ye Peitian's arm and took several hesitant steps back, incredulously stammering, You are that demon? Nearby, a small girl emitted a brief gasp of surprise, prompting her brother, Xiao Mu, to swiftly cover her mouth and pull her into their home. Chu Qianxun regarded the figures from the Divine Love group atop the roof, drawing forth her twin blades. A surge of intense fury welled within her. However, the 2 individuals before her not only possessed higher ranks but were also equipped with communication devices, indicating that the situation had clearly been reported. If these 3 were not swiftly dealt with, the area could soon be encircled by incoming enemies. Ye Peitian raised his arm, and before Chu Qianxun could intervene, the clouds of sand in the sky eclipsed the moonlight. 3 colossal hands, formed from swirling yellow sand, instantly grasped the 3 figures on the rooftop from behind. With a face as cold as frost, Ye Peitian clenched his fingers in midair. Beneath the moonlit night, 3 struggling clumps of sand burst forth, showering the sky with a cascade of crimson. The ruby-hued granules fell upon the rooftops, igniting a downpour of blood beneath the eaves. Simultaneously, a torrent of blood erupted from Ye Peitian's neck. He could no longer sustain himself and collapsed, one hand clutching his throat while the other braced against the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood. Yet, he fought valiantly to rise again, pushing away Chu Qianxun, who sought to support him, staggering towards the outside. He could almost hear the footsteps of his adversaries converging from all directions. He needed to escape before they arrived, to flee from this alley that had granted him days of tranquility, and from the person he cherished dearly. Nothing had changed. He remained the merciless killer he had always been. Regardless of past affections, once his true identity was revealed, all would shun him, save for Qianxun. He could not allow her to be ensnared by his fate. You, come here, Old Gu stammered from behind the counter of the iron shop, trembling with fear. He pushed aside his weapon-forging table, revealing a small hidden entrance to a secret chamber, one I had modified to shield against mental and olfactory searches. Old Gu swallowed hard, his body quaking, yet he managed to complete his sentence, adding that there was another exit at the back of the courtyard. Chu Qianxun glanced at Ye Peitian, who appeared momentarily dazed, rigidly turning his gaze towards Old Gu. She removed her coat, wrapping it around his bleeding neck to staunch the flow before forcefully ushering him into the underground chamber. As Fu Huayu arrived with a multitude of followers from all directions, blood-red sand continued to fall from the eaves in a cacophony of sounds. The long alley lay in disarray, strewn with blood and stones, yet devoid of any presence. Fu Huayu clapped her hands, and the visage of a summoned beast emerged from the ground, imbued with the scent of Ye Peitian, her master. His blood lingered here, but I could not ascertain his whereabouts. The canine beings trailing behind shook their heads in unison. Unless Ye Peitian employed his extraordinary abilities, they were unable to detect the unique vibrations characteristic of the Earth-type saint. Do not stray far. Disperse and search, Fu Huayu commanded, twisting her slender, fair neck in a somewhat grotesque manner as she forced herself to suppress the violent emotions raging within her, determined to extract any surviving souls nearby. Before long, the remaining survivors in the western alley were dragged forth, the majority being ordinary people or low-tier saints. Their faces contorted in fear as they beheld the blood-soaked street, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. In full view of the assembly, Fu Huayu extended her palm, revealing 5 glistening 6th-grade magic seeds nestled in her fair hand. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. For these individuals, such magic seeds could easily purchase the life of any one of them. The demon Ye Peitian had recently appeared here, and you all bore witness to the horrific slaughter of my friend by that fiend. Brandishing a photograph of Ye Peitian, Fu Huayu's voice resonated through the alleyway. I am aware that some of you must have witnessed the recent altercation. Whoever can furnish information regarding the whereabouts of that fiend, I assure you these demon seeds shall be theirs. She paraded the demon seeds before the assembly, her gaze sweeping across the crowd before settling upon Xiao Mu. I understand you reside in the adjacent courtyard. She tenderly stroked the head of Xiao Mu's sister, who was nestled beside him. Cannot be easy, caring for a blind sibling all alone. Can it? She presented the demon seeds, emblems of immense fortune, before Xiao Mu. Well, have you observed anything? Do not be afraid. Confide in me, and you and your sister shall live a life of prosperity henceforth. Xiao Mu fixated upon the verdant, luminous demon seeds, swallowing hard. Chu Qianxun, concealed within the cramped confines of an underground chamber, eavesdropped on the commotion above through a copper pipe buried there. Ye Peitian lay prostrate beside her, grievously wounded, teetering on the precipice of demise. The chamber was exceedingly narrow, barely accommodating 2 individuals, its walls lined with peculiar demon carcasses, evidently a contingency plan prepared by Lao Guo for himself. A separate egress existed, not far distant, situated at the rear of the courtyard. Should anyone betray their whereabouts, they would be compelled to evacuate swiftly through that exit. However, the exit's proximity was such that their emergence would equate to immediate exposure to the enemy's perception. No, I did not. I did not see any demon. Xiao Mu's voice drifted from above. Subsequently, Old Guo stammered, recounting the carnage in our courtyard, a scene of death and injury, utter pandemonium. With my aged bones, I dared only to cower beneath the table, utterly oblivious to the external events. Meng Laosan. I was incapacitated by a demon. Regrettably, I witnessed nothing. Alas, such a wealth of demon seeds, a coveted prize for any. Wu Lily's voice, meek and timorous. Indeed, my apologies. I observed nothing. A smile played upon Chu Qianxun's lips, a testament not only to the momentary safety of the 2 souls but also to the elation she felt for Ye Peitian. The latter, recumbent upon the earth, stirred ever so slightly, nestling his head against Chu Qianxun's leg. His neck throbbed with pain, his body depleted of blood, his consciousness fading. Yet he harbored the conviction that he would endure this trial. A droning voice emanated from the copper pipes. Negative, Ye Peitian is not in sight. Negative, none of us has sighted him. A gentle palm reached out, tenderly caressing his head, a source of warmth and solace, instilling within him the courage to persevere. Old Kong. Found it. This is the one. Within a structure at the heart of Bai Ma Town, Kong Haobua and his comrades from Genesis vanquished the guards stationed at the entrance, thus gaining ingress to the premises. In the desolate chamber stood a specially crafted iron cage, within which resided a sleepless creature, its limbs severed. This wretched being lay prostrate, emitting haunting calls that echoed through the air, summoning its kin. This man-made horror was the very catalyst of the sudden calamity that had befallen them. Kong Haobua brandished his sword, unleashing a searing wave of sword energy that surged towards the cage, incinerating the incessantly wailing monstrosity within. Who was responsible for this heinous act? Veins bulging with fury, Kong Haobua recalled the countless townsfolk who had succumbed to the claws of these fiends while they journeyed to this place. A middle-aged man with graying hair lifted the cap of a corpse, revealing an embroidered emblem of wings, an insignia of the divine love sect. Numerous followers of this dogma, resembling canine hybrids, were discovered in the town, seemingly in pursuit of Ye Peitian. For the sake of one individual, they were willing to sacrifice the lives of the entire town's innocents. Kong Haobua's rage intensified as he cleaved the cobblestones with his blade. These so-called men and demons were the true devils. Who could argue otherwise? The entire town lacked formidable warriors, and had it not been for their fortuitous presence, the city would surely have faced obliteration at the hands of such high-level monsters. His young companions, equally incensed, sought to confront these scoundrels and demonstrate their resolve. The silver-haired, middle-aged man regarded them with a tolerant smile, recognizing the fervor and impulsiveness of the youth. In the alley of West Street, Fu Huayu observed the trembling figures before her, a delicate frown gracing her otherwise lovely brow. While it is true that most of these individuals may remain oblivious to Ye Peitian's whereabouts, she sensed that at least a few among them had witnessed the battle that had transpired mere moments ago. Yet, she could not fathom the reason why these foolish ants would choose to shield that man. Fu Huayu harbored a visceral disdain for the weak. Those inept and feeble lives, akin to rats in a gutter, ought not to exist in this modern era. The Holy Father spoke with great truth. Humanity is undergoing a magnificent evolution, and in this metamorphosis, the inferior and incompetent must be cast aside. Only those like her, favored by the divine and selected as exemplary believers, hold the promise for the entire race of humanity to ascend to glory. Let me rephrase that. The beautiful warrior, with an air of grace, unsheathed a golden short sword. Those who could provide information may live. Those who cannot ought to perish. A murmur of shock rippled through the crowd. How can this be? You are far too tyrannical. How could we possibly know the whereabouts of the demon? A burly man bellowed. The golden short sword, adorned with rose engravings, gently pressed against his chest. I shall inquire once more. Where has Ye Peitian gone? A sweet smile graced Fu Huayu's exquisite visage. Beautiful lady, I truly do not know, the man replied, captivated by her flower-like beauty, and he smiled in return. If I knew. His words were abruptly silenced as the golden blade thrust forward, effortlessly piercing his heart as though it were mere parchment. She scanned the crowd, her sword's tip directed at Xiao Mu. Let's start with you. Xiao Mu embraced her sister, trembling as she pushed her behind her. In the dimly lit cellar, Ye Peitian propped himself up, but Chu Qianxun firmly pressed him down. Impossible, I cannot agree. Ye Peitian removed the mask from his face, revealing a faint smile to Chu Qianxun. In that moment, his smile seemed to illuminate the dark, narrow chamber, transforming it into a beacon of light. In the chill of late autumn, surrounded by ravenous wolves, the starkness of life and death appeared to be erased by that gentle smile. Chu Qianxun was momentarily entranced. She had witnessed many facets of Ye Peitian, yet had never encountered his true smile. Qianxun, you must understand, for me, death holds little significance. There are far worse pains than dying. He pried her fingers away and stood, walking outward, his once gentle demeanor turning icy. He was once the most forgiving angel, yet now prepared to metamorphose into a bloodthirsty fiend. Taking my life, Ye Peitian, will not be so simple. Just as his fingers were about to touch the ceiling of the chamber, a resounding explosion erupted from outside. A fiery arrow, akin to a bird of flame, soared through the darkness, aimed directly at Fu Huayu. From the depths emerged a beast with a human face and an ape's body, which embraced Fu Huayu from behind. A golden orb of light emanated from the creature's brow, swiftly expanding to envelop Fu Huayu within its radiant sphere. The fiery arrow hurtled forward, piercing the outer layer of the orb and scattering blinding sparks. The tremendous impact forced the summoned beast guarding Fu Huayu to retreat, sliding nearly 10 meters before finally halting. Fu Huayu's companions were taken aback, hastily drawing their weapons to form a protective circle around her. On the rooftops of the distant buildings, a group of young warriors clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons emerged. Kong Haobua, brandishing a longbow, wore a furious expression. Without uttering a word, he swiftly knocked 3 sharp arrows, drawing the bowstring taut as a volley of arrows whistled through the air, 3 fiery dragons soaring directly towards Fu Huayu. Amidst the chaos, the crowd trapped in the alley scattered in all directions as the two engaged in combat. From the ground before Fu Huayu, a 3-headed fiend erupted, its grotesque visage opening wide to unleash 3 jets of water that narrowly intercepted the fire dragons. Who dares to disrupt our divine endeavor? Fu Huayu seethed with indignation, quickly assessing that the man before her was of equal strength. Her primary objective was to locate the already fleeing Ye Peitian, leaving her little time to waste here. The young warrior atop the rooftop spoke loudly, declaring, "Despicable divine love, driven by selfish desires, has ensnared countless lives in its clutches." At this moment, the warriors of the entire town rise against the demonic forces, while you vermin hide here to persecute others. Today we, the Genesis, shall act on behalf of justice and eradicate your kind. Vermin? You wicked heretic, you dare to label my steadfast believers as vermin? Fu Huayu's beautiful face twisted in anger, yet she quickly regained her composure and scoffed, with such righteous indignation, "Is your Genesis leader Gu Jingqing truly any better?" Withdrawing his bow and unsheathing his sword, Kong Haobua, atop the rooftop, bellowed in fury, "Dare to slander our guild master. I shall ensure your demise." The protracted peal of the alarm bell still echoed through the night sky above the town. The instigator of this calamity had vanished into the darkness, yet the havoc wrought by the demonic entities persisted throughout the night. As the first light of dawn pierced the dense blackness of night, the town, having endured devastation, gradually returned to tranquility. Survivors ambled through the war-torn streets, salvaging what remained of their ravaged homes. Houses lay in ruin, roads were fractured, and the remnants of walls were stained with the viscous, yellow blood of the demonic entities. Beneath the chaotic debris, pools of crimson human blood trickled. The mangled remains of the demonic entities and severed human limbs were intermingled, carted away by cleanup crews. Some collapsed upon the bodies of their deceased loved ones, overcome with grief. Others, having survived the ordeal, embraced their cherished partners tightly, weeping with joy. Regardless of the spectrum of emotions, life persisted. A crack appeared as the cellar door was pushed open, and Old Gua slipped down from the surface. Holding forth a portion of food, he extended his arm towards Ye Peitian, scarcely daring to meet his gaze directly, his voice trembling, "Eat. Eat this." Despite the temporary abatement of the situation, he remained unable to equate Lin Fei, who enjoyed cooking while wearing an apron, with the infamous human demon, Ye Peitian. Ye Peitian sat up, accepted the food, and softly uttered, "Thank you. No, it's unnecessary." Old Gua stole a few glances, rubbing his hands together. "I ought to express my gratitude. It is you who saved my life. Without your intervention, I would have perished last night. Are you not afraid of me?" A hoarse voice resonated in the dimly lit chamber. "There is indeed a tinge of fear. It is said that you, like the demons, survive by consuming humans." Old Gua discreetly observed Ye Peitian's expression, noting that he did not appear angry, before continuing, however, "I am of considerable age and have encountered many experiences. I understand that one cannot rely solely on hearsay, but must also trust one's own eyes. Having spent these days together, I recognize you as a tender-hearted individual. Those legends seem unfounded." Ye Peitian held the bowl that Old Gua had handed him, turning it in his palm. The iron bowl containing hot porridge was scorching to the touch, warming his hand pleasantly. "What about Qianxun?" Ye Peitian inquired. "Ah, that girl. She has been battling the demons all night." Old Gua settled beside Ye Peitian on the ground, attributing their survival in this alley to the valiant efforts of such warriors. "Qianxun is a good girl. I once asserted that women incapable of cooking were of no worth, and I was mistaken. In retrospect, matters of cooking are trivial." Ye Peitian remained silent, merely extending his finger to gently caress the shackles around his neck. "What is this? Let me see. I had not noticed it hidden beneath your collar." Old Gua approached, scrutinizing the object for a long while. "Ah, this must be the fabled binding lock," he mused, utterly impressed by its exquisite design and remarkable craftsmanship. The more he observed, the deeper his admiration grew, almost causing him to forget that this was a device capable of delivering Ye Peitian to his demise at any moment. Goodness, the mechanisms are intricately interlocked. It is simply astonishing. I, Old Gua, pride myself on my talent for designing magical artifacts, yet today I realize that I am merely a frog at the bottom of a well. I never imagined that such a master of magical device design existed in this world. Is there a possibility of unlocking it? Ye Peitian inquired. Old Gua cleared his throat, his expression turning sheepish. At my current skill level, I cannot unlock it just yet. However, since you reside here, I shall take my time to study it and surely devise a method of breaking the enchantment. No, I can no longer afford to wait, Ye Peitian whispered. Qianxun would not allow him to harm his own body or disregard his life, yet he was unwilling to place those he cherished in peril, as he had done the previous day, while remaining powerless himself. He drew a short blade, which he always carried, and handed it to old Gua. This dagger is forged from advanced magical materials. I would like to request your assistance in severing these shackles. He heard Ye Peitian's calm voice say, "It matters not. You may take your time after my death." To old Gua's astonishment, countless grains of sand began to crawl up Ye Peitian's neck, infiltrating the interior of the collar. The grains, heedless of the consequences, unleashed their full strength, forcefully tugging at the binding shackles that constrained his power in all directions. The indomitable shackles bore several fine cracks, and as Ye Peitian supported himself on the ground, he beheld the vast pool of blood spreading beneath him amidst old Gua's exclamations. Surely, this would anger her, he mused before losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, Ye Peitian found himself lying in that familiar room. Chu Qianxun sat at the edge of the bed with her back to him, a sharp dagger deftly spinning between her fingers. Upon hearing Ye Peitian stir, she cast a fleeting glance his way, slapped the dagger down onto the bed, and stood to leave. Before Ye Peitian's mind was fully alert, his body had reacted instinctively, reaching out to grasp the corner of Chu Qianxun's garment. In the days that followed, he would reflect on this moment, grateful for his own acuteness at that time. Chu Qianxun was unwilling to halt her stride. A tumult of anger surged within her chest. The fury and sorrow from that moment remained lodged in her heart, unresolved even to this day. Ye Peitian, summoning all his strength, propped up his frail body, one hand clutching his neck while the other clung desperately to Chu Qianxun's clothing, refusing to let go. "Qianxun, it hurt so much," he uttered. Ye Peitian could not recall how many times he had faced death. In those sunless, dark days, he had been tortured to death countless times by enemies, slaughtered by monstrous beings, and even suffocated to death beneath the very sands he had buried himself in. His fear of death had long since dulled amidst this endless cycle, yet he remained haunted by the fear of awakening from death. Each time he revived, a torrent of memories surged forth in an instant, leaving him in a state of profound vulnerability, both physically frail and mentally disoriented. Often, upon each return to consciousness, he scarcely had a moment to breathe. Before his memories could crystallize, terror and anguish would descend upon him. He would find himself ensnared in the same tormenting circumstances, whether in that shadowy warehouse, upon that pallid operating table, or buried deep beneath the suffocating ground. However, now as he opened his eyes, he beheld the presence of the one who brought him solace. No matter how weakened he felt, this person would always stand guard by his side, ensuring he would not plummet once more into the abyss of helplessness and dread. He yearned for her companionship, unwilling to let her slip away. Consequently, Ye Peitian instinctively reached out, grasping tightly the hand of the one he cherished in his heart. In a bid to preserve this longing, he even endured the shame of uttering his plea in a hushed tone. "Do not leave, Qianxun." Chu Qianxun turned her head, their eyes meeting in a moment of connection. She recalled the first time she encountered Ye Peitian. He was like a scarred beast in the desert, silent and solitary, filled with self-pity yet brimming with pride. His eyes held nothing but ashes, devoid of light, as he repelled the approach of others, unwilling to reveal even a hint of weakness. No matter how severe the pain, he would never utter a word of suffering or lament. At this moment, he was peeling away his thick shell, revealing his most vulnerable and pitiful self before his own eyes. "Don't leave," he pleaded, leaning over the bed to gaze at Chu Qianxun. "Qianxun, I'm in so much pain." The fury that had been simmering within Chu Qianxun was instantly extinguished by the weight of his gaze and those two brief sentences. All the plans she had meticulously crafted in her mind, how to express her anger, how to remain aloof, how to deliberately ignore this man for days, were cast aside without hesitation. Ye Peitian sighed in relief, shifting his head closer to Chu Qianxun, gently nudging against her hand. She bent down to inspect his injuries. The bandages wrapped around him were meticulously applied by her own hands. She was acutely aware of the gruesome wounds hidden beneath the pristine white fabric. "Does it hurt?" In that moment, Ye Peitian appeared frail and powerless, vulnerable enough for anyone to inflict harm upon him. Yet, his heart had never felt as tranquil and serene as it did now. Cuddled in the soft blankets, warm and comfortable, he was aware of being protected, cared for, and cherished. There was no need to worry about anything. An almost unbelievable happiness enveloped him. Qianxun. Yes? Why is it that I was able to meet you? Chu Qianxun smiled, gently reaching out to stroke his head. Someone like me doesn't even know what I can give you. Ye Peitian's expression was somewhat bewildered as he gazed at Chu Qianxun, articulating each word with care. If there is anything you desire, I am willing to offer it, provided I possess it. His eyes glistened with moisture, reflecting myriad fragmented lights, akin to the deepest spring, concealing countless unspoken sentiments beneath the tranquil surface. Such captivating irises penetrated the heart of Chu Qianxun, rendering it damp and tender. Slowly, her gaze descended to his slender lips. Her heart raced uncontrollably, each beat echoing in her chest. She bit her lower lip, contemplating the truth of his words. Could everything truly be taken? The slight parting of his lips seemed to affirm her unspoken question. Then I shall take this, she declared, pressing her hand against his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heart pulsating beneath his skin. Then grant it to me. His heart, akin to her own, beat fiercely and rapidly, as if it were about to leap from his chest. Chu Qianxun leaned forward, capturing the lips she had long coveted. In that moment she became instinctively adept, beginning gently, kissing his exquisite brow and eyes repeatedly, savoring the warmth of his flushed earlobes, licking away the droplets from the corners of his eyes, and parting his trembling lips, plunging him into a whirlwind of intoxicating emotions. From this moment onward, he belonged to her. His pitiable yet endearing expressions were to be hers alone, just as in that other world. Meanwhile, Meng Laosan, supported by Wu Lily, limped into the courtyard to bask in the sun. On that fateful night of battle, he sustained grave injuries, and even today he remains unable to move freely. Fortunately, across the street, Wu Lily comes each day to quietly attend to his daily needs. You need not cling to me all day. My act of saving you was merely due to your being a woman. I cannot bear to witness a woman perish before my eyes. It does not imply I harbor any particular feelings towards you, Meng Laosan proclaimed loudly, his robust voice resonating throughout the courtyard. Ah, Wu Lily responded gently, then I shall not come tomorrow. With that, she turned to leave, smiling as she waved her hand at the courtyard entrance. Meng Laosan wanted to call out but felt too proud to do so. Yet, his heart ached at the thought of her departure. After much internal conflict, he sighed and stamped his foot in frustration, the movement aggravating his wound. He then noticed Ye Peitian seated in the courtyard. The young man, his face partially obscured by a silver mask, sat in the afternoon sunlight, his hands clasped over his long thighs, lost in contemplation. Beside his feet lay a modest backpack. Today, he intended to quietly depart with Chu Qianxun. Though he had only stayed in this courtyard for a few brief days, he had developed a fondness for this place that had continually offered him warmth, wishing to linger a moment longer before leaving. Look at today's women. They truly lack understanding. Leaving without a second thought, Meng Laosan remarked as he settled beside Ye Peitian, nudging his elbow. Brother Lin, how does your sister Qianxun usually treat you? She must be exceptionally gentle and considerate. No? Ye Peitian was suddenly reminded of something, and his face, concealed behind a silver mask, flushed crimson in an instant. Fortunately, Meng Laosan, oblivious to the change, continued speaking. I heard you sustained severe injuries. That's why you've been resting indoors these past few days. After that day, where did you and Sister Qianxun run off to? Do you know? Meng Laosan leaned closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. That night, the demon Ye Peitian strolled past our very doorstep. He then slapped his thigh in frustration. Why did I have to faint at that moment? Otherwise, I might have had the chance to see what that demon truly looked like. Ye Peitian cast a glance at him, while Meng Laosan recalled that fateful night, gritting his teeth in anger. That so-called divine love is nothing short of a farce, more terrifying than any devil. So many of us in Bema Town have suffered because of them. If you ask me, it would be best if that Ye Peitian could become even more formidable and eradicate this divine love once and for all. As long as he can vanquish it, He could stroll through our west alley every day, and I wouldn't mind at all. Hey, what is so funny? He continued. You and Sister Qianxun weren't even there. You didn't witness the grotesque appearance of those so-called divine beings. A small girl timidly approached Ye Peitian, her delicate face marred by a deep, ghastly scar that rendered her eyes devoid of light. Big brother, I am a healing saint. I heard that you're injured on your neck. Would you like me to take a look? She asked, a hint of shyness in her tone. Although I'm only at the first level right now, my brother says I am already quite formidable. Ye Peitian's somber voice resonated. Are you not afraid of me? The girl, along with her brother Xiao Mu, was present at the scene and, like old Gua, was already aware of Ye Peitian's true identity. You are a good person. You saved my brother, a truly wonderful person. I am not afraid of you. The girl extended her petite hands and gently touched Ye Peitian's neck, which was wrapped in bandages. With all her might, she emitted a faint glimmer of white light from her small hands. The healing ability of a first-tier healer is minuscule and holds no tangible effect on injuries as severe as Ye Peitian's. Yet, when the little girl breathlessly withdrew her hands from his neck, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I feel much better. The little girl beamed with joy. Did it really work? My brother is right. As long as I practice diligently, I will one day be able to heal my own eyes. She noticed the older brother across from her gently patting her head, and then two cool, damp fingers brushed over her eyes, applying a warm liquid to her eyelids. Sister, what have you done to my sister? Xiao Mu, entering through the courtyard gate, was taken aback to see his sister standing beside Ye Peitian, with blood on her face. She innocently stood before the notorious Sand Emperor. In that moment, various legends of demons surged to his mind, and disregarding his own fear, Xiao Mu swiftly stepped forward, pulling his blood-stained sister away and anxiously glaring at Ye Peitian, who had blood on his hands. Brother. His sister tugged at his shirt with one hand while rubbing her eyes with the other. I can see you, brother. What? Little Mu turned her face in disbelief. You said you can see? He hurriedly wiped the blood-stained face of his sister with his sleeve, astonished and overjoyed to see the long-dimmed pair of eyes regain their brilliance. Ye Peitian, with a bag slung over his shoulder, walked towards old Gua's blacksmith shop. Qianxun was already standing at the shop's entrance, excitedly waving at him with a newly acquired long knife and soft armor. Wait a moment. Someone called out to him from behind. Ye Peitian turned around, and little Mu hurriedly dashed out of the courtyard, hesitatingly gazing at him for a while, ultimately remaining silent, but deeply bowing in respect. On the hilltop, Kong Haobua and several members of the Chuangshu team concealed themselves within the dense forest, observing a battle unfolding in a distant valley. There, the lush canopies lay toppled, clouds of dust rising from the thick underbrush, as a young female saint fought valiantly against a half-skeletal demon. At the edge of the battlefield stood a young man bearing a long sword and adorned with a silver mask, providing her support. Isn't that the girl old Kong recognized? What was her name, Qianxun? I saw her confronting demons in Beima Town. Her skills were commendable, though her rank was not high. Her combat awareness and swordsmanship were impressive. Old Kong, what rank do you think she is? She. Kong Haobua was rendered speechless, finally realizing that the girl had once claimed to be merely at the second tier, a mere pretense to guard against strangers. In truth, she likely possessed the prowess of a fifth-tier warrior, exhibiting exceptional understanding and control over wind-based abilities. Such skill is indeed rare among warriors of her rank. A seventh-tier wind apostle in the team remarked that should her tier rise, she would become a formidable warrior. Every fiber of her being ignited in the midst of this life-and-death struggle, awakened and set ablaze. Fear surged her adrenaline, while pain exhilarated her further. She sensed herself entering an enigmatic state, where every pore on her skin became attuned to the subtle currents of air surrounding her. She could capture and control these breezes, manipulating the wind to wield it as her most potent weapon. Amidst the swirling dust, the monstrous creature's enormous, vacant face emerged. Dozens of slender yet powerful wind blades danced around the beast, cutting through its decaying skin and sending fragments flying. The creature raised its partially rotted hand, attempting to swat away the incessantly slicing wind blades. Chu Qianxun leaped into the air, summoning a massive wind blade over 10 meters wide, charged with the force of thunder, stirring up clouds of dust as it hurtled toward the creature. With one decisive strike, she cleaved the pale beast that loomed amidst the jungle in two. The body of the monster split asunder, and a colossal blade of wind surged forth without losing momentum, cleaving through the treetops behind it, until it finally severed the summit of a small hill before spiraling away into the horizon. Chu Qianxun descended. Her arm that wielded the blade trembled faintly, and a profound fatigue, nearing her limits, coursed through her body. Yet she had no time to exhale. Countless viscous threads emerged between the two halves of the split monster, as if glued together, raising its dismembered form once more. The once dormant eyes, now animated, shifted and resumed their movement, with several decayed arms still raised. It thundered down from above, reaching for Chu Qianxun. Ye Peitian unsheathed the long knife he had cradled in his arms. Its blade shimmered with a blue hue reminiscent of a gentle lake, yet a long crimson streak marred its edge, adding a sinister aura to its elegance. This weapon had been crafted specifically for him by Qianxun, and though it was of a notably high tier, he had always cherished it. With a flick of his wrist, he stepped into the fray. Chu Qianxun extended her hand to halt him. "No, this is my battle. Do not interfere." In that protracted dream, she had witnessed countless battles of formidable experts at higher tiers. She understood the immense effort each triumphant warrior had invested. More importantly, she grasped the heights to which she might ascend. Only through relentless honing at the precipice of life and death could one truly transcend their limits. She, Chu Qianxun, would one day return to such a pinnacle. Ye Peitian paused, his concern palpable, yet he respected Qianxun's resolve and comprehended her fervent desire to grow stronger. He gazed at the person who fearlessly charged into battle. Confronted by formidable monsters, her figure darted forward, soaring and brandishing her weapon. A rosy hue graced her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. She reveled in the fervor of combat, as bright crimson blood splattered through the air, while glistening droplets of sweat streamed down her flushed face and trickled into her neck. Ye Peitian felt a profound mix of affection and joy within his heart. Although Qianxun's prowess was not on par with his own, Ye Peitian could not help but perceive her as an embodiment of true strength, in stark contrast to his own despondency and self-destructive tendencies during battle. Qianxun was undeniably gentle. Her tender demeanor and soft words soothed his wounded heart. Yet she was also formidable, her beauty intertwined with her strength, captivating him with her graceful presence on the battlefield. A wave of inexplicable warmth surged within him. His gaze followed her figure across the battlefield, recalling the day when she had pressed him onto the bed, kissing him with reckless abandon. He remembered the absurd dream he had once had. Even if Qianxun were to indulge in her desires with him, he would willingly acquiesce. He restrained himself, too afraid to think further. Witnessing the girl on the battlefield sustain injuries and struggle to fight, Kong Haobo gripped the hilt of his sword and rose to his feet. A middle-aged man with graying hair grasped his shoulder, shaking his head. She still possesses the strength to continue, and her companions have yet to engage. To intervene in another's battle would be considered impolite and could even be misconstrued as an attempt to seize the demon's essence. However, Kong Haobo furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before ultimately refraining from acting impulsively. Although he is the strongest among the entire team and the sole 8th tier saint, he has, in fact, been sheltered by the guild leader since the dawn of the demonic seed's emergence. Under the protective wing of the leader and the dedicated nurturing of the guild, he has grown up with little exposure to the outside world, resulting in a significant lack of social experience in traversing the realm. Therefore, the team is led by Lu Hejing, an older and more experienced member. Kong Haobo holds great respect for this intellectual figure within the guild. In comparison to the 5th-tier young woman, my attention is more drawn to the man beside her. Lu Hejing squinted as he gazed at the man whose face was obscured by a silver mask. It seemed as if some instinct compelled the masked figure to turn in their direction. Although his eyes were concealed, Lu Hejing felt, in that instant, as if he were being fiercely scrutinized by an ancient and formidable beast. He could not suppress a shiver that ran down his spine. Had he been discovered? What a perceptive man he is. The battle finally concluded with Chu Qianxun's arduous victory. Bent over and gasping for breath, she unearthed a 6th-tier demonic seed, which was of a higher tier than her own, cradling it in her blood-stained palm before joyfully stowing it away in her pocket. Applause echoed from the hillside in the distance, revealing several young figures from the jungle. Indeed, to challenge a foe of a higher tier single-handedly is no small feat. I might not have succeeded myself. Qianxun, you possess great courage, Kong Haobo remarked from a distance. Chu Qianxun spotted several members of the Creation Guild. On that fateful day, when the demonic entity besieged the city, it was thanks to these individuals, who fortuitously passed through Beima town, that the town narrowly escaped the catastrophe of annihilation. After repelling the monstrous creatures, they lingered in the town for several days to assist with post-battle defense and reconstruction. Chu Qianxun, who had participated in the battle, held a favorable impression of them and managed to raise her injured arm to greet them. Her arm bore a grievous wound, a deep gash that exposed the bone, with crimson blood trickling down her arm and dripping onto the ground from her fingertips. Qianxun, you are injured. I have some medicine here, Kong Haobo said, rummaging through his backpack for a first aid kit. Ye Peitian stepped forward, extending his hand to pull Chu Qianxun closer, carefully examining her wounded arm. He lowered his head and gently licked the wound, then looked up and met Kong Haobo's gaze over his shoulder. After retrieving his own supplies and bandages from the backpack, he meticulously tended to Chu Qianxun's injury. Kong Haobo felt a twinge of awkwardness and shifted the conversation. Qianxun, we are headed to Shaozhou village, which is less than 100 kilometers from here. Where are you going? Chu Qianxun glanced at him and grasped his hand. That place harbored the remnants of the research facility of the divine love, which might evoke indelible pain in Ye Peitian's heart. Yet, since he wished to go, she would accompany him. With a shared destination, the two groups journeyed together towards Shaozhou village. Before the arrival of the demonic seeds, Shaozhou village was a quaint hamlet nestled amidst mountains, known for its simple folk and picturesque scenery. The only access to the village was a narrow mountain path, exuding a sense of seclusion. After the apocalypse, due to its geographical position, it became a fortified small base, allowing only entry and no exit, fortuitously located within the early territory of the divine love. Such a diminutive base, situated in a rather unfavorable geopolitical location, had initially attracted little attention. However, following the withdrawal of the divine forces to the far north and their abandonment of jurisdiction over the vicinity of Beima town, a research institute nestled in Shaozhou village fell into neglect. Consequently, countless half-human, half-demon creatures escaped from its confines, provoking a tumult among the surviving residents of the town and drawing the interest of numerous other factions eager to investigate the matter. Chu Qianxun and Kong Haobo traversed the narrow, winding mountain path, the sole route leading to Shaozhou village. A thick mist enveloped the mountains, impairing visibility, while the quaintly antiquated architecture of the town emerged sporadically through the fog. Along the earthen road, several dazed warriors sat slumped, their muscular forms clad in gleaming armor, brandishing fearsome weapons adorned with the insignia of the Radiant Glory Guild. Radiant Glory ranks among the prominent guilds on the continent, second only to the Genesis and Divine Love. Predominantly comprising combat-oriented members, this guild has long been known for its valor and martial prowess. Yet, at this moment, they resembled soldiers in disarray, having fled the battlefield, discarded their helmets and armor, and sat in a state of utter desolation by the roadside. May I inquire, esteemed brothers of Radiant Glory, have you emerged from Shaozhou village? What is the current state of affairs there? Lu Hejing approached and greeted them. A burly man, seemingly entranced, slowly lifted his gaze to Lu Hejing, as if startled by his words. Shivering back to awareness, he uttered, "Do not go, do not enter. It is nothing short of hell." At the entrance of Shaozhou village, akin to most bases, various construction materials amalgamate to form a formidable wall, complete with a gate, enemy towers, and arrow turrets. Within a towering edifice at the heart of the town, two peculiar figures stand. More arrivals, wave after wave, their greed reaching a repugnant crescendo. The voice belongs to a young man. Beside him stands a creature with the visage of a maiden and the body of a bird, her pure and delicate features surrounded by raven feathers, seamlessly merging with her colossal, feathered form. She flutters her wings and speaks in a sweet, childlike voice, expressing her discontent towards an individual. Her clear, piercing eyes gradually shift in hue, the pupils transforming into an eerie shade of dark red. It is he, The origin of it all, the possessor of the sacred blood, Ye Peitian. How did he arrive here? Yet, perhaps it is for the best. If it is indeed him, he should understand our suffering, granting us a formidable ally. The man's voice is soft, his hair tousled by the night breeze, revealing an unexpected pallor for one of his age. As Chu Qianxun and her companions tread through the muddy path, they pass through a narrow archway. Within the walls lies a quaint town, replete with remnants of ancient architectural styles. Along the muddy streets, old wooden structures and brick-and-mortar edifices from the industrial era stand side by side, while green moss and vines creep around corners and eaves, saturating the atmosphere with a sense of gloom and decay. A monstrous cadaver, approximating human dimensions, was suspended upside down at the city gates. Desiccated and emaciated, its form appeared ebony and gaunt. Its arms, adorned with sharp talons, were crossed tightly, clutching its own shoulders. The countenance bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, frozen in a pre-mortem grimace, a stark contrast to the impassive visages of most demons. His brow furrowed in evident agony. A pair of bat-like wings protruded from its back, one enfolding half of its body protectively, the other fractured and drooping behind. Venturing into the village, several more of these desiccated demonic corpses were similarly displayed, evoking a profound sense of unease. The streets were virtually devoid of human presence, save for the occasional discarded paper pirouetting in the air, adhering to a dilapidated window pane with a percussive rattle. The dense architecture revealed only a few dwellings with faint, somber lights. The place resembled an abandoned necropolis more than a human settlement. From a dimly lit alleyway emerged a disheveled man. His garments tattered, his gaze vacant, his beard unkempt, and his body stained with grime, a vagrant seemingly devoid of reason. He dragged a partial, mangled demonic carcass, muttering incoherently as he ambled along, appearing quite deranged. Shall we attempt to glean information from him? One of Kong Haobua's squad members inquired. The vagrant, upon noticing the group, paused in his stupor. Then, abruptly seized by mania, he brandished the half-desiccated corpse and charged towards them, bellowing, "It's you, you villains! Return my son to me!" Kong Haobua struck the approaching vagrant with a swift blow, sending him sprawling aside. As he gazed at the man rolling in the mud, Kong furrowed his brow in concern. There are still several residents here. Let us seek out the illuminated houses and inquire about the situation, Lu Hujing suggested. Outside a house aglow with light, the owner, upon learning of their status as outsiders, refused to even open the window, instead addressing them through the barrier. The Institute of Divine Love is to the east of the village. Seek your answers there and do not disturb us further, outsiders. Adjacent to another dwelling, where smoke billowed from a chimney, a makeshift straw hut had been erected. Inside the hut, a colossal beast was shackled by iron chains around its neck, curled up in a corner. Upon noticing the stranger's approach, the creature raised its clawed arm to shield its face, revealing a look of alarm. A middle-aged woman emerged from the house, her impatience evident as she waved a broom dismissively. Go away, foreigners. Do not disrupt our lives." She then carried out a basin of food, placing the steaming bowl before the beast. The contents were coarse legumes, far from the flesh it craved. Yet, the creature eagerly grasped the warm bowl and began to devour its contents. The young members of the creation team exchanged glances, slowly stepping back. According to the information we have gathered, Divine Love has, through some means, created monsters endowed with the powers of beasts while retaining human consciousness. Lu Hujing remarked that the Divine sought to exploit the powers of these hybrid creatures, half human and half demonic, to gain a strategic advantage on the battlefield. The last time we witnessed such a being was the canine entity, a product of this research. Naturally, most of the remnants within this village consist of failed specimens devoid of practical value. Much like the one you see before you now. Many of them were once inhabitants of this village. The creature huddled in the corner clutched food from a bowl, stuffing it into its mouth while displaying a distinctly human-like expression of vigilance towards the onlookers. A chill crept into the hearts of all present, sorrowful at the unimaginable depths to which human malevolence could sink. The sky had grown exceedingly dim, rendering it ill-suited for exploration of the unfamiliar research facility that occupied a vast area to the east of the village. Chu Qianxun bid farewell to Ye Peitian and Kong Haobua, each seeking a deserted courtyard within the village to temporarily take refuge. It was quite cold. Chu Qianxun squatted beside the fire in the courtyard, rubbing her hands together, pondering whether winter had indeed arrived. The winters of the former X-star were notoriously brief, with most of its inhabitants having seldom experienced the harshness of winter. Yet now, it seemed that through this calamity, it had shed the grime left by humanity's rampant industrialization, embracing the cycle of seasons with distinct warmth and chill. Delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and as Chu Qianxun reached out to catch one, she turned to show Ye Peitian the melting flake, signaling that snow had commenced. Ye Peitian glanced at her but offered no response, instead lowering his gaze to add more wood to the fire. Upon the bonfire, a crock was suspended, within which a broth of turtle-dove simmered and bubbled. Chu Qianxun brought her countenance close to Ye Peitian, scrutinizing the visage that was largely concealed by the silver mask. Indeed, from the moment they had entered the periphery of Shaozhou village, Chu Qianxun's heart had been burdened with a sense of unease as she beheld the sights along their path, and she could not suppress her concern for Ye Peitian, who had once been embroiled in this place. Ye Peitian lifted the lid from the crock that was perched above the flames. Within the broth, in addition to a whole turtle-dove that they had procured from the grove at the village's entrance, there were also various mushrooms and bamboo shoots that had been gathered from the mountain forests. As the lid was raised, a singular and delicate fragrance permeated the air. Shaozhou village was embraced by mountains on three sides, sparsely populated, and abundant with vegetation, which rendered the acquisition of mountain delicacies and wild game quite effortless. In the wake of an autumnal rain, amidst the sylvan shadows and winding vines that blanketed the mountains, one could part the foliage and discover a variety of plump, edible fungi. After a mere cursory search, they had amassed a considerable bounty of ingredients. Chu Qianxun had even chanced upon a few wild matsutake mushrooms. Ye Peitian ladled out a bowl of the steaming broth and presented it to Chu Qianxun. She accepted it and took a sip. The flavor was exquisite, and the rich broth, teeming with essential nutrients, cascaded down her throat, bringing her a sense of complete well-being. With both hands cradling the warm bowl, she sat beside Ye Peitian, watching the occasional snowflakes that drifted from the sky, and savoring each mouthful of the fragrant repast. Ye Peitian extracted the matsutake mushrooms from his own bowl and placed them into Chu Qianxun's. Chu Qianxun could not resist scrutinizing the man before her. Upon realizing her own feelings, Chu Qianxun acknowledged that it mattered not whether he was a human or a demon. She genuinely cherished him and longed to be with him. Ye Peitian, with his fair and slender fingers, clasped the earthen bowl formed from compressed yellow sand. Raising the bowl to his lips, he took a sip, releasing a wisp of white mist from his mouth. The pale hue of his delicate lips glistened with a hint of cherry blossom pink, alluring and sensual. He seemed to sense Chu Qianxun's gaze, and immediately, the lips hidden beneath the silver mask pressed tightly together, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as he straightened his back. Chu Qianxun set down the bowl, leaned closer, and gently cradled one of Ye Peitian's hands in her own, caressing it tenderly. Peitian, she lifted her chin, gazing into his face, her eyes brimming with sincerity. I truly like you and wish to be with you always, savoring your culinary creations every day. Ye Peitian abruptly turned to her, the silver mask locking onto Chu Qianxun's fervent gaze. His lips parted and closed several times before he finally managed to utter the words, "Really?" As Chu Qianxun caressed his palm, she brought it to her lips, bestowing a gentle kiss upon the cool back of his hand. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? In that moment, she was suddenly enveloped by a powerful embrace, the strength of the person holding her palpable, yet the taut muscles seemed to struggle against some unseen restraint. It dawned on her that all of this was indeed real, profoundly genuine. The broad palms cradled Chu Qianxun's face, and the person gazed for a long time before gently placing a kiss upon her lips, awkward yet fervent. Having endured solitude for far too long, he was suddenly confronted with love and yearned to embrace it tightly, desperately drinking in the warmth he had long desired. Chu Qianxun extended her hands around his neck, her fingers weaving through his soft hair, soothing his turbulent emotions. Pure white snowflakes drifted down from the silent night sky, landing in a world ravaged by malevolent forces, resting upon the treetops and gently kissing the shoulders of the couple below. To the east of Shaozhou village stood a church, its structure having collapsed significantly. Inside, the floor tiles in the corners had been uprooted by resilient weeds, overgrown with tall wild grasses. Fragments of benches lay scattered amidst the overgrowth, and idols had been toppled to the ground, their wings broken, faces marred by cracks, and their meticulously carved forms brutally cleaved by axes. Vivid red paint had been smeared across them, marking them with blood-red crosses. A woman, clad in simple attire and wearing a headscarf, knelt amidst the desolate grass, her head bowed in prayer. "O God, if you truly exist, please save those who suffer. I am willing to sacrifice my life to atone for the sins I have committed," she murmured softly, as sunlight streamed through the damaged roof, illuminating her bowed neck. In the desolate little chapel, silence reigned, and no one could answer her queries. A small bird perched upon the collapsed wings of the statue, tilting its head to observe the world for a moment before issuing a clear chirp and soaring into the azure sky. Kong Haobua and his companions arrived at the entrance of the Eastern District Research Institute. In contrast to the sporadic villagers they had encountered, they found themselves in a place that truly felt deserted. The overgrown weeds reached above their knees, and the battered iron gate was severely deformed, standing askew and creaking unpleasantly as the wind stirred it. Old Kong wondered if Qianxun had not joined them. They seemed eager to explore this location as well. "I always sensed an eerie quality about this place. Perhaps we should investigate the situation ourselves first." Indeed, their levels were low, and should any trouble arise, we would need to expend energy to protect them. The young team members exchanged opinions, cautiously stepping into the overgrown courtyard. Climbing vines adorned the walls, while the weeds within the courtyard reached waist-high. Two towering modern buildings stood side by side, both seemingly having endured significant damage. Shattered glass, cracked walls, and large brown stains smeared across the surfaces. A faint creaking sound emanated from somewhere in the yard, prompting the team to search for its source. They discovered a well nestled in the corner, beside which a modestly dressed woman, her head wrapped in a scarf, was laboriously drawing water. Upon hearing their movement, she turned to glance at them and wiped the sweat from her brow. Her demeanor was tranquil, betraying no hint of surprise. Clearly, she had grown accustomed to the sudden appearance of these outsiders. "Are you a resident here?" Lu Hejing inquired as he stepped forward. "Yes, I am the only one left," she replied. "I am responsible for caring for those patients who have not departed." The woman poured water from her bucket into a larger one she had brought. Then, with a splash, she tossed the bucket tied with a hemp rope back into the well. "I know what you seek. There is nothing here that you desire. I believe you have misunderstood. We harbor no ill intentions," Lu Hejing responded, offering a benevolent smile characteristic of an elder. "We have merely heard about the circumstances here and wish to assess the situation." The woman lowered her gaze and continued to draw water. "You may enter and observe for yourselves, but please do not harm them. They are merely victims, having committed no wrongdoing." Kong Haobua and others entered through the grand doors of the building. In contrast to the humble dwellings in the village, the structure loomed large and imposing, embodying the sleek, minimalist style characteristic of the post-industrial era. Yet, amidst the desolate and dilapidated atmosphere, it appeared all the more unsettling. Several dark brown handprints stained the walls outside, while the corners and floor were thickly encrusted with an unidentifiable filth. Proceeding down the lengthy corridor and through the reception hall, the interior light grew dim, with all windows crafted small and reinforced with security bars. The corridors were flanked by a variety of laboratories. Some rooms were sparsely furnished with peculiar experimental apparatus. Immense glass flasks were coated with a viscous, brownish residue, while tubing, distillation flasks, and various glassware contained a similarly unpleasant sepia-toned substance, akin to desiccated blood. It was evident that the experiments conducted in this place were far from pleasant. Deeper within, the corridor bore countless drag marks of blood, and the banister of the staircase was so stained with blood that it was nearly impossible to find a place to step. What manner of place was this? Was it a research institute or a slaughterhouse? Even battle-hardened warriors couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as they proceeded. It was unsettling that the Divine Grace was such a perverse organization and still had the audacity to compete with Genesis. The group cautiously ascended the stairs. At the top were two sturdy defensive doors, both breached from the inside out. The robust, magically constructed gates were contorted and hanging limply, indicating that something had desperately broken through them from within. Beyond these doors, the long corridor was lined with dimly lit cells, each containing iron chains and shackles, along with soiled and dilapidated cots. The mottled sheets and chaotic scratch marks on the walls suggested that these cells had been occupied. Kong Haobua suddenly extended his hand, his 2 fingers flicking forward, releasing a flame that surged from his fingertips and blazed into a dimly lit corner, penetrating a shadowy cell. The fire illuminated the ground, casting light upon every nook of the prison. The mottled walls, the shackles, the commode, the dilapidated bed frame, and the empty void beneath it. "What's the matter?" Lu Hejing inquired, turning around. "Strange." Kong Haobua furrowed his brow. "I can't shake the feeling that we are being watched." Lu Hejing glanced at the cell, which was quite small, with a long flame burning on the ground, revealing every corner with clarity. "There's nothing here. Are you perhaps feeling too anxious?" Lu Hejing gently patted Kong Haobua's shoulder. Kong Haobua gazed at the dwindling flames and reluctantly nodded, continuing onward. They traversed through the area of cells, crossing the aerial walkway that connected 2 buildings, arriving at another structure. This was supposed to be a dormitory for staff, and the environment appeared significantly better than the previous experimental building. Each room was bright, furnished with comfortable beds, sofas, and various household items. However, strange noises emanated from several rooms. Kong Haobua cautiously pushed open a door, but the scene within caused several young soldiers behind him to instinctively take a step back. In the center of the room sat a middle-aged man, his imperfect skin and sparse hair betraying his humanity. He languished in a chair, his hands obscuring his face, while his garment tore at the back, revealing layers of grotesque, monstrous forms that bulged ominously from the fissures. These sinister manifestations clung to him, sagging heavily to the floor, rendering him nearly immobile. He was neither fully human nor entirely transformed into a demon, but rather a disturbing amalgamation of both. Upon finishing his words, he lowered his hands and turned his face to see Kong Haobua and the others at the doorway. "Ah, it is you outsiders again. Leave now. There is nothing here that you seek." "Who are you?" Kong Haobua inquired, perplexed. "I was once a resident of Shaozhou village, but now I am merely a creature that straddles the line between humanity and the supernatural. What on earth has happened here? What has transpired?" The man lowered his hands from his face, widening his eyes and retracting his neck, speaking in a disjointed, whispering tone. "Once this place flourished with faith in the divine, and families took pride in dedicating themselves to the service of the holy. But what became of it? Those who bore the banner of the divine engaged in the most devilish acts. Madness has enveloped this world. It has long since spiraled into insanity." Kong Haobua retreated from the dwelling, a chill coursing through him, leaving him covered in goosebumps. Lu Hejing afforded him no time for hesitation, resolutely thrusting open the door to the subsequent chamber. Within resided a woman, her upper torso human, yet her lower body had metamorphosed into a tentacular, invertebrate-like demonic form. She crawled upon the floor, extending emaciated arms towards the figures at the threshold, emitting a distorted, mirthless chuckle. Proceeding further, they encountered a succession of such hybrid abominations, each a grotesque fusion of human and demonic traits. "We are the rejects, hence our abandonment here. There is nowhere else to abscond to. Those who managed to escape were slain by the villagers, by their own kin, branded as monsters. Their corpses still hang as grim warnings at the city gates. Blessings upon Miss Danqin. She alone has consistently tended to our needs. I am not a monster, I am human, I am human. Depart from this place. Cease your intrusion. There is nothing of value for you here." Doleful, accusatory, and vitriolic utterances reverberated in a chaotic chorus. The youthful warriors, who had remained unperturbed in the face of terrifying demonic entities, faltered in their advance. "We must press onward," Lu Hejing declared, retrieving a notebook from his person, turning to a page adorned with a hand-drawn architectural schematic. "We are compelled, by the directive of the guildmaster, to explore to the very nadir of this place." In a dimly lit subterranean chamber within the edifice, a ravenous bird of ebony plumage settled upon the ground, its wings retracting. Upon its visage, strikingly similar to that of a maiden, The crimson irises gradually dissipated, reverting to their natural, limpid black and white. Someone possesses a keen perception. They nearly detected my observation, she articulated. Beside her lay a hospital bed connected to various instruments, upon which rested a gaunt man with graying hair. His eyes were tightly shut, and an oxygen mask covered his face, with multiple tubes sustaining his life. Though he remained silent, a peculiar and resonant voice emanated from his being. An 8th-tier fire saint. Such an elite has been dispatched. It seems that the Genesis is unwilling to relinquish this secret. Let me drive them away, the girl's voice declared. No, I shall go personally. Let me ponder. Should I eliminate him or retain him as our ally? Very well, this time, let them experience the anguish that you and I endure. A crimson liquid flowed through the intravenous line, steadily entering the emaciated arm. The skin, reminiscent of an elderly man's, began to regain its fullness, even the once dry white hair shimmering with a silvery luster. Gradually, the man rose from the bed, removed the oxygen mask, revealing a youthful and radiant visage. He turned to the girl, who bore a human face and a bird's body, and smiled gently. Let us go and meet these new friends. Outside the institute's gates, Ye Peitian and Chu Qianxun stood amidst the overgrown grass. Are you certain you wish to enter, Peitian? Chu Qianxun inquired. Ye Peitian lifted his gaze to the golden-winged insignia adorning the gate. Once, I sought to resolve all enmity through slaughter, to extinguish every being I despised. He cast a sidelong glance at Chu Qianxun. But now, I yearn to eradicate the very roots of this malevolence. He took Chu Qianxun's hand and said, Qianxun, when I obliterated the divine love at the Goose City base, I learned of a piece of information. One of the crucial keys to the technology for transforming humanity is concealed in Shaozhou village. I intend to locate it and eradicate it. As the two entered the Research Institute's grand entrance, they traversed the dimly lit corridor, passing by the weathered laboratories and silently moving through the hushed operating rooms. The pale surgical tables bore traces of blood, surrounded by an array of grotesque instruments and restraining straps hanging nearby. Chu Qianxun tightened her grip on Ye Peitian's hand. No account of his harrowing experiences could compare to witnessing such a place and scene firsthand, which was truly chilling. Yet Ye Peitian walked ahead, his steps unwavering, his hand steady, devoid of any trepidation. It dawned on Chu Qianxun that this man was far stronger than she had imagined. Despite having endured such tribulations, he still possessed a resolute and warm heart, capable of extending his hand to others, offering smiles, and holding hers as they walked together. Unconsciously, Chu Qianxun quickened her pace to match his. Upon reaching the two destroyed iron gates, Ye Peitian's steps faltered for a brief moment, but then he grasped Chu Qianxun's hand and slowly led her down the dim and exceedingly narrow passageway. The bars of the cages flanked them as they advanced. In Goose City, during the night, I too stayed in a place like this. Ye Peitian's voice echoed in the empty corridor, where many intriguing individuals were confined. There exists a man of the botanical realm who, when the guards are absent, extends delicate tendrils through the gaps in the railing, blooming exquisite flowers that entice a small girl seated opposite me to reach out and pluck them. On several occasions, he has left these blossoms outside my door, yet during those times my temperament was rather foul, and I paid him no heed. He endeavored to share remarks that seemed somewhat intriguing, as if he wished to convey to Chu Qianxun that his life was not solely a chaotic past. There was also a youth, blind to the world, yet possessing a remarkable ability to sense the movements of all within a certain radius. Should a guard approach, he would forewarn us in advance. It appeared that Shen Ai had harnessed his powers to create the canine beings of today. Later, I heard whispers that they had managed to escape, though I remain uncertain whether they still exist in this world. Ye Peitian rarely spoke so extensively. As they traversed the path, Chu Qianxun listened intently. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the end of the corridor, where two adjacent cells were separated by a thin wall, their beds leaning against each other. Ye Peitian turned his face, his gaze falling upon those two beds, separated only by a frail barrier. This place evoked in him a sense of both familiarity and dread. In the nights when he teetered on the brink of madness, the damp, cold wall beside his bed often echoed with the voice of a man. In truth, he seldom comprehended the words that were spoken. At times, That individual would recount tales of a bygone golden era or speak of the day when they would inevitably break free, vowing to exact revenge and to lead a life of greater fulfillment thereafter. As Ye Peitian painfully curled against the wall in the boundless darkness, this person would gently tap the wall, lean against it, and softly reassure him, swearing that they would one day escape. Once we are free, I shall indulge in a hearty meal, catch a wild chicken, and roast it to perfection. Perhaps we might even procure some fine spirits. That would truly feel like living. His voice often resonated in the stillness. To this day, Ye Peitian remains unaware of what the man looks like, knowing only that his name is a Shao. Not long after, the neighboring space fell silent. It was said that a Shao had been transferred to another research facility. Eventually, Ye Peitian and Chu Qianxun traversed the oppressive corridor and pushed open the door leading to freedom. Beyond lay a sun-drenched world, adorned with azure skies and fluffy clouds. The warm winter sun kissed Ye Peitian's face, prompting him to shield his eyes from the overwhelming brightness. Through the silver veil, he beheld a world no longer shrouded in gloom. The trees flourished, the meadows stretched endlessly, and high above soared a majestic eagle, embodying freedom. For years, Ye Peitian had borne within him a heavy and formidable boulder, an obscure weight pressing upon his chest, nearly suffocating him. He had once believed he would endure in silence for a lifetime, unable to unveil these burdens or share them with another soul. However, when he attempted to shatter the stone and pour out the blood-stained fragments, he discovered that it was not as daunting as he had imagined. Once the first sentence escaped his lips, the subsequent words flowed forth effortlessly. As those burdensome thoughts were gradually excavated from the depths of his heart, the long-standing sense of repression began to dissolve. Ye Peitian turned his face, noticing a figure beside him, gazing at him in the sunlight. "I am sorry." He suddenly felt a wave of regret, realizing that he had shared only unpleasant matters. "I am willing to listen to your story. I simply lament the fact that I could not appear in your past sooner." Chu Qianxun gently reached out to caress his chiseled cheek, adding, "Yet for your future, we can walk together." The heavy door behind them creaked shut at that moment, sealing the dark corridor forever behind the two of them. Within the building inhabited by numerous semi-demonized individuals, a woman clad in a headscarf was pushing a cart laden with food, distributing it to those who were physically impaired. She was the same woman who had earlier advised Kong Haobua and others against entering by the well. "Miss Danqin, thank you. You are truly a gentle and kind-hearted person," said a man, burdened with a tumor-like magical body, as he sat in a chair, the weight of his affliction severely hampering his mobility. "Do not say that. It is merely my duty," Danqin replied, lowering her head as she accepted the empty bowl from the man's hands, using a clean, damp cloth to wipe the remnants of food from his face and neck. "If only there were more kind-hearted individuals like you in this world, we would not have descended into such a state." Today, some newcomers arrived. I advised them, yet they remained resolute in their descent. "Is it not so?" Danqin sighed, collecting her towel as she pushed the cart towards the lower entrance. "We cannot deter those who are intent on seeking their demise. We can only hope they do not encounter those two." She prepared a bowl of porridge and placed it before a woman crawling on the ground, then proceeded to the next room. Some expressed their gratitude, while others, in a haze of delirium, emitted only incoherent howls of rage. She appeared accustomed to this, tending to everyone with a swift yet gentle touch. As she emerged from one room, she spotted Chu Qianxun and Ye Peitian at the staircase. The sight of so many half-demonized yet living humans left Chu Qianxun utterly astounded. She found herself at a loss, unsure whether to classify these beings as monsters or humans. A creature, half its body alien to humanity, writhed past her. Just then, a small child, with silver horns sprouting from its forehead, dashed out from a room and nearly collided with Chu Qianxun. "What are these?" She evaded him, grappling with disbelief. The divine sought to create a combat machine endowed with the formidable strength of a demon yet capable of communication and control akin to that of a human. Abandoned here, merely in their eyes. Ye Peitian cast a glance at the child, ultimately refraining from uttering the words failed product. Danqin, pushing the dining cart, passed by them, lifted the child and placed him on a chair. She served a bowl of food, feeding him spoonfuls of porridge. The little boy offered her a flower, saying, "Sister Danqin, I just played with Sister Huahua. She gave me this." Chu Qianxun observed this scene before her. Her heart stirred with unspoken emotions. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Danqin lowered her gaze, replying, "I was once a nurse here. Everyone else has left. I simply wish to stay and tend to their lives." Ye Peitian suddenly interjected, "I am searching for someone here. His name contains the character Xiao. Everyone calls him a Xiao." Danqin's hand, holding the spoon, halted momentarily, a flicker of panic evident on her face. "Do you know where he is?" Ye Peitian asserted. "No, he is dead," Danqin murmured, bowing her head. "There is no longer an A Xiao here." In the subterranean space, members of the Genesis team traversed the vast and intricately structured basement. "I had no idea such a large space existed here," one remarked. "Captain Liu, how did you know?" "Stay vigilant and refrain from speaking carelessly." Liu He, leading the group, exhibited an unusual hint of tension. "No need to be so anxious, Captain Liu. The research facility lay in ruins, and after a day of searching, we encountered naught but grotesque creatures devoid of humanity. With our formidable team, comprising the 8th-tier veteran Kong and the 7th-tier adept Xiaofeng, we were a force to be reckoned with. Regardless of whether we faced humans or demons, there was little to fear. Yet, I could not fathom why the president had dispatched us for such trivial tasks." As our group conversed, an ethereal pale face of a little girl emerged from the shadows ahead. Upon closer inspection, her visage was overshadowed by a body cloaked in black feathers, her wings merging seamlessly with the darkness, rendering her countenance akin to a mask suspended in midair. Liu raised an arm in a gesture of caution. In an instant, the team fell into a synchronized formation, with the defensive warriors brandishing their shields at the forefront. The girl slowly unfurled her ebony wings, the dark feathers gradually dissipating. Beneath her innocent and untainted face, all semblance of reality seemed to vanish, leaving only an abyss of unending darkness. Kong Haobu's fiery arrow soared through the air, yet it appeared to be consumed by the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Layers of black curtains undulated like gentle waves upon the sea, encroaching from all directions. When Kong Haobu finally regained his senses, he found himself no longer in the dim underground chamber, but surrounded by an endless abyss of darkness. The earth lay parched and cracked, devoid of any vegetation, with a few solitary red stones standing starkly against the vast expanse. In the distant night sky, a monstrous red eye hung ominously. His companions had vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly alone. He pondered whether this could be a psychic assault. However, he reasoned that unless his adversary was of a significantly higher rank, or unless he himself had exhibited a flaw in his mental fortitude, he should not have been thrust into such an exceptionally tangible and enigmatic alternate realm without warning. This was not a psychic attack. Rather, it was a spatial anomaly layered upon psychic energy, belonging to Xiaoyan's world. A voice emanated from behind him. Startled, Kong Haobu turned swiftly to see a young and strikingly handsome man seated atop a towering rock not far away. His features were remarkably attractive, his skin smooth and fair, while his platinum hair shimmered in the darkness. With one foot curled beneath him and his chin resting on his hand, he gazed down at Kong Haobu with a playful smile. Xiaoyan's abilities are unrelated to rank. Only those who possess true strength of mind can breach this space. Those like you, sheltered and nurtured in a greenhouse, would likely remain trapped here forever without my guidance. Who are you? Kong Haobu demanded, drawing his sword and tensing his body in defense. Ah, you came specifically to find me, and yet you do not even know who I am? Did your leader, Gu Zhengqing, fail to inform you? The man raised an eyebrow, accompanied by a hint of a benevolent smile, as he perused a detailed notebook in his hand. Look, he remarked, it's meticulously documented. Even the way to locate this underground chamber is described in great clarity. Kong Haobu recognized it as the notebook that their captain, Liu Hejing, always carried. Who exactly are you? Where are my companions? What have you done to them? He demanded. Are you aware, the man continued, that within the lair of the desecrators, there often exists a queen-like figure? She has the capacity to induce those ensnared within to become corrupted, transforming them into desecrators themselves. The man evaded the question, casually tearing the notebook apart, scattering the fragments of paper into the air. One day, Divine love discovered that among humanity, there existed those with similar abilities. That person is me. They imprisoned me, exploiting my power to corrupt human bodies, forging formidable war machines. Kong Haobo was taken aback, realizing that divine love had been able to create semi-corrupted soldiers precisely because they had once held this man captive. Since you desire this extraordinary ability so fervently, I shall grant your wish. The man laughed heartily, twirling his slender, pale fingers. A wound appeared on his alabaster wrist, from which a dark liquid flowed, coursing over his pallid skin and staining his entire palm. The inky blood dripped incessantly onto the ground. The earth convulsed and split open, giving rise to countless black, semi-gelatinous substances that surged forth like tendrils, lifting a bound human being into the air. It was Lu Huzhing, the captain of Kong Haobo's team. At that moment, Lu's expression was vacant, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed skyward, his mouth agape. Countless streams of black liquid flowed into his mouth, forcing him to emit incomprehensible gurgling sounds. Sharp, demonic growths began to sprout from his back and limbs, a clear sign of his burgeoning transformation. Stop! What have you done to him? Kong Haobo's eyes blazed with fury as he summoned a sword engulfed in flames, striking towards the enemy before him. Why such anger? The man leapt from the rocks, deftly evading the attack. Was he not simply seeking to acquire this extraordinary power? Let him savor the taste of forced demonic transformation. He remarked coldly, "This is merely the agony we have all endured." Kong Haobo rushed forward, cleaving the gelatinous tendrils with his sword and catching the plummeting Lu Huzhing. Kill me, Lao Kong. I cannot bear this pain. Quickly end it. Lu's face contorted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, as his bones creaked under the strain of transformation. His skin cracked, blood gushing forth, while his body, in defiance of his suffering, continued to sprout the sharp scales of a demon. "Uncle Lu, hang on, uncle!" Kong Haobo cried desperately. Yet soon his comrade ceased to struggle, his body going limp. How swiftly he succumbed, such uselessness. It seems that without the assistance of the holy blood treatment, the majority of individuals are unable to withstand this ordeal. A man squats on another stone, gazing at the deceased with a hint of regret. Kong Haobo lifts his crimson eyes, fiercely directing his gaze towards him. Chu Qianxun hears a tremendous rumble emanating from the depths of the earth, as towering pillars of fire pierce through the ground, connecting to the heavens and igniting the sky. It is Kong Haobo's extraordinary ability. She turns her attention to the window. Not far from the building, the earth is torn open by flames, revealing a hidden underground chamber where fierce crimson flames surge forth, indicative of a fierce battle taking place. The building suffers the repercussions of the conflict. Glass shatters everywhere, walls crack, the roof collapses, and the ground shakes violently. Among the half-demon residents of this building, several individuals are pinned beneath the collapsing walls or furniture. A boy with long silver horns leaps from his chair, using his horns to pry at a fallen wall in an attempt to drag out a girl trapped beneath. Dan Qin, undeterred by the tremors in the corridor, rushes forward to assist. She is not an extraordinary being, but she strives to prop up a portion of the heavy wall with her frail shoulders. Quickly, pull Hua out. She can only place her hopes on the young child. Even the relatives of these children in the village are reluctant to approach them. Dan Qin harbors no expectation that the two ambitious outsiders will offer their aid. Yet, a strong arm soon supports the wall resting on her shoulder, gradually lifting the heavy structure. "I will hold it up, you pull the person out." Chu Qianxun referred to the term human. If those whose appearances have undergone certain changes can no longer be deemed human, then the saints who harbor demonic seeds within them are equally unworthy of such a designation. Ye Peitian pressed his hands against the ground, and soon the tremors of the entire staircase ceased, stabilizing into stillness. "I shall step outside for a moment. Qianxun, remain here to assist." Chu Qianxun nodded, and Ye Peitian's figure swiftly vanished from the window, assisting in relocating those who were immobile yet possessed an extraordinary size to safety within the courtyard left even Chu Qianxun breathless. Dan Qin observed the towering flames with a furrowed brow, clasping her hands in prayer upon the wild grass. "Almighty God, I beseech your forgiveness for them. Grant them the mercy of redemption. They are merely unable to relinquish the hatred within their hearts." thus losing their way home. I wonder, in your unwavering faith in the divine, have you ever witnessed the gods you revere make an appearance or perform miracles? Chu Qianxun inquired as she sat upon the ground. Look at us, utterly exhausted, and yet we have not seen any assistance from him. Though the divine does not readily descend to the mortal realm, I am certain of his existence. He resides within my heart and within the cosmos, Dan Qin replied, gazing at Chu Qianxun with gratitude for the girl who aided everyone, her words flowing more freely. It is through the existence of the divine that I have found direction in my prayers, understanding how to atone for my transgressions. What sins do you seek to atone for? Who exactly is that Ashao? Dan Qin lowered her eyelashes. Ashao, he has completely transformed, no longer the same Ashao of the past. In that fissure of the earth, gel-like black tendrils tightly ensnared the battered Kong Haobua. Well done, managing to breach Xiao Yan's domain at the end. That man still sat upon a stone amidst the ruins, seemingly somewhat disinterested. However, it was too late. Your companions have all fallen into my grasp. What can you do alone? Kong Haobua gritted his teeth, struggling desperately to prevent the creeping black blood from entering his mouth. The bird-headed figure of Xiao Yan appeared behind the man, supporting his back with her wings. Do not worry, Xiao Yan, my body can hold on a little longer. The man gently patted the girl's wings and whispered, but he soon raised his head, spotting Ye Peitian not far away. Lin Fei, flee quickly. You are no match for this person. Blood sputtered from Kong Haobua's mouth as he strained to shout. His throat swiftly constricted by the BL. Ye Peitian furrowed his brow tightly. What you are doing is no different from those individuals. Peitian, what are you saying? Have you forgotten the humiliations we once endured and the vengeance we swore to exact? Zhao's neck muscles tensed as he raised his hand, examining his pale fingers. We should flay those people, submerging them in putrid waters, ensuring they cannot live nor die. Ye Peitian gazed at his friend, recognizing his former self reflected in those frenzied eyes. He spoke slowly, divine love, I shall personally extinguish it. Yet I cannot mirror their actions, inflicting harm upon other innocent souls in a manner I once detested. Ashao chuckled, his laughter carrying an unexpected tenderness, as if he were merely sharing his ideals with a friend. You are mistaken. We ought to make every individual in this world taste the bitterness of torment. Why should they revel in happiness while we suffer the disdain of the heavens? Let us all descend into hell together, so that our pain may be alleviated. Is that not so, Peitian? Ye Peitian lowered his gaze to his hands, which had once been stained with blood. Ashao, I too was once consumed by a similar madness, fervently hating this world and wishing to slay all its inhabitants. Yet, I ultimately discovered that slaughter does not truly quell the hatred within my heart. The more foes I vanquished, the greater the emptiness I felt. In the midst of slaughter, the only outcome is an exacerbation of pain and numbness, an everlasting struggle to liberate oneself from anguish. Zhao's once excited visage gradually cooled. You have changed. I always believed you would be the most understanding companion. Ye Peitian pressed his lips together, aware that they could no longer persuade one another. Yet, after enduring years of inhumane torment, the benevolent youth of your may have faded into oblivion. Ashao, after years of suffering, we have finally attained freedom. If you project your past hatred onto the world, you will discover that true joy and liberation will forever elude you, as you will have locked yourself within the confines of a dark, inescapable hell. Huh? Ashao raised an eyebrow, pointing to his own chest. What do you mean? Joy? Liberation? Are we even worthy of happiness? I can scarcely feel my own existence. For me, only the endless blood of my enemies bestows a semblance of life. You have changed, Peitian. You are no longer the person I once knew. I am profoundly disappointed in you. His face darkened, his eyes revealing a sinister glint. What has compelled you to utter such words? As Zhao's expression soured, Ye Peitian's legs were already in motion, not charging forward but swiftly darting to a diagonal side. Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath his feet erupted, splitting open in a straight line, from which countless black, semi-gelatinous tendrils emerged. In an instant, it became evident that the two combatants were seasoned warriors, their senses finely attuned and muscle memory honed to the point where reactions unfolded without conscious thought. Ye Peitian drew forth a shimmering azure blade, unleashing a flurry of blue gusts that surged toward the encroaching black tendrils, accompanied by a piercing cry. He leaped high into the air, darting through a narrow gap amidst the swirling shadows, his blade's tip aimed directly at Zhao's throat. This technique was a signature of Chu Qianxun, and having witnessed countless battles between her and the fiends, Ye Peitian instinctively executed the move, a flicker of sweetness blossoming in his heart as he did so. The black veil, reminiscent of raven feathers, trembled in the air, enveloping Zhao from both sides as if in an embrace, obscuring her form within its depths. Almost simultaneously, Ye Peitian's azure blade reached its destination, and Zhao's face, tinged with surprise, shimmered in the blue light before dissipating like a mirage. Ye Peitian soon found himself in a peculiar realm. The surroundings resembled a painting etched upon the fabric of a curtain, slowly unfurling to reveal a flat landscape where everything appeared stable and tangible. The boundless black terrain was strewn with jagged stones, devoid of any flora or life. The world exuded an eerie stillness, with not a hint of vitality. The sky shrouded in darkness, save for a bizarre, enormous red eye suspended ominously in the distant firmament. In this realm, victory over me is unattainable. The figure of Zhao emerged in the distance, extending his arms, revealing black wounds at his wrists from which flowed a stream of dark blood. This black ichor cascaded onto the earth, and from beneath the ground, countless black tendrils surged forth, akin to writhing serpents, overwhelming Ye Peitian. With a dismissive grunt, Ye Peitian thrust his palm forward, conjuring hundreds, even thousands, of immense spikes of earth that erupted from the ground, ensnaring the serpents in a chaotic display of flying sand and stone. In the dim, half-lit air, black stones coalesced into a massive hand that descended toward Zhao. Yet, Zhao's figure blurred and vanished, only to reappear in another location. Within Xiaoyan's domain, I can traverse freely, while you are forever ensnared in this realm of darkness. Zhao continued to flicker in and out of existence, appearing in various spots. The surrounding light dissipated, growing ever darker, until only a single dark crimson eye in the sky remained, obscuring all else from view. Ye Peitian stood there, his expression inscrutable, yet his movements gradually slowed. You still fear the dark as you once did, do you not? Ye Peitian remained silent, enveloped in a blue glow of blades that flickered intermittently, illuminating the face of his adversary, which kept materializing in different nearby locations. The darkness was suffocating. It was lethal for Ye Peitian. He felt his blood beginning to congeal, his powers slipping beyond his control, and even his breath became increasingly labored. I cannot fall here. Qianxun is still waiting for me outside. Ye Peitian grasped the blade of his own knife with his left hand, the blue edge glistening as it drew forth a crimson stain. The pain momentarily jolted him into lucidity, and the bloodied blade sliced through the darkness, eliciting a muffled groan from Zhao. Zhao recoiled several steps, pressing his hand against his forehead as dark blood seeped through his fingers, staining half of his face. His countenance twisted into a grimace. Damn it! I shall do to you what they have done, severing your hands and feet, binding you to my side. Suddenly, the inky black sky appeared to be cleaved open from without, a shaft of light pouring in at that instant, accompanied by several black feathers swirling down within the beam. The blood-red pupil in the heavens shifted slightly, prompting Zhao to halt his movements and gaze upward at the swiftly closing rift in the firmament. There is one outside, attempting to rescue you. A woman. How intriguing, even a mere fifth tier could breach Xiaoyan's barrier. Perched atop a rock, he tilted his shadowy visage and laughed. I shall capture her, perhaps then you will heed my commands. No sooner had those words left his lips than the rock beneath him crumbled instantaneously, the black earth fracturing and collapsing, as a tremendous, violent force shook the entire world, threatening to topple it. Do dare to touch her. A deep voice emerged from the debris soaring skyward. Amidst the swirling sands and stones, Zhao beheld the legendary king of yellow sands approaching him. He raised his hand, overturning the very fabric of the world, his frigid gaze fixed upon her, akin to that of a predator observing a dying ant. In the realm beyond this domain, Chu Qianxun stood before the young girl, Xiao Yan. The innocent visage of the child hung suspended in the air. Beneath that naive exterior lay only an abyss of unassailable void. Useless sister, perhaps it is best for you to depart sooner rather than later. From her elevated position, She regarded Chu Qianxun, one eye a blood-red hue, the other a crystal-clear blue, her expression serene, devoid of both malice and joy. The little girl turned her gaze to Dan Qin, and at last, a flicker of emotion crossed her otherwise impassive face. Sister Dan Qin, you are far too naive. They will never relent in their pursuit of Brother Xiao. I must assist him in eliminating these foes. To protect him, I must slay them all. Dan Qin grasped her own collar, revealing an expression of sorrow. From the very beginning, she had been assigned as a nurse within this research facility, having once tenderly cared for the innocent Xiao Yan upon her arrival at the base. She understood well how pure and innocent this girl had once been. Yet now, that small face hung vacantly in the air, coldly extinguishing the lives of countless intruders without a flicker of emotion. Chu Qianxun struck at the chaotic darkness with dozens of blades, yet the edges passed through the void, failing to inflict harm upon her adversaries. She gasped for breath, shutting her eyes. Calm yourself, Chu Qianxun. You have encountered realms of such nature before and know how to unravel them. To breach it, one must rely not merely on brute strength and extraordinary abilities, but on. She suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance reflected within them, as she reached for her blade, executing a silent and swift strike. Xiaoyan's face registered surprise as she lowered her gaze to behold her ethereal form, which had inexplicably created a small rift, emanating a cascade of radiant light. You are clearly only at the 5th tier, she exclaimed in astonishment, questioning how such potent mental power could be summoned. Chu Qianxun regarded her with calmness, methodically wielding her blade again and again. To fracture a realm constructed on the foundation of mental force, only a wielder with formidable and stable mental power could cleave through it. Although her rank was merely 5th tier, after enduring that protracted dream, it felt as if she had acquired a lifetime of experience. Chu Qianxun's mastery over her mental capacity rivaled that of seasoned warriors who had faced countless battles. Xiaoyan's body began to shift, attempting to evade Chu Qianxun's onslaught. Yet she abruptly halted, her eyes widening in shock, as blood tears streamed from her crimson orbs, and her form erupted with radiant fissures from within. Her entire being began to tremble uncontrollably and fracture, as countless black feathers cascaded into the air. Xiaoyan tumbled to the ground, reverting to her avian shape. Two men stumbled into view from the void, and Xiaoyan, struggling to rise, unfurled her wings to shield the silver-haired man, vanishing into thin air. Ye Peitian gently steadied Chu Qianxun by the shoulder, surveying her from head to toe to confirm her safety. With a sigh of relief, he drew her into his embrace, resting his head on her shoulder, tightening his arms around her. He was grievously injured, utterly drained of strength. A familiar figure, clad in a silver mask, sat at the edge of the bed, propping him up and offering him a bowl of steaming rice soup, which finally helped him regain his breath. Lin Fei, where are the others? A sense of foreboding settled in his heart, yet he clung to a flicker of hope. The man beside him regarded him for a moment before softly uttering 2 words. I'm sorry. Kong Haobua shut his eyes in anguish, turning his face away. His friends and elders, who had filled this room with laughter just yesterday, had all tragically perished overnight. Thank you, I owe you a life. One day, I shall repay you. In a secluded and dimly lit room, Xiao released Xiao Yan from the support of his wings. As he walked, he bent down slightly. Before he could reach the bedside, he seemed to falter completely, grasping the bed sheet to prevent himself from collapsing. Ha ha ha. He leaned against the bed's edge, laughing, endeavoring to raise his upper body. He realized he had found someone who loved him. He thought he had attained that so-called happiness, which led him to betray us. Xiao Yan stood behind him, watching the man who was laughing in agony at the bedside, her expression tinged with sorrow. Xiao attempted to rise, but his knees buckled, and he fell once more. His arms and the smooth skin of his face withered, gradually becoming as wrinkled as the bark of a withered tree. Even the silver strands of his hair dulled and became dry. In an instant, he aged several decades, presenting a visage of frailty. Xiao Yan hurriedly assisted him onto the bed, equipping him with various life-sustaining devices. I have collected some of Ye Peitian's blood. Shall we administer it? Xiao shook his head, closing his murky eyes. There's no need to waste it. What does it matter how one appears when not in battle? When Chu Qianxun and Ye Peitian departed from Shaozhou village, they unexpectedly encountered Qin, who had come to bid them farewell. The girl stood silently beneath a maple tree at the village's entrance, dressed in simple attire and wearing a headscarf. She was merely an ordinary person devoid of any special abilities, yet she was undertaking what most saints lacked the courage to do. With Xiao gone, there should no longer be any outsiders to disturb our peace. Each of them lived with great effort, and I sincerely hope they can continue to thrive quietly in this small village. I am grateful to you for your assistance back then. Chu Qianxun grasped her hand. Dan Qin, you are a person I deeply admire. Dan Qin slightly lowered her head, brushing aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen to her ear. In the past, I too was a member of the divine love, and like them I cruelly regarded others as lifeless specimens. Now, I am merely atoning for the sins I once committed. She lifted her gaze to Ye Peitian and Chu Qianxun. I do not expect those who have been wounded in the past to forgive, but I hope they can find it within themselves to forgive, to free themselves from the shackles of history, and to live anew. Ye Peitian silently regarded her for a moment before producing a small pouch of magical seeds, placing it in her hand. You have worked hard. Take good care of them. He left this remark, allowing Qin no time to refuse, and turned away to depart first. After a day traversing the mountain paths, as evening descended, Ye Peitian and Chu Qianxun sought refuge for the night in a modest cave deep within the forest. Ye Peitian had just dispatched a young goat, its belly filled with an assortment of gathered nuts, its exterior coated in mud, and buried in the fire to roast. Once the earthen shell was cracked open, the enticing aroma surged forth, revealing tender, succulent meat, glistening with rich juices, filling the cave with a delightful fragrance. Chu Qianxun felt as though she might become utterly dependent on Ye Peitian's care. Earlier that afternoon, after encountering a sixth-tier magical creature in the frigid woods, she had eagerly engaged it in single combat, sustaining only a trivial injury. Yet Ye Peitian insisted she cease all movement thereafter. As he prepared their meal, he stepped outside the cave to assess their safety. He walked a short distance from the entrance, scattering fine grains of sand on the ground, imperceptible to the eye. Should any enemy or creature approach, these grains would effectively convey a warning of impending danger. Chu Qianxun merely needed to sit upon the dry straw, cradling her succulent leg meat, without a care for anyone attempting to seize this delectable morsel before her. Although Ye Peitian often appeared somewhat dependent on her, Chu Qianxun discerned that, in truth, it was she who had become increasingly reliant on this man's indulgence. Ye Peitian had meticulously arranged everything outside the cave, braving the biting wind to enter. He bent slightly, resting his hand against the low stone wall at the cave's entrance, and settled beside Chu Qianxun. The night in the forest was particularly tranquil, with the occasional solitary cry of a wild beast echoing from the depths of the shadowy thicket. Outside the cave, the sky was adorned with a bright moon and twinkling stars, the Milky Way resplendent above. The more desolate and frigid it was outside, the cozier and warmer the small cave, illuminated by the crackling campfire, felt within. Ye Peitian removed his silver mask and cast a glance at Chu Qianxun, his gaze momentarily flickering before settling intently on the lower left corner. Having satiated her hunger and thirst, her spirits were elevated, rendering her particularly amiable as she rested her chin on her hand and inquired, "What is it? What do you desire?" Ye Peitian's face flushed. The contours of Ye Peitian's jawline were notably firm. When shrouded by the mask that concealed the upper half of his face, he emanated an air of coldness. Yet, upon its removal, revealing his gentle brows and eyes, his entire demeanor softened. The orange-red glow of the fire danced in his piercing gaze, and with the occasional flutter of his long lashes, the depths of his eyes seemed to swirl with the cosmos. In their initial encounters, Ye Peitian often held himself rigidly, concealing his pain with great reluctance and hastily masking his vulnerabilities. Desiring closeness yet fearing the pain it may bring, yearning for companionship while persistently resisting it, he embodies a paradox of turmoil and conflict. Like a beast on the verge of eruption, he remains perpetually vigilant against the potential wounds that may be inflicted upon him. Throughout their time together, he has evidently softened considerably. Whenever he finds himself seated beside Chu Qianxun, the tension in his muscles instinctively relaxes. When injured, he expresses his pain, and his thoughts become manifest through a more discernible demeanor. Under Chu Qianxun's gentle inquiry, Ye Peitian's ears flushed slightly as his warm gaze fell upon her hands. Her fingers, strikingly beautiful, defy the conventional delicate appearance of traditional beauties. They are elegantly elongated, imbued with a subtle tension, and the graceful curve of her fingertips captivates. At this moment, those fingers firmly grasp a black short knife, their alabaster hue accentuated against the stark darkness, deftly slicing the roasted venison with precision. "What troubles you?" Chu Qianxun asked, wiping the grease from her hands before offering him the neatly cut meat. "Is it too dark here?" A sense of amusement mixed with warmth stirred within her. She had witnessed this man traverse through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, saw him conquer hundreds single-handedly, and observed his mastery over the elements. Indeed, Ye Peitian is the strongest man she has ever encountered in this world, without exception. Yet she could not pinpoint when it began. But this formidable man has developed a tendency to reveal a semblance of vulnerability in her presence. At times, Chu Qianxun feels as though a magnificent king of beasts sits beside her, displaying its vulnerable, soft underbelly in an attempt to win her affection, prompting an irresistible urge to gently caress its most defenseless area. "No, I am not afraid of the dark." Ye Peitian, slightly embarrassed by Chu Qianxun's words, accepts the plate of roasted meat but refrains from eating it immediately. His fingers absent-mindedly spin the bowl as his voice takes on a somber tone. "I have many adversaries, and when you are with me, I often fear that I may not be able to protect you adequately. If you..." His gaze, though fixed upon the warm campfire, momentarily turns to ice within his eyes. He is reluctant to continue his thoughts. Yet he knows that when Ah Shao spoke of capturing that woman, the fury that surged within him was potent enough to annihilate both himself and the entire world. A warm hand gently rests against his slightly cold cheek, lifting his face. In that instant, the murderous intent and icy depths of Ye Peitian's eyes shatter. He gazes up in astonishment as the fingers he has long coveted descend upon his face, delicately tracing his brow and eyes. The soft touch of her fingertips is strikingly vivid, gliding over his skin and eliciting tremors, lingering for a moment on his lips before exploring the contours of his face, unwilling to overlook his sensitive earlobes. Her radiant visage bites her lip, lowering her head, her autumn-hued eyes sparkling with laughter, nearly stealing his breath away. Ye Peitian wishes to protest, "No, Qianxun, that is not what I meant." However, his thoughts had begun to spiral into chaos, leaving him unable to comprehend the essence of what Chu Qianxun was articulating. Qianxun lowered her face, nearly touching his forehead, their proximity igniting a palpable tension. The warmth of her breath caressed his skin like a feather, and her alluring crimson lips were tantalizingly close, yet stubbornly withheld, leaving his heart suspended in a bittersweet ache. With a teasing smile that danced on the edge of sincerity, she provoked him, a truly vexing act. Chu Qianxun observed the man before her, his face flushed with embarrassment, his breaths growing heavier. She was acutely aware of his eagerness, yet she playfully resisted, keeping him yearning. It was only when his face turned a deeper shade of crimson and he closed his eyes in desperation that he seized the moment, passionately pressing his heated lips against hers. At that instant, all worries and hesitations were cast aside. He could no longer utter words that would infuriate Chu Qianxun. Embracing his fervor, she guided him into the wild grass. She lost track of time, and when she finally lifted her head from that intoxicating reverie, the man lying amidst the foliage still gazed at her with a dazed expression, softly murmuring her name with his scarlet lips. Were it not for the lurking dangers of their surroundings, Chu Qianxun mused that she might have surrendered to more audacious impulses. Ye Peitian lay there, his hair tousled, earlobes flushed, his Adam's apple moving beneath his fair skin, leading down to his firm waist and long, slender legs. Deep down, Chu Qianxun possessed a certain pride, yet in this moment, she found herself willingly acknowledging the undeniable beauty, allure, and charm of the man before her. Her heart stirred. She found herself captivated, nurturing the desire to spend a lifetime with him. Ye Peitian emerged from the grass, his gaze fervently fixed on Chu Qianxun. Joy illuminated her features as she pressed the roasted meat back into Ye Peitian's hands, then proceeded to peel the freshly roasted wild chestnuts and hazelnuts, placing them one by one into his grasp. "You can reside with me in that cylindrical building. I shall introduce you to my dearest friends. Once my rank ascends, I can accompany you on distant journeys. What rank are you now? 9th? That means you might have to wait for me a while, she continued. Chunqing is vast, with everything available for purchase. Upon reaching my home, I shall treat you to hot pot. This time you won't need to lift a finger. I still know how to prepare it. The city is teeming with people, all adorned in various styles. As long as you refrain from using your abilities within the city, it should be rather difficult to be discovered. Should you be found out, simply leave. Solutions are always at hand, are they not? Amidst the sporadic crackling of sparks from the cave, Ye Peitian lowered his head, savoring the nuts that were continually added to his bowl. Outside, the weather was frigid, yet his heart burned warmly. Qianxun was perpetually vibrant, exuding confidence in life. In her presence, the seemingly insurmountable challenges within him appeared less daunting, less insolvable. There will always be solutions. There is no need for concern. I will grow stronger. I can remain by your side. As she spoke, fatigue overcame Chu Qianxun, and she gradually leaned against Ye Peitian's leg, drifting into slumber. Ye Peitian removed his outer coat and carefully draped it over her. He reached out his fingers, gently brushing aside a few stray strands of hair from her face, gazing intently at her serene visage as she slumbered. She slept in a carefree manner, her posture soft, and her breathing steady. From the very beginning, Qianxun harbored little wariness towards him, and as their bond deepened, she became utterly unguarded. Ye Peitian's gaze softened. After a moment of hesitation, he tenderly caressed Chu Qianxun's face. The heart within his chest, once cold and fragile, gradually transformed into something warm, soft yet resilient. Life had once felt like a burden to him, but now, each new day filled him with eager anticipation. Perhaps only those who have truly experienced warmth can grow strong from within. The challenges he once deemed insurmountable, he now felt a renewed confidence to attempt to change, even if just a little. As the temperature steadily dropped, the harshness of the outdoors and the dwindling availability of food led to many people remaining within the confines of the base. Consequently, the marketplace inside the base became exceedingly lively. Several idlers, who had nothing to occupy themselves with during the winter, sat in front of the renowned bun shop on Black Street, engaging in idle chatter. If it weren't for Huan Shengjie foolishly provoking Ye Peitian, the position of city lord wouldn't be going to Jiang Shaojie, one remarked. Sure. Keep your voice down, his companion quickly interjected. Are you unaware of Jiang's temper? Do you dare speak such words? Was it not Ye Peitian I spoke of? The notorious demon indeed lives up to his fearsome reputation, having cast countless skilled lives into the abyss with but a handful of yellow sand. Alas, you remain unaware. That infamous murderer once roamed these streets, taking lives indiscriminately, transforming the entire Black Street into a river of blood. Old Granny Wu, dragging her cart of scrap, spat in their direction, admonishing you young folks, having not witnessed the events, should refrain from making unfounded claims. What do you mean by killing on sight? I was right here at that time, yet I saw no such carnage wrought by Ye Peitian. Huan Shengjie sought to claim a life. Was he not permitted to defend himself? A few idlers, accustomed to lingering on the Black Street, had grown used to Granny Wu's loud rebukes and took her words lightly, jesting, "Oh dear old lady, have you lost your wits to defend that demon?" "I speak no falsehood," she retorted. In truth, Ye Peitian was rather amiable. When he resided here, he often assisted me, recognizing my status as an elder. She called out to the Baozi shop owner, insisting, "Ask old Wu. He will confirm." Old Wu, amiable as ever, chimed in, "Indeed, he was quite pleasant. Every time I purchased Baozi, he paid without fail. Never once did he defer payment. He even shared with the few little beggars at the street corner." Granny Wu beamed with pride. "See? I speak the truth. Who would have thought today would yield such rare revelations? It appears that the legend of that demon diverges somewhat from reality. Yet what does it matter? The feuds of those great figures hold little relevance for us ordinary folk." Grandmother Wu grumbled as she dragged her heavy cart of scrap forward, struggling against the steep incline. The young onlookers merely glanced her way, yet none offered a hand to assist her. In that final moment, she had even saved her own life, but alas, fear had rendered her incapable of uttering a single word of gratitude. typically sharp-tongued and thick-skinned. A fleeting pang of guilt washed over her heart. A young couple passed by. The woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding a spirited elegance, with twin blades slung at her waist. The man, tall and agile, obscured his face with silver gauze, moving with remarkable dexterity. They were clearly just passing through the city, not residents of this desolate neighborhood. Grandmother Wu's cart became lodged on the steps, and she exerted all her strength to pull it forward. Suddenly, the weight lightened as the young man, glancing back, gently lifted the rear of her cart without uttering a word, continuing on his way. "Thank you, young man," she called out, waving her hand behind her. The girl in front halted, smiling as she said something, caressing her partner's cheek. She took his hand, and together they plunged into the bustling, vibrant district. Chu Qianxun led Ye Peitian to her abode, and as she opened the door, a twinge of regret filled her heart. She had seen the castle where Ye Peitian resided, immaculate, orderly, and pristine. In stark contrast, her own home could only be described as a disheveled den. However, with people already present, there was no turning back. Chu Qianxun gritted her teeth and, steeling herself, pushed open the door, feigning ignorance of the mountains of discarded debris piled in the corner. She hastily pulled Ye Peitian inside, flustered as she cleared a clean space and seated him at the table, her cheeks tinged with an unusual blush. Ye Peitian seemed oblivious to the disarray within the room. His gaze was fixed on the empty flower pots on the windowsill, and beyond them, he glimpsed the nearby phoenix tree. Only he knew how many times he had silently stood beneath that tree, gazing up at this window, imagining everything that lay within. At that time, he had never envisioned that he would truly step inside. Chu Qianxun quickly prepared the hot pot. In this era where electricity had become a luxury, people began to revert to the ancient charcoal-fired copper pots, the kind that burned charcoal in the center, surrounded by a circle of copper for cooking. Naturally, such a pot was beyond Chu Qianxun's possession. She had purchased it hastily during her journey into the city. Ever since becoming acquainted with Ye Peitian, Chu Qianxun had found herself more proactive in life and had doubled her efforts in hunting demonic seeds on the battlefield. Her level had risen, and her combat enthusiasm had flourished, allowing her greater financial freedom to indulge in supplementary necessities within the bounds of her newfound affection. Perhaps when there is someone at home who patiently awaits her, someone who enthusiastically prepares each meal with great care, she unknowingly becomes infused with vigor for life, developing a determination to strive for a better existence. As Ye Peitian is not particularly fond of spicy food, Chu Qianxun prepared a dual-flavor hot pot base, one half brimming with vibrant red chili oil and the other half a milky, refreshing broth. This was elegantly arranged on the low square table at the center of her room, surrounded by several small bowls filled with meticulously washed and chopped vegetables, winter mushrooms, vermicelli, and other hot pot ingredients, alongside a small plate of relatively rare fresh meat slices. Although it was merely a quick assembly of prepackaged hot pot base and water, it presented itself as a semblance of a grand feast, allowing Chu Qianxun to regain a sense of dignity. Ye Peitian sat beside her on the floor and accepted the dipping sauce that Chu Qianxun had prepared for him. He gently dipped his chopsticks into the small dish and placed it in his mouth, momentarily taken aback. Before the calamity of the demon seed, his family resided in a coastal area where hot pot was particularly popular. His taste preferences were somewhat unique. When concocting his own sauce, he enjoyed sprinkling a touch of white sugar beneath the condiments. This little quirk even his family was unaware of, as no one in his household paid attention to his culinary inclinations. However, Qianxun knew not only did she know, but she was also intimately familiar with his preferences, instinctively serving him as if they had shared a life together for ages, revealing this understanding in the subtle nuances of everyday life. In the beginning, Ye Peitian harbored a sense of quiet bewilderment within himself. However, now he finds little desire to ponder such thoughts any further. Perhaps the divine, in a bid to extricate him from the depths of despair, has deliberately bestowed Qianxun upon him. With Qianxun by his side, he is even inclined to believe in the existence of gods within this world. He refrains from uttering another word, fearing that any inappropriate comment might shatter this ethereal happiness. As Chu Qianxun busily prepared the food, ensuring it was perfectly cooked before serving it into Ye Peitian's bowl, she noticed his momentary distraction. He held his chopsticks and bowl yet scarcely touched the food within. His gaze would frequently drift toward her. His large eyes framed by long lashes, the corners slightly drooping, and the steam rising from the table enveloping them in a delicate mist. Under such a damp and longing gaze, Chu Qianxun felt an overwhelming sense of being needed. This feeling of dependence and significance warmed her heart gradually. In the past, the mere act of sharing a meal, let alone enjoying hot pot together, seemed a luxury beyond her reach. As she chatted amiably, her hands busily served Ye Peitian his favorite winter bamboo shoots and shiitake mushrooms. I once had few friends and often feared that one day I might perish in some desolate corner of the wilderness, with no one to claim my remains, nor even a soul to acknowledge my existence. Thus, I harbored a profound fear of death, opting to merely survive during battles, always thinking of getting through each day as it came, and after years of this existence, never daring to transcend to the fourth tier. Yet now, the circumstances have changed. She cast a glance at Ye Peitian, leaving her subsequent words unspoken. There was no need for them to be articulated, as Ye Peitian understood immediately. Things had changed. With you by my side, I now yearn to embrace life more fully. Ye Peitian's gaze grew fervent, lingering upon Chu Qianxun's cheeks, her lips, and the tips of her fingers. Eventually, he extended his hand to brace against the table, gradually leaning closer, and as their proximity intensified, he even blushed and closed his eyes. Chu Qianxun sighed inwardly, finding his adorableness utterly irresistible. She was aware that Ye Peitian always indulged her, yet the more pliant he appeared, the more it ignited her desire to tease him. She sensed that no matter what she might do, he would likely not resist. Outside, the sound of a key turning in the lock was heard, followed by a click as Gao Yan pushed the door open. Although Ye Peitian had quickly donned a mask and straightened his posture before the door swung open, the astute Gao Yan could discern at a glance what had just transpired between the two occupants of the room. My apologies for the intrusion. Please continue, she exclaimed, slamming the door shut behind her. It was then that Chu Qianxun remembered she had entrusted Gao Yan with the care of the potted plants on the windowsill and had given her a key to the apartment. Rising, she stepped outside to open the door, warmly inviting Gao Yan to sit at the table while adding an extra pair of chopsticks. This is Lin Fei, she introduced Ye Peitian to Gao Yan. And this is Gao Yan, my dearest friend, she reciprocated, introducing her friend to Ye Peitian. Ye Peitian straightened his back, sitting up properly as he greeted Gao Yan. Sister Yan, I often hear Qianxun speak of you. Gao Yan did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned slightly, scrutinizing Ye Peitian with her beautiful eyes. This man wore a mask that obscured his features, which was not unusual in these tumultuous times. Some bore scars from battles, while others, for various reasons, preferred to conceal their faces. However, Qianxun, who had always been indifferent to men, suddenly brought this man into her home after vanishing for over half a month, treating him with such warmth and even preparing a lavish dinner. This inevitably aroused Gao Yan's suspicions. She sat next to Chu Qianxun, stealing a glance at her. Boyfriend?
Chu Qianxun, relief lobster.
Hesitated for a moment before affirming with a smile. As she spoke, it was evident that Ye Peitian, sitting upright, let out a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders visibly relaxing. Shaolin, is it? Gao Yan picked up her chopsticks, sharing a pot with Chu Qianxun. Our Qianxun is renowned for her beauty in this building. Suitors line up from this house to the city gate for her. Since she has chosen you, you must cherish her. She then discreetly inquired, by the way, what level of saint is he? He is a 6th tier. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Qianxun provided an appropriate answer. Within the Spring City, those ranked above the 7th tier are regarded as formidable figures, and the newly appointed city lord, Zhang Shaojie, has only just reached the 8th tier. Nevertheless, his prowess was sufficient to astonish Gao Yan, who struggled to maintain her composure and not appear diminished. The 6th tier was of little consequence. Should anyone dare to bully Qianxun, they would certainly face dire repercussions. Indeed, I could never bring myself to harm Qianxun, Ye Peitian remarked gently. Observing Ye Peitian's formidable abilities and amiable demeanor, Gao Yan felt temporarily appeased and began to revert to her true nature, competing with Chu Qianxun for the food in the pot. Typically, when dining with Chu Qianxun, she would feign modesty, but in the company of her comrade Gao Yan, with whom she shared daily life, her true self emerged. The two wielded their chopsticks like swords on the battlefield, engaging in a fierce contest for morsels, each unwilling to yield. Chu Qianxun not only seized her own share but also attempted to pilfer from Ye Peitian's portion, quickly finding herself at a disadvantage. Yan Jie, take it easy. This is Lin Fei's first visit, she cautioned, as Gao Yan playfully pinched her arm, noticing how quickly her resolve wavered. The lively hot pot meal concluded. Ye Peitian naturally rolled up his sleeves to clear the dishes, carrying them downstairs to the communal sink for washing. This left the two satiated women resting at the table. Just as Ye Peitian's figure vanished through the door, Gao Yan's excitement surged. She leaned closer to Chu Qianxun and shot her a knowing glance. Impressive. I always thought you were aloof and disinterested in men, yet when you do engage, you do so with remarkable precision. Chu Qianxun. How is he? Gao Yan cast a sidelong glance at her, taking advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. Come on, admit it, the taste is delightful, isn't it? Chu Qianxun rolled her eyes at her, a mix of annoyance and amusement. Ever since the emergence of the demonic seed, life had become considerably more arduous. However, the societal status of women has risen significantly compared to the Golden Age. With the advent of abilities, the distinction of gender has blurred. As long as women are willing, they can achieve heights on the battlefield comparable to those of men. Correspondingly, the lower-tiered weak, regardless of gender, may find themselves reduced to mere tools for the indulgence of their more powerful counterparts. With the elevation of women's societal status and discourse, their sexual consciousness is no longer suppressed as in the Golden Age, but now enjoys the same freedom of expression as men. One can observe groups of men on the street discussing a woman's voluptuous figure and stunning beauty. Similarly, one can find women conversing about a man's broad shoulders and narrow waist, exuding an alluring charm. When men encounter women they admire, they ardently pursue them, often leveraging their power and wealth to win them over. In turn, women can employ the same tactics when they find men appealing. This is an era where the strong can live with unrestrained freedom. Thus, Chu Qianxun understood precisely what Gao Yan meant by taste. We have not yet reached that point. Chu Qianxun remarked, he does not live with me, but he should be looking for a room in the building. Is that so? What a pity. From my perspective over the years in observing men, it is evident that he is undoubtedly. Gao Yan leaned closer to Chu Qianxun, whispering a few words. Chu Qianxun became intrigued, inquiring, how did you discern that? When assessing a man, one must not merely focus on his face. Attention must also be given to his waist and legs. Although your companion appears somewhat slender, his waist is undeniably exquisite. When Ye Peitian ascended, the two women were still engaged in playful banter. I just negotiated with the neighbor across the way, requesting him to vacate the premises for me. Ye Peitian gestured towards the door directly opposite Chu Qianxun's room, which stood wide open. A middle-aged man, formerly residing inside, was busily organizing his belongings in preparation for departure. Upon noticing Chu Qianxun, he cheerfully greeted her. To the left of Chu Qianxun's room resided Gao Yan, while to the right lay the stairwell. This particular room across from her was the closest in proximity. Yet, to Ye Peitian, this distance remained somewhat considerable. In truth, he would have preferred to set up a small bed or lay down on the floor within Chu Qianxun's room. But it was rather cramped, and he could not find a justification for long-term residence therein. I'll go tidy up a bit, he said, suppressing the reluctance swelling within him as he picked up his backpack and made his way outside. Gao Yan observed his departing figure, musing, he is rather naive, isn't he, to move out so readily, so steadfastly? Speaking of which, how did he manage to convince that miserly neighbor to vacate so smoothly? She opened her mouth in astonishment, pondering how much treasure he must have offered. Otherwise, that neighbor would not be so agreeable. Could your boyfriend possibly be one of those invisible tycoons with an abundance of hidden wealth? Chu Qianxun cleared her throat, recalling the chamber of demonic seeds buried deep beneath the desert, which would surely terrify anyone upon their unearthing. The following morning, as Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan stepped out with their toiletries, they found the Ye Peitian's door had already swung open. The room was devoid of superfluous items. A small bed was neatly adorned with azure bed linens and pillowcases, while curtains of the same hue draped the window. On the windowsill rested several potted plants identical to those in Chu Qianxun's own quarters. Aside from this, there was merely a small square table, upon which a steaming breakfast was already laid out. Ye Peitian sat by the window, perusing a book in the soft morning light. Upon noticing the two women, he closed the book and rose to invite Gao Yan to join him for breakfast. Gao Yan contemplated a polite decline, but upon catching sight of the diverse and exquisitely arranged dishes on the table, she swallowed hard, her initial refusal transforming into an eager agreement to partake in the meal. After merely sharing a single breakfast with Ye Peitian, Gao Yan's allegiance had entirely shifted in his favor. You must secure this man. Do not let him be swayed by others, Gao Yan insisted earnestly. You must understand how rare it is to find a man skilled in the culinary arts these days. Even women are hard to come by. Chu Qianxun remarked. Is it so easy to win you over with just one meal? Gao Yan's expression fell dramatically. Oh, my dear. I haven't enjoyed a meal this splendid in 5 years. Look at Xiaolin, an adept cook, possessing an impressive physique, wealth in his pockets, and a lofty status. Should the women of this building discover such attributes, they would undoubtedly swarm around him like bees. He is indeed remarkable. Chu Qianxun mused, unaware of the even greater qualities he possesses, those that only I have the privilege to appreciate. Do not hesitate. Gao Yan tightened her fist before Chu Qianxun, urging her to seize him, conquer him, and take full responsibility for him. In doing so, your days will be filled with happiness, and I may bask in the glow of your fortune from time to time. Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan arrived at the Mercenary Guild in Spring City. Following the arrival of the Demon Seed, nearly every human stronghold's most crucial establishment has become its Mercenary Guild, and Spring City is no exception. The vast hall of the guild is divided into several areas, featuring a bulletin section adorned with various notices, a recruitment area for those seeking companions, and a trading zone for the exchange of high-grade magical bodies, potions, and weapons. Prominent mercenary teams maintain halls here to recruit members and accept commissions from others. Scattered small groups or individuals gather before the categorized bulletin boards, perusing the myriad of notices affixed there. Some seek to hire bodyguards for departing caravans, while others, such as blacksmiths, search for rare materials or inquire about high-tier magical creatures. The plethora of offerings includes selling items, sharing information, and gathering intelligence. An extensive array of opportunities. This venue provides the majority of the powerful saints with various effective means to amass wealth. In contrast to the bustling marketplaces frequented by ordinary folk, this place resembles a sanctum exclusively designated for the exchange and discourse among the saints. The first-floor hall is predominantly traversed by martial artists of relatively modest ranks. Meanwhile, more prestigious transactions and alliances transpire within the opulent private chambers on the second floor, realms that remain elusive to individuals of the caliber of Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan. As they navigate through the throngs of people, winter has set in, and the frequency of demon-hunting endeavors has diminished, leading to a less crowded atmosphere than in days past. An employee of a guild, wielding a loudspeaker, is fervently broadcasting a notice regarding the crackdown on the desecrators and the rescue of trapped individuals. Amidst the crowd, murmurs arise. How long has this announcement been running? Hasn't any team been dispatched yet? The bounty has increased. I heard it's the son of a certain merchant's caravan owner who has been ensnared in a cave, prompting this desperate attempt to extricate him. Yet, a high bounty holds little allure for the elite. Who among us would dare venture into the lair of desecrators? S&T that tantamount to courting death? Desecrators are creatures of limited combat prowess and relatively low rank, yet their most distinguishing characteristic is an intelligence absent in ordinary low-tier monsters. Rarely, they congregate in hidden subterranean caverns. Captured humans are typically not executed immediately. Rather, they are dragged deep into the caves, kept as a reserve for breeding. This method of husbandry, compared to the brutish and savage monsters that directly prey upon humans, evokes a far more chilling sense of dread. For the exalted saints, the task of besieging such a multitude of lowly magical creatures is arduous and thankless, yielding neither the coveted magical seeds nor materials requisite for their rank, and potentially leading to troublesome encounters amidst the onslaught of these creatures. For lower-tier saints, entering such a complex terrain teeming with magical beasts is exceedingly perilous. Consequently, all tend to steer clear of these creatures, and even when the families of victims offer relatively generous rewards for their quests, they often go unheeded. A few guild staff members parted the crowd and approached the notice board, affixing a new crimson announcement in a prominent position. The throng quickly gathered around, buzzing with speculation. Selling the bodily fluids of executioners. Ranked 7. How extraordinary. Who can withstand such a thing? It depends on whether one can afford it. A chorus of ambiguous laughter rippled through the crowd. What is that? Chu Qianxun inquired of Gao Yan, having never encountered the term before. The secretions of high-ranking executioners can render one weak in body yet exuberant in spirit, Gao Yan whispered into Chu Qianxun's ear with certain effects. It's quite in demand. Throughout the hall, numerous individuals brandishing placards were temporarily recruiting saints with particular abilities to engage in battles against specific magical entities. Such makeshift teams, unfamiliar with one another's skills and temperaments, imply an excessive degree of unpredictability during combat, rendering it a highly precarious endeavor, an action typically undertaken only by small, understaffed mercenary groups and vagabonds. Those with a modicum of strength, who have long resided in the Spring City, often opt to join large, meticulously organized military factions. They partake in collective actions orchestrated by these factions. During their routine demon-hunting excursions, they may invite familiar, steadfast members within the faction, thereby enhancing the safety of their endeavors. Upon returning to the Red Wolf Mercenary Corps, Chu Qianxun reported her arrival after being away for over half a month, necessitating registration to confirm her continued participation in faction activities. The clerk responsible for the records flipped through the ledger. Chu Qianxun, let me see. I regret to inform you that your squad leader, Wang Daji, unfortunately passed away during a demon-hunting mission a few days ago. Please wait as we assign you to a new team. The clerk's tone, though uttering the word unfortunate, lacked any genuine sentiment of sorrow. For him, the monthly task of crossing out names from the list of the deceased had become an all-too-familiar routine. It was rumored that shortly after the incident, his wife gathered her belongings and left for another man, abandoning their child to the dark streets, unheeded. Such is the cold indifference of the world, he mused, even as he summarized the fate of the fallen leader. As Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan exited the guild's doors, a heaviness lingered in their hearts. Their squad leader was not particularly esteemed. Perhaps it was due to the burden of a wife and child that he often displayed a miserly disposition, seeking to pocket as much of the spoils as possible during their distributions. In the heat of battle, he often remained hidden in the rear, rarely seen charging into the fray. After spending a considerable time together, fighting side by side, the captain vanished without a trace. It was merely an ordinary demon-hunting expedition, not a grandiose battle, yet a familiar life extinguished without a flicker, leaving behind nothing but a solitary mark on the scribe's list. Chu Qianxun grasped the hilt of her dagger and strode towards the city gates. The daily ritual of venturing out to hunt demons, procure demonic seeds, and hone her extraordinary abilities had become her second nature. At this moment, the most pressing matter for her was to enhance her strength. Only true power could ensure a life devoid of regrets. Qianxun, Gao Yan called out to her, "Are we going alone?" Gao Yan was accustomed to traveling with the team members, where everyone supported one another, primary combatants at the forefront while they remained safely in the rear. Such arrangements made battles less arduous and the risks significantly diminished. Although the spoils distributed among them were meager, they still ensured a semblance of sustenance. "Oh no, Sister Yan. There's no need for you to accompany me. I can manage on my own," Chu Qianxun replied, turning her head. Beyond the city of Spring, all that met her gaze were the ruins of a desolate city. The construction of Spring City had once relied on the prosperous industrial zone surrounding a major metropolis from the Golden Age. Outside the base, the remnants of a once thriving urban landscape struggled to emerge from the thick greenery, revealing glimpses of shattered glass facades, remnants of a civilization that once flourished on this planet. Gao Yan stood amidst the abandoned streets, her nerves frayed. In this moment, only she and Qianxun stood facing a fearsome fifth-tier magical beast. Accustomed to lurking within the safety of a larger group, she felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. The creature emitted a deep, menacing roar as it charged forth from between two buildings, each of its steps resounding ominously against the ground. Qianxun wiped the dust from her eyes with her sleeve and leaped into the air, unleashing a flurry of crescent-shaped wind blades from her dual daggers. The whirling blades stirred up clouds of dust as they soared towards the beast, striking its face and body with a series of impactful collisions. With the agility of an antelope, Qianxun executed a graceful somersault in midair, landing deftly behind the creature and planting a foot firmly on its shoulder. In a flash, her blade sliced through the beast's spine, revealing a glimmer of green within. A surge of joy illuminated Qianxun's expression as she reached out to seize the magical core. However, the creature's razor-sharp claw struck unexpectedly, piercing her shoulder and hurling her to the ground. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of highly corrosive liquid aimed directly at her prostrate form. Rolling away rapidly, Qianxun narrowly evaded the worst of it, but a few droplets still managed to splatter across her face and neck, causing her skin to sizzle and emit wisps of smoke. Kneeling on one knee, she cursed under her breath, disregarding her bloodied shoulder as she prepared to rejoin the fray. The battle unfolded with astonishing speed. Just as Gao Yan regained her senses, a shower of debris cascaded around her. From the side of a towering skyscraper, a creature with a human face and eagle wings emerged, drawn by the commotion of their conflict. What do we do, Qianxun? Should we flee? Gao Yan was on the verge of tears, feeling overwhelmed. At her current 4th tier, she doubted her ability to confront a magical creature of the same rank. The 4th tier beast was something she could handle. Chu Qianxun, seemingly unfazed, was enveloped in wisps of azure smoke, his blade clashing relentlessly with the creature before them. From the swirling dust and chaos, a voice emerged. You hold it off. I shall deal with this one and come to your aid. The colossal beast crawled down the exterior of the high-rise, its exquisite feathers quivering. With a humanoid visage, its golden eyes fixated intently on Gao Yan. Trembling, she raised her arm, realizing this was her first encounter battling a creature alone. I shouldn't have come here. Qianxun, shall we flee? I truly wish to run away. Her voice quivered as she babbled, yet her hands channeled her supernatural abilities with utmost fervor. Within the vicinity of the creature, the gravity intensified abruptly, the sudden, invisible pressure forcing the majestic avian down to the ground. The creature, part human, part bird, twisted its neck and steadied itself, gradually rising against the pressure. Gao Yan exerted her powers desperately, sending a flurry of invisible rectangular blocks cascading from the air, relentlessly crushing the beast. Although it bent under the weight, it continued to stagger towards her, step by laborious step. Ah! Gao Yan screamed in terror. Suddenly, a dark figure zipped past the creature, a flash of silver arcing through the air, severing the beast's claws in one swift motion. All right, no need to scream so loudly. If 2 more beasts arrive, we'll have no choice but to flee. Chu Qianxun kicked over the demon, extracting a 4th-tier demon seed from its abdomen with the tip of her blade, which she tossed to Gao Yan. With a smile, she stepped onto the demon's corpse and caught the freshly acquired 5th-tier demon seed, cheerfully asking, "How about that? Quite a harvest, isn't it?" However, upon turning to gaze at Chu Qianxun's injured face, a pang of sympathy struck her. Though the saint's recovery ability vastly surpassed that of ordinary people, such injuries, if not treated with the assistance of a healer using demon seeds, would surely cause her considerable pain for several days. Are you all right? Perhaps we should call someone to take a look. I haven't exerted much effort. I could use my demon seed to request a healer. It's nothing. I'm used to it, Chu Qianxun replied nonchalantly, reaching for the door. She cautiously pushed it open once more. Just how disordered was her room? Upon entering, one would find nothing but the bed for sleeping, devoid of any clean space. Gao Yan's room was even more chaotic, with clothes piled high on her bed. Yet, this was hardly surprising. In this era, most people lived such disheveled lives, with the uncertainty of survival and the struggle for sustenance. How could anyone spare the energy to manage their surroundings? But at that moment, as she opened the door, her room was so immaculate that she could hardly recognize it. A neat stack of cardboard boxes leaned against the wall, and all the discarded items that had once cluttered the corners were now organized within, clearly labeled with a marker. When they were about to leave, Gao Yan returned the key to Chu Qianxun's room, and she casually handed it to Ye Peitian, knowing he would likely need to tidy up his own space on his first day. If you need anything, feel free to take it from my room. You're welcome, she instructed. As a result, the man ended up cleaning up like this. I want a lemon, Chihiro. Where did you find such a man? Tell me. I want to find one too, Gao Yan said with a hint of envy. Ye Peitian sat at the table, serving Chu Qianxun a bowl of corn and pork rib soup. The wounds on Chu Qianxun's face ached slightly as she carefully sipped the soup, wincing softly. I want to go with you tomorrow, Ye Peitian suddenly said. Huh? Why would you go? Chu Qianxun held the steaming bowl of soup. Those are just low-level monsters. They won't help you. You should get used to life here first, and then... Before she could finish, the warm bowl was taken from her hands. Ye Peitian held her hand. His lips pursed as he gazed at the scarred back of her hand. Suddenly, he lowered his head and kissed the injured area. He looked up at Chu Qianxun, then continued to kiss along the scars, one by one. A cool sensation spread over Chu Qianxun's burning wounds, instantly easing the pain. The injuries began to heal rapidly under his tender kisses. Ye Peitian's healing abilities were not limited to his blood. Stop licking, it tickles, Chu Qianxun laughed. But the man, unusually, did not comply. Instead, he drew closer, cupping her face and carefully kissing the wounds without any hint of disgust. Chu Qianxun suddenly recalled a large dog from her childhood that would often knock her down and lick her face, much like Ye Peitian was doing now. All right, tickles, she said, laughing. Chu Qianxun struggled with a playful smile. However, Ye Peitian held her captive, refusing to release her. His lips were fervent, and his tongue soft and moist, while his increasingly heated breaths brushed against Chu Qianxun's cheeks and the nape of her neck. The searing sensation climbed from her ear to her neck, and to her dismay, she discovered an unfamiliar feeling blossoming within her. An exquisite blend of tingling sweetness, a subtle ache, and an overwhelming sensation that rendered her nearly powerless. If this man sought to advance further, she found herself willing. Chu Qianxun mused, though she preferred to take a more proactive role. Suddenly, Ye Peitian's fervent kiss halted. He propped himself up, gazing down at the wound on Chu Qianxun's shoulder. Unlike the minor corrosive injury on her face, this was a deep gash, completely pierced by the claws of a monstrous creature. Her delicate shoulder bore several ghastly wounds, crudely bandaged with a single strip of cloth, from which crimson blood seeped, adhering to her garments. Chu Qianxun could not discern Ye Peitian's expression beneath the silver mask, but she observed his lips pressed tightly together for a long while. Ye Peitian produced a dagger he always carried and meticulously began to cut away the fabric from Chu Qianxun's shoulder, carefully peeling back the blood-soaked material. Without hesitation, he grasped the glinting blade and forcefully drew the sharp edge across his palm. Chu Qianxun was taken aback, attempting to rise from the ground, only to be firmly pressed back down by Ye Peitian. His warm hand cupped her cheek and the side of her neck, while his robust physique restrained her movements. His bloodied palm gently supported her shoulder as he began to tend to her wounds. For the first time, Chu Qianxun acutely realized the vast disparity in strength between herself and this man. Resigned, she lay on the ground, allowing Ye Peitian to meticulously apply a layer of special ointment to her injuries before securely bandaging them. The effect was remarkable. The pain seemed to have subsided significantly. After he finished, Chu Qianxun sat up, gently testing her shoulder wrapped in pristine white gauze. Why did you cut so deeply? It's truly heart-wrenching to see. Ye Peitian abruptly turned his head, his jaw taut with visible tension, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately remaining silent. Chu Qianxun sat cross-legged on the ground, her elbows resting on her knees, apologizing to Ye Peitian with a gentle demeanor. I'm so sorry. I realize this must have caused you distress as well. I will be more cautious in the future. Could this man truly be angry with her? He was endearingly sweet when gentle, yet his little fits of anger seemed even more amusing. If it weren't for the sight of him wounded on her behalf, Chu Qianxun felt an irresistible urge to tease this disgruntled man further. Ye Peitian lifted the bowl of rib soup from the table, scraping the spoon along the rim. No need, Chu Qianxun said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she reached out to take it. I still have one good hand. Yet, Ye Peitian deftly maneuvered the bowl away from her grasp, stating, when I was injured you were just like this. His voice was somewhat hoarse. It was then that Chu Qianxun realized that this man was genuinely suffering. She retracted her playful demeanor, surprised that even a minor injury could cause him such distress. Consequently, her heart softened, allowing Ye Peitian to care for her. After dinner, he brought warm water, wrung out a towel, and gently cradled her face and hands, meticulously wiping away the dust from her skin. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chu Qianxun watched the busy head bowed before her, and a mischievous thought crossed her mind. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she twisted Ye Peitian's hand, forcing him onto the bed. As he attempted to struggle, Chu Qianxun leaned against his back and playfully nibbled at his ear, whispering, "Don't move. My hand hurts." He obediently stilled, lying there as she playfully nipped and licked at the tips of his flushed ears. "Stop. Don't do that." Then, with a teasing tone, Chu Qianxun queried, "Don't do what? Tell me." At that moment, a basin of water was knocked over with a clatter. "Damn it, that wretched woman." Starting to show off her affection before nightfall, Gao Yan muttered indignantly as she shut the door and left. In the morning, Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan walked down the stairs side by side. "Qianxun, are you planning to hunt demons again? You never take a break. Shouldn't you rest a little? Your injury isn't fully healed. I've already received treatment. I'm completely recovered. It won't hinder my movements," Chu Qianxun replied, rotating her shoulder to demonstrate to Gao Yan. "Are you coming with me, Yan Jie?" Gao Yan's heart oscillated between the perils of high-stakes combat and the allure of substantial rewards. And what of Lin Fei? Why not invite him along after all? He is a 6th-level saint. He has his own matters to attend to, having departed for a day or two. Moreover, in our demon-hunting endeavors, why must we necessarily include him? Weighing her options, Gao Yan finally gritted her teeth and declared, "All right, I shall accompany you." As they conversed, a couple strolled into the corridor of the building, hand in hand. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her figure exquisite, embodying the essence of a true beauty. She linked her arm with that of her companion and entered, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Qianxun, her expression replete with contempt. This woman was named Xiao Wan, a 3rd-level water elemental. Unlike Gao Yan's vivaciousness and Chu Qianxun's spirited demeanor, she possessed a traditionally feminine allure, complemented by a rather liberal lifestyle, attracting numerous suitors within the building. Earlier, Xiao Wan had set her sights on Lin Shang, who resided in the same building. In her attempts to win his affections, she had even clandestinely entered his room on several occasions. However, the baser instincts of humanity were particularly pronounced in Lin Shang. He took for granted what was easily obtained, indulging in Xiao Wan while coveting Chu Qianxun. Upon Chu Qianxun's successful ascension to the 4th level, Lin Shang grew impatient, discarding Xiao Wan in his fervent pursuit of Chu Qianxun. This incident left Xiao Wan humiliated and further incensed her, for Chu Qianxun had little regard for Lin Shang. Today, Xiao Wan was accompanied by a captain from the Red Wolf Mercenary Corps, known as Old Zheng, a 6th-level metal elemental saint. Though she was slightly older, her elevated rank ensured that she remained a formal captain within the brigade, receiving a monthly salary. Xiao Wan felt she had secured a man of considerable worth, thus gaining an advantage over Chu Qianxun. As she passed by, she cast a disdainful glance at Chu Qianxun, lifting her chin in a haughty manner. However, her companion, Old Zheng, suddenly halted, exuberantly greeting Chu Qianxun. Confused, Chu Qianxun noted that although they were both members of the Red Wolves, she had never interacted with this captain, their acquaintance limited to mere recognition. "Captain Zheng? Ah, Qianxun. I've been wanting to find you these past few days but have yet to cross paths." Old Zheng, with his graying hair and having entered his 50s, spoke while casually draping an arm around the youthful Xiao Wan. There was no hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. "Unfortunately, Captain Wang departed recently. I wanted to inquire if you would be interested in joining our team." Old Zheng was determined to press the matter further. He brusquely shook off Xiao Wan's hand, chastising her. "Your man is discussing serious matters. What right do you have to interject?" He then turned back to Chu Qianxun, smiling amiably. "She hasn't been properly trained yet. She doesn't understand decorum. I apologize for the disturbance." Xiao Wan, left aside, dared not speak, clutching her clothing with a face that fluctuated between pale and flushed. In conversing with Chu Qianxun, Old Zheng exhibited none of the frivolity he had shown towards her. He gazed at Chu Qianxun with fervor, not as a man gazes at a woman, but rather as a captain regards a potential ally. He treated Chu Qianxun as an equal, while perceiving himself as a mere outlet for his frustrations. Xiao Wan clenched her fists, her body trembling slightly. She had become accustomed to the men's attitudes towards her. What she could not accept was that a woman, akin to herself, could receive such distinctly different treatment from men. As they exited the base, Gao Yan continued to laugh, remarking on how Wan was so enraged that she trembled. Chu Qianxun drew the knife in her hand and stepped towards the towering ruins before her. Every individual possesses the right to choose their path. Some are willing to tether their lives to the charity of others, narrowing their own paths, and they cannot blame anyone else for it. With a flick of her blade, she uttered these words as she advanced. Gao Yan observed the figure of the woman, treading upon the wild grass, resolutely plunging into the battlefield. Suddenly, she felt an urge to follow, yearning to live as Qianxun did, fulfilling and unrestrained, mastering her own destiny, living the life she desired. In a distant ruin, a pitch-black creature stood atop the crumbling staircase of a partially collapsed building. It was not particularly tall, resembling an ordinary human male, with a well-built form and sinewy muscles. However, its skin bore a dull, lifeless matte black hue, and a long, pointed horn protruded from its forehead. Its gaze was frigid, devoid of any emotional turbulence. In comparison to those towering monstrosities that rise several stories high, this creature could be deemed diminutive and unthreatening. Yet, at this moment, it was surrounded by nearly all the elite members of the Qilin Mercenary Corps, each on high alert, their gaze fixed upon the pitch-black beast before them, not daring to exhibit a trace of complacency. The vice-captain murmured, "It seems we might not prevail. Tiancheng is on the brink of collapse. Our brother's abilities are nearly depleted." One team member could not help but voice his concerns to Xian Ziming, standing beside him. The captain of Qilin, Xian Ziming, wore a grave expression as he surveyed the battle unfolding before him, his mind racing with calculations. The most formidable defensive warrior in their ranks, Yu Tiancheng, stood valiantly against the creature, but his body bore the marks of exhaustion, and he could not withstand much longer. They had meticulously planned for this moment, finally cornering this 10th-tier monstrosity, having paid a heavy price to reach this juncture. Could they truly abandon their efforts now? Foolish humans, you insignificant ants lack the right to covet my demonic essence, the creature intoned with a deep and sinister voice. Its body emitted unsettling clicks as it morphed, sprouting sharp spikes and armored scales. "This is its true berserk form," Xian Ziming shouted. "Yu Tiancheng, retreat." The surrounding team members unleashed their abilities in a desperate bid for support, while the phantasmagoric creature rampaged across the battlefield, claiming several lives and gravely injuring others in mere moments. The battle had reached its most perilous juncture. Suddenly, a soft, mocking laugh echoed from the edge of the battlefield. The laughter was not overly pronounced, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. They raised their heads and beheld, not far away, a towering edifice adorned with creeping vines, upon which sat a man, silently and unbidden, at an unknown hour. The man, silhouetted against the luminous moon, lounged with his long legs dangling in the air, one hand propping up his chin as he gazed down upon the battlefield with an air of detached curiosity. His slightly curled short hair swayed gently in the night breeze, revealing a visage that sent shivers down the spines of all who laid eyes upon him. Good heavens! It was the fiend himself, Ye Peitian. Xian Ziming looked up at the man perched atop the building, a chill spreading through his heart. The infamous demon, Ye Peitian, sat leisurely at his lofty vantage point, keenly observing the tumult below. His expression was inscrutable, betraying none of his true emotions. The collar of the Demon King's garment was open, exposing a bare neck, devoid of the binding charm that once confined him. Xian Ziming's talent for crafting magical artifacts was widely acknowledged to be of masterful caliber. Every piece he produced was a coveted treasure sought after by high-ranking saints. He had always possessed unwavering confidence in his designs. The binding charm he had originally employed to restrain Ye Peitian was forged from a 10th-tier magical body, and he believed no one could easily break such shackles. In that moment, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Rumors surrounding Ye Peitian whispered that even if one were to sever his limbs or behead him, this devilish man could regenerate anew. He would sprout fresh limbs, and a new head would rise from the depths of hell, seeking vengeance upon his adversaries. The notion of such a gruesome fate sent a wave of dread through Xian Ziming. He found himself pondering what form of retribution Ye Peitian might unleash upon them. At this critical juncture, amidst the stalemate of battle, the Desert Emperor, with a mere raise of his hand, could bring about a calamity for his Kirin soldiers. In their pursuit to eradicate this formidable and exceedingly rare Tier 10 demon, the Kirin Legion had attempted several times, each endeavor culminating in failure. Prior to this operation, Xianziming meticulously devised a plan and made ample preparations, mobilizing nearly all of Kirin's elite forces. To thwart any interference, he also stationed sufficient sentries and defenses near the battlefield. Yet, even if they could guard against others, how many in this world could withstand the sudden onslaught of the demon Ye Peitian? The demon on the battlefield had succumbed to a frenzy, its speed and strength reaching a terrifying zenith, transforming into a shadow of darkness that rampaged through the fray. The defensive warrior, Chu Qianxun, was battered and bruised, yet dared not retreat an inch. He understood all too well that, with the demon's overwhelming offensive capabilities and velocity, a single step back could spell doom for his comrades, whose defensive prowess was notably inferior. With shield in hand, he embodied the strongest bulwark of the entire team. In such dire circumstances, their enmity toward the demon had deepened, rendering any thoughts of retreat nearly impossible. With formidable foes ahead, escape was a daunting challenge. Behind them loomed the demon, its gaze predatory. Even the typically composed Xianziming found cold sweat trickling down his back. The battle was fierce and brutal, yet Xianziming's gaze was fixated not on the chaos of the battlefield, but rather upon Ye Peitian, who sat upon the rooftop. Among all those present, only he and Ye Peitian, both at the 9th tier, stood a chance against each other. If Ye Peitian were to take action, it would fall upon him to personally intervene. Yet deep down he understood that he could not halt Ye Peitian. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, cascading along the edges of his glasses, but Ye Peitian remained still, propping himself on his arms, his expression indifferent as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Xianziming was acutely aware that Ye Peitian's ambitions were not solely directed at him, but also aimed at the formidable 10th tier demon before them. He had devoted countless efforts to encircle and confront this demon, all in pursuit of obtaining its 10th tier demon seed, thereby preparing himself for a future ascension to the 10th tier. After all, Ye Peitian, being at the 9th tier as well, was equally in need of the 10th tier demon seed. Suddenly, chaos erupted on the battlefield. At the forefront, Chu Qianxun, distracted by Ye Peitian's presence, was caught off guard and pierced in the abdomen by the charging demon. Save him, the second team, hold the line. In that instant, a wisp of yellow sand ensnared the demon's wrist, yanking it backward with tremendous force. The fire element saint took advantage of this moment, tumbling from the demon's grasp and narrowly escaping disaster. The lingering sensation of the icy claws around his neck sent shivers down his spine, nearly stealing his breath away. However, the ephemeral wisp of yellow sand soon dissipated, and the demon's dark, menacing claws lunged at him once more. He had no choice but to summon all his strength, unleashing a raging inferno to counter the imminent threat. Then Ye Peitian made his move. All members of the Qilin team observed as the man who had been seated atop the roof finally stirred. Though he merely shifted a finger while perched on the high platform, the impact of his action was palpable. Yet the yellow sands beneath their feet surged forth like a rolling dragon. Remarkably, these sands shielded them from the most lethal assaults of the demonic entities, but only to a certain extent. They neither engaged in combat nor afforded anyone an opportunity to escape. The demons moved with astonishing speed, their faces stern, with sharp horns and dark forms flickering across the battlefield, eluding the gaze of most present. Fortuitously, solid barriers of sand materialized just in time, effectively warding off those deadly strikes. This allowed the vulnerable ranged holy warriors a fleeting chance to unleash their extraordinary powers against the formidable 10th tier demon. Many of the warriors here had previously clashed with Ye Peitian under the leadership of Xianziming. Back then, Ye Peitian was a truly terrifying adversary. In this moment, they suddenly realized that when the demon, Ye Peitian, stood alongside them as an ally, he was astonishingly reliable, eliciting tears of joy. Xianziming gazed at his brothers, still engaged in a desperate struggle on the battlefield, and at Chu Qianxun, who lay grievously wounded, his abdomen pierced and teetering on the brink of death. He then lifted his gaze to the Sand Emperor, Ye Peitian, seated upon the high platform. Xian had faced this man twice. He was not the same bloodthirsty demon of legend. If he chose to retreat with his comrades now, it would mean abandoning the lives of those brothers left behind on the battlefield. Conversely, should he remain to fight, even if he forsook the demonic seed, Ye Peitian might still unleash a massacre upon them upon acquiring it. He was compelled to make the right decision at this critical juncture, as his choice would determine the fate of his team members. The formidable body of the monster finally collapsed amidst the swirling sands. Yet, the weary warriors could not savor the sweetness of victory, for their battle was far from over. They were about to confront an enemy even more terrifying than the creature they had just vanquished. Cautiously, they retreated to the side of their deputy commander, Xian Ziming, forming a stark contrast against the solitary figure atop the towering building. The man leapt down from the rooftop, a gust of yellow sand swirling around the monstrous carcass, dragging the dark, monstrous form, over which they had labored so hard, to his side before the eyes of all present. Emerging from the dim chaos of flying sand and stones was a slightly gaunt yet tall figure, revealing a youthful and gentle visage. However, coupled with the frenzied winds and the dark body of the monster hovering beside him, that face instinctively compelled everyone present to take a step back. Ye Peitian drew a long knife, its blue gleam flashing as he severed the monster's black horns and shattered its resilient armor. In his hand he caught a perfectly round, green monster seed. As he tossed and caught the precious, glistening green seed before their very eyes, the warriors of the Qianxun mercenary corps felt a surge of resentment, their frustration mounting within them. They had expended countless efforts, shed blood, and sweated profusely for this seed, only to have it handed over to another. Most vexing was their utter helplessness against the man before them. "I have matters to discuss with you," Ye Peitian said, nonchalantly pocketing the monster seed and gazing up at Xian Ziming, who braced himself, nerves taut as if facing a formidable foe. As the most distinguished psychic saint among humanity, he keenly sensed that Ye Peitian, during this encounter, appeared more formidable than ever before. The man's mental state was no longer characterized by the ferocity and instability that once defined him. Instead, he exuded a sense of composure, restraint, and tranquility. This development was troubling news for Xian Ziming, as it indicated an even greater challenge in overcoming this adversary within the realm of the mind. Ye Peitian then presented a collection of dark, 10th-tier magical bodies and requested the creation of a set of close-fitting soft armor and a pair of dual blades, leaving the remaining materials to Xian's discretion. His tone was remarkably affable and generous. The highest known tier of magical creatures was the 10th tier, and their scarcity was well acknowledged. Even for a master-level magical artifact designer like Xian Ziming, utilizing these remnants to craft magical devices could be considered a generous commission, if only these bodies had not been acquired by their own Qianxun legion. The warriors behind Xian Ziming could scarcely contain their urge to mock, yet he raised a hand to quell them. The materials at hand were more than sufficient to forge a robust set of hard armor. He even seized upon Ye Peitian's topic and offered suggestions from a professional standpoint. Given the current circumstances, the fact that Ye Peitian sought something from him was a source of satisfaction for Xian Ziming. He astutely recognized that this implied Ye Peitian would spare the members of his Qianxun team, and perhaps even afforded him a modicum of negotiating power. "No need for excess," he replied. "Just a set of soft armor will suffice. Please make it lighter, not too cumbersome." When Ye Peitian uttered these words, his expression softened, as if recalling something that brought him joy. "I can forge these for you, but I have a request," Xian Ziming said cautiously. "You lack the standing to make demands of me. I simply wish for you to save his life. This is a plea, a sincere request," he implored, pointing at the fallen Chu Qianxun, whose abdomen had been grievously pierced by a creature. Despite several healing saints desperately surrounding him, attempting to mend his wounds, a copious amount of blood continued to pour from his mouth and nose, his complexion gradually turning ashen, and it seemed he was on the brink of death. "If you can revive him, I will craft for you any magical artifact you desire, to the best of my ability," Xian Ziming assured, unwilling to lose this comrade. He had previously endured the loss of the strongest shield within the Qianxun Legion, as well as its founding leader Feng Qingyu. He was not prepared to face such a heart-wrenching experience again. Perhaps it was the urgency of his emotions that led him to beseech an adversary for help. Ye Peitian regarded him for a moment before appearing beside Chu Qianxun. In the next instant, he bent down to lift Chu Qianxun and vanished into the swirling sands, a voice echoing through the dim, flying dust. Bring the completed magical artifact to the desert to exchange for this man. In the western alley of Bema town, the rhythmic clanging of metal continued to resonate within Old Gua's blacksmith shop. A little girl sat beside his workbench, her bright eyes wide with wonder as she propped her chin on her hands, watching him forge magical artifacts. Uncle, will that brother never come again? He cured my eyes, and I really want to thank him in person. Lao Gua raised a finger to his lips and whispered, Hush, Hua Hua. You must understand that the identity of that brother is a secret known only to the three of us. We must never mention it in front of anyone else. I understand, she replied. My brother said the same thing. I won't bring him up anymore. She lowered her head in disappointment but soon lifted it again, smiling sweetly as she declared, But I can still cherish him in my heart. I hope he knows that no matter who he is, I will always remember him and be eternally grateful to that brother. At that moment, a figure emerged from the inner room of the iron shop and silently sat beside Lao Gua. Did you hear that? The little girl has been thinking about your kindness all along, Lao Gua remarked without lifting his head. The figure wore a silver mask, obscuring their expression. They raised a fist to their mouth and coughed gently, their tone betraying a hint of subtle joy. Is it possible to disguise it? We must ensure that no one recognizes the original form, they said. You certainly know how to present me with a challenge, Lao Gua grumbled. A 10th-tier magical artifact is something others would boast about. Why must you insist on altering its appearance? Despite his complaints, his eyes sparkled with excitement. As beads of sweat formed on his forehead, he unleashed his unique abilities, transforming the suspended mass into an ordinary magical form, cautiously covering the pair of extraordinary black daggers on the workbench, gradually rendering the flowing dark blades mundane and inconspicuous. Rest assured, although crafting this magical artifact requires the skill of a master artisan, I, Old Gua, am no less capable. I shall transform it to such a degree that even its creator would fail to recognize it. In the tenement of Spring City, Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan carried freshly washed dishes into the room together. Having spent merely a month in the company of Ye Peitian, she found herself feeling quite unsettled during his brief absence of just a few days. The frequent perilous battles of the day left her little time for contemplation. Yet as night fell, an indescribable heaviness enveloped her heart, causing her to toss and turn restlessly, unable to find solace in sleep. In the depths of the night, as the fog thickened, Chu Qianxun was stirred from her slumber by a gentle tapping at the window. Rubbing her eyes, she rose from her bed and opened the window. Ye Peitian, shrouded in the cloak of night, leaped effortlessly through the opening. In an instant, the gloom that had clouded her heart for days dissipated. Why come through the window at such an hour instead of using the door? She chided playfully, a smile gracing her lips. Ye Peitian stood before her, droplets of cold dew glistening on his hair, his chest heaving as he breathed heavily, yet his eyes sparkled with countless stars, fixed upon her in silence. Chu Qianxun fetched a large towel and invited Ye Peitian to sit on the edge of the bed, taking her place beside him as she dried his damp hair. Where have you been all this time? Why the rush? Suddenly, he reached out, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. I missed you so much, Qianxun, he confessed. I missed you, for days and 20 hours. He buried his head in Chu Qianxun's shoulder, softly expressing his longing. As his voice gradually diminished, the man resting on her shoulder let his hands descend slowly and fell into slumber. Gently, she assisted him in lying down, positioning his head upon the pillow and lifting his legs onto the bed. Such tender movements did not rouse the typically vigilant man. Chu Qianxun bent down to caress Ye Peitian's icy face. After a long journey through the winter night, his complexion had turned pale from the cold, with faint dark circles beneath his eyes. Reluctant to disturb his rest, she sighed and squeezed herself onto the edge of the bed, pulling the quilt over Ye Peitian's form. When Ye Peitian awoke, he found himself lying on an unfamiliar bed, surrounded by strange sheets and a foreign pillow. Yet beside him was a familiar presence. He could not recall how long it had been since he last slept. Ever since departing from Qianxun's side and returning to the castle in the desert, He had realized he could no longer endure the silence steeped in memories of the past. Alone in the desert nights, he was consumed by an overwhelming yearning that made sleep elusive. A knock echoed from outside the door, stirring the person beside him, who sat up, gently stroked his head, and pulled the soft quilt over him completely. "Do not mind it, just sleep," they whispered. Ye Peitian opened his eyes, the sunlight filtering through the quilt, allowing him to discern the intricate weave of the cotton fabric before him. The quilt is so remarkably soft. Its touch against the skin evokes a sense of comfort and nostalgia. He curls up in the small yet reassuring space, unwilling to engage with the outside world. "Qianxun, aren't we gonna hunt demons today?" "Not today, Yan Jie. I'm taking a day off." The dialogue between Gao Yan and Chu Qianxun drifts in from the doorway. Ye Peitian gradually awakens to the realization of his surroundings. He finds himself in Qianxun's room, lying on her bed. The door stands ajar, with Gao Yan positioned at the entrance, while Qianxun attempts to block her way by pushing against the door. Lying beneath the covers, Ye Peitian's face flushes instantly as he sheepishly retreats his exposed toes and head further into the quilt. Chu Qianxun's room is quite small, allowing a clear view from the doorway. Gao Yan quickly spots the bulging quilt and the furry head attempting to burrow deeper into it. She bites her lip and casts a sidelong glance at Chu Qianxun, who, with a thicker skin, laughs and ushers her out, shutting the door to keep the lively sounds of the morning courtyard at bay. "You've only slept for a few hours. Continue resting for a while. I'll fetch some food." As Chu Qianxun prepares to leave, a hand emerges from the covers, grasping hers. Ye Peitian's head is nestled within the quilt, his slightly drooping eyelids revealing a pair of drowsy eyes gazing at her. He appears somewhat dazed from just waking, his delicate eyelashes fluttering as he says nothing. Yet he holds on to Chu Qianxun's hand firmly. He must have felt embarrassed to voice such sentiments, yet Chu Qianxun inexplicably understood. He wished to remain by her side for a while. Because Chu Qianxun had sustained some injuries during battle, this man had silently toiled for 4 or 5 days, wearing himself down to the bone, solely to procure her a pair of fitting weapons. Her heart warmed slightly, yet it also ached with a bittersweet pang. After so many years, she had grown accustomed to traversing the storms alone, nearly forgetting the sensation of being cared for and cherished by others. This feeling was unexpectedly delightful, rejuvenating the desolate and frigid reservoir of her heart with warmth. She thought to herself that she ought to indulge him a little more. With that thought, Chu Qianxun lifted the covers and nestled against Ye Peitian at the edge of the bed. "Rest now, I shall keep you company for a while." Their hands intertwined beneath the warm quilt. Ye Peitian leaned his head toward the one person in the world who brought him solace and soon closed his eyes again. In his dreams, a soft hand reached out, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. He could not help but curl up, repeatedly seeking that warmth in his half-asleep state. "Qianxun. Qianxun." He murmured her name in a dreamy haze. Amidst the drowsiness, she bestowed a gentle kiss upon his forehead and softly patted his back. The tension in his muscles eased, the defenses in his heart crumbled, and Ye Peitian sank into that tender warmth he longed for, succumbing to a peaceful slumber. Within the confines of the Qilin base, members of the mercenary group huddled together, gazing at the figure of Yu Tianqing, who lay upon the hospital bed, their disbelief palpable. "I can scarcely believe it myself. Did that Ye Peitian truly heal Tianqing?" remarked a young team member, his skepticism evident. "I had always assumed he harbored some nefarious scheme. When I accompanied the vice captain to his castle to exchange magical artifacts for our comrades, I braced myself for the worst, yet nothing transpired. He merely took the artifacts and dismissed us, rendering my anxious anticipation utterly futile," lamented Akai, the fire element saint. "Kui, do share with us what that castle of yellow sand is like. Is it not both eerie and terrifying? What nonsense are you spouting? You truly ought to have accompanied us," I retorted. "He is the emperor of yellow sand, after all. The castle is grand and imposing, a magnificent edifice solely occupied by him. One night he may rest in one chamber, the next in another, never repeating the same room throughout the year. The floors of the castle are laid with gold, and the walls are adorned with glimmering luminous pearls." Yu Tianqing, lying in bed, coughed softly twice, interrupting Akai's ramblings. "It is often said that Ye Peitian is a cold-hearted murderer." Despite the weakness in his voice, Tiancheng's spirit soared as he could not restrain himself from recounting his experiences while imprisoned in the castle of yellow sand. After our encounters, I began to realize that perhaps these perceptions were mere prejudices. Tiancheng, did Ye Peitian truly not impose any difficulties upon you? Did he offer you treatment with his? The scale of the Qilin was minimal, almost akin to the garrison of the Qilin mercenary corps. Within the base, there lay an expansive cemetery, where countless gravestones marked the resting places of the members who had sacrificed their lives over the years for the Qilin corps. Xian Ziming stood alone before a gravestone, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers. Buried here was the true leader of the Qilin, as well as his dear friend. In the early days of the demonic incursion, the ranks of the team were not yet formidable. Under the leadership of their captain, Feng Chengyu, they ventured to the nearby town of Hulu to hunt demons. On that fateful occasion, they encountered a deceitful speed-type saint. Moved by the man's tearful pleas for mercy, Xian Ziming, in a moment of compassion, refrained from delivering the fatal blow and merely banished him from their sight. Subsequently, they stumbled upon a high-ranking fallen creature in the depths of the town. After an arduous battle, the entire team was exhausted and battered, on the brink of victory when the speed-type saint, whom Xian Ziming had spared, summoned a horde of demons. He lured a multitude of fiends, intent on annihilating these innocent comrades, all for the sake of seizing the rare demonic seed. Standing before the gravestone, Xian Ziming caressed the black-scaled armor hanging around his neck. He recalled the final moments, in that moment of despair, as the demons surged forth. Captain Feng Qingyu had squeezed him and two severely injured teammates into a narrow crevice, using his abilities to transform his body into scales, barricading the entrance. Ziming, from now on, I entrust the brothers to you. Being a captain is no easy task. It will be hard on you. This was the last sentence spoken to him by Cheng Yu. Even after his death, the man's supernatural abilities did not dissipate. With his flesh and blood body, covered in dark scales, he forged a small sanctuary for them. When Ye Peitian appeared at the edge of the battlefield, Xian Ziming briefly thought he would once again endure the anguish of witnessing the theft of the demonic seed and the slaughter of his comrades. However, to his surprise, the so-called devil, whom many spoke of with disdain, proved to be far superior to those self-proclaimed saints who wore a facade of virtue. He had often found himself at odds with him, yet the man had unhesitatingly released him from his grasp. Captain, since your departure, I have lost all hope in humanity. Ironically, it is that human demon who has allowed me to glimpse a fragment of your former self. If it weren't for the immortality, fools like you would scarcely survive in such an era. Xian Ziming bent down to place the flowers he held on the altar before the tombstone. Ye Peitian slept soundly until the sun hung high in the sky. Chu Qianxun had prepared a feast, gently rousing him from his slumber. With his hair disheveled, he emerged from the blankets, not yet fully aware of his surroundings. Before he could gather himself, Chu Qianxun leaned down, brushed his bangs aside, and bestowed upon him a morning kiss. Are you hungry? Get up and have something to eat. The days of toil and the pangs of longing coalesced in this moment, transforming into exquisite wine that flowed into Ye Peitian's very being, leaving him in a state of blissful intoxication. He rose from the bed, unzipped his backpack, and retrieved a set of finely crafted black-scaled armor, accompanied by a pair of matte black twin blades, presenting them before his beloved. Is this truly for me? Chu Qianxun inquired with a smile as she accepted the gifts, deftly drawing one of the blades with a swift motion. The entirely black blade bore a muted hue, its design unpretentious, seemingly devoid of any indication that it was forged from high-grade magical materials. Yet, as Chu Qianxun gripped the weapons, she could faintly sense a potent force pulsating within them, eager to be unleashed. The armor felt remarkably lightweight and agile, with individual black scales intricately arranged to protect vital areas of the body without hindering the wearer's movements. With a flick of her fingers, she unleashed the sharp blade, producing a faint whoosh as it sliced through the air, striking against the armor and soaring out the window. It effortlessly severed the crown of a distant tree. Yet upon inspecting the seemingly dull armor closely, there was not a single mark of damage to be found. Chu Qianxun, taken aback, gently tested the edge of the black blade with her fingertips. The unremarkable, slender edge silently cut into her skin, a droplet of blood cascading down onto the blade, which absorbed it instantly. How sharp is this? What grade of magical material was used to forge it? She pondered in astonishment, glancing at her finger, which continued to bleed profusely. As a fifth-tier saint, her skin's resilience surpassed that of ordinary humans. It was truly unexpected for a weapon to inflict such a wound with merely a gentle touch. Ye Peitian took her injured finger and drew it into his mouth, tending to her wound. The 10th-tier demon possesses an inherent bleeding effect, so one must exercise caution when dealing with it. He spoke in an unclear manner. Jiang Xiaojie, the most formidable warrior in Spring City, currently stands at the 8th tier, being the sole 8th-tier saint in the entire city. The highest known tier among humans is the 9th, which is exceedingly rare. Yet, Ye Peitian procured for her a weapon and armor forged from the body of a 10th-tier demon. Chu Qianxun suddenly felt an uncanny sense that she had not merely stumbled upon a pitiful being of no worth, but rather had inadvertently attached herself to a wealthy individual. Xiao Wan emerged from the house, her complexion noticeably pale, with a bruise at the corner of her beautiful eyes that compelled her to let her bangs fall to conceal it. She carried a basin filled with ingredients, moving towards the kitchen with an awkward demeanor. Old Zhang was a man who regarded his woman as less than human. In his eyes, the women who depended on him were akin to his possessions, mere tools for him to vent his frustrations and command at will. Cursing the old and ugly man who had tormented her throughout the night, she noticed the envious glances from passing girls directed at the bountiful vegetables and flour in her hands. This prompted Xiao Wan to lift her head and straighten her back. She possessed the means to be supported by a man, unlike those women who struggled desperately in the dust for their daily sustenance. This realization brought her a sense of triumph, gradually allowing her to forget the humiliations of the previous night. In the winter, few can afford vegetables and white flour. It is no surprise that even in the humble dwellings of the common folk, let alone in her own tenement, predominantly inhabited by middle to lower-class saints, such a privilege is a source of envy. As she entered the smoke-filled communal kitchen, she boisterously placed her modest bowl of ingredients onto the stove. However, the two familiar women nearby did not offer their usual compliments, such as, "Ajuan, you are truly fortunate to enjoy such good food every day. Xiaojuan's man is quite generous." Others can't help but feel envious. Instead, they appeared distracted, craning their necks to sneak glances at a stove across the way. It was then that Xiaojun noticed an unusual number of women gathered in the kitchen, all seemingly drawn to that particular spot. The kitchen of the tenement was communal, covered by a single roof and open on all sides, with a row of several earthen stoves closely packed together, where anyone in need could bring their own firewood for use. Not far from Xiaojun, at one of the stoves, stood a tall and unfamiliar young man. He possessed a commanding presence, his face obscured by a dark silver mask that concealed his brows and eyes. A soft black cotton hat contained his hair, with a few slightly curled strands falling loosely at the edges, swaying gently with his movements. He donned an apron that accentuated his trim waist, while the sleeves of his black t-shirt were rolled up to the elbows, revealing his well-defined, fair-skinned arms. In the dimly lit kitchen, replete with grease, a man of immaculate demeanor emerged, resembling a lotus flower rising from the muck, so strikingly beautiful that he seemed almost out of place in this era. Next door, a girl named Xiao Wan, lost in her thoughts, mindlessly tossed food into the pot, her attention captivated by the man across from her, completely oblivious to what she was cooking. "Who is that?" Xiao Wan quietly nudged her elbow, whispering her inquiry. The girl leaned in closer, her voice barely above a murmur. "He's been here for several days. You still don't know?" "He.S. Chu Qianxun's man." Xiao Wan's gaze flickered to the young man's firm, toned arms, a stark contrast to the aging, irritable man who lay in her own home, having spent the night tormenting her and ordering her to prepare breakfast. A pang of envy surged within her, especially upon realizing that their ingredients were far more sumptuous than her own. It was as if the word jealousy was boldly inscribed upon her face. He must be of humble status, or perhaps an ordinary man. With a sideways glance, she whispered to the girl, "Qianxun usually appears quite proud. I never imagined she would take in a man so soon after her ascension. No wonder she tirelessly ventures out to hunt demons every day." The man swiftly prepared several exquisite dishes, artfully arranging them on a tray, and, with a deft motion, covered them with a protective cloth against dust. He effortlessly lifted the tray with one hand and made his way towards the kitchen door. Beside him, at the adjacent stove, was the notoriously disheveled woman of the building, who, on this rare occasion, had managed to tie her hair into a semblance of order and wash her face, appearing considerably more presentable. As Ye Peitian passed by her side, she became flustered and overly anxious, accidentally toppling a pot of freshly cooked bean paste from the stove. The short, stout figure stumbled backward in a state of confusion, the scalding paste spilling over from the bowl, threatening to drench her completely. Those residing in this drab tenement were predominantly mid to low-tier saints, and it was evident to them that while Ye Peitian's maneuver appeared effortless, it was far from simple. He could not merely be a handsome face trading on charm. The freckled face of the madwoman flushed with rare color, and she, usually sharp-tongued, timidly expressed her gratitude. Ye Peitian released her elbow, nodded silently, and strode away. In the past, he had been averse to excessive proximity. A small beggar who clung to his leg would have been unceremoniously tossed aside by him. When a persistent flirt attempted to attach herself to him, he had overreacted, shoving her into a ditch. Now, having found warmth, his once acute social anxiety was gradually beginning to ease. As he glanced down at his palm, a sense of joy blossomed within him due to his transformation, and he quickly ascended the stairs with long strides. He yearned for Qianxun to see him first upon waking, to share breakfast together, and to receive a morning kiss from her. The moment Ye Peitian departed, the entire kitchen erupted with excitement. Was that truly the man of Chu Qianxun? Where had she found him? The dishes he prepared were simply exquisite. She arrived early each morning just to glimpse what he would create that day. Do you know what kind of life Qianxun is leading now? The dwelling was maintained with meticulous cleanliness, and each meal was prepared with diverse culinary artistry for her. The deranged woman watched the figure rapidly vanish through the doorway, bitterly gnawing on her soiled handkerchief. You inquire how I possess this knowledge. From his very first day, that man patronized my establishment, procuring brooms, cloths, soap, basins, and various condiments. Furthermore, he made incessant inquiries regarding the preferences of that wretched woman, Chu Qianxun. Alas, I am in no way inferior to Qianxun, so why am I unable to encounter such a virtuous man? I surmise that I, too, should exert greater effort to elevate my rank. A girl beside Xiaowan remarked, gazing vacantly towards the entrance. Indeed, I concur. If one could nurture such a man, I would willingly endure daily hardships, another girl echoed. Handsome, well-built, possessing culinary expertise, and remarkably considerate, I am truly consumed by envy. Cease your lamentations. If you dare to emulate Qianxun's diligence, venturing out daily to hunt demons and consistently ascending in rank, you too could acquire the power to select a man, rather than being chosen by one someone advised. He conceals his countenance behind a veil. How can one ascertain his handsomeness? Xiaowan retorted acrimoniously. Perhaps, upon removing the mask, his appearance would terrify you. Xiaowan, with her delicate features, was well regarded among men, naturally fostering less popularity among women. Soon, derisive laughter echoed from the corner. Even if he were unattractive, it would be preferable to consorting with an aged man, someone snickered. Hearing such remarks, she was nearly provoked to overturn the flower in her hands. However, mindful that the ill-tempered man within awaited his meal, she dared not prolong the delay and reluctantly suppressed her resentment to commence preparing the dishes. Chu Qianxun was oblivious to the fervent discussions surrounding her among the women within the building. Upon awakening in the morning, she opened her door to find her beloved, who had come bearing breakfast, and with a beaming smile, she leaned out to bestow upon him a good morning kiss, drawing him into her abode. In the golden age of bustling metropolises, the dense population gave rise to a multitude of magical entities. Even after their decline, many of these creatures lingered, wandering through the remnants of civilization. Consequently, such locales became battlegrounds for monster hunters in pursuit of fortune or facing perilous demise. At this moment, on the deserted streets, a small team of hunters swiftly ascended the rooftops, quietly observing a confrontation unfolding nearby. There, a sixth-tier monster was engaged by none other than a solitary woman. A duel, perhaps, one woman taking on a sixth-tier creature. How many tiers did she possess? At most, 5. This seemed exceedingly precarious. She was on the brink. At the critical state of the 5th tier, wielding wind-based abilities capable of both ranged and melee combat. Against such a relatively sluggish creature, she stood a chance. The only man in the team who had reached the 6th tier remarked, "This type of monster, I could handle it alone." He was unwilling to let his comrades, who typically look to him for guidance, perceive him as inferior to a 5th-tier woman. In truth, if he were to face an equally ranked 6th-tier monster alone, he would be apprehensive. It is widely accepted that humans do not match the combat prowess of monsters of the same tier. Most strategies employed revolve around the unique human ability to cooperate as a team, overwhelming monsters through collective effort, let alone the notion of challenging a creature of a higher tier in solitary combat. She is truly impressive, and I am quite fond of this young lady. The girl with healing abilities in our team gazes brightly at the battlefield, yet the man beside her merely stands and observes. He is likely a support type, lacking any combat prowess. In this day and age, abilities are not confined to gender. There are plenty of men who rely on women for their livelihood. Should we consider inviting them to the den of the desecrators? With this wind element saint among us, our mission would be more secure, albeit the bounty would need to be divided among 2 additional individuals. There is no need for that. The desecrators are not formidable, with their highest rank not exceeding the 6th tier. I have slain several of them. Just follow my lead. The 6th-tier warrior confidently reassured his temporarily recruited teammates. Chu Qianxun's twin blades clashed against the monster's sharp claws, but the creature's tail, akin to a chain, lashed against her waist, forcefully throwing her aside. Her body spun in midair, and with a deft maneuver, she landed on one knee, retreating 10 meters before finally halting her momentum. A bloodied, severed hand tumbled to the ground. The monster raised its own severed arm, revealing a look of perplexity, seemingly unable to comprehend why this human, whose rank was far inferior to its own, could silently sever its wrist. A portion of Chu Qianxun's outer garment was ripped by the monster, exposing the intact armor beneath. Though she sustained no were it not for the bespoke armaments and panoply crafted for her by Ye Peitian, this skirmish would have assuredly been a perilous, near-fatal ordeal. Yet, it is precisely through these recurrent, boundary-pushing confrontations with death that her metahuman abilities have been ineluctably augmented. Of late, she has sensed, with increasing clarity, that she is verging upon the precipice of the 5th tier, poised to embark upon the ascent to the 6th. Notwithstanding this, Ye Peitian remains perpetually apprehensive about Chu Qianxun venturing out alone to hunt demons, invariably contriving pretexts, overt and covert, to accompany her. Chu Qianxun suppressed the metallic tang of blood in her mouth, and with a surge of power from her feet, lunged towards the demonic entity. She harbored no desire to protract Ye Peitian's wait, yearning fervently for the day when she could genuinely stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. With a definitive aspiration now kindled within her, demon hunting has transcended the realm of monotonous drudgery. Shedding the inertia and timidity of yore, she has discovered, deep within her core, a fervent passion for combat. Each time she treads the precipice between life and death, and witnesses formidable adversaries succumb at her feet, her body, though battered, is suffused with exhilaration, her very blood coursing with fervor. It is not merely her corporeal form that is undergoing transformation. In the wake of that fantastical dream, her mental fortitude, seemingly seasoned by an additional lifetime of experiences, has been swiftly tempered into resilience. She perceives, with lucidity, her own inexorable strengthening, day by day. This burgeoning power, both physical and mental, bestows upon Chu Qianxun not only the prowess to vanquish her foes and the gratification of accruing riches, but also a greater degree of autonomy and latitude over her own existence. From the quotidian choices of selecting her daily repast and handpicking her combat teams, to the more profound decisions of choosing her companions and paramours, and possessing the capacity to cherish and safeguard those whom she holds dear. In the realm of love, there is no need for subservient attachment. Rather, it is a mutual offering. One possesses the liberty to express their desires freely and indulge in them without reservation. Life transforms from a dreary existence devoid of hope. Even in the face of mortality, she can raise her head high, no longer cowering. Such a life, even amidst the obscurities and hardships of the world, is fearless in the face of adversity and worthy of anticipation. Ultimately, Chu Qianxun severed the tail vertebra of the monstrous entity, extracting a luminous, resplendent seed of magic. Her forehead was injured, crimson blood trickling down into her eyes, dropping to the ground in droplets. Clutching the magical seed in her palm, her forehead throbbed with pain, her abdomen ached, and a fiery sensation spread throughout her body. Yet her spirit remained remarkably lucid. Within her, a persistent barrier that had long resisted breaking began to show signs of fissures. Chu Qianxun realized she had finally reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier, standing at the precipice where her powers could advance no further. Should she choose to consume the 6th tier magical seed to breach this limit, she could potentially ascend to the status of a 6th tier saint. Ye Peitian watched as Chu Qianxun leaped down from the colossal form of the beast, blood still streaming from her face, yet her eyes sparkled with light. She approached him directly, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him deeply. As Ye Peitian barely managed a sound of surprise, the remainder of his thought was consumed by a wave of heat. The remnants of battlefield exhilaration lingered on Chu Qianxun, her kiss assertive, as she playfully nibbled on his lips, coaxing out his tongue, and suddenly invading his world, meticulously attending to every sensitive part of him. On the rooftops stood a demon-hunting team, witnessing a battlefield where the monsters had just fallen, and 2 individuals were locked in a passionate embrace. "See, I told you that man is utterly useless, merely a decorative pretty boy," teased Captain Fong Datsai. Before he could finish his jest, he noticed a woman wielding a dark blade lift her gaze, her cold, piercing eyes sweeping over the man's shoulder. Even from such a distance, one could still sense the chilling aura of her unrestrained killing intent. "Ah, how fierce she is. Truly, she is the type I adore." The healing type girl, covering her eyes with her hand, peeked through her fingers and mused, "I too desire a handsome young man whom I can pin against the wall and kiss." A slightly older girl standing behind her playfully smacked her on the head. "Be cautious when we enter the blasphemer's lair. Eliminate several monsters and rescue the hostages. If we succeed, you can have whatever kind of young man you wish." The girl's name was Xiaramo, an ability user specializing in control, capable of moving various objects and weapons at will. She and the healing type Yuan man were longtime friends, both at a modest rank. Their supporting abilities meant they seldom ventured out of the city to hunt demons, thus missing the chance to join a permanent mercenary group. As winter approached, bringing with it a looming food shortage, the 2 girls spotted a lucrative rescue mission in the guild hall. Lured by Captain Fong Datsai, a 6th tier strength warrior, they were enticed to form a temporary team and give it a try. "Stop staring, we shouldn't make them angry. The blasphemer's lair is not far. We can reach it by turning just 2 corners." The captain ceased to concern himself with the battles of others and led the way forward. Yuan Man understood that Chu Qianxun was observing their movements. As she departed, she turned back to wave at Chu Qianxun, making a gesture of encouragement. This was a child who had seldom ventured beyond the confines of the base, harboring a naive curiosity about everything beyond the walls. She clearly had yet to comprehend the true terrors of the demon-hunting battlefield. After a considerable distance, Chu Qianxun pinched his flushed earlobe and remarked, "You appear so earnest, yet surely someone is far more exhilarated, aren't they?" "You knew there was someone," Ye Peitian nearly stammered, realizing that Qianxun was not oblivious. She was aware of someone's presence and had intentionally stirred the pot. This individual was always like this, capable of inciting both affection and ire. Less than 5 kilometers from their location lay a collapsed cluster of buildings. All nearby demon hunters meticulously avoided that area. Within the ruins, entwined with creeping vines and reinforced concrete, lay a labyrinth of tunnels excavated by the monsters. Here resided the only species of monsters known for their gregarious nature, possessing a terrifying propensity to capture humans and imprison them deep within their lairs, deliberately ensnaring human females for the purpose of breeding, thereby perpetually increasing their captive numbers. Thus, they were deemed blasphemers, earning the title of desecrators. When desecrators amassed in significant numbers, they would generate a singular, high-ranking queen, akin to the survival patterns of an ant colony. The most formidable ability of the queen of the defilers lies in her capacity to secrete a seductive fluid, which incites those ensnared into a state of uncontrollable emotion, ultimately leading them to succumb to corruption and transform into abominable creatures of the same kind as the defiler. Consequently, The emergence of such a queen within a defiler's lair results in a geometric increase in their numbers. A handful of individuals, unaware of the perilous nature of that lair, would be courting death by daring to intrude upon a domain that harbors a queen. Ye Peitian gazed upon the distant ruins, shrouded in a misty haze. Chu Qianxun regarded Ye Peitian, who met her gaze in return. This does not concern us. Their demise is of no consequence to me, Chu Qianxun mused. Yet, despite this resolve, the fleeting vision of the youthful girl she had glimpsed earlier lingered in her thoughts, evoking a twinge of regret. The girl appeared vibrant and full of life, seemingly oblivious to the treachery of the hunting ground. Such a blossoming age, destined to be extinguished within that den of darkness. Although regretful, it remained beyond Chu Qianxun's capacity to intervene. The horror of the collective actions of the monstrous beings was something she, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, fully comprehended. She could not act beyond her means for the sake of a stranger. With these thoughts weighing upon her, her feet, almost of their own volition, advanced a few steps toward that ominous direction. Ye Peitian, supporting Chu Qianxun at her waist, suddenly lifted her and placed her atop the roof of an abandoned car by the roadside. Qianxun, it is perilous inside. Do not venture in. He gently held Chu Qianxun's hand, saying, You remain here. If you wish to save those people, I can venture in for you. Ye Peitian had no inclination to rescue others. On the contrary, not long ago, he was merely a fiend who reveled in the act of killing. Yet, for Qianxun's sake, he would willingly undertake such a task. He understood the tenderness of her heart. Even someone as monstrous as himself had once received her benevolent aid. He lifted Chu Qianxun's hand and bestowed a gentle kiss upon it. Memories of the serene state he experienced in that little world of a shao flooded back to him. Indeed, for this person he could transform into a saint, yet could just as easily become a demon. Chu Qianxun reached out, tucking away the stray strands of hair that had fallen from under his hat. How foolish, she remarked. How could I possibly want you to save others? Although it may seem cruel, no matter how many lives were at stake, she could never barter his safety for them. In her worldview, only when she possessed ample strength could she extend her care to friends and even strangers. However, in times of her own limitations, regardless of moral obligations, she would always prioritize the lives of those she cherished above others. She resolutely believed she could never commit the act of sacrificing herself or her loved ones for the so-called greater good. Yet Ye Peitian was her beloved, not merely an extension of herself. How could she demand that her cherished one bear the consequences of others' foolish actions? In the dim twilight of the desolate ruins, a mountainous amalgamation of reinforced concrete and twisting vegetation coalesced, transformed by the desecrators that inhabited this place. The exterior of this colossal structure was enshrouded in the remnants of various monstrous beings that had perished, interspersed with an array of pipes and artificial constructs, as well as peculiar flora birthed from the bodies of these creatures. From a distance, it resembled an eerie and extraordinary fortress. The fortress bore several vertical openings, serving as entrances to the abyss within. Upon entering, one was greeted by a labyrinthine network of subterranean passages, reminiscent of a spider's web. A party of more than 10, led by Fang Datsai, ventured through one such opening. Inside, the corridors were foreboding and interminable, shrouded in darkness, with various warped door frames and windows pressed against the immense root systems of the subterranean flora. Everywhere, dark voids and pathways sprawled out, compelling the group to mark their route as they proceeded to avoid becoming lost. It is so dark here. Are we truly safe? Yuan Man inquired, holding a torch close to her as she walked alongside Xiaomo. As a healer, she was positioned in the heart of the group for protection. The flickering light cast shadows across the bizarre underworld, instilling a sense of trepidation in her, as she was seldom venturing beyond the city for monster hunting. Fear not, my dear sister. I have vanquished many desecrators. The rank of such creatures is generally low, lacking any extraordinary abilities, making them fairly manageable. As long as you stay close and cooperate, I will ensure your safety, reassured Captain Fang Datsai. The Na'vi Yuan Man nodded in acknowledgement. Due to the healer's unique ability to earn demonic essence by treating others within the base, she seldom ventured beyond its confines to engage in demon hunting. However, as the general level of saints within the base steadily ascended, the number of mid to high-tier healers grew, and her stagnant second-tier status rendered her existence increasingly challenging. When the harsh winter brought about a scarcity of food, her struggles became even more pronounced, compelling her to partake in this temporary hunting team. Along the journey, laughter and light-hearted banter filled the air until they entered the dimly lit underground passage, where she truly realized that battle was imminent, her heart racing. Xiaomo squeezed Yuan Man's hand reassuringly, saying, "It's all right, I'm here for you. I will protect you." Before the arrival of the demonic essence, Xiaomo and Yuan Man were classmates in high school. After the emergence of the demonic essence, the two supported each other as they made their way to Spring City, where they barely established a foothold. Xiaomo, a fourth-tier control-type saint, possessed a higher rank, and her personality was characterized by maturity and steadiness, often taking care of her somewhat naive best friend. Although she primarily utilized her abilities to assist at the construction site within the base in exchange for sustenance, she lacked substantial combat experience. The two blossoming young women ignited a protective instinct in the male team members. "Fear not, ladies, for I shall safeguard you," one declared. "Just remember to stay behind me. I am a defensive saint." Amidst the fervent discourse, a pale, monstrous figure abruptly emerged from a side passage, its flesh ghostly and devoid of color. The creature's visage bore no eyes or nose, its features flattened, save for two blood-red orifices where the nose should have been, an unmistakable emblem of the profane. It opened its razor-sharp maw, emitting a deep, guttural sound, before vanishing in an instant. "Here it comes, the monster. Prepare for battle." Defensive and melee specialists, "Move to the front," commanded Fang Datsai, his voice resonating with urgency. The team, unaccustomed to working in harmony, scrambled chaotically. Some pushed forward, while others retreated. Though the battle had yet to commence, the cacophony of various abilities igniting filled the air. After a prolonged moment of intense vigilance, the dark recess ahead remained ominously vacant, not a single creature in sight. Yet, a sudden cry erupted from the rear of the formation. One of the profane had unexpectedly seized Xiaomo's leg, dragging her deeper into the cavern. Fortunately, Yuan Man reacted swiftly, lunging to grasp Xiaomo's hand, while several team members quickly followed suit, desperately pulling her back. Others unleashed their abilities, launching a flurry of fireballs, water jets, and electric arcs at the beast, which, in their chaotic convergence, inadvertently negated much of their collective force. The creature bared its fangs in a roar, its claws piercing through Xiaomo's ankle, refusing to relink at long last. A botanical saint reacted swiftly, employing their extraordinary abilities to bind the rolling fiends with tendrils. The crowd surged forth, delivering dozens of strikes, severing the creature's nape, and obtaining a seed of magic. They rescued Xiaomo, who had managed to extricate herself from the fiend's claws, though her calves bore several gaping wounds, blood oozing profusely. Yuan Man, tears welling in her eyes, exerted all her power to tend to Xiaomo's injuries. Despite her lower rank, she expended the majority of her energy, barely managing to staunch the flow of blood. "See, I told you we could do it." Fang Datsai rallied the spirits, encouraging everyone not to be so tense next time and to coordinate better. After all, achieving victory in their inaugural battle had alleviated the collective anxiety, and morale soared. Each individual silently affirmed their capability, convinced that the task was surmountable, that they could prevail. Before them, a dark and skewed doorframe materialized, from which emerged a claw, crimson at the tips and pallid in hue. The claw gripped the upper edge of the frame, and a head devoid of eyes and nose, belonging to a blasphemer, protruded from the aperture. It crawled along the ceiling, facing the gathered crowd. Following closely behind, another fiend emerged, and from the myriad of entrances in the extensive passages, more grotesque forms silently slithered forth. How could there be so many? Yuan Man trembled, clutching Xiaomo tightly. The young warrior standing before them fared little better, his grip on the sword hilt quivering uncontrollably. When did the number of desecrators here reach such overwhelming proportions? This is utterly inconsistent with their inquiries. It is a battle far beyond the capacity of these mere dozen individuals. No. Do not fear. Remain steady. Help. Save me. One by one, team members were gravely injured and captured by the monsters, their terrified screams gradually fading into the depths of the cave. Fong Ducai wished to rush in for a rescue, yet he found himself besieged by several monsters, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted loudly, his body marred with wounds, engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. Their numbers dwindled, and Yuan Man's healing abilities were completely exhausted. Xiaomo, with a twisted leg, positioned herself protectively in front of her, using her last vestiges of power to repel the approaching desecrators. The desecrators seemed particularly elated at the prospect of capturing human females, circling ominously around the two, occasionally letting out guttural roars, yet refraining from inflicting severe harm upon them. Yuan Man recalled the legends she had vaguely heard regarding the desecrators. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Once a woman falls into the hands of the desecrators, her fate is invariably dire. Not far from the cave's entrance, Chu Qianxun, who had just arrived in the vicinity, gazed at the faintly glowing cave entrance and spoke. Although she did not intend to recklessly enter this perilous place, they ultimately approached the periphery to assess the situation. She once had a comrade who was captured by the desecrators. Months later, when they finally managed to rescue her, the once formidable female warrior had succumbed to utter mental collapse. The desecrators confine humanity, with most men raised as a reserve supply, while women are reduced to mere vessels for reproduction. They cruelly employ potions to control the pregnancies of women, transforming newborn human infants into abominations to augment their population. Adult humans exhibit a strong psychological aversion to becoming monsters. Even the queen of the desecrators expends considerable effort to entice an adult into becoming one of her kin. However, for infants with minds as blank as a canvas, the process is far more effortless. A faint glow of supernatural energy flickers at the cave's entrance, indicating a fierce battle raging deep within. A man's hoarse voice echoes from inside, urging, "Run!" Two girls stagger into view at the cave's mouth, one of them forcefully shoving the other out while she herself turns to unleash her powers against the pursuing monsters. Yuan Man tumbles down from the rubble, rising to shout towards the cave's entrance, "Xiaomo, Xiaomo." At the narrow opening, a pair of desperately thrashing arms reaches out. Xiaomo's powers have dissipated, and she is being dragged into the cave by the monsters clutching her ankles. Her pale arms cling fiercely to the edge of the cave, struggling to extend outward in a desperate attempt to grasp anything that might pull her away from the endless abyss behind her. A dark figure sweeps past her, and a flash of azure light from a blade cleaves through the oncoming horde of monsters. The figure moves with a speed nearly equal to that of the blade, charging through the opening into the throng of creatures, retrieving a familiar form. "Run, follow me," a gentle female voice whispered in Yuan Man's ear, accompanied by a soft yet resolute hand grasping hers, leading her into a swift run. Yuan Man was unaware of how far she had been pulled until they finally came to a breathless halt. It was then that she recognized the woman who had previously faced a 6-tier monster in single combat. The woman paused, releasing her grip and turning to stand guard. Soon, a man wielding a blue longsword emerged from the thicket. This was the very man they had audaciously dismissed as merely a pretty boy meant for amusement. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the swarm of monsters, single-handedly navigating the dense horde to rescue Xiaomo, returning unscathed from the pursuit. In his grasp was a girl, the unconscious Xiaomo. Though the monsters had been evaded, her injuries were grave. Ye Peitian gently laid her down on the ground. Yuan Man extended her hands, cautiously cradling her bloodied friend. Her powers had long since waned, leaving her with no choice but to retrieve potions and bandages from her backpack, resorting to the most primitive methods to tend to Xiaomo's wounds. Blood stained her hands as she bandaged her friend, tears and snot streaming down her face, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to halt her efforts. Once, Yuan Man had thought herself a strong girl, able to endure the harsh conditions of the base and survive on meager rations. It was only after this day that she realized she had merely been a fragile being sheltered by the fortress-like walls of the base. She thrived in the secure environment crafted by those valiant warriors who fiercely battled monstrous foes in the wilderness, allowing her to lead what she naively considered a challenging yet stable life. A single life-or-death struggle could swiftly transform an innocent and ignorant girl. As her steadfast companions lay on the brink of death, the once fragile girl began to evolve into a figure of resilience. Yuan Man bent down to hoist her gravely injured comrade, her face streaked with tears and mucus, continually expressing her gratitude to Chu Qianxun and Ye Peitian. Then, she turned and set her slender legs in motion, swiftly bounding across the overgrown, desolate streets, racing towards Spring City. Watching the receding silhouette, Chu Qianxun suddenly recognized that her past numbness and indifference stemmed merely from her own perceived frailty. The weakness within, the lack of strength, had confined her to a mindset of apathy. Only when an individual's power reaches a certain magnitude can they find themselves presented with a multitude of choices in similar circumstances. These choices need not be as foolish, naive, or unappreciated as society often perceives. They may indeed lead to a conclusion that one finds truly worthwhile. A familiar breeze caressed her skin, and from this vantage point, she could gaze upon the silent ruins. An uncommon tranquility enveloped Chu Qianxun's heart, instilling her with newfound confidence regarding her impending ascension. Everyone understood that the strength of the heart was paramount to success in transcending levels. The ability to restrain oneself from the intense allure of dark temptations hidden deep within was essential to truly becoming a formidable high-tier warrior. Yet, no one could distinctly articulate what it truly meant to possess a powerful heart. Those who truly stand at the pinnacle of strength each possess their own unique characteristics. Some are steadfast in their pursuits, while others indulge in the throes of violence. Some have transcended the boundaries of life and death, and others have forsaken all emotions. Each individual treads their own path of strength in their own manner. At this moment, Chu Qianxun suddenly catches a glimpse of the direction in which she must advance. The surroundings are tranquil. Apart from the whispering wind, the only sound is the soft, elongated breath of Ye Peitian beside her. The man, who is reluctant to speak and possesses sharp features, turns to gaze at her. "You are inherently a gentle soul. You do not deserve such overwhelming malice," Chu Qianxun remarks. Ye Peitian's fingers trace the palm of Chu Qianxun, and he replies, "Perhaps you are unaware, but it is you who bestowed warmth upon me, and thus I have the heart to share this warmth with others." Having failed to ascend, the transformation into a demon has occurred. Gao Yan shakes his head. Is there no guardian? The guardian is his wife, who, in a moment of compassion, hesitated and failed to act promptly. Every saint, during their ascension, strives to invite a person closest to them as their guardian. This individual must shield them from external disturbances during their vulnerable phase. Most importantly, should the ascension fail and they devolve into a demon, the guardian bears the responsibility of swiftly severing the demon's head to prevent the emergence of new demons in densely populated urban areas. This ensures that the ascendant can still meet their end with human consciousness intact, dying in their human form. As they converse, they step through the door, only to find the courtyard in disarray, with the makeshift kitchen having collapsed significantly. A woman sat despondently on the ground in the courtyard, cradling a peculiar head with a male visage in her arms. She oscillated between laughter and tears, murmuring incoherently to herself. Such a scene had become all too familiar since the arrival of the demonic entities. Chu Qianxun and her companions ascended the stairs in silence, burdened by the knowledge that her momentary compassion had precipitated the emergence of a fifth-tier demon, claiming several lives. Gao Yan sighed and expressed her grievances, yet her mind wandered back to the anxious moments when she had stood guard beside Chu Qianxun during her ascension to the fifth tier, feeling utterly helpless. For the guardians surrounding a beloved friend succumbing to corruption, it was indeed the most heart-wrenching of times. After dinner, Ye Peitian sat by the window ledge, perusing a tome by the light of a flickering oil lamp. A knock resonated at the door. He opened it to find Chu Qianxun peering in, who quickly slipped inside. Her hands clasped behind her back as she bestowed upon him a sweet smile. Though the night air was notably cold, her smile imbued the room with a warmth that made him feel almost as if he were melting. Chu Qianxun settled into the spot he had just vacated, reaching for the book resting on the windowsill, a copy of Hugo's The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Ye Peitian busied himself with preparing tea and snacks, surprisingly equipped with the kung fu tea and delicacies customary in Chu Qianxun's homeland. Observing the industrious man before her, she noted his straight legs, firm waist, and the silver veil that shimmered with a subtle luster, presenting an aesthetic of both neatness and restraint. He busied himself with joy at his arrival, as if the very air was suffused with his delight and affection. Chu Qianxun felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. Her gaze fell upon the gilded cover of the novel. After a moment's contemplation, she withdrew the 6th-tier magic seed, which she had been tightly clutching in her pocket. Peitian, I am prepared to advance. I would like to request you to be my guardian. Ye Peitian blinked, and the small teacup he held tipped over, rolling across the tea tray, scalding tea spilling onto his fingers without him noticing. Chu Qianxun took his hand and gently blew on it, her potent healing abilities swiftly alleviating the burn on his skin. Yet, the fear in her heart proved more challenging to quell. Do not be afraid, Chu Qianxun said, delicately removing his mask and gazing into his eyes. We still have a long journey ahead of us. We must protect each other. This matter was ultimately unavoidable. She leaned closer to Ye Peitian's face and kissed his lips. They felt icy, unresponsive to her affection. When they finally drew apart, breathless, Chu Qianxun pressed her forehead against his and asked again, Is that all right? If you feel unwilling, I can seek Sister Yen. Ye Peitian's jaw twitched, and after a moment, he nodded slightly in her hand. You must understand that if an accident occurs, I wish to end everything as a human. Chu Qianxun concluded solemnly. Ye Peitian closed his eyes, and after a long pause, he nodded with great difficulty. With Ye Peitian's capabilities, even if he momentarily hesitated to take the life of his own self, he could effortlessly restrain the demonic essence within him, ensuring that no innocent souls within the entire building would come to harm. Chu Qianxun felt a sense of relief wash over her. She lifted her gaze to the window. The moon was absent from the night sky, and the sparse stars wove a captivating tapestry resembling a celestial river. The lower-tier demon seeds resembled shattered fragments of gemstones, scattered haphazardly. However, those of the 6th tier and above gradually assumed a more rounded form. Chu Qianxun raised the demon seed in her hand, observing it against the backdrop of the night sky. The spherical green gem swirled with varying shades of green, akin to a miniature asteroid held delicately between her fingers. With newfound resolve, she consumed this foreign entity that had originated from a distant star. Ye Peitian sat silently on a chair beside the bed, observing the figure curled up on the mattress. The sheets were a pure blue, starkly contrasting with the individual's unnaturally pale skin. The person furrowed their brow tightly, gripping the sheets with both hands, sweat continuously trickling down from their forehead, staining the fabric with dark, mottled spots. Ye Peitian remained motionless by the bedside, his body slightly leaning forward, his long fingers interlaced, elbows resting on his knees, his expression serene, betraying no hint of anxiety or panic. He simply sat there, intently gazing at Chu Qianxun's face. Hours passed, and aside from the occasional mechanical movement of his neck, he made no further gestures. His focus bordered on obsession. In truth, Ye Peitian was oblivious to the passage of time. It felt as if only a fleeting moment had elapsed, yet it also seemed that several years had gone by. His mind was devoid of thoughts, and his chest felt hollow, an emptiness where no sensations resided. At times, as Chu Qianxun lay upon the bed, she emitted faint sounds of anguish, prompting a surge of thoughts within Ye Peitian's heart. Is she on the brink of death? Before this notion could fully form, it was mercilessly torn asunder by countless sharp claws, crushed into dust, then buried deep in a pit and covered with earth, ensuring it would not resurface. Yet even so, his heart would experience a moment of excruciating pain, akin to a living death. The green veins gradually receded from her fair neck, and the person on the bed weakly opened her eyes, extending her damp hand to awkwardly touch his face. After enduring an entire night of torment, she felt a sense of rebirth. Following her ascent in rank, the functions of the saint's body would undergo a remarkable transformation. In that instant, the world appeared almost entirely anew through her heightened senses. Outside the window, the sky was shrouded in darkness, yet several strands of golden sunlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds, casting beams of light upon the earth. A figure sat upon a chair by the bed, illuminated by the slanted light filtering through the window, casting a half-shadow upon his shoulder. Countless specks of dust danced within the beams, and Chu Qianxun could distinctly perceive the faint fuzz along the contours of his face. He remained motionless in the chair, gazing back at her, his eyes shrouded in mist, resembling a tranquil autumn lake, concealing within its depths a tumultuous storm that few could comprehend. With great effort, Chu Qianxun propped herself up from the sweat-soaked bed, raising her hand to caress his face. Were you frightened? I didn't expect to keep you waiting for so long. Ye Peitian's delicate eyelashes fluttered as Chu Qianxun moved, and he slowly extended his hand to draw her into his embrace, burying his head in her shoulder. Chu Qianxun was struck by the chilling coldness of his body. Yet the part resting against her shoulder burned with an intense heat. She had witnessed Ye Peitian's ferocity before. This man could effortlessly snap his own arms and silently bury his own body. Yet at this moment, he trembled in her arms, revealing the genuine fear that gripped him. Realizing this, she attempted to shift her body, wanting to speak, but the arms encircling her tightened their grip as if in fear of her vanishing. Qianxun. His hoarse and dry voice called her name softly in her ear. Ye Peitian lifted his head, his face pale and eyes rimmed with red, his hands clumsily cradling her face before he leaned down and kissed her fervently. His kiss was a tumultuous blend of restraint and madness. For the first time, Chu Qianxun experienced the depths of this man's frenzy. His iron-like arms constricted painfully around her, almost embedding her into his very being. Those fervent kisses left marks along her neck, and while she felt a sting, she endured it, gently patting the back of Ye Peitian's neck to encourage him to relax. Realizing his excess, Ye Peitian abruptly ceased, supporting Chu Qianxun's shoulders to create distance between them. Upon noticing the rough marks he had left on her skin, he turned his face away, swallowed hard, and softly uttered an apology. He released his grip, stood up, and, in a moment of disarray, glanced around the room before pushing the door open and stepping outside. Chu Qianxun wished to call out to him, but instead, she witnessed him brace himself against the railing of the corridor and leap from the 4th floor, his figure gracefully bounding through the courtyard before vanishing in an instant. As the afternoon sky opened up, rain began to fall, the icy droplets pattering against the window pane. Her door stood ajar, yet as dusk deepened, the room across remained shrouded in darkness, lacking the familiar warm glow of lights that typically illuminated it early. With a sigh, Chu Qianxun resigned herself to finishing her dinner alone, clearing the dishes, extinguishing the room's light, and closing the door. The rain intensified, even mingling with snowflakes, causing the glass to tremble incessantly. She lay on her bed, fully clothed, gazing at the serpentine trails of rain on the glass and the oppressive darkness of the sky outside. In such weather, where could Ye Peitian have gone? She understood the tribulations he had faced, the burdens weighing heavily upon his heart, and the depth of his suppressed emotions regarding her. Yet, she had not anticipated that witnessing her struggle on the brink of life and death throughout the night would drive him to a breaking point, prompting him to flee in a fit of temper. His rare display of such emotional turmoil left Chu Qianxun feeling a twinge of concern. It was not until the witching hour that a faint sound, mingling with the howling wind and rain outside, reached her ears. Instantly, a smile graced her lips as she rolled out of bed and flung open the window, promptly drawing in the drenched man. Without uttering a word, she guided Ye Peitian to the bedside, helping him shed his soaked shirt, and draped a large towel over his head. He turned and poured himself a cup of scalding hot water, then knelt before him, placing the cup into his chilling hands. Ye Peitian bowed his head, his arms, taut and smooth, resting bare upon his legs, while droplets cascaded from the ends of his damp, tousled hair, falling one by one onto the floor. With his frost-bitten fingers, he slowly rotated the cup, enveloped in silence. Chu Qianxun remained quiet as well, gently reaching for a towel to dry his hair. I will not perish. I will not succumb to madness. The deep timbre of his voice suddenly broke the stillness. Ye Peitian's brows knitted together, his gaze fixed upon the ground, his eyes reflecting a desolation that Chu Qianxun could scarcely fathom. If you were to vanish, I do not know what I would do. I fear I might transform into a true demon, destroying the entire world in my quest for self-annihilation. Chu Qianxun straightened, turning his face towards her, leaning down to place a soft kiss upon his icy lips. You will not. I shall not disappear. We will remain together for eternity. Ye Peitian's hair was damp, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He lifted his gaze to meet hers, his lips parting slightly, as if to inquire, really? Yet, Chu Qianxun did not allow him to voice the question. Her actions had already provided him with the most genuine answer. Ye Peitian felt as though his body was on the verge of melting away. He had been frozen for the better part of the day in the frigid rain, his entire being as cold as ice. At that moment, however, he felt as if he were engulfed in flames. The blazing fire melted the rigid ice, stripping away all defenses surrounding him, disarming him completely, and leaving him to roast upon the searing magma. Do not be afraid. Entrust everything to me. I know how to bring you joy. Indeed, she appeared to possess an understanding of herself that transcended her own awareness, always cognizant of her deepest desires and aspirations. Gradually, she delved deeper, drawing forth from the innermost recesses of her heart preferences she had never recognized. Ye Peitian fully unveiled himself, allowing himself to plunge into the abyss of unparalleled ecstasy alongside that person. As dawn broke, Chu Qianxun rose from her bed. Her gaze fell upon the disheveled bedding, the overturned cup, and the lingering fragrance on the sheets, evoking memories of the previous night's absurdities. On the dining table lay a prepared breakfast, while Ye Peitian sat on the floor by the table, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. Upon noticing that Chu Qianxun had awakened, his expression became flustered, and his face flushed crimson. Observing his sudden panic, Chu Qianxun, who had initially felt a tinge of embarrassment, found herself remarkably composed. She donned her clothes, quickly refreshed herself, and approached the table with a smile, eager to strike up a conversation. "You're up early. What are we having for breakfast? I've made your favorite rice noodle porridge. Do taste it and see if it's to your liking," Ye Peitian replied, taking a bowl and ladling out the fragrant dish from the earthen pot. The rice noodle porridge was a common breakfast from Chu Qianxun's hometown, a savory concoction made from rice noodles, duck blood, pickled bamboo shoots, oysters, and lean meat, all simmered together, finished with a sprinkle of cilantro and pepper atop. Upon awakening in the morning, a sip of this warm beverage invigorates the senses, tantalizingly fresh and palatable, awakening the appetite and mind. Before the arrival of the demonic seed, this had been the breakfast that Chu Qianxun had savored since childhood. Yet, she herself lacked the skill to prepare it and had never mentioned it. However, Ye Peitian seemed to have acquired this knowledge from an unknown time and place. With one hand propped on the table, supporting her chin, Chu Qianxun gazed at the man who feigned composure while serving food for himself. He had deliberately donned a high-necked black garment, concealing the marks on his neck that were all too evident. At this moment, his ears were flushed, his neck tinged with crimson, and even the fingertips holding the bowl bore a faint blush. Chu Qianxun couldn't help but recall the previous night, when this man's gaze was enveloped in mist, his voice emerging from his throat in a husky murmur, vaguely calling her name, allowing himself to indulge in her presence, granting her the freedom to do as she pleased. Biting her lip, she stifled the urge to devour him once more and reached out to accept the bowl that Ye Peitian offered. "Please, stop. I beg you, stop." The lowly pleas of a woman, accompanied by the unrestrained sounds of a man's fists and feet, echoed from a room on the first floor. The woman's cries and entreaties were muffled and suppressed, clearly indicating her desire to keep her humiliation from the ears of many, yet her man was unyielding in granting her this courtesy. The door swung open with a loud crash as old Zheng dragged Zhang Xiaojun by her hair, pulling her from the room and tossing her onto the lawn of the courtyard. In the frigid air, Zhang Xiaojun was clad only in a spaghetti strap dress, barely enveloping her curvaceous figure, exposing her snow-white thighs as she struggled and curled up in the muddy ground. The commotion attracted the attention of several men residing above, who peered down with eager curiosity at this violent scene. Old Zhang, intoxicated and flushed, exuded the scent of alcohol as he waved his large hands indiscriminately. Xiao Wan could only desperately shield her head, enduring the brutality inflicted upon her, gritting her teeth to stifle any sound. In this moment, no one would extend a hand to her. She was acutely aware of the harsh realities of survival in this world. To obtain anything, one must offer something in return, be it money, one's body, or even one's dignity. She knew that behind the doors above, countless eyes would be fixated on her bruised form, some with perverse gazes from men, others with mocking looks from women. Thus, she resolved to remain stoic, unwilling to weep before them. With a dull thud, dust rose as a man clad in black suddenly leapt down from above. He landed with poise, standing tall. His face was obscured by a silver mask, and his long limbs were enveloped in dark garments, exuding a formidable presence. It was evident that he was in a foul mood. His lips were pressed into a thin line, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Only the inebriated old Zhang failed to perceive the lethal energy emanating from him, perhaps believing that within this lowly dwelling shared by lesser beings, there were none of a higher tier than himself. With a breath laden with alcohol, he slurred at the man, questioning his sudden descent that startled him. However, before he could finish his sentence, the man swiftly extended his arm, gripping old Zhang's neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground, kicking him aside with contemptuous ease. She lifted her long legs and vanished through the gate of the courtyard. Lao Zhang, jolted awake from his stupor, belatedly realized that the departing figure far surpassed him in both strength and speed. Clutching his stomach, he leaned against the wall, retching for a while, too intimidated to say much. He quietly beckoned Xiao Wan to come and support him. Once, this man, despite his propensity for violence, had exuded a sense of strength and masculinity in Xiao Wan's eyes. Yet now, she discerned that his only skill lay in bullying those weaker than himself, which stirred a wave of revulsion within her. As the night descended, a mix of snow and rain began to fall. The very man who had just struck her, Lao Zhang, shamelessly consumed the dinner she had prepared, grumbling as he crawled into bed, falling asleep almost immediately. Xiao Wan silently rose, settling on the windowsill where she lit a cigarette. The flickering glow of the ember danced in the glass, reflecting the icy rain that streamed down the window. It was only in such a frigid, dark night, nestled in her warm and comfortable home, that she felt all of it was worthwhile. After all, residing in such a dwelling was certainly preferable to freezing to death outside. Suddenly, Xiao Wan caught a glimpse of a dark figure standing beneath a distant tree. Clad in black, the person was drenched to the bone. Rain splattered against his dark silver mask, trickling down his pale cheeks, seemingly oblivious to the elements. He stood motionless, gazing up at a particular window in the building above. Xiao Wan recognized him. He was the man associated with Chu Qianxun. And Chu Qianxun's residence was located on the 4th floor above. Had they quarreled? In her heart, Xiao Wan pondered, on such a rainy day, how could that woman, Chu Qianxun, have the heart to cast someone out? And why was this man so foolish, standing here in the rain, gazing vacantly? She recalled the moment when this man had effortlessly sent the bully old Zhang, flying with a single punch, and the mornings when she saw him diligently preparing breakfast for his beloved in the kitchen. If it were me, I would treat him well. Xiao Wan lingered in the darkness of the room, and, as if compelled by some unseen force, she pushed open a narrow window. Yet, before her eyes could adjust, the figure beneath the tree had already vanished. The sound of a window creaking open and shut echoed from above. The biting cold of winter descended abruptly. Following the first snowfall, the temperature plummeted swiftly. A delicate frost coated the rooftops and treetops. Xiao Wan, old Zheng has gone too far. Beating you like this every few days, one companion remarked, observing Xiao Wan's bruised visage. Don't mention it, Xiao Wan. These days, capable men often disregard you as a person, while the incapable ones cannot even support you. To survive, one must endure, another companion chimed in. Xiao Wan seemed oblivious to their words. Her footsteps gradually faltered as she raised her gaze toward the tenement ahead. On that frost-laden rooftop, a solitary figure sat. Amid the dim, snowy twilight, the dark silhouette remained motionless, gazing into the distance, emanating an air of solitude and desolation. Hey, is that not Chu Qianxun's man? Indeed, I've heard he is quite formidable, even. Has been beaten by him, her companion discreetly glanced at Xiao Wan. What is he doing just sitting there? As the conversation unfolded, a silhouette on the rooftop suddenly stirred, rising gracefully and leaping down from the building to greet the returning figure.
Peitian.
You have come to meet me again, remarked Chu Qianxun, who had just returned from demon hunting, as she grasped Ye Peitian's hand and rested her weary chin upon his shoulder. Ah, I am so exhausted today, and famished as well. Ye Peitian crouched before her, declaring, I shall carry you. Without hesitation, Chu Qianxun shamelessly climbed onto his back, playfully nibbling at his ear intermittently. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Taro rice, cuttlefish and pig's tail soup, and braised pork. Qianxun's mouth watered at the thought. Yet she protested. But I am injured. Before dining, I must first take my special medicine. Ye Peitian's ears flushed crimson. The two figures then disappeared into the entrance of the tenement building. Goodness, this display of affection is excessive, someone remarked. That woman is truly fortunate. I hear she has reached the 6th tier, and indeed, her life has become markedly different. Amidst the envious chatter of her companions, Shi Ojuan gazed at the pair disappearing into the building, momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, the number of teams venturing out for demon hunting had significantly dwindled, as most began stockpiling supplies, preparing to remain within the safety of the base, biding their time until the harsh winter passed. The newly appointed Lord of Qianxun, Jiying Shi Aji, however, issued his first summons since taking office, calling upon all major mercenary groups and independent personnel in the city to partake in an assault on a large desecrator nest that had emerged approximately 20 kilometers outside the city. This initiative sent ripples throughout Qianxun, provoking a wave of controversy and dissent. For the leaders of mercenary groups, whose ranks generally reach the 7th tier, what they urgently require are magical entities that correspond to their levels, capable of effectively enhancing their own and their team members' prowess. The blasphemous lair outside the city is teeming with creatures, albeit of correspondingly lower ranks, and its labyrinthine environment poses considerable danger during combat, yielding disproportionately meager rewards that could lead to a net loss. The former city lord, Huan Shangjie, led them in endeavors such as the extermination of the 9th tier Sleepless Ones and the capture of the demon-human Ye Peitian, which were battles with substantial returns. Zhang Shaojie's summons met with vehement opposition from most, aside from the families of those ensnared in the demonic abyss. Let those who wish to go take their chances. My team shall not partake. The current city lord is still rather youthful, lacking the foresight of his predecessor. Even members within the Blizzard mercenary group advised against it, saying, City Lord, that lair has existed for quite some time, and Huan Shangjie has chosen to disregard it. Why should we engage in such a thankless endeavor? Yet, they may have forgotten that Zhang Shaojie is inherently headstrong, with a temperament that is exceedingly volatile. Indeed, the following day, he ascended the podium of the City Lord's office to deliver a brief yet autocratic address. I, Zhang Shaojie, possess few talents, the only one being my fierce protectiveness. The Blizzard mercenary group once belonged to me, hence every member was under my protection. Now, this spring city is mine, and thus every inhabitant falls under my jurisdiction. Have you all forgotten how swiftly the numbers of the blasphemous lair, with its queen, can escalate? Some of you may not have wandered around that vicinity for quite some time. He raised 3 fingers, and 3 days ago, my elite squad from the Blizzard ventured in to scout, barely escaping from its clutches. If we do not eradicate this lair this winter, it will soon become an insurmountable force. The desecrators thrive on the cultivation of humans, and before long, our entire Spring City could transform into their breeding ground. Spring City is akin to a second Rong City. Do you wish to resemble those weaklings from Rong City who, every month, select their companions to bind and sacrifice to the monsters? The Rong City base may be distant, yet the events occurring there are known to all. Surrounding that base is a substantial desecrator lair known as the Northern Cavern. The creatures from the Northern Cavern have obliterated all human bases in that area, leaving only Rong City, which demands its residents to provide several living sacrifices each month. The helpless populace of Rong City has acquiesced, perpetuating this abhorrent custom to this day. Upon hearing this, many among you felt a stir of doubt. I understand the thoughts of you brigade leaders. Some of you find this battle trivial and bothersome, with little benefit to yourselves. You must consider that if you do not desire these low-tier monsters in large quantities, other brigades certainly will. Thus, I shall state this clearly. 3 days from now at dawn, we shall gather at the city gates. Those unwilling to participate may prepare to gather their belongings and take their forces to depart from our Spring City tonight. A familiar clerk from the Red Wolf Mercenary Corps approached Chu Qianxun, stating, Qianxun, the commander has summoned you. The commander of the Red Wolf, Han Ao, in his 30s, is a composed and fair-minded leader, highly respected within the team. His establishment of regulations prohibiting the coercive bullying of female members has attracted numerous female saints to join the ranks of the Red Wolf. At this moment, he sat in light armor, a distinctive circular-bladed metallic weapon hanging from his waist, in the training grounds of the Red Wolf's base, perusing a dossier concerning Chu Qianxun. Standing behind him was a tall, formidable man clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive shield and bearing a long sword upon his shoulder. To his left stood a young woman with a scarred visage and an indifferent demeanor, while on his right crouched a diminutive, emaciated elder. These four individuals constituted the strongest squad within the Red Wolf, representing the metal, defense, spatial, and mental disciplines of the Saints. As Chu Qianxun arrived, Han Ao had just gleaned the fundamental details of Qianxun's background from the document in his hands. He possessed little recollection of this young prodigy, who had been part of his corps for 2 to 3 years, but had recently come to prominence. Following the unexpected demise of Wang Daji, the relatively higher-ranking members of his squad had long been recruited by leaders of other squads. It was only when the Red Wolf began preparations for a large-scale operation in collaboration with the City Lord, during the enumeration of personnel and strategic planning, that Han Ao discovered the presence of this idle individual, Chu Qianxun. "Commander, I have recently ascended to the 6th tier," Chu Qianxun stated. The warriors surrounding Han Ao exchanged astonished glances. Within the ranks of the Red Wolves, only their commander, Han Ao, was a 7th tier saint, while the remaining experts barely reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. When had a 6th tier saint emerged among them without their notice? Han Ao glanced at the frail elder beside him, Old Wu. Old Wu turned his gaze to Chu Qianxun, and the dim red light suddenly flickered in his small eyes, set within a face lined with deep wrinkles. Chu Qianxun stood her ground, leaning slightly forward, unflinching as she met his gaze. In common understanding, spiritual saints lack combat advantages against magical creatures. However, in battles among peers, spiritual saints of the same tier often wield overwhelming superiority over other types of ability users. Moreover, Old Wu at the mid-6th tier possessed half a tier's advantage over Chu Qianxun. The onlooking warriors awaited the spectacle of the newly ascended powerhouse stumbling before Old Wu. Minutes passed, and the crimson glow in Old Wu's eyes faded as he rose to clasp his fists towards Chu Qianxun, retreating to the back. This gesture was essentially an admission of defeat, or, at the very least, an acknowledgement of Chu Qianxun's prowess. Chu Qianxun bowed in return. A murmur of discussion rippled through the crowd. Those who stood near Han Ao were his trusted allies and the backbone of the troop. Most were still haunted by Old Wu's mastery of spiritual force. Witnessing Chu Qianxun, who had just ascended to the 6th tier, remain composed and withdraw unscathed before Old Wu, left them in a state of disbelief. A burly man stepped forward from behind Han Ao, declaring, "Miss, I had no intention of engaging in combat with a woman. However, if I refrain from intervening, it will be left to Qianxian to take action." He gestured towards the scarred woman, whose spatial abilities could inadvertently lead to grievous injuries. It would be rather impolite to allow such a situation to unfold. Let us engage in a friendly spar, allowing everyone to witness your prowess. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of laughter and jeers. Iron Man, just look at the delicate stature of the lady. Do you truly dare to strike? Aha. I believe it would be better if Qianxian took the lead. We wouldn't want to frighten her away. The man known as Iron Man sheepishly scratched his head, assuring her, "Fear not, we shall keep it light. I will exercise restraint." Implicit in his words was the assumption that he regarded himself as superior to Chu Qianxun. She understood that the team wished to gauge her true capabilities. Since joining Ye Peitian, Chu Qianxun had adopted a more solitary approach, primarily venturing out alone to hunt demons. Apart from major battles, she had not participated in any smaller team endeavors, merely holding a nominal position within the brigade, and she had no intention of forging deeper ties in the future. Nevertheless, this did not imply that she wished to suffer a humiliating defeat in front of so many. Observing the finely crafted shield in Iron Man's possession, embedded with precious magical gemstones, she feared an accidental misstep might result in its destruction. She unsheathed the twin daggers from her waist, declaring, "Since this is merely a friendly contest, let us set aside our weapons." "Very well, as you wish." Iron Man graciously placed his shield and colossal sword on the ground. Laughter erupted once more from the surrounding spectators. "My dear, you have misunderstood. That fellow is of the defensive kind. Without your weapon, you may find it impossible to even breach his defenses. I suggest you retrieve your blade. In a contest of fists and feet, we lack any rival to the Iron Man, let alone yourself." The Iron Man, seasoned by countless battles, remains unperturbed. He does not yield an inch, as his skin is suddenly enveloped by a layer of dark, scaly armor. Meanwhile, his massive fists descend with the force of a tempest. When Chu Qianxun's strike met the unyielding scales, she swiftly pivoted, her left hand positioned before her chest, fingers poised in a graceful gesture. From thin air, several crescent-shaped blades of wind materialized, howling as they surged towards the Iron Man's advancing arms. The scales on his limbs rippled violently. The rigid black plates, momentarily lifted and severed by the wind blades, were quickly replaced by layers upon layers of new armor. In a fleeting moment, the two exchanged blows, their martial prowess and abilities clashing fervently. Chu Qianxun was agile and cunning, as swift as lightning, while the Iron Man was ferocious and formidable, impervious to blades and bullets. The laughter surrounding them gradually subsided. The onlookers, all skilled in their own right, recognized the intensity of this struggle. They ceased to regard Chu Qianxun through the lens of gender, instead observing her as a worthy adversary. Suspended in midair, Chu Qianxun unleashed her palm like a blade, conjuring a flurry of minute wind blades that danced through the air like a swarm of silver butterflies, all converging upon the Iron Man. With a shift in expression, he crossed his arms to shield his face, his entire body enveloped in thick scales. He retreated more than 10 steps, the sound of clattering blades echoing around him. Those tiny edges sought out every vulnerable point in his defenses, ultimately etching several fine lines of blood upon his skin. Iron Man realized that although he might not necessarily lose if the fight continued, it would certainly appear somewhat undignified. Regret began to seep into his heart for having agreed to lay down his shield and weapon, leaving him nearly immobilized under pressure. Haneo was the first to rise, exclaiming with admiration for the impressive display of skill. The remaining individuals followed suit, applauding in unison. Qianxun, it has been my oversight not to have recognized your exceptional talent until now, Haneo remarked with a smile. With Wang Daji no longer present, I propose that you assume the role of captain for your team. Given the dwindling number of members in your squad, I will reassign personnel from other teams to support you. The Red Wolf mercenary organization in Spring City could only be deemed a medium-sized entity. However, numerous individuals aspired to attain the rank of internal squad leader within Red Wolf. This was largely due to Captain Haneo's magnanimous nature, as he offered benefits and treatment to his squad leaders that surpassed those of many larger organizations. Not only could they receive a fixed amount of magical essence each month, but they also enjoyed a substantial share of the rewards during team battles, an enviable position sought after by many. What they did not anticipate was that Chu Qianxun would, without hesitation, decline Haneo's proposal. I apologize, Captain, but my nature is rather carefree, which may render me unsuitable for the captaincy, she stated. The smiles of the warriors beside her began to fade. While they appreciated strong allies, an overly aloof powerhouse was less appealing to them. Despite the unchanging expression on Haneo's face, as a leader of the team, he valued every talent immensely. He believed that Chu Qianxun's aloof demeanor stemmed from her limited interactions with others, and he felt confident in his ability to cultivate her relationships within the group over time. Thus, he generously remarked, "Indeed, you have just been promoted and may not yet be mentally prepared for team management. I will grant you the position of captain along with its associated benefits, but I will not assign you personnel or impose mandatory tasks just yet. You may gradually select your team members at your leisure. My only request is that you participate in the large-scale operations involving the entire team, while the rest is left to your personal preference." Given that such comprehensive engagements occurred only 2 or 3 times a year, this arrangement was indeed quite generous, prompting Chu Qianxun to accept without further hesitation. As Chu Qianxun turned to leave, Yao Qianqian, a space system saint beside Haneo, observed her departing figure and spoke up. "I have a recollection of this girl. I witnessed her combat before. It was lackluster and perfunctory. She has been with us in the Red Wolves for several years, yet she has not even managed to break through to the 4th tier. What could have spurred such significant progress in just a few months?" I know, Iron Man interjected excitedly. "I heard she has fallen in love and has a pretty boy at home cooking for her every day." Upon hearing this, Yao Qianqian scoffed. "So she has altered herself for the sake of a worthless man." Understanding her sentiments, Haneo gently patted her shoulder and replied, "Do not speak so harshly. She is striving for her own life and aspirations, which is far more commendable than those who wish to rely on others without putting in any effort. In an era marked by opulence, a dictatorial leader like Zhang Shaojie would surely falter. Yet, in contemporary times, society has grown accustomed to the notion that power speaks volumes. Presently, the most formidable individual in Spring City, the sole 8th-tier saint, is none other than Zhang Shaojie, and the mightiest mercenary faction is the Blizzards under his command. Consequently, by the dawn of the third day, whether persuaded or coerced, the leaders of all mercenary teams in the city, large and small, assembled with their main combat forces. Outside the city gates, the open ground was alive with the presence of powerful warriors from various legions, clad in resplendent armor, wielding short blades, massive shields, and formidable longbows. Banners fluttered in the breeze, creating a scene of remarkable vibrancy. The youthful lord of the city, Zhang Shaojie, donned a silver and dark golden-scaled armor adorned with cloud patterns, his hair billowing in the wind as he stood atop a high platform, one foot resting on the battlement, gazing into the distance. Behind him stood several robust young warriors. At barely 20 years of age, the young lord exuded arrogance and confidence, his aura captivating countless female saints who cast admiring glances upon his handsome visage. Chu Qianxun wove through the crowd, unable to resist directing her gaze towards him. In another realm, the Zhang Shaojie she knew was merely a boy of 14 or 15, spirited, competitive, and fiercely protective of those he held dear. She vividly recalled the time he had placed a blade against Gao Yan's neck, waiting for her to board the carriage. Regrettably, in that world, his life was abruptly extinguished in the bloom of youth. When she encountered him again, he had transformed into a being of frost and severity. Chu Qianxun felt a surge of joy upon seeing Zhang Shaojie in this world. Not only was he alive, but he had also become a figure of such audacity, flamboyance, and strength. Not everyone appreciates the appearance of Zhang Shaojie. Chu Qianxun arrived at the assembly point of her Red Wolf Legion, where many within the ranks were still seething over the Lord's forced conscription. The new Lord was exceedingly unreasonable. Most of those trapped in the abyss were merely useless commoners. Why should we risk our lives for such detritus? We are not saints. You have not witnessed it. Although the creatures in that abyss are of low rank, they swarm in numbers as plentiful as locusts. Those higher-ups may not fear them, but we cannot bear such a burden. Is this a ploy to use our lives to bolster the reputation of the newly appointed Lord? Damn it, do not involve me in such endeavors for fame. If I go, I shall merely fish about and refuse to exert myself. Old Zhang and a couple of familiar captains huddled together, voicing their grievances. Zhang, lower your voice. Don't let the commander hear, warned Zhang Shaowan, cautiously tugging at his sleeve from behind, casting anxious glances towards the position of Han Ao, the commander of the Red Wolves. Old Zhang was a reckless fool, and Zhang Shaowan was unwilling to be dragged down by him. As far as she knew, their captain Han Ao had fled from the distant Rong City several years prior. The north cave near the Rong City base was teeming with powerful and numerous desecrators. The base was too weak to resist and could only select several residents each month to be offered to the abyss as sustenance for the creatures, in exchange for the safety of the base. It was said that Han Ao's mother had once been chosen as a sacrifice. The young Han Ao, then frail, had refused to comply, carrying his mother away from Rong City, enduring great hardships before finally arriving in Chun City. Old Zhang brushed off Zhang Xiaochuan's hand, glaring at her fiercely as he reprimanded, "No manners. What business is it of yours when a man speaks?" However, as he glanced at the somber-faced captain seated upon the rocks, recalling the legends surrounding the captain's origins, he ultimately chose to remain silent. There were so many people present. Even someone like Chen Shaowan had arrived. Gao Yan and Chu Qianxun conversed as they walked, noting that aside from the guards, virtually all the third-tier saints in the city had been mobilized. It seemed the city lord was resolutely determined to cleanse the demon lair thoroughly this time. Chu Qianxun had been promoted to the position of captain of the Red Wolf Squad. Yet the team comprised only her and Gao Yan, with the addition of Ye Peitian, a family member forming a trio. The desecrators were particularly vengeful creatures. If left unchecked, they would only bring about endless troubles once they regained their strength. Chu Qianxun spoke to Zhang Xiaojie, affirming that the actions of the city lord were justified. If one were to act, It must be done with utmost effort. Qianxun, I've noticed your recent support for the new city lord. You seem to be speaking up for him quite often. Gao Yan teased as she leaned closer to Chu Qianxun. What do you think Lin Fei would say if he found out? Wouldn't he be jealous? You can be quite the troublemaker, Yan Jie. Chu Qianxun replied with a sidelong glance. When Lin Fei throws a fit, he hardly does anything else but refuse to cook. Gao Yan's expression soured at that. Her greatest joy in life at present was sneaking over to Chu Qianxun's place for a meal every now and then. Grasping Chu Qianxun's shoulders, she earnestly declared, Sister, for the sake of our culinary endeavors, I implore you to sacrifice your personal allure and wholeheartedly captivate young Lin. Chu Qianxun chuckled in response. And what if I fail to ensnare him? It was then that Ye Peitian approached from behind. Upon hearing the word potion, he inquired with curiosity, what potion? Who requires a potion for their injuries? Subsequently, he noticed the two women ahead turning to face him, their countenances betraying suppressed amusement as they cast peculiar expressions in his direction. The thawing road was marred by uneven potholes, replete with accumulated water. Puddles mirrored fleeting figures, occasionally disrupted by heavy boots, causing mud to splatter in all directions. The colossal fortress, a fusion of robust vegetation and architectural ruins, stood in silent repose amidst the post-snow, dawn-tinged sky. A multitude of paladins stealthily materialized within the surrounding dense woods, encircling the expansive den of iniquity, lying in wait. The blasphemer's demonic seed resided within. In the jungle, Han Ao, poised for battle, employed a twig to sketch the blasphemer's likeness in the earth, seizing the opportunity to brief the warriors unfamiliar with the blasphemer. The location of the demonic seed varied among different demonic entities, and precise prior knowledge of the monster's vital points was paramount to victory. With his finger, the brown twig pushed aside the soil, delineating a distinct mark on the back of the blasphemer's head in the pattern. The skull is quite hard. It is imperative to deliver a decisive blow in one strike, or it may heal by the time of your next assault. Han Ao surveyed his surroundings and quietly inquired, Is everyone clear on the plan? The group amidst the jungle nodded in unison. Excellent. There are numerous entrances and exits here, and the pathways within are intricate. Stay closely behind me. Once Lord Zhang initiates the assault, we shall advance. Captain, one of them remarked, I've heard the number of monsters within is quite dense. We should avoid rushing in recklessly. Old Zhang leaned in with a chuckle. Lord Zhang is young and impetuous. He insists on leading the charge with his blizzards. We must allow him this moment of glory. His tone carried a hint of mockery towards Zhang Shaojie's youthful naivety. Despite Lord Zhang's notorious temper, it must be acknowledged that he is a man of action. You will eventually realize that we humans are inherently social beings. If everyone only thinks of themselves and fails to harness the collective strength, we shall never prevail against the monsters. Han Ao's expression grew somber as he gazed towards the ruins. I hope his fervor does not extinguish as easily as mine once did. Similar sentiments echoed throughout the jungle. Zhang Shaojie will lead the charge. Once they plunge in, we will assess the situation before following. The blizzards will launch a full frontal assault through the main entrance. Our task is to guard the designated exits and ensure no monsters escape. There is no need for bravado in battle. The leaders of various mercenary groups conveyed the tasks assigned to their teams, all the while covertly mocking the youthful lord of the city. They deemed him overly impetuous, foolishly leading from the front, which, in their eyes, rendered their own safety considerably more assured. Countless whispers circulated regarding the fervent and inexperienced new lord, Zhang Shaojie, who was criticized for his lack of shrewdness and tact, failing to push others forward to conserve his own strength. The former lord of Spring City, Huan Shangjie, was a man of remarkable cunning and resourcefulness. During such demon-hunting expeditions, he typically devised ways to keep his team at the rear. As time passed, it became evident that no one was a fool, and unless substantial incentives were offered, the mercenary groups of Spring City rarely engaged in such large-scale collective actions. However, simultaneously, each individual was compelled to acknowledge a preference for following a leader willing to take the initiative in battle. In such grand team confrontations, if the leader only sought to preserve his own strength and retreat, then naturally, others would also contemplate withdrawal, reducing the entire unit to a disorganized collection of self-serving individuals. Suddenly, The sky erupted with signal flares resembling fireworks. At the entrance of the demon lair, various supernatural lights flickered amidst the cacophony of battle. Pale demonic creatures surged forth from the cavern, only to be frozen into scattered ice pillars by the overwhelming blizzard. This wintry season belonged to Qianxun, the ice and snow saint. The members of Blizzard surged forward, cleaving the heads of the demonic foes and reaping a gratifying bounty of demonic seeds. The aggressive spirit and substantial gains of Blizzard ignited the fervor of the other mercenary teams. Alas, this little rascal indeed lives up to his reputation. Xingtian, follow me closely. This journey must not be in vain. The demon seeds have been snatched away. We shall assault the Flying Eagle Corps. By the heavens, Xingtian and the Flying Eagle have made their move so early. We must join them. The saints, lying in ambush from all directions, surged like a tide towards the dilapidated fortress at the center. Han Ao of the Red Wolves rose, raised his hand, and declared, "Let us proceed." Two circular metallic blades soared forth from behind him, spinning rapidly in the air, sweeping through a vast arc and slicing past the heads of the two desecrators guarding the entrance. In an instant, the hardened cranial bones of the desecrators were severed, with the upper halves of their heads dangling forward, revealing half of a glimmering green demon seed. Han Ao stepped onto the entrance, reached out to pluck two demon seeds, and then bent down to enter the cave. The members of the Red Wolves followed closely behind him. Alongside them were also some solitary adventurers without teams. Amidst them, Chu Qianxun was surprised to encounter Xiaomo and Yuan Man, the two young ladies she and Ye Peitian had rescued previously. Xiaomo and Yuan Man were thrilled to see Chu Qianxun and Ye Peitian once more, squeezing through the damp and shadowy passageway. "What a delightful surprise to meet you both again. You two dared to come here?" Chu Qianxun expressed her astonishment at seeing them. "Last time, in our efforts to help us escape, Daikai and the others were captured by the demon creatures." Yuan Man, noticing her idol's nervousness, replied, We came in with the others, hoping to see if there is still a chance for rescue. It has been so many days." Chu Qianxun doused them with a bucket of cold water in advance. "Even in their absence, we still wish to exert our efforts." Xiaomo's complexion turned somewhat pale, yet her tone remained resolute. Ever since that fleeting dream, Chu Qianxun has devoted herself wholeheartedly to the pursuit of strength, training tirelessly day and night. She believes that only through the enhancement of her power can she cultivate a robust inner strength, thereby gaining greater freedom and a multitude of choices. She attributes her past weaknesses to a lack of strength. Chu Qianxun has experienced the profound transformation and expansion of her mindset. The dormant demonic seed, ever restless within her being, has been buried deep within the solid and tranquil soil of her soul. "Since this is the case, you shall temporarily accompany our small team," Chu Qianxun declared. Current members of Chu Qianxun's temporary team are as follows. Chu Qianxun, early stage 6-level wine system saint. Weapon, top-tier modified dual blades. Armor, top-tier modified gear. Gao Yan, 4-level gravity system saint. Ability, gravity suppression. Xiaomo, 4-level control system saint. Ability, manipulation of objects within a long-range power field. Yuan Man, 3-level healing system saint. Ability, healing. Lin Fei, top-tier disguise at 6th level. Ability, culinary skills. Weapon, 5-level modified blue blade. At the main entrance of the demon cave, the advance of the Blizzard Corps was relentless. With the formidable support of Zhang Xiaojie's ice-based powers, the warriors cut through their foes with ease, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The corpses of the desecrators, their skulls cleaved open, accumulated along the path like a mountain. "Haha, boss, this is nothing difficult. The most I feel is a slight fatigue in my arms from all the chopping. In my view, there is no need for a city-wide mobilization. Our Blizzard team alone is more than capable of handling this." Ha! Those insignificant individuals lack even a fraction of Brother Jie's valor. The leader of the Xingtian Eagles is unworthy to carry Brother Jie's shoes. The members of Blizzard are predominantly youthful, and their recent successes have left them somewhat intoxicated with achievement. Were it not for the vast expanse of this location, with its numerous exits facilitating potential escape, necessitating a considerable number of personnel to encircle them, I would hardly bother to summon them. Zhang Xiaojie exudes a confidence and arrogance characteristic of a young master. At the end of their path, they encountered a peculiar stone chamber, its walls adorned with a viscous, semi-transparent substance, within which hung 4 or 5 human figures. These individuals were ensnared by the stone walls, their bodies marked with deliberate signs of torment, designed to amplify their suffering. All of them bore expressions of stupor, tears streaming down their faces as they stretched their necks, emitting incoherent sounds. Their forms had transcended humanity, manifesting various semi-demonic states. In the very center of the stone wall, 3 colossal hands, resembling human appendages, grotesquely emerged, their fingertips converging in a singular direction, exhibiting slight movements as if cradling some creature within their palms. "Isn't that the son of President Ni from the Chamber of Commerce?" spoke a dark-skinned warrior, pointing towards a youth ensnared in the stone wall. The mission to rescue him was prominently affixed at the top of the guild's notice board, posted by President Ni himself. "I recognize him. I have fought alongside him. He is a 5th-tier saint." A young girl, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age, with a neat bob of short hair, called out to Ni Yongyan while wielding an oversized crimson scythe that appeared disproportionate to her stature. "Ni Yongyan, Ni Yongyan," she urged, rising onto her toes. "Hold on. We will rescue you." Ni Yongyan was ensnared by a viscous substance against the stone wall, his gaze vacant, as the skin on his body flickered with signs of demonic transformation, oscillating between his human form and that of a beast. Upon hearing his name called, he appeared to regain consciousness, tears streaming down his face as he hoarsely implored, "Hurry, kill me. You stay put, Yunyan Yen. Away, take a look," Zhang Shao Jie instructed, gripping the girl with the scythe. A boy named Away, armed with a long black staff, ascended the stone wall in a few swift strides, surrounded by a shimmering aura of silver light, indicative of his unique defensive ability. Just as he approached Ni Yongyan, a sudden burst of vibrant green beams shot forth from the 3 converging palms, silently piercing through Away's protective barrier, breaching his armor and penetrating his form. Away emitted a muffled grunt as he fell from the wall. In an instant, the girl wielding the scythe, Yunyan Yen, appeared before him, forming a vivid red circle with her scythe that enveloped him. This seemingly fragile crimson shield repelled the relentless green beams, which ricocheted off and left deep black holes in the stone wall and floor where they struck. "Bastard!" With a low exhale, Zhang Shao Jie raised his hand, and an immediate chill enveloped the stone chamber, frost swirling forth, swiftly encasing the 3 emerald-glowing hands in a colossal ice formation. Ni Yongyan, pressed against the stone wall, found himself in an even more dire predicament, as over a dozen green tendrils pierced through his abdomen. At that moment, his eyes bulged, his mouth agape, and his throat emitted a sound of agonized, restrained gurgles. His pallid skin began to be obscured by his eyes and nose, the corners of his mouth cracked, and his limbs extended into blood-red claws as he succumbed to excruciating pain, gradually transforming into a thoroughly demonic form. The ice that imprisoned the massive hands creaked ominously, the frost dissipating as the 3 enormous palms unfurled like petals, cradling a damp, sinister creature. One of Zhang Shao Jie's companions murmured softly, "What the hell?" In contrast to the burly desecrators, this creature was delicately exquisite, with a palm-sized face featuring a prominent nose and cherry-red lips, yet its eyes were mere blank, smooth skin. Its body and limbs resembled those of a young girl, with fair, soft skin and agile movements, save for a long tail that trailed behind, exuding an eerie yet strangely captivating beauty. This seemed to diverge from the collected data. Had it evolved? The diminutive creature swiftly scuttled along the wall, hanging upside down from the ceiling, tilting its head to observe them, its crimson lips curling into a playful smile as it extended a tiny hand to its mouth, exhaling a small puff of air. Everyone stepped back. Propelling himself backward, Zhang Xiaojie projected his palms forward, conjuring forth a multitude of icy crystals that coalesced into a bowl-shaped barrier, instantly sealing the entrance to the stone chamber. Alas, it was a trifle too late. A subtly sweet fragrance had already begun to permeate the air, faintly detectable to all those who had hastily retreated. A sense of ferocious agitation stirred within the depths of the warriors' hearts, accompanied by a gnawing hunger. A craving for crimson blood arose, an urge to relinquish themselves to their innermost desires and indulge in unrestrained carnage. This sensation was intimately familiar to all the paladins, an emotion they were compelled to resist with every fiber of their being each time they transcended a tier. Should they fail to maintain control, their bodies would be consumed by the demonic seed, transforming them into fiends, forever severed from humanity. Yet, it was as though the most deeply buried desires of their souls were being relentlessly provoked, creating an almost irresistible inclination to plunge headlong into the abyss, despite knowing it lay ahead. On the battlefield, such a condition was both terrifying and lethal. The warriors of lesser rank within the ranks were rendered utterly incapable of combat, collapsing to the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Only a handful of higher-ranking paladins were able to maintain their composure. Amidst the throng, a young man with a shaven head intertwined his fingers in an unusual gesture, assuming a cross-legged posture. From the space between his eyebrows, a glimmer of golden light emanated, spreading outward in concentric arcs, enveloping the entire company within a psychic shield, safeguarding their minds and steadying their resolve. The semi-demonized humans, confined to the stone walls, were unable to suppress their agonized howls. One by one, they relinquished their last vestiges of humanity, their bodies undergoing a complete transformation, their skin turning pallid, and sharp claws and spines sprouting forth, transforming them into defilers, cascading from the walls. One by one, they emerged from the viscous liquid, raising their necks as if releasing a sigh of liberation, only to turn and emit a hostile growl towards the besieging humans. These individuals had once been saints, but upon transformation, they morphed into formidable mid- to high-tier abominations. How vile! Jiang Shaojie seethed with rage at the cruel manipulation of humanity. Wouldn't it be delightful to join us? The voice of the Queen of Abominations echoed from behind the icy facade, her sharply defined silhouette faintly visible as it clung to the stone wall. A fissure opened in the ice, and a sightless, noseless creature burst through, lunging at Jiang Shaojie and the others. The petite Nian Nian steadied her scythe against its lethal claws, while the creature roared at her with its gaping maw, its upper body clad in the tattered garment of the boy who had just become a monster, Ni Yong Nian. Memories flooded back to Yu Nian Nian, recalling the boy's desperate words in his final moments. Perhaps I should have ended his life from the very beginning, allowing him to perish in human form at least. Gritting her teeth, she repelled the monstrous entity, her crimson scythe aimed at the friend she once fought alongside. Newly transformed humans erupted from the ice cavern, their grotesque forms engaging the members of the blizzards in fierce combat. Jagged icicles crisscrossed the stone chamber, frost scattering in all directions, while Jiang Shaojie maintained his composure. Giggles. Do not be vexed. You humans shackle yourselves with too many constraints, unlike us demons who revel in unbridled freedom. Her voice, both innocent and pure, resonated with crystalline clarity. Inquire of your comrades. They have attained genuine liberation and gratification. Presumptuous pronouncements. This day marks your demise. Your demonic essence shall be seized to augment the might of humanity. Jiang Xiaojie retorted frigidly. Throughout the expansive stone chamber, frost unfurled, with icy tendrils racing along the stone walls, relentlessly pursuing the queen's evasive tail. Giggles. Such potency. Are you the preeminent human of this city? Be forewarned. Just as you seek my demonic seed for advancement, I, too, desire a formidable paladin such as yourself to join our ranks. The Defiler Queen abruptly halted, perched upon a stalagmite and spun around. She then conjured a diminutive orb of light, which, despite its apparent dimness, swelled and diffused within the cavernous subterranean chamber. The gentle sphere caressed the golden shield, causing the youthful paladin, burdened by its strain, to perspire profusely and cough up blood. Leader, I cannot sustain it any longer. You humans pride yourselves on your sagacity. Have you pondered why you so effortlessly breached the heart of my lair? Giggles. The animosity you harbor for your own kind often surpasses my comprehension. Her mellifluous, childlike voice echoed from the cavern's apex. Icy shards trembled upon the stone walls, cascading downwards in a delicate shower. An infinitude of verdant darts silently pierced the icy barrier, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaojie and his companions. The red wolves traversed the damp and chilly underground passage, with a handful of individuals trailing behind them, some braving the risks in search of their family members imprisoned by monstrous entities, while others were mere lowly fighters. A formidable throng made its way into the dimly lit depths. In comparison to their numbers, the monsters encountered along the way were relatively few. The seasoned warriors of the Red Wolves, under the astute leadership of their commander, Han Shang, advanced with unwavering determination, encountering no peril. Old Wu, the emaciated mentalist, scrutinized a rudimentary map as he walked. According to prior intelligence, they would soon reach the location where the hostages were held by veering left at the next fork. He halted before the entrance of one of the many passages. Another second-tier monster. Iron Man sighed in discontent. Commander, Zhangchang is leading the blizzards directly into the lair of the blasphemer queen. The Xingtian and Flying Eagle's legions are tasked with covering their rear. Our monsters are continuously converging towards their direction. Surely, the monsters they face have piled up like mountains by now. Indeed, it seems we, the Red Wolves, have drawn the short straw by being assigned to rescue hostages. What a tremendous loss. The other members nodded in agreement. Count your blessings. Consider those lesser legions stationed at the entrance, who likely haven't even caught a glimpse of the monsters yet. If you were like the commander and me, coming from Rong City, you would not entertain thoughts of confronting the blasphemer queen, Ye Peitian interjected coldly, interrupting their discourse. Ye Peitian possessed formidable abilities, a melodious voice, and a graceful figure. She should have been a captivating beauty. Unfortunately, her face was marred by countless twisted and gruesome scars, the origins of which remained a mystery. These harrowing marks rendered her visage rather terrifying, and coupled with her aloof demeanor, instilled a sense of trepidation in her comrades. The moment she spoke, no one dared to voice further complaints. Iron Man, do you know what the most formidable power of the Defilers is?
Inquirid Captain Lau.
You are mistaken. Their strength does not lie in their numbers, but in their intelligence and desires. Han Ao's countenance grew grave as he exchanged a glance with Ye Peitian. His mother had nearly been sacrificed to the vile creatures by her companions. Ye Peitian's visage was irrevocably altered deep within the lair of the Defilers. They had fled from Rong City to Spring City, having truly witnessed the horror that the Defilers could unleash. Unlike ordinary monsters, whose only desire is to satiate their hunger, the Defilers sought to supplant humanity and claim dominion over this planet. Ye Peitian continued Captain Han Ao's unfinished thought. Once, the vicinity of Rong City boasted numerous bustling, populous bases. All had been systematically annihilated by the Defilers, leaving only Rong City, which had become a breeding ground providing sustenance for these fiends. The mere thought of offering selected residents to the monsters each month in exchange for safety sent shivers down the spines of the team members, compelling them to abandon their careless thoughts and cautiously venture deeper into the tunnel. Within the dimly lit passage, soft strains of music began to waft through the air, soon illuminating the surroundings with a gentle glow. As the crowd rushed to the source of light, they peered down from the opening, utterly astonished by the sight before them. Looking down from this aperture revealed the interior of a structure that had sunk into the earth, featuring a central courtyard that was hollow. Towering tree trunks emerged from the courtyard, ascending through the levels until they broke through the building's dome, continuing their ascent into the ruins beyond, even allowing glimmers of sunlight to filter through the crevices. The side corridors were divided into countless small enclosures, each surprisingly arranged with warmth and comfort, despite their diminutive size.